Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from Delano. A big shout out to Israel and Angel N at RNS for coming out to Caliber Collision in Delano and repairing our shop doors. These guys were so kind, friendly, and very professional. I definitely recommend these guys.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at stevenscreeksubaru.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
When I inherited my grandmother's house, it felt like too much to handle.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we helped Lisa sell her inherited house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I sold Grandma's house and finally felt free.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The breeze.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Sunshine for San Jose going up to 81.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Poor Landon Roop.
Why? What? That's how I didn't play that. I don't know what you're talking about. That was the voice of Joe Shasky, but Shasky's out. It's Loveman in, ladies and gentlemen. Sam
What
Loveman
is going on here?
in all week for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here. It is the Morning Roast. We're feeling great. Vibes are immaculate. And you know what? I need that on a Tuesday, Sam, because Tuesdays, let's be honest, it's not the best day out of the week. It might be the worst. It might be.
It's always fun game.
And not today. And not today's show. Because we got a good one for you. Trust me, because we got Carter in the back. He's back, better than ever. He's now immunized. Shout out Aaron Rodgers. We got Risotto somewhere back there lurking, who had one of the great impressions on Steiny Guru yesterday that you'll ever hear. That's a tease we'll get to at some point. And shout out to all of you listening right now who are just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week, school, whatever it is. We appreciate you and all your listenership. And you can get involved. You know the number. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And it is, Sam, cut day in the NFL. A lot's going to happen today. What's going to go on with the 49ers? Is there going to be any surprises? And it's Juwan Jennings. What's going on here? Is he going to come back? Is he not? Is he staying? Is he going? Is he going to go on the IR, as Tim Kawakami, the SF Standard, alluded to? I don't know, but football is back, baby, and we're going to dive deep into it today. Good morning, Sam.
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. Yeah, this will be a fun Tuesday. Tuesday definitely in my top 7 amongst days of the week, so I feel very bullish on that. And it's just, you're feeling the slow drip getting closer and closer. It's like the trip to Disneyland, except it's better because it's football that's coming up. That's right. I just put football above Disneyland. That's where I'm at on Tuesday.
When's the last time you went to Disneyland?
Oh, it's been far too long. The Star Wars land was not there the last time I was.
Oh, it's been a minute. Okay.
I think, honestly, might have been at least 10 years, actually.
Wow. Okay.
That's a major lapse on my end. So, we'll correct that in due time. But more importantly, though, because this is more correctable, I don't know, Star Wars land seems pretty cool. But what's even cooler than Star Wars land...
Sam. Come on. Real quick, before we get to that.
No, you're not going to start this show off by going at Disney adults, all right? Grow up, all right? We're talking about football.
You're telling me to grow up? You guys are all going without kids to Disneyland, and I know I'm offending a certain amount of people right now, people that I'm very close with that might be getting upset at me right now about this.
Your strollers ruin the experience for people who actually get it. Anyway, we are getting closer and closer to the start of football, Joe Spadoni, and that is what matters on this Tuesday morning.
I've had enough.
We got Baldy today.
Yeah, and Baldy will tell you, leave it to the kids at Disney World or Disneyland. That's what Baldy will tell you. He'll say you're a grown man going by yourself to Disneyland.
I'm going by myself.
You're going with another grown person. But you're not taking a kid.
Who the hell the kids?
No, it's not. It's literally about the kids. It's an amusement park. No. Amusement parks are for children.
Yeah, that's right. When Walt Disney opened it, he says for everybody. Everybody meaning only kids. That's great. Let's start off on a high note today. I love it.
It's a children's amusement park, and it's for children and by the children. And I believe the children are our future. And I believe that YouTube is our future. And it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, because we're streaming there. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, it's righteously brewed in San Francisco. And you already mentioned it. Hell, Salmon, I didn't have to do the tease. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, because it is a Tuesday, and that is what we get every single Tuesday on the roast going forward, all the way through the end of the season, post-Super Bowl. It's Baldy on Tuesdays at 7:30. Can't freaking wait for that. And what are we going to dive into today when it comes to Brian Baldinger and questions for him? There's a lot to get into. Juwan Jennings, Jake Moody, frustrations with this team from the fan base, the national perspective, because the great thing about Baldy is he's tight with every single team and all the different players, coaching staffs, GMs. He knows the league in totality, Sam, and he's going to give it to us straight. He's not going to sugarcoat or do a sugarcoat job on this thing when it comes to the 49ers. I think if, Michael Williams, the CJ West of the world, the Alfred Collins, the Upton Stouts, some of these young players emerge this season, we're going to be talking about a shift of expectations. And that might not start early. It might be halfway through the season or towards the latter part. But they're expecting Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch to get a lot of contributions from the young players. I wonder what Baldy's expecting from this team as we are less than 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. But it's a quarterback-driven league. And, I feel like with this contract that Brock Purdy received, the 5-year extension, was it $250 million, whatever it is, but you can talk about money. You can talk about the guarantees, whatever. They paid him to be the guy. Okay? He's paid to be the guy going forward. Patrick Mahomes is paid to be the guy. Lamar Jackson is paid to be the guy. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert. The list goes on and on and on. And now Brock Purdy is a part of those conversations. He is paid to be the guy. The training wheels are off when it comes to Brock Purdy now. It was a cute story. Last pick in the NFL draft, Mr. Irrelevant. Awesome. All right. You went to the Super Bowl. You were an overtime period away from winning it. You didn't. Last year, it was a reality check for the team and for Brock Purdy. It's not going to be a Disneyland ending, Sam. It's not going to be a Disney World where the last night at midnight or whatever it is, all the fireworks shoot off and everyone says, that's not what it is every single year.
I mean, that's what I said about Cinderella.
But it's not. The glass slipper broke last year, and it was bad. It was a tough season to cover from start. Hell, your first round pick got shot to start off the season. If that wasn't a sign of things to come, I don't know what was. And it was all downhill from there. But now it's time to kind of right those wrongs. If I'm Brock Purdy, now it's time for me to prove myself why I deserved all this money. Why they took a chance on me. Why I am the guy to bring this team back from the abyss of last season. And it starts, again, with the quarterback. And the expectations of the quarterback are always interesting to me, Sammy. Like, what are you expecting from Brock Purdy this season? I feel like we're kind of tiptoeing around the big topic that is the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers.
It's at a point now, again, like you said, with the money, everything about Brock is probably how we look at Brock is going to change this year. There are certain moments that took place last year in certain games where things went wrong. I think it's very easy to say, well, that's not Brock's fault. You can't get mad at him when Ronnie Bell drops the ball against the Rams. You can't get mad at him when Colton McKivitz whiffs a block against the Cardinals. But this year it's going to be a little bit different because now it's you're the high paid QB right now. Now, granted, most of that money starts kicking in next season, but it might as well be kicking in right now because that's how we're going to be looking at Brock this year as the guy who that contract is happening right now. The finer details of the NFL finances do not matter to the common fan. All they know is that Brock got a bag, so now it's time to perform. So, last year in situations where maybe we would look the other way on certain issues in a game that may or may not have been Brock's fault, this year it's going to be like, dude, you're QB. You got to figure it out. If your guy drops the ball on one play, it's up to you to come back the next play and figure out something better. If your offensive line isn't blocking well enough, you got to figure out a better way to utilize your legs and make plays happen. We don't give these excuses to guys like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. I'll take Patrick Mahomes out of that group because we do give him excuses now. Winning a Super Bowl does have its perks. But
Chris Collinsworth.
But Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, like all these other quarterbacks that are really good but haven't won anything yet, there's a level of expectation on them. It's just like you got to find a way because at the end of the day, you have no choice but to find a way to win. That's the NFL. It's a win or loss league. No one cares if you put up a bunch of yards in a loss. At the end of the day, we want wins. That's how it is here in the NFL. And for Brock Purdy, you could say whether or not wins are a QB stat or not, they will be for Brock Purdy this year.
I like when we said it's a winning or losing league, although you can tie. So there is that in the regular season. There are ties in the NFL still. But to your point, no one wants that. And I hate the saying, what is
like
it?
one or two a year.
No, the weirdest saying I've ever heard in sports, and we've all heard it, when it's like, oh, a tie is like kissing your sister. It's like that is the... I don't...
There are so many other things I would compare it to before I got to that.
That saying definitely originated in like Mississippi or Alabama or something. By the way...
Arkansas, where Jerry Jones is from.
There you go.
The connection is there.
We're talking about expectations around Brock Purdy, and we're talking about, can he improve this season? What does improvement look like for Brock Purdy? Is it not holding on to the ball too long? Is it... being more decisive? And I think a lot of the struggles that were on Brock Purdy last year, Sam, was a lack of trust. Why? Well, let's see. His favorite target, Brandon Ayuk, missed all of training camp due to a holdout, basically. Ricky Pearsall, the guy that they drafted as an insurance policy in the wide receiver room, he was either hurt or, as I mentioned, got shot, so he couldn't build a rapport with him. Deebo Samuel, let's be honest, his skill set in training camp is not route running. Although, he had some success with Brock at times in the past. George Kittle's George Kittle. That's a nice safety blanket for any quarterback to have. That's an old cliche. Quarterback's best friend is the tight end. Great. But he also didn't have his star running back, who was Offensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, in his first full kind of a reality check season for Brock Purdy, it wasn't an MVP caliber season, and it wasn't very good. I'd say it was, it was average. It was solid. It wasn't amazing. I think a lot of us, we get caught up in, look what was around him, as I alluded to. And it's just like, I thought he was amazing. I thought he was great. No, that amazing is what Josh Allen was last year, winning the MVP. I've been a little hard on Josh Allen in the past because I think he comes up short, and maybe it's not his fault. Maybe it's just the greatness of Patrick Mahomes, and he's just going to be, a notch above all those other guys in that conference in the AFC. And there's no fault in that. But I saw what Josh Allen had. What was it? Keon Coleman, Amari Cooper, Dalton Knox. Okay.
Dawson Knox.
Dawson Knox. Who's Dalton Knox? That's no one.
I don't know.
Dalton Schultz.
You might be thinking about
Dalton Kincaid. There you go.
You might be thinking about Dalton Connect.
I'm mixing up tight end names as I'm going through all these different fantasy things. All the names are getting thrown into my head.
George Bowers, Brock Kittle.
Thank you. But again, they're not exactly like these top echelon players at the skill positions. James Cook is. He's really good. But even James Cook, I don't know if he's a top 3 running back. Exactly. He's not. That's what you come to expect from a franchise quarterback. Now, how many guys can elevate all those around him like that? It's not many. It's what makes Josh Allen. Let's make Lamar Jackson. Let's make Joe Burrow. Although Joe Burrow, I'll argue, he's got his college teammate Jamar Chase thrown to him. It's pretty good. T. Higgins, pretty freaking good number 2. He'd be a number 1 on some teams. I say all that to say this, Sammy. How we grade Brock Purdy and how we judge him after every game this season is going to be fascinating. I don't know the criteria that we're going to be using to talk about Brock Purdy. What is it?
I think it's a simple pass-fail. Either you got the job done or you did not. I think that's going to be the heightened expectation. You talk about kind of what went wrong yesterday. Albert Breer actually sat down with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch separately, though. There's the Brock conversation I'm going to focus on here. And basically, he paints a picture of a quarterback who, and I think we saw this a lot last year, really tried to do too much. This is a guy who saw his guys around him, McCaffrey, Ayuk, all these others. Trent Williams was absent at times. You're losing your running backs left and right. This is a guy who, saw these guys kind of dropping off throughout the season last year and kind of put himself in a position where it's just like, I got to be Superman 2.0 at this point. And Baldy's talked about this in the past, and I want to kind of pick his brain on this a little bit more. We've noticed that when Brock gets into trouble, it's the moments where he's trying to do too much. He's trying to put too much on his plate, trying to make too much happen out of a play. And I feel like this year for Brock, the best way for him to get better is to maybe not try so hard to be that guy every single play, which sounds like a complete oxymoron for what we're saying in terms of how much is being put on him. But it's kind of one of those things, the simpler he can make it this year, the better off I think it will be for him going forward. That's going to be the key for him to take the step forward from last year, because he had an incredible year in 2023. Everything was going right. That last year, though, a lot of things went wrong. And Albert Breer writes, he believes that 24 already prepared him for all this being this upcoming season. Yes, he has to be good. He knows that. And last year, he felt it as the injuries hit with Ayuk, McCaffrey, Pearsall too, missing huge chunks of the season. The lesson learned, the answer for making up all the attrition is not to try to do too much on your own. That's what Albert Breer wrote about Brock Purdy. That's going to be, I think, the key for Brock Purdy. He's got to figure out ways to get better this year. He's got to figure out ways to improve, learn from what happened to him last year. But if he presses too much, if he tries to do too much, if he tries to put this team on his shoulders, then I think that's where things are going to start getting murky for him. Figuring out where that line is going to be for him this year, I'm curious to see how that pans out this year.
And it goes back to a key word, trust for me. It always comes back to trust. Any relationship, any solid foundation is built on trust, whether that's with your friend group, whether that's with your significant other, business partner, what have you. It's the same thing in sports, especially a team sport. You have to have trust built in. Trust in your head coach, and your head coach having trust in you. Let's be honest. I do think as we go back to San Francisco and just Kyle Shanahan's tenure here, I do think this is the most trust he's had in any of his starting quarterbacks. I don't think he had a tremendous amount of faith in Jimmy Garoppolo.
You don't think he believed in C.J. Beathard?
I don't think he believed in C.J. Beathard, Brian Hoyer, Trey Lance. I think he wanted to believe in Trey Lance, but he just couldn't either stay healthy. There was a disconnect there, Sam. I do think this is the most trust that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, quite frankly, have had in the quarterback position in San Francisco.
I'd even extend it to say that I think this is the first time that Kyle Shanahan's had a quarterback that he trusts since he was working with Matt Ryan. Because let's be honest, Brian Hoyer was a fill-in spot. You're the starting quarterback. Whatever happens this year happens. We don't care because Kirk Cousins is a free agent after the end of this season. Then he gets gift-wrapped Jimmy Garoppolo. Was never a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan intended to jump in bed with. And that ended up working for so long until Kyle was just like, yeah, this quarterback that fell into my lap just ain't it. He failed with the Trey Lance thing. Maybe he wanted Mac Jones the whole time. Maybe he didn't. We'll only know someday later on when the tell-all book comes out. But no, with Brock Purdy, this was a quarterback that kind of more or less fell into his lap with the last pick of the draft. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan had any expectations for Brock. But this is definitely the one quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has worked with in his time with the 49ers where it does feel like Kyle is completely at peace with who his quarterback is. There is no looking over that quarterback's shoulder for a better option. There is no, I need to have certain guys backing him up just so I can have something to jump to if I don't, feel good about this guy anymore. Say what you will about Mac Jones. I don't think that's the situation here. So, yeah, you talked about the trust. This is the most committed. Obviously, this is the most committed. They threw the $250 million at him. So,
well, they did pay, I will say, Jimmy Garoppolo early on, and at one point he was the highest paid quarterback, whatever. But that was more of just a necessity.
I think they panicked at that. Well, I don't want to say panic. I mean, he did finish the season 5-0 for them, and he looked pretty damn impressive doing it.
It was a necessity. They needed
rushed
to keep
into
someone.
it. Yeah.
I don't think they rushed into it, but I just think that they knew that they didn't have a quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo clearly showed that he was capable.
And his contract, I believe, was coming up, too. Because remember, he was in year 4 of his... So, I mean...
Timing is everything.
Yeah, if Jimmy, I'm sure, had 2 or 3 years left before his contract would have been up, then you're probably looking at a slightly different story there in terms of what happens. So, but this seems a better situation. I'm not breaking any news here than it did when Jimmy Garoppolo was getting that bag.
888-957-9570 is the number. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We're talking about trust right now in this team, and I do think there is a lack of trust when it comes to the 49ers fan base. Just, that's nature. I don't like getting mad at fans or upset at fans, feeling like, oh, you're so down on this team and you gotta be excited. This is the 49ers. You guys are just a year removed from being in the Super Bowl. I understand the fans' apprehension right now. I get it. Last year was a dumpster fire. Like, how are you expecting me to be all of a sudden excited just like that after what I saw last year when you were 6-11?
It's a good reason to be down, yeah.
You got rid of Dre Greenlaw. You got rid of Talanoa Hufanga. You got rid of Deebo Samuel.
Players.
You got rid of a lot of all-pro good players.
They helped you get to a Super Bowl, so I can understand why. And what's interesting, I want to get into this at some point in the show, is, as we were talking yesterday, Spadoni, about, the vibes around this team, the expectations of this team, what makes us feel good, what do we know, Jake Moody, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at our YouTube chat here, which is sponsored by First NorCal Credit Union. And there was you see a lot of people predicting the Niners seasons. And there were a lot of people, commenting 9-8, 8-9, 7-10. There is just not a lot. I don't want to say a lot of pessimism because, I mean, an 8-9, 9-8 season, while that is, a mediocre season, that's not a disaster season. So there's some optimism within this fan base that this team will win, a good amount of football games this year. But then our big boss man, Matt Nahigian, sent us an email last night and said, hey, look at this. And it was this Fox Sports NFL preview. And I'm scrolling through it, and they have all these national projections for every division and their records and whatnot. And these dudes at Fox got the Niners winning the NFC West. So I'm like, well, hold on. We're down on this team. What are we not seeing? I check all the Vegas odds boards. Yep. They all are betting on the Niners to win the NFC
right
West.
now, plus 155.
And last I heard, Vegas, they usually know their things. Carter, thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yeah.
Yeah, close enough. So there is a lot of noise and chatter outside the comfy confines of the Bay Area that is very like, hey, the Niners, that's a team that could be pretty good this year. And then here we are in our Bay Area bubble of doom where it's just like, oh, man, this season's going to suck. Where is the disconnect? Are we underselling what is possible for the Niners this year? Are the people on the outside just not knowing anything about what's going on here? So they're just saying, you know what, the Niners, they're a name. Let's pick them to win the West. Or are we correct? I don't know. I want to know where the disconnect is. Are they too hot on the Niners, or are we too cold on the Niners here in the Bay Area?
It's somewhere in the middle. And again, this is why, we have these conversations, because we want it in sports talk radio and in life to be black and white. We just want it, you're wrong or you're right. And I understand that aspect of the job, the hot take nature. We have to have two choices. There's gray area, though.
There's a light side and a dark side.
Listen, they were really good 2 years ago, and we're an overtime period away from winning the whole damn thing.
Or an extra point.
Last year, or an extra point, sure, whatever. That makes you sleep better at night.
I wish.
And last year, they were a last place team. Are they a last place team this year? Or are they a first place Super Bowl team? No, probably not either of those. You know where they are? Probably in the middle. But that's not fun to talk about. Oh, 9-8, 10 wins, 11 wins. Like there's somewhere in that range. Yep. Or maybe they're an 8-win team.
Got a clown to the left, a joker to the right.
There you go.
We are, just stuck in the middle.
Thank you. That's where they are right now. But they have an opportunity, and I think this is going to be a more fun season to talk about a team like that. I do think being, the hunter instead of the hunted in this scenario is going to be fun to talk about, because for so long they were the top dog, and now they got to climb their way back up that mountaintop again. And we hear it all the time. When you fall off Everest, it's so damn hard to refocus and retool. Last year, they fell and kept falling and falling and falling till they reached ground zero, and it was awful for them and to the fan base to watch. And we kind of had to recalibrate our expectations if I'm a Niner fan, heading into the season, and they don't know what to expect. But I'll say this, a lot of the odds right now are shifting towards the 49ers because one big fat question mark at the quarterback position down in Los Angeles. It has to do with Matt Stafford. And that's why Vegas is shifting right now. For all summer, it was the Rams as the favorite to win the NFC West. And now there's been a shift because of Matt Stafford's back. They don't trust him holding up. And a guy, quite frankly, outside of last year, that couldn't really hold up. He was hurt all the time. I mean, they got Jimmy Garoppolo as the backup. Anyone have faith in him? I mean, Stetson Bennett, the fourth? Please. We'll get into this on the other side. But 888-957-9570. I do want to talk about the trust factor here, Niner fans. Who do you trust more heading into the season? Is it the head coach or is it the quarterback? You trust Kyle Shanahan or you trust Brock Purdy more? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to pick this up on the other side. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky as I scramble to find my reads. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
I got to get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at SplashSportsBar.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
make a new hire, or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Fugazi, whatever you want to call it, is a woozy, is a wazi.
That's a good one, let me.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here. And I know Jonathan's going to be at the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit. And it's happening on Thursday, September 4th. That's next Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs going to be live from 2 to 4. And then the summit is going to happen right after that from 4 to 6 with all the hosts. That's me, that's Shasky, that's Steiny, that's Goo, that's Willard, that's Dibs. Come on out, hang with us, get ready for the football season. It's going to be great food, great place, and your chance to hang, again, with all the hosts. Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. That's like a tongue twister for me, Westfield Valley.
You got to say it 10 times really fast.
It's the F and the V that I get confused there. Come on out and get the season started with a bang, like Bang Bang Niner Gang. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. And I can go for a lobster roll right now at about 6:34. Maybe some hot Cheetos will get during the break, too. Why not?
Sprinkle it on top of the lobster.
Why not? Get a little spice action, a little crunch, Sam?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Nothing matters anymore.
Don't judge me. Only God can judge me.
Sure.
Maybe only Mickey Mouse these days, apparently, because, I just had a hot take that only, kids should be waiting in line in some of these rides with their parents or their loved ones or their aunts and uncles and all the Disney adults that are just ruining it for everyone. It's fine. I'll die on that hill. That's fine.
That's great. Yeah.
Are you dying on the Brock Purdy
happiest place
hill?
on earth, but we shut people out. That's how
it's
it works.
not the happiest place on earth because of certain people. They make it the unhappiest place. No, they make it the unhappiest place.
Yeah, that's what I see. I see all these parents happy with their kids, so happy with their choices.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
That's a great point, Priest. That was Priest of Palo Alto after he came back from Disneyland, actually. He wasn't talking about the Warriors. He was talking about waiting in line for the Peter Pan ride that broke down and all the Disney adults whining and crying about it.
Who goes on the Peter Pan ride?
The Disney adults do.
No, I'm not
That's
going to the stupid Peter Pan ride. Go on Space Mountain and Matterhorn and Thunder Mountain.
Right here.
The real
you can
one.
be Peter Pan for Halloween. You were in the green right now. You can get the little hat on right there. Little Captain Hook. That could be Carter in the background.
Fortunately, I need to think about some happy thoughts. That's a little difficult right now. So,
well, you know what? We are thinking about happy thoughts because the 49ers are making the playoffs this year, folks. All right, they're going to be a playoff team.
Wow, that's the call right there.
It's not even a hot take.
You locking it in?
It's not. I've been saying this for months. The Niners are a playoff team, and yet the way we're talking about them. I get it. We all have trauma from our past, from last season. It was very traumatic, PTSD. I understand. It wasn't very fun, but this is a new team, all right? It's a new season. There's been almost drama-free, and we'll get to Juwan Jennings, what's going on there.
You're so close.
You're just close. The Juwan Jennings thing, again, there's levels to what drama really is. I don't view it in the same way as I view it with Brandon Ayuk or as I view it with Trent Williams, maybe because I just don't view him as that dude. So maybe I'm just disassociating him as the player. And maybe that's disrespectful on my part because he was basically the de facto number one for Brock Purdy last year. But if you're the de facto number one on a bad team, what is that really telling you? Right? I don't know what that means. In a season that was basically lost, if you were a number one wide receiver, great. Awesome. Good for you. But let's also be honest. The number one guy.
He's number 3.
The number one guy last year was who? It was George Kittle.
Yeah.
Like, that was
also,
the
again,
guy.
you even take tight ends out of it. Like at the end of the day, Juwan Jennings is a number 3 receiver. Like on an average healthy team, that's where he's at. And like again, it was like we said this yesterday. Like I want you to get your bag, Juwan, but like you got to be reasonable too. And now you're starting to wonder, if they put him on IR, I don't know what that means in terms of just what that meant for the calf injury or if they're just really, really trying to play hardball. I mean, Matt Lively said this yesterday. We had him on a KPIX Sports Anger 5th quarter for Niners postgame. Valkyrie's pre and postgame. Got to say all of his titles. But he was like, why does this happen every year? And part of the reason why it happens every year is you do have a lot of very, very good football players. Deebo Samuel had his holdout after the year in which he basically played 2 positions. Nick Bosa had his holdout after, I believe, winning DPOY. Then you had Brandon Ayuk have his holdout after a year in which he was the Niners' number 1 receiver en route to a Super Bowl. Those situations make sense. When you're the number 1 receiver by default because receivers 1, 2, 3, and 4 go down ahead of you, and then you happen to kind of be the one guy who's available during a year in which everything is going, just kaput around you, that's not the same as those other instances here. And now you have a situation where, I don't know how good Juwan's going to be this year. He's not a number 1. He could not. Maybe he tops out as a number 2 someday, somehow. But now as we go into the season, he's clearly going to be behind the 8 ball. He's clearly going to be behind everybody else when it comes to just working him into the offense as the season starts here. this team cannot afford to have these slow ramp ups like he's going to be having this year. And I feel like that kind of plays into the pessimism around this team, is that at the start of the year, the first 3-4 weeks of the year, this is going to be far from a complete team, especially within the passing game. And then that ties into Brock Purdy in terms of just no one's going to care, because at the end of the day, it's going to be on Brock to find a way to get things done. And again, I'm curious how much Niner fans trust Brock to elevate this team right now, or if it is going to be a lot of, hey, Kyle, can you scheme something up for Brock here to cook with? You asked the question, who do you trust more, Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy? That's going to be an interesting battle, I think, to kind of go back and forth on throughout this show. I kind of want to lean with Brock a little bit more.
Really?
I'm going to believe in him in that I think he just has... I think one of Brock's greatest strengths, what I think truly separates him from the other quarterbacks that Kyle works with, is what goes on, in the mind, in between the ears. That's where a lot of the game is played. And I do think he has the mental makeup to just be able to overcome a lot of any physical shortcomings. He's a smart player. He knows how to get better. He knows how to avoid making, the same mistakes, more often than they should. And that's going to be the thing I want to see from Brock, because I read this stuff from Albert Breer here, and this
Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, Albert Breer wrote this in Sports Illustrated, and, he's talking about how he's losing sight of just, keeping the game simple, all these things about how he's trying to do too much. It seems like he's understood. He's been able to diagnose and properly treat what went wrong for him next year. Now it's just a matter of applying those lessons to this next season. And honestly, I think Brock's answered every single challenge that has been thrown at him. We talk about how he needs to prove himself with this new contract. There is a part of me that wonders, at what point is this dude going to have to just stop proving everybody? At what point are we just going to be good? All right, Brock, we're good now. You proved yourself. Go out and do your thing. Josh Allen, has he not proved himself? Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Matt Stafford. I don't know, maybe not about Goff. But, you see where I'm kind of going here. At some point, the doubts around Brock have to stop. And I'm wondering if this year is finally the year where we can just put all that to bed.
What are the doubts? They rewarded him with the contract. There are no more doubts. He is the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers going forward. It's not Mac Jones. It's not Tanner Mordecai. And it's not going to be Kenny Pickett, by the way. He got traded from the Browns to the Raiders.
Oh, you hope that was never even an option. I guess the what doubts is the doubts that he can be the true centerpiece of this team and put it on its back and carry him all the way to a Super Bowl again.
Who's doubting Brock Purdy still, and why? I would like to know. 888-957-9570.
I would like to know that too.
888-957-9570. If there are doubts around this 49ers squad and their chances this season, it's starting at the quarterback, because that's where it always starts. You lean on the quarterback. This is a quarterback-driven league. You feel good if you're the Chiefs. You feel good if you're the Bills. You feel good if you're the Ravens, the Bengals, all those other teams, the Eagles, because of the quarterback situation. If you're not feeling good about the Niners this year, leads me to wonder, you're not feeling good about the quarterback. Why is that? 888-957-9570. We'll get that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out, because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style, like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under, plus just what you need for fall, like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale starts tomorrow. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait,
What play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Big Pun? Dude, he's on a European extravaganza right now. Dude, he's in Italy, he was in Pompeii, on the Amalfi Coast. He's crushing it. Love me some Big Pun, and it's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky today and all week as Shasky is taking a much-needed break. He'll be back next week. And don't worry, he'll be at the summit. Oh, he'll get his Niner takes off. Best believe that. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We got Brian Baldinger joining us at 7:30. 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns. They are back. And Baldy's sticking around.
Oh, heck yes.
All through the rest of the season, Sammy. All the way through the Super Bowl.
All the way through the Super Bowl?
February through Christmas, New Year's,
Awesome.
Valentine's Day. Maybe that's happening at the same time. But we'll have Baldy.
Well, I would certainly hope so. That's why I asked Matt Nahigian to give us. So
7:30.
Shout out producer tasks.
And you can see his beautiful face when he joins us on the YouTubes as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? You know why Baldy's the best? Because this guy is literally going to be swimming with the fish. Or I like when they say swimming with the fishes.
Swimming with the fishes, what?
Yeah, dude, he's out in like Florida. He does his thing.
Oh,
He's chilling. He's snorkeling.
As long as he's not sleeping with them.
No, not sleeping. He's swimming with them. Come on, Sam, you're talking to Paisan. Relax, dude. Relax. By the way,
really? I didn't know that.
We lost a legend of the Sopranos over the weekend, over the last couple days.
Oh.
Our guy,
oh, no.
Jerry Adler passed away. He played Hesh on the Sopranos. He was 96 years old. It's a good life right there. 96, it's a good life. And he has one of the great lines in the entire show. It's in the first season, and Hesh is one of like the not a consigliere per se, but he's one of the guys that Tony leans on in the show. And he comes over to Tony. He's like, Tony, and this is when Uncle Junior takes control of the crew. He's the boss, right? Or the de facto boss, if you will. And he walks up to Tony. He's like, Tony, he's taxing me. He's taxing me, Tony. Like his kid died. He's taxing me, Tony. I got to get out of here. It's one of the great lines. I'm not doing it justice, but Jerry Adler, who played Hesh, rest in peace. He passed away over the weekend. And just sucks. It sucks when so you start seeing those guys that are getting older and older and older and serious.
It's not fun.
I mean, 96. I didn't even know he was still with us. So it was just a reminder about, we're getting older, Sam.
I try not to think about that part.
We are, though. It is. We're not that old. We're still in our prime, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I am at least.
Oh, I don't think I am. I'm good. It's all downhill. Once you have, I feel like that sometimes, Priest. I feel like that, but the Niners aren't. The Niners aren't too old.
They got a lot of youth this year. All these rookies, like we're seeing a lot of this
youth. His prime, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd
Brock
think.
Purdy might not even be entering his prime yet. His prime might still be to come.
Ooh.
Imagine that. Imagine if we have not seen the best of Brock Purdy yet. I don't think we've seen the best of Brock Purdy yet. I would certainly hope we haven't seen the best of Brock Purdy yet.
I teased heading into this break, why are we doubting Brock Purdy? If there are Niner fans that are doubting him and doubting the 49ers, I do believe it starts at the quarterback position. And what are the doubts with Brock? Is it because we've already seen his peak and we think he's just on the decline already? I mean, the guy's in his mid-20s. He's in his mid-20s. Hell, Bo Nix, I think, is older than this guy. He's in his second year.
He's going into his age 26 season, Brock Purdy.
So he should be in his prime.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be feeling good about our quarterback then? Right?
This is when you're going to start seeing it again. That you're hoping that the talent around him is going to be, consistent this year, but also you're hoping it's going to get better as it, gets built up around him over these next couple of years as Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch embark on the third iteration of this 49ers roster that they have. And unlike the past two iterations, they do have their quarterback in place now. So, you got to hope that with what the 49ers are planning for the future, and again, as I cite this Albert Breer article here, Albert Breer, who obviously covers the NFL at large for Sports Illustrated, he talked with John Lynch about, this, call it a rebuild, call it a retool, call it a restock, call it a re-ever, what you want to call it here. The Niners, they feel very optimistic. They have the blueprints they could follow. John Lynch said, the Rams have done a nice job of doing that. They never missed a beat and stayed competitive. And then Buffalo, obviously, it helps when you have Josh Allen, but we've got Brock Purdy. At some point, you have to pay the piper, and this was the year that we needed to cleanse it a little, and I think it'll give us some flexibility moving forward. You'll have flexibility. You got new talent in. You're out with the old. You're in with the new. It's creating this next new great era of 49ers football, and now it's just a matter of, how competitive will they be when they do this? It's like we get triggered with this phrase, are they in their own little two timelines plan? Probably not. I think they're trying to rebuild, and whatever happens in that process happens. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not. But overall, I think it bodes well for a good future direction for this organization. I think that's only going to be good for Brock Purdy.
Well, and what would be good for Brock Purdy is getting your guy Juwan Jennings back in the building and practicing. And is it the calf? Is it the hold-in? Is it the holdout? Both sides are frustrated, according to Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard in his latest article for them, talking about Juwan Jennings and the holdout. Again, we're less than 2 weeks now from the start of the regular season in Seattle. Week 1, no Juwan Jennings, no contract. His agent, Drew Rosenhaus.
Canes legend.
Another guy that requested a trade yesterday and is now holding out, Jacoby Myers of the Las Vegas Raiders. His agent, Drew Rosenhaus.
The Canes legend.
Juwan Jennings. Jacoby Myers. Same age, damn near identical stats last year. Jacoby Myers for the Raiders, 87 receptions, 1,027 yards. All right, get that? Juwan Jennings, 77 receptions, 975 yards. And remember, Juwan got, basically ejected from that last game. He didn't really get to put up more numbers, although they probably would have been identical almost. So pretty close. Touchdowns, 6 for Juwan, and then 4 for Jacoby. Very similar. Both these guys and their heights, I think, they're only like an inch or two apart. 6'2" for Jacoby, 6'3" for Juwan. And they're both trying to get paid. They both feel like they are undervalued. I think Jacoby's set to make $10 million this year, which is a little bit more than what Juwan is set to get, a couple more million. But again, these guys want to get paid. They don't want to be, slotted in with the Darius Slaytons of the world, the Tutu Atwells of the world. They think much higher of themselves, and I think Drew Rosenhaus, their agent, thinks much higher of them than those other guys, right? So they're holding out, they're requesting trades, they're doing whatever you got to do. Because when I saw that yesterday, when I got the notification from Rap Sheet, Pelissero, whoever it was about the Jacoby Myers, I was like, could maybe the Niners do like a little switcheroony between, Jacoby Myers and Juwan Jennings? Not that they were going to do that, but
It'd be kind of difficult to do. I mean, again, with Jacoby Myers making $10 million and potentially more, and Juwan Jennings' salary is $1 million, just a shade under $2 million.
It's a lot
and he's
more,
looking
yeah.
for. So, and again, and this goes into this. Everyone loves to talk about money in the NFL. The Niners clearly, there's a level of spending they don't want to do for whatever reason. Partly, I'm guessing, is because they got buku dollars they got to start paying to guys like George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Brock Purdy in the coming years. Fred Warner's deal, that's going to be kicking in next year, I believe, as well. There's clearly a resistance to spending that the 49ers have here to a degree where it's just, this might be their receiver situation. I don't know if there's more outside help coming, more outside help like Sky Moore. I don't think there's any more of that's going to be coming there for the 49ers right now.
Well, right after that Jacoby Myers, report where he's, he requests a trade or holding out, whatever, this is posturing. They'll probably get something done, or maybe they'll trade him. We'll see. Well, there's a lot of desperate teams out there looking for wide receiver help, and Jacoby Myers was one of the best in the NFL last year, for sure. The Raiders pivoted and signed Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 year, $3.5 million.
Can
now
get up to $6 million.
Can get up to $6 million, yes, with roster bonuses per game and incentives. So,
but I mean,
$3.5 million for Amari, and if I'm a Niner fan, we couldn't do that.
Well, that kind of goes into what I was.
That?
They're clearly, that's how reluctant to spend they are. Again, I'm sure they have some money earmarked for what they eventually want to give Juwan Jennings, but that was when I'm thinking about why couldn't the Niners be in on that? I thought that's a legitimate question. Why weren't the 49ers in on Amari Cooper?
Well, apparently they were, Sam. According to reports, they were in on him, but Amari chose the Raiders instead of the Niners?
It's going to be a no for me, dog.
So
Why?
I got two potential theories as I do my Brian Windhorst fingers here. Theory number one is obviously there's that spending thing I was just talking about. Maybe the Niners, maybe Amari's like, I want 3.5, and the Niners like, we'll give you a 2.5. And Amari's like, well, I guess I'll take that 3.5 from the Raiders. That's a theory. It's some reckless speculation.
Taxes, California versus
exactly.
Nevada. Yeah.
Sure, I try to not believe into that. But the other theory I have, it's more football related, is that when you look at what the Niners receiving core is right now, it's not great. It's far from awful, though. So you're starting the season. George Kittle is probably your number one pass catcher. We went over this yesterday. Ricky Pearsall, he's going to be your wide receiver number one, but he's basically pass catcher number two. Let's be generous and assume that, what's his name? Juwan Jennings, which apparently that's not even his real name.
No, his real name. Well, I just was looking up Juwan, and apparently on his Wikipedia page, shout out Wikipedia because it's the bastion of knowledge there, Benny Juwan Jennings. So his middle name's Juwan, but he goes by Juwan, not Benny. I kind of like Benny Jennings. It's pretty good.
Benny and the Jens.
It's also my son's name, Benny, so should I be calling him Juwan
Spadoni?
It's pretty good.
You're an idiot. When you get home tonight, just be like, Ben, I need to sit you down. Your name's Juwan now. And then just see how he reacts. I'd be curious about that.
You know what? I love it. Shout out Oakland, baby. Juwan Spadoni. Let's go.
There you go.
Let's go.
Anyway, so Juwan will be generous and say he's pass catcher number 3 week one.
Man.
Amari Cooper, if he does join the Niners, he's basically the fourth option on this team. Then DeMarcus Robinson comes back. You're probably the fourth or fifth. Then Brandon Ayuk comes back. Now you're probably the fifth or sixth option. I can see why Amari Cooper, if he's looking to go to a team where he's going to be involved in the offense, I can see why the Raiders, where you're behind Brock Bowers, maybe Jacoby Myers in terms of the pecking order, might be a better option for him than going to the Niners and being buried as the 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th receiver on the depth chart. And that's, again, those are the working theories I'm going with. Maybe he just hates San Francisco. I don't know.
888-957-9570. Niner fans, should the 49ers have offered more to get Amari Cooper in a red and gold uniform? $3.5 million for the Raiders. Feels like the Niners, who were reportedly in on him, could have splurged a little bit more. Would that have shifted some of your expectations? Should I have done that to reward the quarterback, that you just signed to a massive contract, the highest paid player in the history of the organization, Brock Purdy? You want to help out your quarterback, right? Hell, Amari Cooper was just playing with Josh Allen last year. The Bills was trying to help out their franchise quarterback, who they paid a lot of money. They had a rookie in Keon Coleman. They knew that wasn't enough. Hey, let's go out and get Amari Cooper. Now, did Amari Cooper do a whole hell of a lot there? No, he did not. Kind of stunk, actually. But again, maybe that's why. Maybe the Niners just think they're cooked, but clearly there was some interest. Was it Juwan Jennings related or not? I'm not sure. I don't even know if the Raiders move was Jacoby Myers related to bringing Amari Cooper, or maybe they were talking to him all this time. Again, there's history there. Obviously, it's the franchise that drafted him when they were in Oakland, playing on the dirt infield, Alabama, top 5 pick. We remember it all. That was back when we were the flagship. Hell, Amari Cooper sneakily, by the way, been in the league for 10 years. He's 10,000 receiving yards. He's been around a minute. He's had a good career.
He really has. It's
pretty underrated. I think he's lived up to that top 5 pick. Some might not think that, but it's pretty incredible. He's got 64 receiving touchdowns. Pretty good career so far. I do think he has some left in the tank. I don't think he's cooked. But as you mentioned, Sam, he'd be a 2 or a 3 on the Niners. Probably a 3 if Juwan Jennings comes back. Maybe he's the 4. But again, I cannot have enough talented players. And a guy with Amari, he's not big, Sam, but the route running's there. You know what you're getting as a route runner, and that translates. I don't care if you're 31, 32, 33. If you're an elite route runner, you could play in this offense. And he could block.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what happened in Buffalo last year, because when he went there, I thought that was going to be a massive boost for them. He only got 32 targets, 20 receptions, just a shade under 300 yards there last year. And what I thought would be a system that would be very beneficial for him, having a guy like Josh Allen throwing to him. So I am kind of curious how much Amari Cooper going into his age 31 season does have left in the tank. But no, it would have been a massive help for the Niners, I think, to have a guy like that. But clearly, I guess just the stars just did not perfectly align for Amari. Again, we don't know. It's a two-way street. He has to want to come to the Niners too. So I don't know how much of this was, he just wanted to go to a better spot with the Raiders. Maybe he just likes Las Vegas more. I don't know. There's lots of different variables that go in here that we just, unfortunately, we're just not privy to. And on the outside looking in, I see a team with $44 million in cap space that didn't want to spend $3.5 to $6 million tops to bring in a receiver for a team that needs receiving help. And again, 49er fans, I understand the frustration there, but I don't think this necessarily, just because they didn't get Amari Cooper, does not necessarily mean that the passing game is just going to be shot all season long. You're going to be getting guys back. You're going to get Demarcus Robinson back after 3 games. That could have been a longer suspension, and he looked good. I liked what I saw from him in the preseason. If he's your 3rd or 4th best pass catcher, I'm rolling with that.
But you got to ease him in now because he's going to be suspended for 3 games. He can't do any team activities. He can't be practicing with the team.
But at least he made the training camp, though.
No, he did. But again, you're talking about 3 weeks base. He's not going to be on ice per se, but he's going to be working out in his own, I'm assuming. But again, he has to be slowly ramped up because the last thing you want to do is giving him a full workload to start off the season. Week 4, I guess it would be for him, and I know he's going to appeal it. We'll see. Probably going to lose. I don't think he's going to win that. If he does, great.
That does what, though? Maybe shaves a game off?
Maybe.
Which that wouldn't be nothing.
No, it wouldn't be. But again, I don't know what to expect from him. And then Juwan Jennings, who's dealing with the calf and also, been holding in, he's been gone. You can't have enough depth on a team that is struggling for depth, Sam.
I don't know when Jacob Cowing's going to be back.
Over-prepared, right, than under-prepared, always. So you can never have too much depth when it comes to that. Well, sometimes you can. Maybe, the Warriors feel like that and you get too many mouths to feed. But Amari Cooper, I'm feeling some type of way that the Raiders got him and the Niners didn't if I'm a Niner fan today. Really? We couldn't have 1 year, $6 million, $7 million? We couldn't have just done that. Like, really?
People are tightening their belts these days, Spadoni. Money doesn't get you as much as it used to anymore.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Sam Lebanon for Joe Shasky. Joe Spadoni here. We got Brian Baldinger, Baldy's Breakdowns, 7:30, previewing this Niners season. And that's a fact, by the way. Like, the $5 has become like what the $1 used to be. Like, you have to have at minimum $5 for anything these days. It's
you want to know?
Absolutely
You
insane.
know the best sign. We'll go to the calls in just 27 seconds. The sign of times of how bad it's gotten. Like a Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell is $8 now.
What?
It used to be hard. It used to be hard to spend $10 at Taco Bell. Now you just you breathe. You're already spending $3 there.
Gotta get the apps.
Well, what about Cheat Day Friday? I mean, good God.
It's a cheat day. Like, you get one cheat day a month now at this point. You can't afford a cheat day Friday.
I love all my fast foods.
I'm still going to go to Taco Bell. I'm just going to grumble about it.
They used to have this deal at Taco Bell. Shout out being gordito, being a fatty right now. But they used to have this $2 meal deal back when I was in high school. It was a beefy 5-layer burrito, a bag of Doritos chips, and like a small drink for $2. Dude, I would smash all those, and you get the free refill after it. Dude, high school. Doesn't get better than that. Doesn't get better than David in Fremont, though, who wants to join the conversation. I'm sure he has a Taco Bell order that he wants to share as well. David, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
What up, fellas? What up? Y'all need to get away from that Taco Bell, though, because that stuff will send you straight to the restroom afterwards. But I don't care.
That's where I do my best work.
Right? I don't care how expensive it is. That's where you're going. Real quick, we're talking about the 49ers and not getting Amari Cooper and landing another wide receiver. I think that, like, Kyle Shanahan throughout his career has made it pretty clear, and he said it many, many times, that he prefers to run the ball. I actually wanted them to try to maybe pick up another wide receiver as well, too, but then I started thinking about it, and I'll take my comment off the air. If you got a healthy CMC and you got Brian Robinson Jr. and they're, ripping off 4 to 5 yard runs, and you're giving them, 20 to 15, anywhere between 15 to 25 touches per game, you're going back and forth. You might not need to put the ball in the air all that much. You know what I mean? So if you somehow can get this contract thing with Jawan worked out, which kind of makes me a little scared that he's going through a calf injury, because, we've seen a bunch of people in the Bay Area with calf injuries, and then it can lead to Achilles injuries or hamstring injuries. So, but yeah, I just think that if they're running the ball effectively, they might not need to put the ball in the air, 20, 25, 30, 40 times like some of these passing teams, because I think they want to bring back their old formula, which is run the football, play really good defense, control the line of scrimmage, have those, long possessions that are like 5 to 8 minutes long with just, running the football. And then, if you have to, you put it in the air. You got Kittle, you got Pearsall, you got some weapons. And then, if something happens during the season, injuries pop up, you go out, you make some moves. But to be honest with you, I think right now I'm kind of interested to see how it'll work out. And I think that if we're running the ball effectively and playing good defense, we might not have to throw the ball, and our wide receiver holes might not be as predominant. I'm more concerned about and I'll take off the air right now. I'm more concerned about the secondary depth and the O-line depth. So,
yeah. Hey, Dave, before you hang up here, I'm going to throw a question out here, because you're talking about the passing game, and two of the big X factors always in the passing game is the guy throwing the ball on Brock Purdy and the guy calling the plays and Kyle Shanahan. We threw the question out, who do you trust this year more, Brock or Kyle? Who are you just feeling better with right now between those two? Brock Purdy throwing the ball or Kyle Shanahan calling the plays?
Oof. Wow, that's a good question. Got to go Shanahan, right? I mean, it's his team, it's his offense. These are some of his guys. Most of his guys. I mean, they've had all the opportunities. They had the draft. They had free agency. They could have went out and got some more. I think that honestly, that's a great question, because to me, Brock Purdy's still got some stuff to prove. He's still young. He's still, but he's the guy. He's got the tools. He can get better. Shanahan's kind of in that point of his career where it's kind of, he needs to either step up, in my eyes, you either need to kind of step up or step off, dude, because the whole, offensive guru and quarterback guru and, great offensive schemes and all that type of stuff, it only goes so far unless you're, hoisting a Lombardi trophy. You know what I mean? Ask all the guys, like the Andy Reids and stuff like that got over the hump, It's a hard thing to get, but if you want to get into that category, you gotta get it. You know what I mean?
David.
So,
No, it's a great call. That's David in Fremont, courtesy of River Islands. As all guests in 95.7 The Game of PR on the River Islands guest line. It's tough for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. No, I love David, and that's a great.
Broke it down pretty well, actually.
He did, and I'm in agreement with him because I teased it, and I didn't give my answer because, I like to tease even my own answers. That's what we do here on the Morning Roast. It's the morning tease. I trust Shanahan more than I trust Brock Purdy right now. I trust that Shanahan will put Brock in a position to succeed more than I trust Brock right now to execute said game plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see that, especially after we saw last year. And again, as we mentioned, there were times last year where, again, Brock kind of becomes his own worst enemy when he tries to force big plays to happen. And that's where he was bit a lot last year. So I can understand why you would feel that way.
And who do you trust more right now heading into the season, Niner fans? Is it Brock Purdy orchestrating the offense, or is it Kyle Shanahan trying to put Brock Purdy in the best position to succeed? 888-957-9570, because there's some disconnect right now when it comes to this season and Niner fans and their feeling and some trepidation. And I do think the addition, as David and Fremont was alluding to, of Brian Robinson Jr. is going to be massive for this team. Yeah, absolutely massive.
And Dave mentioned something there on his call there where kind of downplaying the concerns about the wide receiver depth or lack thereof, so to speak. This is a run-first team, especially now with McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr. on board. We know Kyle likes to hit that 30-carry plateau. And the more they can run the ball and the less they can throw the ball, I think that will be better for Brock and this team overall. Spadoni, you know what the Niners' record is when Brock Purdy throws the ball at least 30 times in a game?
You want to tease it?
Sure.
There you go. That's a tease right there. So if the 49ers are going to turn into a throw-first team, might not be the best thing, I think is Sam.
Well, it's okay and sometimes.
Oh, it's okay sometimes. All right. Well, that's another tease for you right there. But the biggest tease of all is Brian Baldinger coming up on the other side. 7:30, Baldy Breakdowns. Shark Week on a Tuesday here. Sam Loveman, Joe Spadoni, and it's brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen pack. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JPMorgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Lowe's has the Labor Day deals you need to give your home a new look. Buy one, get one free select interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Then, add the final touch with 2 for $8 on select 2.5 or 3-quart mums. Refresh your home and save big while doing it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Mums offer in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Wow. You know, I got a producer in there. You know what he just uttered into my ear, Carter Chickering?
Was it today's over-under for the Giants?
He just said, act like you care.
Just act.
No. He gets nervous because he thinks as he
Dude's
gets to
wearing
rejoin,
a mask back there.
He's playing the music. He's immunized. He's good now.
Cares about his health.
Him
What a
and
loser.
him and Throw Rogan.
He wants to be healthy. He's responsible.
You know, he gets nervous. He's banging on the glass like I don't hear the rejoin music. Spoiler alert, I do. I don't know if you know this, Carter. I used to do a solo show for like a couple of years by myself in here, so I had to do it all.
I didn't know
I do
that.
it all from literally in here. Sam helped me out occasionally, and I appreciate it. He had to screen the calls at times. But sometimes when he wasn't here, you know what I'd do? I'd take the calls blind. I'd say, let's go to so-and-so who's waiting on hold. And they didn't even know if it was them.
Shut up.
They didn't even know. So I'm built for this, Carter. Get on my level, okay? I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does. Can't confirm that. I did grow up in an age where
Okay.
I'm just going to leave it alone.
Let's not go at those kind of ages right
here. We got
here.
Baldy coming up in 12 minutes. Brian Baldinger, Baldy Breakdowns. Can't wait to talk all things red and gold with Baldy and maybe touch some of the top storylines around the league. I wonder if Baldy's a Love Island guy, though, because the Love Island reunion was last night on Peacock. It was okay. It was okay.
You're saying words. I assume they have meaning.
Well, it's a big deal, Sam. It was the most streamed show of the summer, Love Island, and the reunion was yesterday on Peacock.
Are they just not streaming other shows?
No, it was just dominated everything. If it was a sports reference, it would be, the Warriors with KD. It dominated this summer, like Kevin Durant with the Warriors.
So it's ruining the NBA?
Well, what's ruining everything on Love Island yesterday for me? It was Ace and Shelley. I'm just out on them as a couple, as anything. I'm just so done with them. Austin was funny. I'm still in on Nick and Alandria, the couple. That's what they're called. It's Nick and Alandria. They call them Nick and Alandria. In on them. I also realized that Hannah, one of the contestants this summer, she went to Monterey High School, but in my neck of the woods where I grew up. So there you go. The more you know.
Same grade?
Hannah. No, because she's like in her early 20s. Like most of these people are in their early 20s in the show. And
that's the most responsible.
Huda, still out on Huda. Who dat? Who cares? Huda. There you go. And thus concludes my Love Island reunion takes. Because I know all of you care so much about it in the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. You can also weigh in on your Love Island reunion takes if you'd like. 888-957-9570. We're talking about Brock Purdy throwing the ball more potentially this year, and I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, they brought in Brian Robinson Jr., Sam. It's going to be a run-first offense. We know that with Kyle Shanahan. We got a healthy Christian McCaffrey. So there should be some positives alone there. We didn't have Christian McCaffrey to start off the season last year, Sam. We're going to have that. If I'm a 49er fan, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Now, the Juwan Jennings thing, we'll see. Signing Amari Cooper and Amari Cooper going to the Raiders. If I'm a Niner fan right now, I was like, really? I'd feel a lot better if we had Amari Cooper right now than if we didn't, and we don't. But you had a stat that you teased about Brock Purdy.
I got a stat that not even Brock Purdy knows about.
There you go.
As I get my inner Chris Townsend on.
That's a 3.
So David Fremont called in last segment. He said, with Christian McCaffrey back and Brian Robinson Jr. on.
Fremont call all show long.
Well, hey, when you come in throwing, the smoke like he was, you're going to be using the content that you create. So, but he brought up a good point about how the Niners obviously being a run-first team. Duh, we know that. And we do know that Kyle loves to hit that 30 carries mark. We went into great length yesterday, talk about how we want that to look. Basically, with Brian Robinson Jr. on board, you can give him about 10 carries a game, take that load off Christian McCaffrey, and you should be able to get to 30 carries a game without running your prize running back into the dirt. Which means that you would, in theory, have to throw the ball not as much. So in his career, Brock Purdy, when he has to throw the ball 30 or more times, he is 5-10 in the regular season when he has to throw the ball 30 or more times. 1-7 last year when these guys had to throw the ball at least 30 or more times. That one win coming in Tampa, the infamous Jake Moody game, where he got chopped and then made the game-winning field goal.
That's right. The wind was swirling that day. The winds were insane.
Well, there's a lot of fans moving behind the goalpost, too, which I think threw him off as well.
We're moving the goalpost on his stats.
There
Continue.
We go. But conversely, he's 3-1 in the playoffs when throwing the ball 30 or more times. So that's why it's not a great stat, but sometimes it is a good stat. So I don't know really what to make of the 3-1 of the playoffs, but last year I kind of, went through all those games when Brock threw at least, 30 times and try to figure out, how much was on him, how much wasn't. There was a lot of those games where when you're throwing a lot like that, it's because you're trying to, score quickly. You're trying to move downfield quickly. That's what passing does. A great way to cover long distances over a short period of time. And there's a lot of those games where, like the Minnesota game, the Arizona game. There was also the Minnesota game, that first Cardinals game, even the Rams game. There was that rainy Rams game where just a lot of times the defense just wasn't getting you stops when you needed it, and that kind of put you behind the 8 ball, forced you to throw a little bit more.
That was easily his worst game of the year. I'm looking at it right now. 14 of 31 for 142 yards. It was a slog.
Sorry, I'm getting the Rams. There's the first Rams game, too, where you had some shoddy defense there. You had some shoddy special teams in that one. You had the infamous Ronnie Bell drop in that one. That second Rams game, you had the infamous Debo off the gut drop as well. Those were very costly errors there that by and large, Brock really had no say in. The end of the Arizona game I mentioned earlier, Colt McKivitz whiffs a block there. Brock gets drilled, throws the game-sealing interception. And I remember this is the question I asked Baldy about last on Christmas Eve last year when I was doing the show with Jake Hutchinson. Like, how do you account for that? And maybe if you want to go back and pull his answer, I'm throwing you guys on the spot here. Baldy on December 24th of last year.
Oh,
basically, basically he just kind of said, like, it's not on the quarterback, but it basically is on the quarterback. So, that these are going to be the responsibilities Brock has this year. It's kind of one of those, like, I don't care that you're in a tough situation because of the defense. You might be in a tough situation because you didn't execute on a drive earlier in that game. There was, let's see, I believe it was the Cardinals game where they had, they came up short on a 4th and long because Brock had a bad sack, then a couple bad incompletions there. Maybe you come through on that drive. You're not in that hole come the fourth quarter there. So these are the new ways I think we're going to be judging Brock Purdy this year in terms of it's just being a pass or fail. You can't just blame your teammates anymore when things don't come up. Now it's a matter of you got to find ways in different parts of the game to come through so that later in the game it's not as, you're not at risk of one thing kind of swinging the game one way or the other.
Are we going to be box score watching Brock Purdy this season, Niner fans? Or are we judging him solely off wins and losses? How are we grading this year for Brock Purdy? Because he is set in stone. He's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. He's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. This guy's sticking around. So for as much as we wanted to hammer the stats, oh, look what he didn't do here, look what he didn't do there. Like, it's about wins and losses at this point, Sam. That's where I am at. Like, that's when you have your quarterback. You're judging them off wins and losses. How are they judging Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City? Do you think they care if he throws 3 picks in a game?
No.
Kansas City, they don't care.
I mean, you look at what he did last year. He had by his own right, a down year. And that's because Patrick Mahomes, he's in the side quest part of his life. The only number that matters in his career is whatever number is next to the Lombardi Trophy count.
Do you think that the Bengals, the Ravens, the Bills care about regular season stats for their quarterbacks or whether they win the game or not?
I mean, at this point, for those teams, there's only one number that matters, and that is the number in the scoreboard against the Chiefs and hoping that number is bigger than the Chiefs' number.
That's how I'm looking at this season. I'm looking at it at wins or losses. And yes, wins are not a quarterback stat, but they can be very telling. Again, it used to drive me nuts on these airwaves, and that would be the talking point with a former quarterback here in the Bay, one Jimmy Garoppolo. And it was, they win. Jimmy's a winner. Jimmy's a winner. The amount of times we had to compare him versus Derek Carr and the organizations. Mm-hmm. See, Derek Carr is not a winner. He's
his players don't go to bat for him like they do with Jimmy.
See, I think if you put Derek Carr on the Niners, I think they're almost the same team. I do believe that. Hell, I think maybe they would have been a little better because Derek Carr's arm's a little bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo's. Now, who's the tougher quarterback? I think Jimmy might be a little tougher than him. I think he gets up a little bit more. He takes a little bit more punishment. But again, there's more medicine balls being thrown.
They're two sides of the same coin.
It just drives me nuts.
Where one is good, the other is bad. Where one is bad, the other is good.
Yes, and it just drove me nuts talking about wins and losses in that regard because it didn't tell the full story of the actual quarterback in the game itself. I do think Brock is a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. He has had infinitely, his best season blows Jimmy Garoppolo's best season out of the water. He was a legit MVP candidate. We were talking about Brock maybe being the leader in the clubhouse up until that Christmas matchup against the Baltimore Ravens.
Christmas night massacre.
He wet the bed. Lamar Jackson didn't. I mean, the ref tripped Lamar Jackson. I'll never forget that.
Tried to help us.
It was me and you talking to Baldy, I think the day after that or a couple days after that game.
I think it was the week after. I actually almost blew up the station that day because I got sick that day.
Oh, you almost infected everyone?
No. Like I was basically going to do the morning show and then board off the midday show, and then I got sick at the last second, and Nahegan had to come in and basically do everything for me.
Shout out Matt Nahegan, jack of all trades, master.
Done that.
There you go. Well, but again, that's what we're talking about.
You bring up an interesting point there because we're going to be judging Brock off the wins and losses. That's what matters most. But then at the same time, we didn't like to do that for Jimmy here. Why? And maybe we can pick this up on the other side after we talk to Baldy here.
No, that's not true. Well, I didn't do that for Jimmy. People did, though. People use that as an argument.
But we could use wins and losses. Well, I'm not just trying to come down your road on this. I want to kind of take a step back.
You think I'm contradicting myself a little bit?
No. I want to get a sense of the lay of the land here. Is it, why do the wins and losses for Brock matter when maybe they didn't for Jimmy. I'm not maybe asking like why you look at it that way, but like why are we in that situation now where we were reluctant to point at the wins and losses for Jimmy, but maybe now we're more open to point at the wins and losses for Brock?
If we're using an analogy here, I'll go like an orchestra, if you will. There's a conductor of said orchestra that makes sure everything is up to snuff, okay? That's going to be the quarterback in this analogy, all right? Jimmy was not the conductor of the San Francisco 49ers offense. He was playing the tuba, okay? That's what he was doing. He was the tuba player, and you know what?
Tuba's
Sometimes
cool.
It sounded horrible. Sometimes it sounded pretty good, and it was all working, all right? But he was not the conductor of said orchestra. I do believe Brock Purdy, within this offense, with the trust of his head coach, Kyle Shanahan, will be the conductor of the orchestra this season in San Francisco. He's been that in the past. And again, he keeps talking about playing within himself and not forcing it like he was doing last year. He felt, and this is the quote, again, you're referencing the Albert Breer article. He was referencing, not being Superman. He felt like he had to be Superman a lot last year. He doesn't need to be Superman. All right. Can he be, I don't know, part of the Justice League, but he's not Superman? Green Lantern. You want to do that analogy? Sure. You could be Green Lantern. But again, that's talking about...
Can he be Iron Man?
Can he be Iron Man? That's
like that.
See, I like that more because Iron Man was still, one of the leaders, right? He
made everyone look cool.
Again, Patrick Mahomes, he couldn't be Superman. He had to be Superman last year for the Chiefs, and it wasn't enough. Like, one player can't do it all. And I think we noticed that last year. Even if Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson was the quarterback of the Niners last year, I don't think that's a playoff team. I don't. I do think they could maybe a win or two, maybe, but again.
But then you're an 8-win team and you're still not in the playoffs.
That defense, I don't care. Like, you saw Joe Burrow have one of the greatest offensive seasons ever last year, and they weren't a playoff team. Why? Because the defense sucked.
And Brock can't stop guys on defense. He doesn't play on that side of the ball.
Exactly. So that's kind of what I'm getting at here.
Okay.
And maybe I'm sounding like I'm contradicting myself. I'm not trying to.
No, this is where
it's just the way we talked about Jimmy is not how I'm viewing.
It's the
Brock
nuance.
Purdy.
It's the nuance of football that I think a lot of people they get lost in that in finding that. And yeah, I agree. It's not going to be as black and white with Jimmy. Also, the reason it's not going to be as black and white is because, by and large, Jimmy was not locked in for the future. He did have that contract, but in 2021, where he had his career year, it still was. By the way, Jimmy's career year in 2021 was still worse than what Brock did last year. So if that's Brock's floor,
thank you.
Brock's floor is Jimmy's ceiling. Like, that's a whole, that's why we are in so much of a better situation with the Niners than this team ever was with Brock Purdy, with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback there. But no, I do think that does kind of add, just like, where am I trying to go on this? Basically, yeah, it's...
Land the plane.
I've got to land the plane right now. I'm space on what my thought was here, but no,
sounds like you were from Austin in the Love is Blind, Love Island reunion. Love is Blind is back for the UK, though, by the way. But Sam, we're going to be joined by Baldy here in a second, and Baldy Breakdowns, he does it better than anyone else. Be locked in. If you have any questions you would like us to ask Baldy, by the way, I would love your participation on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. But I do think we've graduated is what we're trying to, as we're landing the plane here. We're trying to graduate from how we talk about the quarterback position.
There you go.
And maybe, just maybe, or it's going to revert back to what it always reverts back to, is just he wins, he loses, it's all his fault, or it's all the praise, or it's all the glory, and it's all the adoration and all of that. Or, no, you suck, and we got to move off of this guy. And that's just what we do, and that's why we love football, and we're all a sucker for football, and we're addicted to the quarterback conversation because, and this is what I bring up with Bonte. And, he joins us every single Friday, for the entire hour. He's in studio, Bonte, Shasky, and myself. And this week it'll be Bonte, Lubman, and Spadoni. And this is what we're going to be talking about after week one. It's not going to be Brock Purdy versus the Seattle defense. It's not going to be Sam Darnold versus the Niners defense. It's going to be who looked better and who came out the winner. Mm-hmm. Was it Sam Darnold? Or was it Brock Purdy?
Do you think the way Brock Purdy wins games for the 49ers will matter this year as much for 49ers fans? Because I do think it still will, kind of. I think there's going to be an expectation of does Brock need to be the number one or number two reason why the Niners win games?
I think there's a segment within the fan base that wants to see him have come from behind victories when the team is down in the fourth quarter. I think there is a segment that says, can he do that? Can he overcome Shanahan's record? Kyle Shanahan's record is we're going wins and losses, where his record is abysmal when they are losing heading into the fourth quarter. Like, can
well,
he
then how
bring
much
the team
that
back?
then goes to Shanahan, though?
Well, yes.
Because that's where, you say you trust Shanahan more than Brock there. Is that more of a Shanahan thing than a Brock thing?
It
if he's
takes
coming
two
from
to
behind?
tango. It's a symbiotic relationship. You know what?
Shanahan can't throw the ball.
Well, exactly. And it's always, and again, I always kind of lean the player in this scenario, and I always go to Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. And Tom Brady kind of showed the world why the player ultimately matters most than the coach. And I look at that when it comes to Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. I think Brock is going to have the opportunity this year to kind of not have it's Kyle Shanahan and Brock still, but he could put his imprint on the offense. And what does that look like? Is it throwing from when you're behind and kind of putting the team on your back in a couple spots? I'm not asking him to do that all season long, Sam, but a couple games here or there when the defense is kind of exhausted and they need you to carry them. That's what the quarterback does. That's what the highest paid player does. That's what Baker Mayfield did at times last year when he was out without Chris Godwin or Mike Evans or some of these big boys. That's what Josh Allen had to do when he was without some high named wide receivers. He had a rookie in Keon Coleman and Amari Cooper he was throwing to last year. You got to be able to carry an offense at his selective parts of the season. Can Brock Purdy do that at times? That's going to be a big question mark. I think a lot of Niner fans are still wondering if that could happen going forward. I think he can do it, but I'm not saying that's the winning formula for the entire season, but certain parts of the season, he is going to need to do that. Because let's see.
Has there been a game where we could say, Brock Purdy was the guy who basically carried this team to a win?
NFC Championship game.
That's a good one.
Right?
Yeah.
The biggest game of the season up to that point in his career against the Detroit Lions. What were they down? 3 scores?
Mm-hmm. He did rally them back. We love to discount that game, too, and how much that matters.
The game-winning drive against the Green Bay Packers the week before.
Yeah, and that was after he got to
rain.
And that was awful after an awful start in that game, too. He almost threw a pick on his first throw, I think, and then that's why I really I look at the positives in that game. He got off to a terrible start against the Packers in that one, and then he flipped it around and ended up having a damn good playoff game and led the Niners to the Super Bowl, and yet for some reason, we don't give him that much credit for that one.
You know who we give credit to each and every week? It's Brian Baldinger. It's Shark Week, baby. And he joins us here on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Brian Baldinger joining the Morning Roast as he does each and every Tuesday at this time. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman. Baldy, good morning. We'll bring you right into the conversation we were just having. And it's kind of, it's everyone's talking about right now. It's their quarterback, right? You're heading into the season. If you feel good about your quarterback situation, usually that means you could be a playoff team or a contender in the playoffs. I feel like, Brock Purdy, not that he slid under the radar, Baldy, but I feel like he just got paid. He's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. We're all kind of set that Brock Purdy's the guy going forward. It's how we're judging Brock this season is where we're kind of talking about here and kind of having a hard time discussing is, we wanted to make wins and losses a quarterback stat, right? But it's a team stat. It's a team game. But ultimately, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, these guys are just judged on wins and losses. I don't think those guys, really care about their stats in regular season at this point. Can we just stack wins? How are we going to be grading Brock Purdy this season, Baldy, I guess is my question. And again, good morning.
Well, good morning, Joe, Sam. All these guys, when they get paid, they're judged differently. He was a great find for his first 3 or 4 years in this league. It was an amazing Mr. Irrelevant pick. How is he this good? And he's a 7th round pick. He's the last pick of the draft. How did everybody miss him? That was the conversation. But then when you get paid into the upper echelon and you're getting paid like a top 10 quarterback, it does change. Joe Burrow can't play any better than he did last year, and they didn't qualify for the playoffs. Lamar Jackson had one of the most amazing years ever. in the history of the NFL last year. And yet, he couldn't win a big playoff game. And on and on and on. These guys, Peyton Manning was blistered his first 6 or 7 years in the league because of his lack of winning in the playoffs. They would say things like he couldn't win a national championship at Tennessee, but other guys did. And so until you start winning in the playoffs and getting to the playoffs, then you're never going to be talked about the way the money says you should be talked about.
Baldy, look at what Brock went through last year. A lot of things went wrong. He lost a lot of guys, whether it was McCaffrey, Ayuk, Pearsall for a time, Trent Williams was out for a time. And he talked with Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated about how he feels like 24 kind of prepared him for what he's going to face this year. I'm just kind of curious, when you think about what Brock went through last year with this team, how are the struggles that he dealt with, the absences he had to kind of play through, how will that make him a better quarterback going into this year?
Well, quarterbacks, look, you lose Ayuk to start the season, then during the season, and all the stuff you're talking about. McCaffrey is out, had 50 carries last year. Ultimately, the quarterback has to make the receiving core. If you go back and you look at Drew Brees, he threw touchdown passes to over 70 different receivers. So did Tom Brady. Now, that's over an extended period of time. But there's names that you will never even remember that Drew Brees threw winning touchdown passes to. So whoever's playing wide receiver for the 49ers, it's up to the quarterback to get him the ball and to make him, part of, whether it's Jennings or Pearsall, whoever it might be. Like, it's up to the quarterback to be able to put the ball in the right spot. And the quarterback makes the receiving core, DeMarcus Robinson, whoever it might be. The quarterback makes the receiving core. It's not the other way around. And so it's up to Brock to be able to locate the open receiver, throw a guy open, thread the needle, in a certain coverage in order to get the ball to the receiver. And if the guy can't catch it, then go find a new receiver. But it's up to the quarterback to get the receiver the ball, whoever the name on the back of the jersey is.
And we're talking about the wide receiver core, obviously, and the depth that is. And, I'll get your thoughts on, Amari Cooper. I guess the Niners were interested yesterday. He ends up signing with the Raiders. They miss out on that potentially. But I wanted to get, your thoughts on the big acquisition last Friday. It kind of dropped the last part of our show. Is Brian Robinson Jr. getting traded. And now you got some depth behind Christian McCaffrey, where there was a lot of question marks. If Christian McCaffrey goes down, is it Garendo? Is it, is it Jeff Wilson Jr., for God's sakes, at that point? And hell, there's a big question mark around Christian McCaffrey himself if he can stay healthy this season. So who are the Niners getting, Baldy and Brian Robinson Jr.? And did you like the move?
I like the move. Brian Robinson is he averaged 4.3 yards a carry last year, which is good in any offense. He's a big back. He's 225 pounds. I like a big back. But I don't think he's an overly powerful back. Like, there's some guys, like I thought Jordan Mason was a powerful back. And they've had guys here in San Francisco over the years that they've drafted late. And they've had a little bit of a role here and there. Now they're other places. They need, you can't do this thing the way Saquon did last year and just give a guy 350 carries. And ultimately over 400 touches last year for Saquon. But you're just going to get worn down, and that's what has happened to McCaffrey on a couple of occasions in his career. But I like the move because he's a quality kid. He's a good teammate. You never have to worry about him, and he can tote the rock. So I like the move. And Washington didn't want to pay him, so he's in his last year of his deal. So they're going to get some value for him this year. It's probably a one-year rental at this point. But, I think he's better than what they have on the roster right now. And so after McCaffrey, so I think it's an upgrade at this point.
Yeah, you mentioned McCaffrey there, Baldy, and I'm kind of curious. And we were kind of going over yesterday what the touch count could look like per game. Obviously, we know Kyle likes to hit those 30 rushes per game. That's always his goal there. So I'm kind of curious, how much does Brian Robinson kind of take away carries for Christian McCaffrey, which I think, that might be a good thing for him when you talk about avoiding the wear and tear. Is this a situation you see where just CMC will get kind of maybe less carries per game, but that will kind of help him stay more productive later on in the season?
Well, I mean, even 2 years ago, I was an advocate for cutting down the amount of carries that he was getting when he had a monster year, because I thought it was going to affect him eventually. And who knows, what happened last year if that was a result, all the tendonitis and all the issues that he had with his legs. But I mean, this 2017 draft. There's only two guys left that are still running the football. It's McCaffrey and Aaron Jones. There was a lot of guys drafted that year, maybe Kamara too. But we've seen slowdowns in all these guys. I mean, there's just so many carries in anybody. And then if you add the way that McCaffrey, trains, which, I don't know if you're overtraining at some certain points, but it feels like that's part of the issue. But I don't know. I don't know if Kyle knows yet. I don't know if McCaffrey knows. We got to put him out there against Seattle September 7th and see how he looks. If he's hitting the holes like he did 2 years ago, or if he hit him like he did last year, where he was missing holes and looked a little apprehensive at times. I don't think anybody knows until he starts getting pounded and we see where the vision and the quickness and the power, because he was a powerful guy. Coming out of Stanford, he was powerful. We got to see what he looks like September 7th. I don't think anybody knows right now.
And then kind of back to Brian Robinson Jr. here and the role that he's going to play in this offense. Obviously, he'll be spelling Christian McCaffrey a little bit, but is there an opening maybe for Brian Robinson to kind of maybe fill the role that Deebo Samuel had at times last year, to kind of handle those jet sweeps, kind of handle some of those shorter routes that Deebo did a lot last year? Do you see that as kind of a potential avenue for Brian Robinson Jr. to contribute to the 49ers offense this year, along with just, being Christian McCaffrey's primary backup at running back?
I don't see it. I don't see that. I mean, he's not Deebo. He doesn't move like that. He doesn't catch like that. I don't think that's going to be a role for Brian. I think that role that Deebo had was just unique. And so I don't see anybody in the roster, playing that type of role right now.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, Sam Lemon in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni alongside. And, I'm talking about this team, Baldy, and the Juwan Jennings thing. We almost made it a full season, off season, I should say, Baldy, with no drama. It would have been great. No holdouts, no hold-ins, whatever. Now we've come to a head here with Juwan Jennings, less than 2 weeks now to the start of the regular season. No deal is done. If they do get a deal done, though, let's say within this week or next week, I don't know how severe the calf injury is, if it's related to the hold-in or not. Just his lack of training camp in general. Would you be okay with throwing him out there week one if they did sign Juwan either this week or next week? Just given what we saw with Ayuk last year and such a slow start with some of these guys and just the fitness level.
Well, I mean, 2 years ago, Nick Bosa held out until the Friday before the opener against Pittsburgh and signed his deal on Friday, and he had 3 sacks on Sunday. Everybody's different. Nick came on the field and was the most dominant player, better than TJ. He was the best player on the field that day. But that's Nick now. And, I've seen him train in Fort Lauderdale. I don't know if there's many people that train like that. But anyways, so I don't know what Juwan's been doing. It's always a concern. It's always a concern when guys, because football, look, this isn't the designated hitter. You can't just put Aaron Judge in the middle of the lineup and let him go hit a home run. Football players need to play football. You need to condition the body. I'm a big advocate of that. You need to go play football. You go out in the track. You could go, run some of these. You can go run hills like some of these guys do. None of that is football. You need to be hit. You need to be contacted. You need to. Your eyes got to get fast. Your hands got to get fast. All that stuff is important. So I don't know how comfortable I would be if he gets 0 training camp and think that he's just going to go out there and be Juwan Jennings and just be dependable like he's been. those guys are few and far between that can do that.
Well, it leads me to my next question is, Amari Cooper signing with the Raiders yesterday. I guess reportedly the Niners were interested. A lot of Niner fans are frustrated this morning because of the lack of depth at the wide receiver core. Obviously, we don't know when Ayuk's coming back, what level, the Juwan Jennings calf. You're going into the season with a red-shirted Ricky Pearsall basically as your number one. Should the Niners have maybe, upped the ante a little bit more to bring in an Amari Cooper, Baldy?
I don't know. Like, how many teams is Amari on now? I mean, is it 6? Like, he's going around the league, and he's a year here. He's in Cleveland. He's in Dallas. Like, he's going all over the place. And Buffalo didn't seem to be in love with him. The thing that's interesting about Amari, he is a great route runner, and he's a very good receiver. I don't know where the speed is right now. It's very average at this point. But this is the part that gets frustrating, is he needs time to win his out. But he can win. You just have to be patient with him. And a lot of quarterbacks that I've watched, like, well, I've looked over there and he's not open, and now I'm moving on. And so he's a little bit difficult to work into the progression because he needs time to win. But he can win. He can separate. He can run a swirl route better than anybody in the league. But you got to be patient with it. Dak wasn't very patient with him. Josh Allen wasn't very patient with him. We'll see what, Geno looks like with the Raiders with him. So should they have upped the ante to get him? He can be a part of your offense, but it's a timing issue with the quarterback and how patient you're going to be with him.
Baldy, I do kind of want to get back into Brock here a little bit. We've seen in the past the issues, and you've highlighted this before on this show, that he has his biggest issues when he tries to do too much at times and maybe force plays when they aren't there. And again, I mentioned this interview he did with Albert Breer where he even acknowledged that, where he kind of lost sight of trying to keep plays simple. Going into this year, what are some of the things that coaches can do to get a quarterback to kind of simplify the game and kind of be in a situation to where he doesn't feel like he has to force plays like he has in the past, and just simplify every play that's out there, and in a sense kind of maybe let the plays come to him and avoid kind of forcing it like he did last year?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a fine line. You can't put a governor on these guys. You got to let him go play. He's got good instincts. His movement is really good. How he extends plays. The thing that would help Brock Purdy more than anything is if the defense could actually take the ball away. Like, if you look at them, they turned it over 27. Like, they were, what were they, minus 15 in turnover ratio? It'd be nice this would be nice. If the defense could get the ball at the 35-yard line, Kyle said, let's go to the jugular. Let's get the ball at the 35. Let's go in there and take a shot play right away. And let's put 7 on the board and turn this game around. Like, that hardly ever happened last year. Special teams put them in a deep hole a lot. Like, it'd be good if the defense took the ball away. That would help Brock Purdy more than anything. Get him extra at-bats. Get him good field position. Special teams, get him good field position. Those are the things that could help Brock Purdy out more than saying, okay, well, maybe I tried to do too much. That's just Brock answering a question. Like, I'm not picking on Albert Breer, but, like, you can't just go and say, man, let's know when the play's over. Get rid of the ball. Like, it's just too hard to say that series to series to series. Brock has great instincts, and he sees the field exceptionally well. And he throws the ball with good touch, and he knows how to layer throws in the middle of the field that Kyle demands. Like, I think he does everything at a really good level. Let him just keep playing. Like, it could help if the team around him was better. That would help Brock more than anything.
Well, I think one of the guys who's definitely going to be helping Brock out a lot this year is George Kittle, and it's looking like he's going to be their, in a sense, wide receiver 1 for the 49ers this year. Is that a good situation for the Niners to be in if George Kittle is going to be their basically number 1 pass catcher this year?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, Travis Kelce was that guy, for a long time. Evan Ingram was 1 year in Jacksonville. I mean, you can see it. You can move tight ends around and put them in position to be the number 1. You could call plays where the tight end's the number 1 option. And, judging by how teams are probably going to cover George, He's more than capable of winning those routes. He would love to get targeted 10, 12 times a game, I'm sure. So, Kyle can he can create game plans where that happens. But I'd like to see what Ricky Pearsall could do. I mean, like I said before, like when Pearsall came out, like he was right there with Ladd McConkey. And Ladd was that guy last year as a rookie, with the Chargers. I want to see what Ricky does as the full-time guy, because I think he's a good route runner. I think he's got good hands, body control, all the stuff that you need. So I'm not ready to say that Ricky Pearsall can't be that guy either.
All right, Baldy, one more for you. And you thought you were getting rid of this interview without a kicker question, but I'm so sorry. I have to ask about the kicker, Jake Moody. And Baldy, this is the final preseason game at home at Levi's Stadium. And him just coming out, and it was a missed extra point, and the guy's getting booed. Is there anything he could do to earn the trust back in the fan base? Because you could say he can make all the kicks he wants to. Like, I'm convinced, Baldy, Moody could make all of his kicks all the way through, halfway through the season. He's perfect, right? And he misses one against Team X, and the fan base is immediately turning on him. It's that toxic right now.
I agree. Look, I mean, he was 10 for 20. 10 for 20 from 40 yards out last year. Like, that's just not acceptable. You almost wonder why he's even still there. Unless they just see something in practice that we aren't allowed to see or haven't seen, where he's just so good, like he should be better. But when you're 10 for 20 from 40 yards out, like make those guys are, they're finding a second job in this business, because we're seeing kickers make field goals from 70 right now. We're seeing guys, Aubrey and Dallas can make one from 60 yards. He's almost automatic. I mean, you just have to be better. And so you miss an extra point. I don't blame the fans for getting on him at that point. And yes, the situation is toxic. He just better be really good game day. That's for sure.
Hey, Baldy, we greatly appreciate it. Yeah, kicker is one of the main concerns, right? For the 49ers heading in the season. So I can't wait to monitor that all year long. And we'll be very rational, of course, about it. Baldy, good stuff. We'll do it again next week, man.
Well, you can make a kick or you can't. And when you can't make a kick, you're on a bus stop going someplace else. That's just the nature of the business for any kicker. They know it.
Hey, Baldy, you ever attempted a kick in your career? You ever attempted one?
No, I never have.
It's not easy, Baldy.
I don't even know if I would be. I think I would actually. I don't think I would be a soccer-style kicker, though, if I did. I think I'd be Fred Cox. I'd kick Rick Dempsey. I'd be kicking straight ahead.
Oh, no, you could be Ronaldo or Lionel Messi. Well, he's our Leo Messi here at 95.7 The Game. It's our Brian Baldinger. Baldy, good stuff, man.
Thank you, Baldy. Very much appreciate it.
Okay. Yep, you got it. Okay, Sam.
There he goes. Brian Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands, which leads us now to the injury report. I'm just picturing Baldy just attempting a kick in general, and it's laughable. It's a large human being. I think he could do it, though. The Giants have a potential injury worth keeping an eye on. Unfortunately, closer Randy Rodriguez was not available in the Giants' 4-3 win on Sunday due to arm soreness, which is why Ryan Walker got the save that day. Rodriguez is still the Giants' closer, but right now should be considered day-to-day heading into this series that starts tonight against the Cubbies. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Baldy said something in that interview that got my ears standing up. It's got me a little bit concerned. I'll explain on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the Summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Save on best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic yellow peaches or nectarines for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 26th. Enjoy the sweetest and juiciest fruit of the summer. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 do it signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's Fiberon decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. Fiberon decking, on sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
It really is. Halfway home here on a Tuesday in the beautiful Bay Area, downtown San Francisco. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, filling in for Joe Shasky all week long. He's already crushing it. The hair, it is real. It is spectacular. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you better be on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, because we are streaming there, and you can see the beautiful mane that is Sam Lubman. And it's courtesy of First NorCal Credit Union for a lawyer auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It is cut day in the NFL today. You're going to be seeing Rappaport. You're going to be seeing Schefter. You're going to be seeing the Rossinis, the Schultz, everyone talking about it, all the releasing, the waiving of all these different players. You're going to be see some players signing. We already saw some stuff yesterday. Amari Cooper going to the Raiders. Then Jacoby Myers is like, I want to get traded. Then the Raiders were all over yesterday. Then they traded for Kenny Pickett. Obviously, the 49ers got Brian Robinson. Who's going to be cut today in Santa Clara? We shall see, and we will relay that information. And if you just missed it, we are joined by Brian Baldinger last segment, Baldy Breakdowns. If you missed any of it, find it on the Odyssey app, which, again, free. Download it. Easy to use. Find all of our interviews there. Or, as I mentioned, YouTube. It's easy. Come on. It's 21st century, people.
Super easy.
Get on it. It's on the apps. If you don't have a phone, what are you doing? If you have a desktop, do that. Also, you can also hit us up, 888-957-9570. If you want to talk to us, we would appreciate it. The phone lines are open.
Yep. We want to hear from you. And again, we just heard from Baldy. He had some great stuff to say about Brock.
He really did. I love Baldy so much. He's just great energy.
I thought, he had some interesting points there. It's when guys get paid, they get judged differently. But I thought it was kind of just a couple of things he said that was pretty interesting was the quarterback has to make the receiver, which I read that as putting more responsibility on Brock. But then he also said the defense and the special teams need to help him out too, which I read that as, I don't want to say make an excuse for Brock, but I do think that takes some of the responsibility away from Brock Purdy. And we've been talking about Brock Purdy a lot this morning here on the Morning Roast. And I like to kind of know, like 888-957-9570. Oh, that's the number to call or text. How are we grading Brock this year? How much are we putting on Brock this year? How much of the wins and losses are going to depend on what Brock Purdy does in any sort of game? Because there were times last year where guys didn't get their job done, yet there is still, I think, a desire to blame Brock Purdy for certain losses and coming up short, even though maybe it wasn't his fault the Niners came up short. I'm kind of wondering if this year it doesn't matter who comes up short this year, how much of that are we putting on Brock Purdy? Is there nuance into how we're grading Brock Purdy this year, or is it just a simple pass-fail grade? I want to hear from Niner fans on that in terms of just what their grading expectation is going to be like, so to speak, for Brock Purdy this year.
Well, Sam, you know this. Nuance is never fun for football. We don't
Isn't that what the N in NFL stands for?
It's not
the nuanced
it's
football league?
It's not the morning nuance. That's not what we do here. It's the morning roast, all right? You either suck or you're really good and you're great. There is no in between. This isn't the morning mediocrity. We don't want to do that around here. The morning nuance is no. All right? That's not what we do in society.
There is a little bit of nuance in society.
We can't have that in football, though. I'm telling you, it's not possible. I kept trying to tell everyone.
I think there was some nuance in what Baldy was saying about some of the other quarterbacks. Joe Burrow's had a great offensive season, but he has no defense helping him out. Lamar Jackson, he's basically judged on whether or not he can get past Patrick Mahomes or not. There are lots of layers in terms of what we see from our quarterbacks.
He referenced those guys, but what did he always go back to? Wins or losses in the playoffs. Josh Allen has not been to a Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson has not been to a Super Bowl. Joe Burrow has been to a Super Bowl, and I think he gets a lot of benefit because of that. And he had an incredible regular season last year. He's also dealt with some injuries. He's also playing for a franchise that's notoriously cheap as they get Trey Hendrickson back for $30 million as those two holdouts of the summer. Oh, Terry McLaurin. Oh, Trey Hendrickson. Oh, what do you know? 2 weeks left to go to the season, or less than 2 weeks. They sign. Yippee. I expect the same thing to happen with Juwan Jennings. I would actually be shocked. I'd be shocked if Juwan Jennings was not a San Francisco 49er suiting up week 1
I'd be disappointed
against the Seattle Seahawks. But 888-957-9570, you threw out the question, how are we grading Brock Purdy this season? Is it simply a pass-fail scenario? As a lot of people are starting college these next few weeks, Sam. Is it a pass-fail? Did you ever take a pass-fail class, by the way? I don't think I ever did.
No, all
mine were graded.
All my grades had nuance to them.
Okay, there you go. Were you graded on a curve at all, Sam?
There's a lot of nuance at the University of Miami.
There you go. The Hurricanes,
maybe not on
baby.
the football field. By the way, yeah, Miami, Notre Dame, woo. Anyway.
So I'm going to be grading Brock on, whether or not the team looks good when he is the quarterback. Again, nuance. Does he look like he is in command? Is he following, as Baldy referenced, his instincts? The thing that's different with Brock, as I referenced those other quarterbacks, as Baldy referenced those other quarterbacks, Brock has postseason success. So it's interesting how we view him, right? Most of these guys we look at, whether it's, Justin Herbert, it's him stacking playoff wins. He doesn't have a playoff win yet. Bo Nix, they're trying to, both those teams, the Chargers and the Broncos, they're trying to overtake Patrick Mahomes in the AFC West this year. Is this the year the Chiefs take a step back in the division? They need to prove it. They haven't had big-time playoff wins. Now, Jim Harbaugh has, Sean Payton has, but those quarterbacks haven't yet. So we're going to judge them a little bit differently. That's why I kind of, scoff a little bit when everyone keeps trying to shove Justin Herbert down my throat. I was like, well, what has he done? Quite frankly, at least Lamar's won playoff games. Josh Allen has won playoff games. Joe Burrow's won playoffs because he's been to a Super Bowl. What's Justin Herbert done? Miss me with that. At least Trevor Lawrence has a playoff win over Justin Herbert. We all like to crush Trevor Lawrence, even though he's been dealing with a dumpster fire of head coaches the last couple seasons. Urban Meyer, obviously, being the most dumpster fire head coach I've ever seen. Doug Peterson, now he's on his third guy. Liam Cohen. Duval.
I always forget this guy's name.
Exactly. You
can
even pick him up out of line. If he was walking through San Francisco, you didn't know who he was.
He'd be walking out, I was like, hey, Duval. I was like, I don't know who you are. Get away from me.
But that's why I think it's so interesting how we're talking about Brock, because he instantly had postseason success.
And yet people are still, it feels like there's a heavy level of doubt on what he could accomplish. When Baldy says, when we had him on, the quarterback has to make the receivers. He cited how Drew Brees threw a bunch of nobodies over the years. Tom Brady, there was
Chris Hogan.
It literally
Danny Amendola.
Exactly.
Right, the list goes on.
Danny
Ben
Woodhead.
Jarvis, Green Ellis, Danny Woodhead.
That was such a fun name to say.
Jonas Gray until he got cut.
Oh, that was like one game. By the way, I had a friend of mine try to trade me Jonas Gray before that game, and I was like, I'm not listening to you. Come on. Yeah, that blew up in my face.
The greatest trade I had ever was I got Dalvin Cook, and I traded Darren Waller for him. It was me and Damon Bruce once upon a time. Led me all the way to the championship. Continue.
That's a pretty good one there. But yeah, when you hear, Brock has to be the guy that elevates these receivers this year. We're talking about the trust that we have in Kyle Shanahan versus Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan does have to call the plays and put them in the position to succeed. And yeah, there's going to be some times where Kyle just has a dud play call that doesn't work out, and you're screaming into the high heavens why Kyle Shanahan, the supposed genius, would make said call. That is inevitably going to happen. But when I tell you that it's on Brock Purdy to elevate the play of these wide receivers, does that inspire confidence in especially early on, in how tough this passing game is going to look, considering the absences you're going to have? Is that inspiring confidence in you when it's Brock Purdy, the quarterback, has to make these wide receivers shine, so to speak?
No, because I've seen what Kyle Shanahan can do with, like an Emmanuel Sanders at the end of his career, for example, right? I've seen what he could do with, a young Deebo Samuel, who was not a traditional, quote-unquote, wide receiver. And baked into all of this, Sam, and I'm glad you brought it up, you got your tight end, George Kittle, who, again...
I am including him in the receivers. Just like whenever I talk about the receivers, I am including George Kittle because I do see him as very much more of a receiver this year than a tight end.
And maybe he has to be. Maybe that's going to be the transition. As you bring in Luke Farrell, a blocking tight end, maybe that eases up George Kittle so you can use him more in the passing game, because he was the best, if not the second best, and obviously he was second team All-Pro only to Brock Bowers, who I think a lot of people are drafting. It's 1A, 1B when it comes to fantasy football this year, and those tight ends. You still have one of the best in the business. So I do think we get lost in the sauce a little bit when we just stick, and I'm glad you did, like to Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, and when you get Ayuk back, you still have one of the best in the business.
That's that nuance.
And that matters.
That's that nuance I was talking about.
And quite frankly, it's all going to come down to the run game. It always does with Kyle Shanahan. We know he's not going to retool his entire offense. He's not going to start all of a sudden turn into, Mike Leach at Texas Tech. It's not going to be air raid. That's not happening here.
Brock raid.
You got Christian McCaffrey and you got Brian Robinson. And kind of my takeaway, though, quite frankly, Sam, was didn't sound like Baldy was that high on Brian Robinson. Like, did you kind of get that sense, too? Like, he did not sound... Again, he's like, yeah, he's solid.
Maybe that might have been my fault. I did ask if he could fill that Debo role, and he kind of poo-pooed that, which I like. Honestly, I kind of want to follow him up on that, and maybe we can discuss that at a later time. He's saying no one's replacing that Debo role because of how unique he was. Like, the Debo role is such an important aspect of this 49ers offense. And I said yesterday, maybe Sky Moore has the speed to do those jet sweeps. Oh, I guess I was wrong there. Could Brian Robinson handle that responsibility? Nope. That's not a kid. So I am kind of curious to see that without that Debo Samuel kind of cheat code on this offense, how that's going to change things. Of course, last year, the Debo Samuel cheat code was here and there missing. Having pneumonia might have been, a part of that.
Yeah, that'll do it.
But so I'm kind of curious to see how that's, but he also seemed a little bit worried about McCaffrey too, in terms of the wear and tear there.
He's been on that, yeah.
I did not know this since 2017. It's just him and Aaron Jones are the last running back standing, maybe Alvin Kamara as well. But Kamara, he's on the downslide right here. Aaron Jones, he's on the downslide right now. He's kind of like, at some point, the juice just runs out of your legs. You see, there's a little trepidation sensation there.
Oh, look at that.
Around McCaffrey potentially hitting that wall there, but those are all things going to impact Brock's performance as well. But if the game does come down to Brock Purdy needs to be the guy who wins it, because we're judging, on this season, is it just going to be the raw wins and losses? But there are going to be times where it's like, Brock, nothing's going right. You got to go win this game.
Well,
are you feeling good in those situations there? And last year, when Brock was tasked with throwing the Niners back into this game, as I mentioned, he was 1-7. Now, some of those games, I think it's on not Brock Purdy. There were things going on around him that contributed to that. But I do think there are some other games, that Vikings game, he did not have a good day there. That Cardinals game, no one really had a good day that day. That the infamous rainy night, Thursday night game against the Rams with the Debo drop. Brock was not very good. He was 2 of 9 when he dropped back on third down in that game. That's including the 2 sacks that he took there. The Dolphins game in Miami, Ricky Pearsall, I think, had every single illegal shift penalty you could possibly have. That set them back. I don't know if I would put that one on Brock. And then you got the Detroit game, which was the Niners Super Bowl, so to speak. He has a couple of late interceptions to Kirby Joseph there. That was a poor finish for Brock Purdy. You cannot give the Lions extra possessions, and he did that, and the defense was not able to answer. So there was a lot of games last year where Brock Purdy was asked, hey, we need you to throw the ball and throw us back into this game. And for one reason or another, it just did not come together. Hopefully that's a different situation this year.
This is what Baldy had to say with this last segment, 888-957-9570. We're talking about Brock Purdy and how we are grading him heading into this season. Is it simply pass-fail, wins and losses for Brock going forward? Or are you looking at more, Niner fans? Are you looking at the stats? Are you dissecting everything? Are you saying, is he the reason we are winning each game? Conversely, is he the reason that they lose the games going forward? I mean, it's funny how we talk about it, because, and I promise I'll get to that sound, when it comes to Joe Burrow last year in the Cincinnati Bengals, he was so freaking good. I'm pulling up his stats right now because it was one of the great seasons that we're never going to talk about again, so I have to talk about it. Almost 4,918 yards, 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 70% completion percentage, 108 passer rating. That was Joe Burrow last year. I don't think he cares that he did that. I don't think he cares because they didn't make the playoffs. I think that's what Brock cares about at this point. He had the taste of a Super Bowl and an NFC championship.
He was there for the taking.
His first 2 seasons, Sam, his first 2 years, he had the taste of an NFC championship and a Super Bowl. Those are his expectations. So, yeah, I guess the fans care about that, and that's what they're going to do. I don't think Brock Purdy cares about the stats per se. And I love what Baldy had to say because everyone's trying to put him in this box about, just don't lose the game, Brock. Don't lose the game. Baldy was saying, to hell with that. Trust your instincts. That's what makes you great, Brock. That's what made you so damn fun to watch. Your instincts. And I will say that. Brock has something you can't teach at a quarterback level. elite instincts. That is something either you have
I think it's his greatest
or you don't.
asset, to be honest.
Absolutely. And I think, not that he was trusting them too much last year. You can't trust your instincts too much. I just think that the team around him just wasn't good enough.
No.
It wasn't. And now, is it up to him to elevate those around him? Well, Baldy talked about that when it comes to the receiving core last segment.
Look, you lose Ayuk to start the season, then during the season, and all the stuff you're talking about. McCaffrey is out, had 50 carries last year. Ultimately, the quarterback has to make the receiving core. If you go back and you look at Drew Brees, he threw touchdown passes to over 70 different receivers. So Tom Brady. Now, that's over an extended period of time. But there's names that you will never even remember that Drew Brees threw winning touchdown passes to. So whoever's playing wide receiver for the 49ers, it's up to the quarterback to get him the ball and to make him, part of, whether it's Jennings or Pearsall, whoever it might be. Like, it's up to the quarterback to be able to put the ball in the right spot. The quarterback makes the receiving core, DeMarcus Robinson, whoever it might be. The quarterback makes the receiving core. It's not the other way around. And so it's up to Brock to be able to locate the open receiver, throw a guy open, thread the needle, in a certain coverage in order to get the ball to the receiver.
See, what I'm kind of thinking about now is, as we're talking about how we're judging Brock Purdy, and a lot of it, and Baldy uses this in his examples, and we always do this. We always compare him to the best. And I just did. The Joe Burrows of the world, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons. Like, should we be comparing Brock Purdy to other quarterbacks? Or should we just be comparing him to, I don't know, the previous quarterbacks here? Like, who is the comparison for Brock Purdy right now? I know who we compare Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson to. They're always trying to get to Mahomes' level. Those guys are trying to reach for Mahomes. So when you guys tell me that, maybe we shouldn't be comparing him to those guys because he's not those guys. Well, Baldy's comparing him to Joe Burrow. So if Baldy can use that comparison, why can't we? Who are we comparing Brock Purdy to,
Well, I think
Sam?
we say comparing. I think we assume that by comparing, we mean like Brock Purdy needs to be as much like Josh Allen as Josh Allen is like Josh Allen. When in that sense, no, I think that's an unfair comparison because it's just like comparing Josh Allen to Lamar Jackson. Like they're just the way those guys play and win football games is just so very different. Lamar is going to be able to use his legs a lot more than Josh Allen. Lamar is going to be basically a quarterback who can run a lot more than Josh Allen. So that's where I think the comparisons don't work out.
Well, real quick on that, I'm going to let you finish, but I'm jumping in here, and it's important because this article you keep referencing, Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, when he talked with John Lynch, this is John Lynch's quote, Buffalo, and this is talking about rebuilding and doing it through the draft, Buffalo, obviously, it helps when you've got Josh Allen. But hey, we've got Brock.
What if the comparison...
That's a comparison right there.
What if what kind of comparison is it?
I'm
is
asking.
The comparison of, Josh and Brock could throw the ball the same way? I don't think that's accurate. Is the comparison then the feeling you get when they walk onto the field? When you're the Buffalo Bills... and you know that, man, our receiving core, it's taken some hits. Our trusted options are gone. It's Keon Coleman and who knows what. James Cook, is he to shoulder the load? All those concerns are, assuaged when Josh Allen walks onto the field. Because at the end of the day, in Josh we trust. If Josh is on the field, one way or another, this team will figure out a way to win the game. Maybe he has to throw the ball a lot. Maybe he has to run the ball a lot. Maybe the defense has to pick him up a little bit, and that's how they have to win. But when Josh Allen is on the field, there is a feeling within that team that, we got this. Is the comparison so easy to make in that Brock inspires that same feeling within this team too? When Brock gets into that huddle, everyone in that huddle is like, you know what? We got number 13 here leading the way. I'm feeling really good. When he walks onto that field, doesn't matter if it's Ricky at wide receiver 1, doesn't matter if it's DeMarcus Robinson at wide receiver number 1. Are you feeling good as a 49er fan that Brock Purdy is going to take what he has and whip it into something magical? That, I think, is the comparison. It's not a skill set. It's not a statistical comparison. It's simply all about, do you trust this guy to put this team in a situation to win? And maybe that kind of goes into, when we talk about the pass-fail grade here, that's where it is about, did they win the game or not? And there's certain situations where, just when I always say, the ugly wins count too. If Brock has to win some ugly games, great quarterbacks find ways to win ugly games. Maybe Brock's just having a poo-poo game the first 3 quarters, puts it all together at the end, and they win.
Divisional game against the Packers.
You beat me to it by 1 second there. So we've seen that Brock has the ability to do that. Is that not enough for 49er fans to be like, you know what? Brock may not be Josh Allen in terms of just what he can do on the field physically, but he can be Josh Allen in what he means on the field when he steps on it in the end result that gets generated.
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Here's more from Baldy talking about the thing that can help Brock the most this year is actually the turnovers.
The thing that would help Brock Purdy more than anything is if the defense could actually take the ball away. Like, if you look at them, they turned it over 27. They were, what were they, minus 15 in turnover ratio? It'd be nice this would be nice. If the defense could get the ball at the 35-yard line, Kyle said, let's go to the jugular. Let's get the ball at the 35. Let's go in there and take a shot play right away. And let's put 7 on the board and turn this game around. Like, that hardly ever happened last year. Special teams put them in a deep hole a lot. Like, it'd be good if the defense took the ball away. That would help Brock Purdy more than anything. Get him extra at-bats. Get him good field position. Special teams, get him good field position. Those are the things that could help Brock Purdy out more than saying, okay, well, maybe I try to do too much. That's just Brock answering a question. Like, I'm not picking on Albert Breer, but, you can't just go and say, man, let's know when the play's over. Get rid of the ball. It's just too hard to say that series to series to series. Brock has great instincts, and he sees the field exceptionally well. And he throws the ball with good touch, and he knows how to layer throws in the middle of the field that Kyle demands. I think he does everything at a really good level. Let him just keep playing. It could help if the team around him was better. That would help Brock more than anything.
You know what that answer reminds me of is the Rams game in L.A. last year, where you had just a not great defensive situation going on that day. They just could not get stops in the second half. Brock had to run quite a bit that game. The offensive line protection could have been better. And again, there's the Ronnie Bell drop. We all remember the fun conversations, the very pleasant conversations we had about that on the morning roast. For those who don't remember, Bonte and Shasky screamed at each other about that one. We remember, but I don't know if all of our listeners remember that one.
I was checked out.
I was locked into the theater. I was just sitting. I was like the Steph Curry eating popcorn gif, just like watching these two just slug it out over like maybe the fourth reason why they lost that game. There's also that the punt they had at the end. Mitch Wisnowski punted it, and just awful punt coverage there to set the Rams up with a short field to get that easy game-winning field goal. Like, none of those things are on Brock. All those things are if, you get some better offensive line protection, if guys are able to wrap up and make some tackles, if we could get some damn coverage on a freaking punt for once, if Ronnie Bell, if you could just have been literally any other receiver at that time instead of being who you were. The Niners win that game, and that was it was early in the season. It was right after that ugly loss to the Vikings, which Brock had a pretty bad day in that one. You win that game against one of your division rivals. Division games are different. Maybe that creates a different tenor for the rest of the season. You're feeling, a bit more positive about your situation instead of a bit more negative, because sometimes, when a season starts to go off the rails, I kind of think it was that loss against the Rams and the subsequent loss to the Cardinals later on, a couple weeks later, that was when it became apparent, this season, something's off about this season. And it just dominoed effect from there, all from a game that went sideways, by and large, not because of Brock Purdy.
Well, and you look at that season, a couple wins and losses, as you're referencing right there, and you have a whole different outlook on it. But that's why the NFL is king, and that's why it dominates. It's the scarcity of said games. And we can pick this up on the other side, and I want to have the listeners' participation, 888-957-9570. How should we judge Brock Purdy this season? And it's a two-parter. How are we grading him? And how also, are you judging him by his peers? Are you judging him based off his last season? If you're just improving upon last season, are you judging him from his MVP caliber season where he was a finalist for the MVP of the National Football League? Is that the bar that he needs to always reach? And can he reach that bar again? 888-957-9570 is the number. And as always, we are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky all week long, and it's brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch to AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Janine and shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Me and you? Cassie? Let's go. Oreo Cookie's a big fan. 888-957-9570.
Yes,
hey.
but don't he's black.
Well, who knows? Ancestry.com. I got to look into it. Maybe. We'll see. By the way, you got to be locked in.
By the way.
As I, there we go. Oh, I thought I had to read here. I don't. Yes, that's great. It's good news. We teased something heading into the break. We sure did. And we're going to get to it. The latest also on Juwan Jennings, Tim Kawakami.
Oh, there's an update?
There is an update.
Jennings jam.
Yeah, Jennings. We don't really have a Kuminga crisis one. Although I wish we could just.
I did make like a generic explosion eagle thing, Carter, if you want to find it.
Oh, we have.
There we go.
Just
Jennings jam.
So this is Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, the latest. Sounds like there's still no resolution in the 49ers Juwan Jennings situation. I don't think either side has ruled out anything. I don't think either side is happy. Deadlines make deals / decisions / whatever.
Are you reading a Jennings update or a Jonathan Kuminga update?
There you go. That was Tim Kawakami and Juwan Jennings.
The same situation.
So
sensation.
The latest on Juwan Jennings is there is no latest. We are now less than 2 weeks away from the start of week 1 of the regular season, where the 49ers will be up in Seattle. Will Juwan Jennings be there? I'm not sure.
Isn't worth the trouble. Like I don't mean to be like a jerk to Juwan here on this one, but just like this is not worth it. I don't want the Niners to feel like they need to trade him because they do need him, and I do think that would make the team worse if you trade him. But like, come on, at this point, like nobody's winning this at this point. Like, what are we doing here? This juice is not worth the squeeze. Kyle Juszczyk.
Well, maybe it's worth it to Brock Purdy. Like, Brock Purdy wants his guy Juwan right back there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he probably wants him on the field so he can throw footballs to him.
I mean, we're talking about Brock Purdy right now, and like, how are we judging this season? Who do we compare him to? Do we compare or judge this season based on his, MVP caliber season, based on last year, based on his peers? What is the proper criteria to judge Brock Purdy? And, we were just joined by Baldy. He seems to think it was more the team letting him down than Brock letting the team down, which I do think was the accurate call there. That being said, I don't want to let Brock off the hook completely. I don't think he was like amazing last year. I don't think he was very good last year. I think a lot of people saying, "Oh, I thought he was good. I thought he was good." No. I saw a lot of faults from Brock Purdy last year, and hopefully he's improved upon them, and the team obviously improved upon them. But one of the things is the wide receiver core, and that rapport with Juwan Jennings that he built up, and it was great last year. Is that all out the window? Because it felt like all that rapport he built up with Brandon Ayuk kind of was left out the window because Ayuk missed the entirety of training camp.
Well, how much of that was just Brandon Ayuk really not being ready to go? Because as Baldy said, and I don't know if we have the cut ready yet. By the way, great job, guys in the back, flipping those cuts. Carter and Risotto, very much appreciate
on their ass
that.
Immediately, he's like Sam Lovin back there, just saying, "Hey guys, get out, get with it."
Well, hurry up. There was once upon a time where that was Bonte Hill coming in screaming, "Hey, get me these 7 cuts so I cannot play them." But
you hear that, Bonte? Sam Lovin throwing you under the bus, buddy.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a day that ends in Y. I love Bonte. I'm happy with Bonte Hill.
Oh, my God.
But, it's Baldy said there's something to be said about getting hit in training camp, getting your hands right, getting your feet right, getting your eyes right. You're not going to, you don't have that with Juwan. You don't. And we saw this happen with Brandon Ayuk last year, who was a better receiver than Juwan Jennings. If Brandon Ayuk's having a slow ramp up time, what, you think Juwan Jennings is just going to hit the ground running too? So the fact that the last line or the second to last line that Kawakami has in that tweet where just neither side is happy. Great. Like this gives me no joy for what this season's going to be. Like, I don't know how good the Niners are going to be. I'm not saying that Juwan Jennings on the field week 1 is going to be the difference between, another 6-11 season or the Niners finding their way to the Super Bowl, but I want to have as complete a team as possible right now, and that includes Juwan Jennings being on the roster. So, let's go. Let's get some urgency. It's time to eat. Let's go.
It's time to eat.
That's what Baldy says.
Yeah, Pearsall, Jennings, eventually Ayuk. Once, if that ends up being the core there, all of a sudden you're feeling pretty good about it. Now, what version of Ayuk are we getting? I don't know. This whole thing we're talking about Brandon Ayuk, we're talking about, how could this offense all of a sudden from the start of the season evolve throughout it and Ayuk being a part of that? I'm going into the season, quite frankly, if you get anything from Ayuk, it's a bonus. but I'm not expecting Ayuk to just all of a sudden be the savior. And I think a lot of Niner fans are like probably feeling like, man, if we have Pearsall, and then we already have Kittle, and then Jennings is back in form, and then you add Ayuk. See, I'm not doing that, and then you add Ayuk. If you get anything from Ayuk, great. It's putting a lot on a guy that, let's be honest,
his entire knee was disintegrated.
Shredded.
Yeah. It might as well have just not as existed. It was just goo down there.
Exactly.
Not
so like,
guru,
and it's been a tough rehab process for him. He's acknowledged that. Like, it's been a tough thing to go through. And yeah, have people recovered from ACLs and MCLs, and they've gone back and gone pretty good? Yes, but again, that's other people. I'm just viewing this through the lens of the Brandon Ayuk. That's it's unfair to me to automatically say that when we talk about the soft tissue injuries, they're like, hey, Adrian Peterson did it, so anyone can. We've come a long way through this. Like, that's a little unfair. Science. Everyone is different in how they recover. Let's take a step back.
But again, there is something we say about the fact that rehab from these injuries is better, so that does give me more optimism that Ayuk should be able to. I don't know if he'll ever be pre-injury Brandon Ayuk. That remains to be seen. That's not saying it's not impossible, but yeah, to suggest that when Brandon Ayuk hits the field week 7, it's all systems go. Let's have him 100 yard game right off the bat. No, that might be a bit much to ask for. But this is where if you can have Juwan Jennings clicking at that time, you can, in a sense, ease Brandon Ayuk in, because you still have some great pass catchers in Ricky and George and Demarcus Robinson, hopefully Juwan Jennings. So Brandon Ayuk is kind of more or less your 5th option out the gate to start his season fresh off that injury. And then maybe a few weeks down the line, he's rising up the targets ladder. And by the last 3, 4, maybe 5 games of the year, if you want to get really greedy, maybe he is kind of finally easing back into that level we saw from him back in 23 when he was the Niners' number 1 receiver. He was starting to kind of come around last year before the injury too. I mean, he had a great game. I believe it was that Rams game. He had, I think, close to 150 yards in that one. So he was showing signs of being that dude last year before it all went kaput. He's basically have to start over from scratch again this year, and that sucks.
So we've had not one but 2 people join our airwaves now, and 2 former players that have said this, that, it's on Purdy to elevate the roster. It's on the quarterback to elevate the wide receiver core. That's what Baldy told us this past segment, Sam. He said, it's up to Purdy to do that. This is Kirk Morrison, former linebacker, Bay Area legend, former Raider. We love Kirk Morrison, and they had him. Was it Willard Dibs had him on? Willard Dibs had him on the other week during a preseason game too, because they played the Raiders, obviously, and Kirk now doing some Raider broadcasting on the radio side there. This is Kirk Morrison on Brock Purdy, again, former NFL linebacker, talking about Purdy needing to elevate the roster.
Gone is Debo, and I don't know if 49er fans are going to miss him or not. We'll see. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk is going to be banged up for the early part of the season. We'll see what's about Juwan Jennings. But George Kittle and obviously Christian McCaffrey are going to have to be huge. Ricky Pearsall, hey, sorry, buddy, year 2, you got to handle it. So Brock Purdy has to elevate the roster. That's what I think I'm kind of getting to, is that when you pay a quarterback that kind of money, you have to elevate the rest of the roster. Now, it doesn't matter, right? We've seen Patrick Mahomes do it. We've seen, obviously, Josh Allen has done it last year when they traded away Stephon Diggs and all that. So with all this roster reconstruction, Brock Purdy has to show that you can win a Super Bowl on my back and on my arm. I can do that. I believe that he can. Now, it just depends on just how healthy this team is going to be. And can they get through a full season, unlike what we saw last year, where it went bad. It went sideways pretty quickly at the end.
All right. So there's one guy saying, hey, it's got to elevate around him. I don't want any excuses. I see all these guys. I see the Josh Allens of the world elevating lesser talent around him. It's up to you, Brock. You got the contract. You have to elevate this quote-unquote lesser talent around you. Now, I say lesser talent. It's not really fair. I mean, you got a first-ballot Hall of Famer, I believe, in George Kittle on your roster right now. Tight end. Guy's going to help a lot of quarterbacks out in this league.
Talent, yeah.
If George Kittle's on the market right now, every single team out there, all the other teams are taking him and starting him immediately. Mm-hmm. That's how good he is. Ricky Pearsall, big fat question mark. I don't know what to make of Ricky. I like that preseason game 2 action when it was Brock Purdy on that first drive, throwing it to Ricky, converting third down after third down. That was nice to see, the Purdy-Pearsall connection. Let's see it. I saw the connection last year with Juwan Jennings. Made me optimistic. I've seen it at its height in that NFC Championship game with Brandon Ayuk. He was a second-team All-Pro with Brock Purdy. I've seen it. I know Brock Purdy could elevate talent around him. Did he not elevate, as I referenced right there, My guy, Brandon Ayuk, to be second-team All-Pro. That was his best season in the NFL. With who? Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. He's elevated Juwan Jennings to have his best season ever as a pro.
With less stuff around him, too. Juwan Jennings he was the focal point of the offense. He was still finding out ways to get the ball to him.
George Kittle, if it wasn't a career year, it was second in career year. One of his best seasons as a professional last year with who? Brock Purdy. He can do that. I've seen it done. Now you're adding Christian McCaffrey back onto this roster and adding Brian Robinson. I'm a lot more optimistic, I think, than a lot of other Niner fans are about this offense going forward.
Yeah. No, I think it's there. I absolutely agree with you there. When we kind of look at, what happened last year, how much of that 6-11 season was put on Brock Purdy versus wasn't. And I know Greg Cosell talked about this last week with Willard Dibs. I don't know if we want to get that on there as well. Yeah, let's just play what Cosell said there, because I do Brock wasn't the reason the Niners were 6-11. Obviously, he played a role in it, but I'm kind of curious when we look back in hindsight where we're at there. But let's hear what Greg Cosell has to say about that.
Our 95.7 The Game NFL insider who joins Willard and Dibs weekly, Greg Cosell, on the tape showing that Purdy actually had a good year.
During the season, I can't watch, 250 dropbacks in a row of a quarterback. I have to each week watch games, as many as I can. But in the off season, I can watch 250 dropbacks over a 2 or 3 day period. And I got to tell you, I came away thinking that Purdy's really good. Now, I thought there were times he left the pocket too soon, and I thought that was one of the things that at times, he struggled with last year. But overall, to me, as a post-snap operator, in other words, when the ball snapped and it's in his hands, I think he's an outstanding post-snap operator. He sees the field intuitively. I think he's an elite processor. I think he creates timing and anticipation throws based on his immediate understanding of what he sees, and that allows him to throw with precise timing. I came away after watching everything about him that he's a really, really good quarterback who truly understands how to play the position at the NFL level.
So he really kind of focuses there on the instincts there. When he does leave the pocket, he was leaving the pocket a little bit too early. Shout out poor offensive line protection. But again, he does lean on the instincts are what separates Brock here. But then, so clearly Brock has the ability to elevate receivers, but to a degree, because then you contrast it with what Baldy just told us on some guys need to step up too. The defense needs to get the other team off the field every now and then. Special teams, can we make a play? Wide receivers, can we not drop the ball? So I'm kind of curious where the line is or where the line will be this year in terms of this is Brock's responsibility versus you did everything you could have here, but someone else did not do their job, and that is why this team lost. I think Cosell said later on that Brock wasn't the reason why the 49ers were 6-11 last year. Do we have that one ready to go as well that we could play, or do we still need to go?
Greg Cosell, what are we doing?
Was it Greg Cosell? Purdy wasn't the reason the 49ers were 6-11 last year. It's very hard to throw to sound from this chair.
Well, yeah, that's why, that's usually I do. I have the sound right here, Sammy, so I play it. So thank you for being my teammate here.
We're trying to rigmarole the sound
here. It's okay. No, I have it all in front of me. It's okay. We'll get to it when we get to the sound. Here's Greg Cosell talking about Mahomes having certain deficiency, just like Brock Purdy and other quarterbacks.
There's a lot of different elements to playing quarterback, okay? I can tell you right now, here, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to tell you who told me, but a defensive coordinator in the league told me this, who's very highly respected. And he said, Patrick Mahomes is not a very good progression reader. Okay, that's a coordinator that's played against him. So people listening to that might go, you're crazy. It's Patrick Mahomes. People have different strengths. Is Brock Purdy going to do what Josh Allen can do? Is Brock Purdy going to put a team on his back and win a Super Bowl, quote unquote, by himself? Of course, no one does it by yourself, no matter who you are. But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is he that kind of player? No. So some people might think then he's not in the top 5. That makes him in the top 10 or 12 or 15, whatever list they want to choose. But when it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11, and there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
One of the least important reasons there, which was interesting. Greg Cosell.
I don't disagree with that.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Samita in Los Gatos that wants to join in the conversation in regards to Brock Purdy and just why we're talking about the quarterback this way, because his career is just so unique in that he was the last pick in the draft. He was the third guy behind Trey and Jimmy, gets thrust in there, and all he had known his first couple seasons was success. Getting to an NFC Championship game, getting to a Super Bowl, being an overtime period away from winning said Super Bowl. And then adversity hit last year. And now we're all taking a step back and saying, all right, where does this guy rank? Is he top 5? Is he top 10? And he said something there, Greg Cosell did, I want to get to after we get to Samita in Los Gatos. He said the word subtlety. Subtlety's not sexy when it comes to being a quarterback. I'll tell you what is sexy and why that gets the gossip, not what Brock Purdy does. Samita, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Morning, guys. I just wanted to weigh in.
Hey, Samita, give us a call back. You're cutting in and out there, your connection. It's okay. We'll power through it. Just like the 49ers connection last year. It was very iffy at times, and it didn't land.
It's up to Brock to elevate that connection.
It's up. He's got to. He's got to get Xfinity, right? Yeah. There you go. Shout out to Fast 5. He's got to get that Xfinity internet. High speed, high powered, baby.
Coming up in an hour and 2 minutes.
There's a tease right there, an hour and 2 minute tease.
Love teasing Fast 5.
But Cosell did say something there that, hey, what Mahomes does, the improvisation, it's not what you teach. It's actually what the coordinators don't want you to do. He probably does that too much. He doesn't read the progressions, like as an offensive coordinator said, as well as other quarterbacks. But you know what Mahomes does do well? He has an innate feel for the game. He's playing backyard football out there, and you want that guy as your quarterback. Yeah. I fear that man with the game on the line. Everyone does. Niner fan, Eagles fans, Raider fan. Everyone fears Patrick Mahomes.
You do not want the ball in his hand at the end of the game.
And do you care who's out there? Do you care who's out there?
Honestly, you and I could be lining up out there.
And he'll find a way.
Exactly.
Right? Just like we found a way to get Samita and Los Gatos back.
Let's
Samita,
go.
Good morning.
There was a will.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to make a comment about Brock Purdy. I agree that he is a good quarterback. I do not agree that he is a great quarterback. And when you have a good quarterback, but not a great quarterback, you need the rest of the team to be firing on all cylinders. Now, can he be great? I don't know. Maybe he's still pretty young. He's still pretty new. I think he's got the smarts to figure things out. But the question is, does he have that X factor to win a game when it's all on the line and he's got to put the team on his shoulders, on his back, and make it happen? Can he do that? And my fear is, I'm really not so sure, because this team is not cohesive with these off-season holdouts, contract issues, etc. At the end of the day, training camp is immensely important. And the fact that, you've got a couple of key guys in the last couple of years, guys who need to catch the ball for you, if they're holding out, they're missing out on training camp. The vibe is not quite there. That is going to bleed into the regular season, and I think I'm concerned about the 49ers season this year because of these issues. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Amita. Well, it's interesting. Let's dive into that, because I told you why you shouldn't be concerned. We got Christian McCaffrey back. We just added Brian Robinson Jr. We got George Kittle, one of the best tight ends in all the sport. We have Trent Williams. Hold on. We got Trent Williams, left tackle, first ballot Hall of Famer. He's been there through training camp. I know he's done the joint practices and he hasn't done the games, but that's fine. We have Nick Bosa.
Is it though?
Yes, we have Nick Bosa. Trent Williams had a down year last year and was still top 10 by all the metrics. He's fine. I'm not worried about Trent Williams. Fred Warner, best linebacker in the game. Again, as I mentioned, Nick Bosa, top 5 defensive end in the game. DeAndre Lenore, one of the best rising young corners in the game. Sure. Am I worried about the depth of the D-line? Absolutely. Am I worried about the secondary? Yeah. Who's running mates with Fred Warner this year as a D-winners? Okay, let's see it. But most teams would kill to have all of those players starting for their franchises. Outside of a handful of others, there are few teams as well equipped as the 49ers this year when it comes to just pillars of the organization. Those are all pillars of the organization, as I just referenced. There's a lot of 15 other teams right there that can't name 5 players better than I just did. They just can't. They can't. And the 49ers have those guys. So why aren't we viewing the team through that lens? We just keep going to the deficiencies where we should be focusing on the efficiencies, if you will.
Ooh, I like that. I mean, is it simply put just because we feel like the drop-off from the star players to everyone else is just that precipitous? Like, I do agree with you. I mean, you look at the offensive line, I feel very good about the starting 5. You can go to a 6 if you want to throw Connor Colby in there.
I like that they're bringing back the same people, Sam. Like, continuity matters in this.
Except for Colt McKivitz.
I know. Well, sure, but like, continuity matters, hopefully. Yes.
Yeah. But no, again, you do have some guys who will hopefully help out Colt McKivitz on that line there. You have the defensive line, obviously, that's a question there. But then that gets onto the defensive side of the ball where Brock can't do anything about that. So when we talk about, the faith that we have in Brock being able to elevate this team, he only elevate one half of the roster. He can't elevate Fred Warner. He can't elevate Nick Bosa. He can't elevate Diamador Lenore. That's on those guys on the other side of the ball to kind of elevate themselves. So I think we're so recency biased that we saw how things looked when everything fell apart around Brock. And there's this belief that I think this unfair belief that I think we put out last year that if he was Mahomes or Josh Allen, then that team still would have been, playoff bound going towards a Super Bowl. And I think that, I don't know why we do this. I don't know why we talk ourselves into believing that things aren't as good as they are. We love to be negative as a society. That's what the NFL stands for, the Negative Football League. It's not the nuance anymore.
I like that.
But maybe is it that simple? I don't know. Maybe there's a level of irrationality to it in that situation.
888-957-9570. How are we viewing Purdy heading into this season, Niner fans? What are you judging Purdy most by? Is it the touchdown to interception ratio? Is it amongst his peers? What's the most important part of Purdy that you're looking forward to this season, Niner fans? Let's go to Steve in San Ramon wants to join the conversation. What's up, Steve?
How you doing? Enjoy your guys' show, and I listen to KMBR, I listen to you guys, and this whole Purdy conversation, it just cracks me up because it's like when Purdy first came on the scene, it's like, well, we haven't seen him do this. Well, can he bring a team back? Can he win here? Everybody's saying, can he put a team on his back? It's like you said, recency bias. You take away the starting running back, the starting receiver, and the starting left tackle off any team, you tell me how great the quarterback is or their offensive production. I don't know what fans need to see. Did we not see Purdy in both the Green Bay game and the Detroit game when the Niners are getting their asses kicked and down by a lot, bring them back and win both those games and take them to a Super Bowl?
Those things did happen.
And he did it with his legs. He did it with his arm. And then in the Super Bowl, they had the lead in the fourth quarter. He gave him a lead in the Super Bowl. If the right guard makes a block, we score a touchdown in the Super Bowl, we maybe win the game. So I don't know what fans need to see. The guy is everything you want in your starting quarterback in Shanahan's system, and they're fine. I have no worries about Purdy whatsoever. He proved to me everything he needed to do in that season they went to the Super Bowl. I don't know what fans are looking for.
I'm right there with you.
Thanks,
and you bring up, Steve, a great point that I kind of brought up earlier in the show. And maybe we can kind of dive into this now a little bit as we talk about how we're going to judge Brock Purdy this year. I do wonder, at what point does Brock need to stop proving himself? Like, I'm kind of curious how many Niner fans are in the same boat as Steve, where he's shown you everything that you need to see. All right, we're good to go here. Clearly, the Niners, they don't think he needs to prove anything anymore. They've thrown the bag at him. You could say that they were kind of forced to or what have you, and maybe that's a sign that he still has something that has to be proven towards you. So I am kind of curious, what will it take for any of the Brock doubters out there, whatever your level of doubt is on Brock Purdy, what is it going to take for him to get to a position where you're just like, you know what? Brock's under center, we're set. Or does he ever get to that point? I mean, is he ever going to have that he's proved it level to the same level that maybe Patrick Mahomes has, even though that Mahomes has certain deficiencies that Brock doesn't? What is it going to take for us to just finally accept that this guy's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl and even put you in a position to win it, which I think is the bare minimum you want from a championship caliber quarterback. Can you get us in position to win the damn game?
It's interesting with Brock because I do feel like whenever he is in the playoffs, he is looked at as the lesser quarterback in any matchup. And KC, Matt, Devon, and the Uber, we'll get to all of you in just a second. But that's why people continue to doubt him. Whenever a quarterback matchup is, and that's what we do, that's what you look at, and you give the edge to the certain team just based off the quarterback sometimes, right? And whenever it's the playoffs, it's him or Jalen Hurts. Well, which one are you taking? Well, probably this right now. I'm probably taking Jalen Hurts over Brock.
That's the recency bias.
That's the recency bias. But also, Jalen's also been to 2 Super Bowls, and Jalen also balled out in both those Super Bowls. I'm a big Jalen Hurts defender. I think he gets, just like we're way too hard on Brock, I think we're way too hard on Jalen. That's just the society we live in. We're hard on everyone, right? No one's happy. Again, negative football league.
The no one is happy football league.
That's what it is. Well, that's what it is. So that's what we do. If he's going up against, the Chargers, right? Let's just say it's Justin Herbert. Oh, I'm taking Justin Herbert over Brock Purdy. Really?
Arm strength.
Really?
When I see him throw that ball.
I don't know. Is it a shoo-in that if Justin Herbert was the San Francisco 49ers quarterback this year, we would view them totally different? I don't buy that. Is
it really as just black and white as just because man throw ball far, man better at QB than Brock Purdy?
It's always going to go back to the draft. And how long did it take Tom freaking Brady to finally, put all the draft, he's just a product of the system. It's a defensive team. It's Bill Belichick. How long did it take for him to put all of that away?
Winning that first Super Bowl, I think.
No, honestly, Sam, he won 3 Super Bowls, and I don't think it was till that season with Randy Moss when they were undefeated and almost had to go all the way against the New York Giants. And that season he had, which was incredible, he had to show his arm off with Randy Moss. And even then, Carter and Sam, what were they saying? Oh, it was Randy Moss. I mean, anyone could do that with Randy Moss.
I mean, yeah, basically, I could have thrown 50 touchdown passes with Randy Moss that year.
And maybe it even took that, again, this sounds ridiculous, that 4th Super Bowl win. Oh, you know what? Maybe we could talk about him with Joe Montana. Again, is Brock Purdy on Tom Brady's level into the GOAT talks? No, it's not. It's not on that level. But again, it's just, this is what we do, and this is why I love and this is why I hate football, because quarterback conversation is just on crack. It is. It is on crack right now. It used to be a type 1 drug, but now it's a type 10 drug, the quarterback conversation. It is. I'm sorry, it is. Let's go to Matt in the city. He wants to join in the Purdy situation. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
Going pretty good.
So the last caller stole a little bit of my thunder here because, one, I wanted to touch on the can he put us on his back thing. The only thing that stopped Brock Purdy so far are a torn elbow ligament and the entire team getting injured out last year. When Brock has a healthy team, he's put us on his back every time he's been asked to, including twice in his first playoff runs, if you don't count the injured game in the NFC Championship. And then, does no one remember Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, that guy got the bag after 5 meaningless wins. They act like he's the second coming of Joe Montana, and then we suffer through mediocrity, limp arm, interceptions in the playoffs. Just I get so
you'll get there.
Jimmy.
Yeah, there you go.
The Kansas City Super Bowl, the last play of the game, where he just sort of fumbles all over himself and flops on the ground and flails it into the air. You're just like, this is our guy, and now we got this young quarterback with the most poised, cool composure. Nothing rattles him. Team leader. He's everything you want. He's proved it. We pay him, and now our fan base wants to ask questions. Was it just Jimmy's dimples and all the female fans just loved it, or what?
Well, he is handsome, Matt. I mean, those Travis Matthew ads. I mean, just look at the guy. I mean, I'm jealous. I got body envy, but I appreciate the call. And by the way, Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This Brock Purdy conversation has been dominating. We got almost full phone lines. A couple of them are open if you want to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. What does Brock Purdy have to prove still? Is it just ultimately?
I kind of am thinking that too. Like, for those who aren't still who feel like, he hasn't proven enough, or he's proven some, or he's proven nothing. I want to hear from the people who still feel like Brock needs to prove something to him, because I'm kind of in the boat of a lot of these callers so far. I think he's proven that he could do the job. Like, he got you to the doorstep. You fell short for reasons that weren't his fault. So, again, Brock Purdy, not even the top 10 reasons why the Niners did not win that Super Bowl in Las Vegas a couple years ago. I don't think he's a top 5 reason why the Niners were 6-11 last year. We keep wanting to, again, there he is, the quarterback. He does shoulder more responsibility just because it's that position there. But realistically speaking, Brock Purdy has proven that he is far more of an asset to this team when it comes to winning, and is very, very rarely a liability out in the field.
I'll say this when it comes to the Super Bowl. I do think he skates by a little bit with that performance. He wasn't very good. He did not do enough to win that game. He didn't lose the game, Sam. He didn't do enough to win the game, though. So that's the difference between winning a Super Bowl and losing a Super Bowl. So, you need to do just enough to win it, and Brock didn't do enough to win that game. He didn't. He didn't. You could argue and throw back, if Jake Moody does this, if he doesn't do this, if Nick Bosa stops him there. There's always the ifs and buts. I just think he skates by a little bit. I was not impressed by that Super Bowl performance.
No, and that's totally fair. I think that's a very fair point to point out there. And so I guess, does that kind of go into how we're going to look at it this year? You mentioned a good point there. He wasn't good enough to win it, but he wasn't bad enough to lose it.
It was kind of a...
So if that's the situation this year, if we're seeing a lot of these games where Brock played well enough where it's not his fault they lost it, but there was still more that he could have done to maybe help them win it, that's going to be problematic, I think, this year. And I think when we're coming to judging Brock Purdy this year, now that he's gotten paid, Baldy said it, players get paid, they get judged differently. He's going to get put through the meat grinder a little bit more when he's just good enough to get the job done. And that kind of goes into some of the games I highlighted from last year. I think one I would point out is that Cardinals game that took place when it was 5,000 degrees down at Levi's. I mentioned the stalled 4th and long he had in the third quarter. There was a wasted scoring opportunity. They score there. Maybe the fourth quarter plays out a little bit differently. Maybe that Jordan Mason fumble isn't as costly as it ended up being. Yeah, I think that's fair to kind of change the judgment process of Brock Purdy this year to be a little bit more screwed. I agree with that, but that still makes me feel like I still trust him, though.
888-957-9570 is the number. Devon is in the Uber, wants to join in the conversation. I see it's almost full phone lines. People are fired up. I'm telling you, man, the Brock Purdy talk this year is going to be fascinating.
I want to know what people still need to see to be proven by him. So 888-957-9570.
People think we're crowning him still. People think he's fine. You can't say anything about him. Again,
we are allowed to criticize him.
I told you, Sam, there's no room for nuance. It's either he's the greatest or he sucks. There's no in between.
And today we are going to find the answer.
I know who's great, though. It's Devon in the Uber. What's up, Devon?
Hey, how you? Hey, way to plug that there. How you gentlemen doing, man?
What's up, brother? How we doing, man?
Hey, pretty good, man. I want to start off by saying, I'm just a pure football fan, and I'm a fan of greatness and people striving to it. So there's definitely no hate for the Brock train. I'm actually a supporter. I think that Brock is a good quarterback, and I think he's rated as a good quarterback, and I think that sets some people off. Like, people want him to be rated as more than just a good quarterback. And so I don't think he's the only quarterback that's asked, or has expectations. Like C.J. Stroud, they're wondering, was that a slump? Can he get back to where he's at? Bryce Young, like everybody, they kind of do that to everybody. So I don't like that people feel like it's only Brock. Another thing with Brock that personally I do want to see, because people would like to say he's a great quarterback, right? And so I look at other great quarterbacks and I say they've been able to do more with less. I hate the argument people say, like the other guy said it earlier, where, we've had injuries. If you remove our starting running back and this starter, and it's like, it's not just like there's context. It's not just having a starting running back. You got the best running back in the league. You got the best left tackle in the league. You got a top receiving core in the league. You have one of the best tight ends in the league. So when you have the shiniest tools, in the shed, and those go down, okay, yeah, people want to see what you could do without them, because I don't want to say majority, but a lot of quarterbacks don't have the shiny stuff. I'm a Raider fan. When we lose a running back, it's over. You said, yeah, oh, yeah, please pray for me, man.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh, man, that's another story. But it's like, you feel me? Like, when a lot of teams, we can't afford to lose it, you know? And so the fact that it's not that you guys can't either, but people want to see him be able to do more with less, because when you're a big guy and you're making a big purse, you have to, right? And so hopefully Brock can get it together. Again, I'm not a hater. Hopefully he can get it together, but I think he's a good quarterback. Personally, I got him in the 11 to 13 range, wherever you want to place. And I do want to say this: Justin Herbert is super overrated, man. Good quarterback, but he's overrated. Love you guys.
Thank you. That's Devon in the Uber.
Thank you very much,
measured
Devon.
take from a measured Raider fans. By the way, I like to just throw this one out there because that's what we've come to the top of the pyramid, if you will, when it comes to this conversation. Is it a Brock isn't good enough issue, or is it fans can't have a category of quote unquote great quarterbacks or good quarterbacks that are under the Elite Four?
Well, yeah.
we bestow great to 3 or 4 guys. Now, I'd argue Mahomes is the guy. As we're doing like a pyramid
He's the
scheme
S
here,
tier.
he is S tier. No one is touching Patrick Mahomes. I gave the same respect to Tom Brady up until he retired. You're not touching that man.
There's always a number 1 QB in the league.
He tried to go for a 3-peat last year, people, and now we're like saying like they're cooked.
Oh, it's over for him. Yeah, pack it in.
The Chiefs are fine, by the way.
Their offense might even be better this year, and their defense is still really good. So for those who are rooting for the Chiefs' demise, yeah, you're gonna be angry.
Patrick Mahomes, and then if you want to do Lamar, Allen, Burrow, I think that's where most people are.
Yep.
Everything after that, people like to debate. Can we all agree on that first?
I agree. I think Jalen Hurts and Matt Stafford are in that gray area that you go between your Elite Four and everybody else, where I do think that they're held in higher regard than the quarterbacks below them, but no one's putting them in the category of those 4 above them. But after that, though, it's a big jumble of who knows and what's ups.
And let me use this term instead. So the big 4, we'll say that's the Elite 4.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone after that is either great or good or average, but they all get jumbled up.
Well,
and that's what we're seeing with the CJ Strouds. Oh, this year, I mean, his first 2 seasons in the NFL, the guy goes to the playoffs, wins playoff games, and all of a sudden, oh, well, I don't know. He lost Tank Dell. He lost Stephon Diggs. He's been pretty freaking good his first 2 years, people. Now it's, Jaden Daniels. He's just in the NFC Championship, right? He's kind of how we're reviewing CJ Stroud last year. Oh, we'll do it again now, Jaden. Oh, but he's great. He's number 6 right now. Hey, if he has another season, maybe he's going to be elite. See, it's just so fascinating how we do these things, where I'd argue it's the guy that's won the Super Bowls. And Matt Stafford's a part of this conversation, too. We like to forget about Matt Stafford. I do it. I forget about Matt Stafford. The guy's dealing with a back injury. He's 37 years. He's old. He's old. Sorry. Like, and I love football so much. And it sounds like I'm frustrated. I'm actually not. It's how we talk about it as the sport.
The National Frustration League.
It's Brock, and we're going to continue to do it as a fan base when it comes to this guy. Just because he's not in those big 4 doesn't mean he's a scrub. It's okay. And it doesn't mean, he's not on the same level at times as a Jaden Daniels or a CJ Stroud or some of these young guys or Justin Herbert, if everyone wants to go Justin Herbert. It's okay. That's all right.
And that's the thing, though. I don't think a lot of people think that is okay. There's this belief that when you get to the big game, the quarterback has to be the reason why you win. And the guy I look at, Eli Manning, was he ever one of the truly elite quarterbacks in the NFL?
Never.
No.
Ever.
Was he ever a top 5 quarterback?
No.
There was times where he was maybe in the 8 to 10 range, if you really want to be generous. And yet he still won 2 Super Bowls. He's going to go in the Hall of Fame because of it, not a first ballot. And he's looked at as one of the great quarterbacks of all time, yet both of those Super Bowl wins, he was not the only reason why they won those Super Bowls. You had a couple fluky plays in there, but you had a great defensive showing in Super Bowl 42, and you had a Patriots defense in Super Bowl 46 that was just really not very good. That made it a lot easier to kind of cut down the field in that Super Bowl in Indy. But yeah, Eli Manning was not the sole reason why.
Does that change the perception of Eli Manning at all? No, at all. It's just, you do not, there's this belief that you need to have an elite quarterback only in order to win a Super Bowl. It certainly helps. No one's ever going to be like, yeah, I'm not picking them, their quarterback's too elite. You're never going to have a situation like that. But it doesn't disqualify you, and maybe that's where the frustration comes from, is that maybe there's just a segment of fans who just, if someone outside the quarterback has to be responsible for your team winning, then that's just not good enough. And I just frankly disagree with that line of thinking.
There is a great myth that we like to perpetuate every year when it comes to the NFL, and we're up against it. And James, Damon, and TC, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570.
You're a high-level loser, bro.
It's the myth of parity. There is no parity in the NFL. It's the haves and the have-nots, and it's either you have the best quarterback or you have the best collection of talent on the team, and that's what you're doing. It's Tom Brady winning them this century. It's Tom Brady. It's Ben Roethlisberger. It's Eli Manning. It's Peyton Manning. It's Patrick Mahomes. And then a handful of other guys.
Breeze, Rodgers.
One and dones, as I call them. Breeze, Rodgers, Foles. Right.
Brad
now
Johnson.
Jalen Hurts. Exactly. It's either you're going to be the outlier, right? And that's what the Niners are trying to be, the outlier with Purdy or Garoppolo, or you have the elite Hall of Fame guys.
What's interesting, you know what? We'll get
on the other side. We'll get to it. 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up. The game brought to you by Frontier Ford. Mach-E lease specials are on, and Tesla owners score even more at Frontier Ford. Lease a 2025 Mach-E Select for just $239 a month plus tax, $1,999 at signing, and save even more with your Tesla. Offer ends September 2nd at Frontier Ford in Santa Clara.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Quarter 3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Poor Joe Spadoni. You weren't here, Carter, yesterday. I was wearing my Gorilla shirt yesterday. I should have played it. It's Dare. And I dare you to name the better quarterbacks in the NFC than one Brock Purdy. Who are you ranking above Purdy in the NFC right now? 888-957-9570, because we are less than 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. And by the way, we're also less than 2 weeks away from the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit. It's happening next Thursday, September 4th.
Oh, no.
Live. What do you mean, oh, no? I'm going.
I don't know what you're talking about.
King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara, Willard Dibs. Going to be live starting from 2 to 4. And then the summit will start with all the hosts from 4 to 6. It's going to be me, Shasky, Guru, Steiny, Willard Dibs, all of us. Maybe even Look. We'll be out there. Come on out, hang with us. It's a great place to get started for the football season. And again, that's going to be the start of the NFL season because you got Eagles, Cowboys that night, Sammy. Great food,
Look.
great place.
Listen.
Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come on out, start the season with a bang. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. The go-to spot right now is the morning roast for fans because everyone's chiming in with their Brock Purdy thoughts. I knew it. We were too quiet about the quarterback so far.
We gave him Monday off. You know, that was Jake Moody's day. Today is Brock Purdy's day. Be cool if maybe tomorrow could be a Juwan Jennings day. Before we get out of here today, Spadoni, you got some thoughts that you got to uncork here. We'll do that in just a moment. But before the show today, Steven Risotto told us about an interaction that took place on Steiny and Guru yesterday Risotto showed off.
What happened?
Risotto showed off a little bit of a impersonation.
Who's Steven Risotto? For
Steven
the audience?
Risotto, by the way, for those who don't know, he joins me on Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Which we need to get an episode of that out soon. Apologies for everyone, for the 6 people listening. But he is currently producing the show this week as I sit here in the chair opposite of you, and he's got an impersonation of a notable Bay Area media member that had Guru in stitches yesterday.
I don't think they have it yet, Sam. I don't think they have that cut that you're referring to yet.
Well, that's why I'm teasing it, not for right now, but before the show is over, maybe at around 9. I want to end the show on this.
Oh, this is a big tease then.
Yeah, no, I want to. That's what I said.
This is making or
I know
breaking
you
the
have
show.
things to say, so I am teasing this.
Got it.
At around 9:40ish, I want to get that cut ready to go. Then
okay,
I want to play what happened,
Smart.
and then I want to laugh about it because Guru's reaction to what Steven Risotto did was just why we love Guru. So around 9:40ish, before we shut the show down for the day, I want to get into that. But before we do that, I want to hear what you have to say about...
Well, that tease is going to make or break the show now. Now, this better be a good impression or I'm going to be flustered. I'm going to be very
Well, that's
upset.
on Steven Risotto at that point.
Better be good.
Steven Risotto's basically...
derail this... I'm kidding.
He's basically the Brock Purdy of this tease here.
James, Damon, TC, and Sack. I'll get to you. All of you. I will get to you. I promise. 888-957-9570. I asked the question right there. What other quarterbacks in the NFC are you taking above Brock Purdy? And I want to also dispel the myth that, a great quarterback does something with nothing. Like, let's just go to the NFC right now and just look at the top teams that Brock Purdy and the 49ers are going to be contending against. Let's go to the first and foremost our own division, okay? Let's just stick the Rams, right? The Los Angeles Rams. I'm going to pull up their depth chart right now, Sam, and I'm going to tell you the talent that they have around them. First and foremost, they have a Super Bowl champion quarterback, Matt Stafford. It looks like he's in line to play, by the way. Broken back and all, whatever's going on. They got Stafford. Kyron Williams. Pretty good running back, I'd say. I had him in fantasy. He's pretty freaking good. He got paid this offseason, deservedly so. I'd say he's pretty good, right?
Yeah, I'd probably take the Niners backfield over him, but...
Sure, because that's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
But Kyron Williams is pretty good. Yes?
Yeah.
I
think we agree on that.
Puka Nacua, would you say he's a top 5 wide receiver in today's game?
He's definitely one of the upper echelon receivers.
Devontae Adams, even this version of him, still pretty good, right?
He's
As a
still
number
a threat.
2. If he's a number 2, you're feeling good.
You got to respect what he brings.
Tyler Higbee.
He's a good tight end.
He's a good tight end.
Good, not great, but good.
As a number 3, I think Tutu Atwell's pretty good.
That's a very good, speedy number 3 receiver right there.
There you go. It's a good team. Wow. Okay, so it looks like Matt Stafford's not working with a bunch of scrubs. Oh, let's go to
I don't want no scrubs.
Let's go to the Detroit Lions depth chart, Sam.
They're notable for having nobody on their team.
Yeah, they have no one. Just a Jamison Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jared Goff, Tim Patrick, Sam Laporta.
TJ Hawkinson. No, he's not there anymore.
No, he's not there anymore. But again, they don't need him. They don't need him.
They got Sam Laporta.
But you mentioned a team that's out there that was a playoff team last year, the Minnesota Vikings.
They have TJ Hawkinson.
Let's see what the depth chart of the Minnesota Vikings chart.
That's not a quarterback working with nothing. That is a team working with no quarterback.
Aaron Jones, who had a really good year last year, a little long in the tooth, but still pretty good. They got Jordan Mason as the backup that they can go to. Justin Jefferson, pretty good, I'd say. Jordan Addison, now, albeit he's going to be suspended, but again, he's your number 2, he'd be a number 1 on some teams. TJ Hawkinson. There you go. And you got Christian Darrisaw. You got a pretty good O-line there.
You got one of the best offensive lines in the league. And the question mark there, though, is obviously J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy. He's the ultimate question mark. But he doesn't have nothing to work with, right? They're not saying, hey, J.J., make something out of nothing here.
No, that's what I said. It's kind of the other way around. They have something, and then it's nothing much thrown to them. We don't know on J.J. McCarthy, though.
Exactly. You go to the Green Bay Packers. Let's do that. Another people that love. Jordan Love, right? Pretty good quarterback. There you go. All you need, playoff team last year. Josh Jacobs. In the conversation, one of the best running backs in football since he's been around. He's pretty good. He leads, I think it's him and Derrick Henry, yards after contact. Josh Jacobs gets it done. Romeo Doubs. Pretty good.
Pretty solid receiver. I don't know if he's an elite tier receiver, but he's good.
Jaden Reed. Pretty good. I like Jaden Reed. Hey, Christian Watson, who's out right now. I liked him when he was there. He took a step back last year. I still like me some Christian Watson. Tucker Kraft. We'll see. We'll see going forward. But again, okay, that's probably one of the slider rosters.
Not as impressive of a roster there.
Not as impressive, but again, They don't have nothing.
Yeah. But what about Jalen Hurts? I think he's working with a lot of nothing in Philadelphia, right?
I mean, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley.
Oh, so he does have something to work with.
Stop. Again, this is what I'm trying to get at.
What about Jaden Daniels? He has nothing to work with, right? Can we dispel that, Mary?
They got Terry McLaurin back, right?
Oh,
They got Austin Eckler. They have Deebo Samuel now.
So he doesn't have nothing either. Interesting.
We like to move the goalpost and tell quarterbacks somehow we want it to be harder on them for some reason. Unless you were literally going through what Patrick Mahomes was going through last year when he lost Rashee Rice, when he was throwing to Xavier Worthy, like a rookie as his number one guy, an old man Travis Kelce who kind of took a step back, multiple step backs, I'd say last year. They were a defensive team.
Swift step back.
They did. They were a defensive team last year. They won in the playoffs because of the grit and defense, all right? Because of the timely throwing of one Patrick Mahomes. And what happened in the Super Bowl? That lack of offensive production
finally caught up
to them. They got slapped in the face.
Mm-hmm.
They got pimp slapped by the Eagles.
Reality
and Nick
sucks
Sirianni.
sometimes.
They did. So this whole notion that I was just trying to hammer it home, the whole notion of, oh, well, he's got to do something with nothing. You're always going to have at least something, okay? Unless you were literally going through what Patrick Mahomes was dealing with last year.
Well, even Patrick Mahomes still had something. I mean, say what you will about Travis Kelce. Even in a slow year, he's still one of the elite tight ends that you're, having to keep an eye on there when he's on the field. He did have Rashee Rice for a minute. Xavier Worthy ended up being a great pickup for them, and he still had some good running backs there in Isaiah Pacheco. And at the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes also had one of the best defenses in the NFL that was there to clean up his messes. When you only need to score 20 points a game, it's a lot easier to win a football game when your defense is holding your opponents to 17 points or less every week. So even Patrick Mahomes, if he had nothing, so to speak, on offense, he still had something on defense. Whereas Brock Purdy last year, he had very little to work with on offense most weeks, and he had very little help on the other side of the ball in terms of the defense just keeping points off the board, keeping the other team off the field, getting Brock back on the field. When you have special teams units that are giving you short fields to work with, or conversely, as again I mentioned in that Rams game, giving up fat returns to set up your opponent with a short field, that's going to further put your team behind the eight ball. So yeah, this myth of doing something with nothing, yeah, it is just that, a myth. You and me, we're Adam Savage and Jamie Heineman. Boom, busted.
Ooh, myth busted. I like that. That was a deep cut right there.
You did not see the Mythbusters.
I didn't see that. I love me some Mythbusters, by the way. This per Matt Mayoka, NBC Sports Bay
Jennings
Area,
Jam
covers the 49ers, and this is the latest, again, as it is NFL cut day around the league. As of this minute, the NFL has not announced a suspension for 49ers wide receiver DeMarcus Robinson. If the suspension does not come down by 1 p.m. Pacific time, the 49ers will carry him on their initial 53-man roster. Some other news and notes from Mayoko.
Wait, hold on. Time out. I didn't mean to interrupt here. The suspension hasn't been handed?
No, has not.
Then what was that 3-game suspension we were talking about?
In Kyle Shanahan's mind, it's already been official, but it hasn't been a league official yet. So it hasn't come down from the league
So we're just waiting
officially.
for the paperwork to get
Correct.
filed.
I think so.
It's all but happening. It's just once the paperwork gets filed.
Just like you like to procrastinate and I like to procrastinate with that finals, like term paper, like on the last day. That's
kind of like when I'm bringing
the NFL's doing.
Like when I'm bringing
the
the rundown and sound sheet into you at 6:08, 3 minutes into the show.
There you go. That's what I'm doing.
That's what the NFL's doing with DeMarcus Robinson.
11:59 a.m. You got the website or p.m. and you submit it and you just beat the clock. That's what the NFL's doing with DeMarcus Robinson. It sounds like. We'll see. More from Mayoko talking about cut day before we go to the phones. We begin today assuming Brandon Ayuk, Malik Mustafa, Yetur Gross-Matos shift to reserve/pup. Curtis Rourke goes on reserve/NFI. And Isaac Alarcon, who he goes to reserve suspended list.
Mispronunciation.
There you go. That leaves the 49ers with 17 moves yet to make. So a lot to happen still.
Things are percolating.
Today. Things are percolating with TC in Sacramento.
Oh, I'm a big TC fan.
And 49er football talk is back when TC graces our airways. What's up, TC?
What's up, bros?
Yo.
What you got on Brock Purdy, TC? We know you love him.
Hey, Brock. Now, listen, Brock Purdy, bro, so this isn't really like a Brock Purdy thing, right? I don't think Brock Purdy is super awesome, but dude's cool, man. Like, that's about it. So, like, just because he had a couple cool seasons and he went to, that doesn't mean that this dude's like a 10-time Super Bowl winner. And if you don't talk about him like that way, that doesn't make you stupid, right? Or if you do talk about him that way, it doesn't really make you stupid, right? It's just, dude's cool. So let's stop like overhyping him, or I guess underhyping him. I guess he's just a cool quarterback, bro. What this season falls on, bro, what every Niner fan keeps wanting to run from is Kyle Shanahan. I don't care about what success he had, NFC Championship games, this, that, play caller, design. I don't care, bro. It's about getting the job done. If Kyle Shanahan doesn't put this team in the best position to win, bro, it falls on him. It doesn't fall on Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has weapons around him. That's why people say, Brock Purdy, you have to get it done. You got George Kittle. You got Christian McCaffrey, Robertson. You got Trent Williams. You got all these pieces, bro, on this team. Fred Warner, Demo. You got pieces around you. That's why it's on Brock. But at the end of the day, Spadoni, this is on Kyle Shanahan to get the job done, bro. Period, point blank. Niner fans, we have to stop running from that. It's on the head coach, bro. Period. That's all I got.
TC, real quick, is he coaching for his job this year?
Period. Yes, he's been, in my opinion, he's been coaching for his job. But this is it for Kyle Shanahan fans. I know everybody doesn't want to hear it, but he's coaching for his job this year, bro. Period.
I love you, TC, in Sacramento. He started that off
for a conversation tomorrow.
I love when you start off, I don't give a damn what Kyle Shanahan has won in his career. Kind of matters in this case. It kind of matters that you've been to 2 Super Bowls. I don't care. That's what this fan base has done to the TCs of the Sacramento. They just beaten them down.
I mean, when you look at the last 15 years, it does make sense. Like I like to scroll on Instagram because I am just a horrible
doom scrolling.
Yeah, brain rot, all that stuff, and the amount of like random sports accounts on Instagram that are just like, are the Niners the most miserable franchise the last 15 years? And it's just Kyle Williams, it's Jacoby Jones, it's Richard Sherman, it's Emmanuel Sanders, it's Jaquoski Tart. I am really sorry, Niner fans. It's Brock Purdy against Hassan Reddick. Yeah, I understand how Niner fans have gotten to this point where it's just the banging their heads against the wall is going to drive you into a situation
poor
where
Niner fans having to go to 3 Super Bowls and lose them. Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
It sucks.
I mean, I'd much rather be a Jacksonville Jaguar fan.
Is it better to have won and lost than to have never won at all?
You don't want to be miserable like those other fan bases that know they're never going to do anything in their entire lives. The Niners, they'll win one again. Don't worry, guys. I'm telling you, it'll happen.
The great tease of hope.
It might not happen next year or the year after that, Carter, or the year after that. But I'm telling you, one day.
Or the next year. It's
going to happen.
Or the next
Stop
year.
smiling.
Damon's in the city, wants to join on the Purdy conversation. Damon, good morning.
Do it again. That's what we're up against. Do it again.
Let's do it again.
That's what it is with Brock Purdy is do it again.
Got it.
You know, the first 2 years, amazing. Last year, bunch of question marks. Do it again. And that's what the conversation is about. And it's always going to be about that. No one talks about, man, this guy used to be good. Either this guy's great or this guy's falling off. No one says there's no in between of he used to be good. Look how we.
That was just the point he was about to make.
The do it again point, this kind of goes into my prove it question here. Like, I get the whole you need to do it again. That's kind of what it's like. If you have a great year, that's great. You just got to do it again every year for the rest of your career. It's not that hard.
And
again and again and again.
I was doing Dude, Where's My Car? Continue.
There you go. Man, that's a move I haven't seen in a while. But that's kind of with my prove it question is, coming into the season, do you believe Brock can do it again? Even in a down year last year, still a solid season. There's not a lot to shake a stick at last year. Some bad interceptions. Yes, that's inexcusable. I'm not trying to pass that off. Some of those interceptions I don't think were on him last year. That won't be the case this year. He's going to get the blame of it because welcome to the NFL, buddy. You're the quarterback. You just get blamed because that's just the way it is, as the song goes. But I do kind of wonder, like, at what point do we come into the season being like, you know what? We got number 13 under center. I'm feeling good. You know, I trust that he will do it again. I'm curious, like, are more, Niner fans in the boat of what was our guy's name that just called in?
It was someone.
Was it Damon? I don't know.
Yeah, Damon in the city.
There we go. It was Damon in the city.
I was close. Someone, Damon.
I knew he had a name. Are they in this where you still need to see it done again every year to believe it in Brock? Or are you in the boat of, you know what? I know I've seen him do it before. He has the ability to do it again, and I do trust that he will do it again. Like, at what point do we get everyone out of Damon's boat and into the other, yes, we believe in Brock Purdy boat?
Listen, all I know is, Sam, it's a great point. I'm looking at the NFC being wide open right now. It's the Philadelphia Eagles and who?
Maybe the Commanders, maybe the Lions. And again, we were talking about how Vegas...
I'm looking at the quarterbacks, though, in particular, Sammy. Let's start with the NFC East. All right. You got Jalen Hurts, who I'm very high on, and he's the Super Bowl MVP. I think more people should be higher on Jalen, and we're not because it's a run-first offense, and we're all looking at, they weren't throwing enough. But Jalen Hurts, I think, has proven himself to be a pretty freaking good quarterback. He's won a lot of big games. He showed up in a matter of months.
Jalen Hurts.
There you go. Good quarterback. All right. You got the talk of the town. He's the greatest thing since canned bread, as I go SpongeBob reference. All right. It's Jaden Daniels. Everyone loves him some Jaden Daniels. Talking about do it again. Do it again.
You beat me to it by 1 second. That's
season.
your do it again. That's a guy who needs to prove it, especially when you burst onto the scene as much as you did, much like CJ Stroud. I'll be honest, I bought the CJ Stroud hype. When I saw what he did his rookie year, I'm like, this dude might be one of the 5 best.
Are you jumping off of it? He was good. He won a playoff game last year.
In that I thought he was already one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league. Then last year happens, like, you know what? Maybe this is why you don't crown a guy as a top 5 after 1 year. Does that mean he won't be a top 5 ever in his career? No, he'll probably work his way up there at some point. He's a damn good quarterback in CJ Stroud. But you could still have a step back in your sophomore season after a fantastic rookie season. Of course, I think there's still a lot of faith in CJ Stroud. But yeah, Jaden Daniels, like, are you the super wonder kid you were last year, or are you something maybe not as much that?
Exactly. So we're going through the division. All right. Dak Prescott. All right. Yeah. He was hurt last year. I'm actually higher on Dak Prescott than most other people. When he is healthy, like, he can get you to the playoffs. Now it's getting to the playoffs that we all laugh at the Cowboys.
He's a better fantasy quarterback than a real quarterback.
No, but he gets you to the playoffs. And I do think that's the hallmark of at least you have to be a good quarterback. Like, when I have you, I'm expecting playoffs at the very least. And that with Dak Prescott, I believe that. Now, they're kind of a wild card for me too, because you do have CeeDee Lamb, and I think we are sleeping on George Pickens going over there. I do think that could be good. Now it's very combustible too. It's Dallas, it's George Pickens. We know about him, so we'll see. And then they got a rookie head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. But if everyone's down on Dak Prescott, sure, fine. The Giants, I mean, Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson,
Dart's not even playing this year.
Exactly, please. Jameis Winston, get out of here.
That defensive line, though. Woo.
Yippee. NFC North, I'm not believing it. You can't talk me into the Giants.
No, but I like over 5.5 for them this year.
Sure, you take that. You
raise the banner.
You should have put your A's bet in, by the way. They're going to hit at the over 63.5. You should put it in. NFC North, let's go there. Everyone's talking about that being like the cream of the crop, right? With all like the teams vying for a playoff spot. The Bears got Ben Johnson there now. Caleb,
still a wait and see. You talk about doing it,
yeah.
Like, you not even do it again, just do it.
A lot of question marks. Lions, let's see them do it again. Like let's see them. They're healthy, but new coordinators. No Ben Johnson there.
A bit of a different do it again, but I hear you. I think it's more of a do it again for Matt Campbell than Dan Campbell. Sorry,
Jared Goff though. I got question marks this season. I got question marks at Jared Goff. I know he's literally probably going to go down as like the greatest quarterback in their franchise or one of them because of what he's been able to do there with Dan Campbell.
It's a low bar.
It's a low bar, but you know what? They love him. Yeah. They love them some Jared Goff. Jordan Love. I got question marks at Jordan Love. I don't know.
He's not a do it again guy. He's more of a do it guy. I think Carter and we were talking. Like, I think Jordan Love definitely has the talent to have a long, successful career with the Packers, but it does still have to happen. He does have the toughest division, I think, to battle with right now overall. NFC South, it's Baker and a bunch of
exactly. Thank you.
You talk about Baker Mayfield. I think Baker again. He's all right, but he's not a tier that's going to get you to the next level.
See what I'm getting at here? The NFC
opens up so much for Brock Purdy and what he can do.
Is in conversation with damn near all of these quarterbacks, all of them. Like, it's not that laughable of a statement to say Brock is amongst the company of everyone else in the NFC outside of you're saying a healthy Matt Stafford, who a lot of question marks right now, and Vegas has the Niners as the favorites to win the division. Why? Because there are question marks about the quarterback down in Los Angeles.
Because we underrate, I think, Brock in this division. The amount of people who put Brock as the number 3 quarterback in this division, I think, is kind of interesting. There is, again, I personally kind of like Brock more than Matt Stafford. The mobility factor there is a big up for me there because I think in this day and age, you need to be a little bit more mobile as a quarterback. I elevate Brock above Stafford. I think that we give that Super Bowl win, that gives Stafford a big bump in terms of just how we view him. Listen, Stafford, I'm not saying that Stafford's a terrible quarterback. I'm just saying I would take Brock over Stafford right now. I honestly think Brock is the best quarterback in the NFC West right now this season. Brock Purdy. I don't know if that's a lock.
I don't know if Brock could do what Stafford did in the snow last year in the playoffs against a Philadelphia Eagles team that blew out the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Stafford was a player or two away from stealing that game. And maybe we're talking about the Rams winning 2 if they go on, because I think they beat the Commanders, and then I think they beat the Chiefs. Seriously, I think that highly of them. But again,
we love thinking highly of the Rams here.
But back injury, major question mark right
exactly.
now. So that's why going
as
forward,
I've learned
it's not that hot of a take. If you're going forward and you're picking one of those guys, I'm picking Brock Purdy.
That's why I said this year, I think Brock will be the best quarterback in the NFC West.
Ooh, what does James in Santa Clara think about that? What's up, James? You're on the Morning Roast, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What you got?
I'm thinking a couple of things here. Brock Purdy, this is the first year we're going to see him post-bag. So one thing you guys haven't brought up is he got paid. And we saw all the roster moves happen because of it. So this is going to be the year, and I think we'll find out pretty quick how good he really is. So I'm excited to see that. I mean, nothing but upside. I mean, when he's had a great team, great people around him, he's done great things. He's a great student of the game as well. So how he studies for each game, and you look at the strength of schedule that we have this year too. So I think we're primed to see the best version of him post-bag, and that's what I'm really excited to see with him this year.
All right, that's James in Santa Clara. So post-paid Purdy. Yeah, maybe I'm a little more jaded to the conversation. I'm really not viewing it that way. I know a lot of people are. So, he's the highest paid player. He's got to do this. There's expectations. Those expectations were already there, though, right? Like, you're the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. The expectations are Super Bowl, always. It was the same with Jimmy Garoppolo. It was the same with Trey Lance. The same with Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith. The expectations when you are the quarterback of certain franchises are Super Bowls.
It's the ultimate pass-fail grade right
That's
there.
what it is. The Cowboys, there's certain ones. I mean, hell, going forward, it's probably going to be the Patriots now, just with the legacy there. You have to compete for Super Bowls or give you hope that you can win a Super Bowl, which gives me this sound that I want to play. That we had Bill Romanowski on, a guy that's won 4 Super Bowls, obviously played with the Niners, played with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm. Thinks Mahomes is soft.
Thinks Mahomes soft. Well, he said crybaby. He thinks he's a little bit.
Sorry.
Yeah, he said the Chiefs are a little bit soft, or was it the Eagles? He sees one of them was, but he says
they're
Mahomes
all
is
crybabies. Yeah.
But this is what Bill Romanowski had to say about Brock Purdy a couple weeks ago, courtesy of the River Islands guest line on with the Morning Roast. Bill Romanowski on Brock Purdy giving this 49ers team hope.
Every single game you go into, you expect to win. And a big part of that is because you have a great quarterback, a guy that can make every throw, a guy that gives you the confidence that if you play your game, 49, talking about the 49ers, our mentality back with Joe Montana and Steve Young, we knew they were great. Everybody else knew if we played 49er football, we will win. And I think Brock gives you that. He gives you that kind of confidence where if we do our thing, hey, if we block for him and if we catch every ball that's thrown our way, we're going to win this game. It's a confidence thing.
Confidence. All about confidence.
Exactly.
And I think Brock Purdy does give his teammates confidence. It's interesting because I do think he gives his teammates more confidence than he does the fan base, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, that kind of goes into the Josh Allen conversation. When John Lynch says they have Josh Allen, we have Brock Purdy, that's not about who could do physically. It's what it means mentally and confidence-wise for this team. And when you talk about things I have a lot of confidence in, I have a lot of confidence in the impersonation that Steven Risotto.
You've been teasing the Euros. You can't wait to get to this.
Well, we got 4
Risotto
minutes
Cup.
left in the show. So, Steven Risotto, I want to hear that you have an impersonation of someone in Bay Area media. Who is that impersonation that you're very good at doing?
That would be that of Dave Fleming, who is a friend of the show, friend of the Morning Roast.
He'll be joining the show Thursday at
95.7 The Game Giants Insider.
Exactly.
Of course.
So do a little of the phlegm for us here. Then I want to hear what you did for Goo yesterday.
Yeah, so he kind of has like a very distinct voice, and I kind of have to get into my character here. So just close your eyes, and then, just think you're watching a TV broadcast of the Giants.
I'm not closing my eyes. Not going to do that.
Hi, everybody. Dave Fleming from San Francisco. Good to see you, Joe Spadoni. Thanks for having me on the Morning Roast.
It does have a good inflection.
I feel like it's not as good as when I did it yesterday. But
well, let's hear the one from yesterday, because that was just absolute chef's kiss, the entire sequence. Do we have it ready to go?
Play it.
Stephen Risotto, will you please do your Dave Fleming impression for the people?
I like how you enjoyed this, Goo. It means a lot. You said that it was an 11 out of 10.
Just shut up and do it.
Let me close my eyes.
All right, I'm closing mine again, and I heard it, Evan.
Thank you, Guru. Welcome to Oracle Park, the home of the Giants. We get you ready for baseball at the corner of 3rd and King. Yeah. Thank you, Sam Lubman. Thanks for having me on the Morning Roast.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
We got to get it to Flim, the morning show.
It's gone.
Dude, Steiny, that's a wow.
That's great.
Evan, I know you guys are like, dude, where you going?
He's done it for me before. It's a 10 out of 5.
That's incredible.
That's pretty good.
It's the Guru wheezing through it.
Man.
The Guru part's my favorite. When he says to shut up and do it. That's the best part. It's pretty good. And Steiny's saying things like, it's pretty good.
With the fact that you got Steiny saying it's pretty good, that's how you know it's like off the hook there. Evan gave it a 10 out of 5.
No, it's pretty good. The only thing that you need to now include in it, and it's going to be the final chapter of the Dave Fleming impersonation book, is the voice cracking on a home run call.
It's gone.
No, it's not. Yeah, you got to get the crack in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough to do that.
Well, that has happened naturally.
Exactly. Again, that's part of it.
It's tough to do that part.
Stephen, very good job. I'm very happy we played that cut. It made me happier leading into Fast Five. Carter.
Finish on a smile.
It made me very happy. And Sam mentioned it. We're having Dave Fleming on this week, and you will be doing that impersonation to him on the radio. You better start ramping that thing up, Stephen.
No, that's not what I signed up for.
No, you're doing it. Sorry, we're putting you on the spot. And you're going to have to do it.
Demand there.
You're going to try to ruin our show? I don't think so. All right, you're going to be locked in, and this is how winners are made on the Morning Roast. This separates the men from the boys. It's doing an impression of a person to their face, or I guess in this case, their ear. But Dave Fleming might be might be able to see his face on YouTube.
We might be able to see him react in real time. I would love to do a day because like we've had we've had this one right here.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freedman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
And then we have all the other, the Lucas impersonation that Filmo did. One of these days, I want to have a day where it's just like, call in and impersonate someone at the station. I want to hear all the different ways that people try to impersonate us. I think that'll be very fun to hear that. So, but we're talking about final thoughts here. I'm going to think about Christian McCaffrey here and Brian Robinson Jr. because I'm thinking about what Baldy said there, and it didn't seem like he was too fired up about that pairing. And I'm kind of curious about how that's going to look now. I think I said this yesterday. I just want McCaffrey to come out and get hit on that first play just so we can get it over with, see him bounce back up and be ready to go. I hope that Brian Robinson Jr. can take that load off Christian McCaffrey because, again, we are getting to the end of his career, unfortunately. I believe he's 30 years old now, Christian McCaffrey. So
getting there.
And it's once you hit that, once your age starts with a 3, as I've learned over the last couple years, the body does not body as well as it once did when your age starts with a 2. So, Baldy kind of got me a little shook on Christian McCaffrey. Hopefully that's not a long-term thing.
Well, the Brian Robinson, the part that, if you missed any of the interview, Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday, 7:30, find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. Baldy's saying he's not as powerful as Jordan Mason. But you know what? Jordan Mason, I felt like wanted the contact. He sought that. Like he hung his hat on seeking contact. I don't need that from my number 2.
No, and
I don't need that from Brian Robinson. He stayed healthy the last couple seasons in the NFL. That's what I need. And he's not going to have that burst. That's what Christian McCaffrey's for. That's okay.
I think what Brian Robinson lacks in terms of the Jordan Mason running through guys, first, he's going to be able to make up with, again, not just the workload, but also the pass catching ability that Jordan Mason did not have. And we saw how detrimental that was to the Niners offense last year.
My final thought today, I go Love Island reunion. I think I kind of spoke about it earlier. Andy Cohen's really good at that. I think
You
Andy
did speak
Cohen,
about Love Island
I think
earlier.
Andy Cohen, who does like all the Real Housewife reunions, he's like a producer on there. I think he should be doing our presidential debates. Why not? Just have a reality TV show
Be better
producer,
than the options now.
be doing the debates, ask the questions. It should be in that format.
Maybe just
it's
run for
already,
it.
or our entire government's a reality show anyways. Why not just lean into it at this point? Stream it on Peacock,
Nothing
Paramount
matters.
Plus, Xfinity. Use that. Just go all into it. Just why not? And I'm so out on Huda, by the way. She couldn't even speak about the guy she's dating on there because of Netflix, because of a conflict, like an NDA stuff. Like, why did we tune in anyways then? And yeah, the Heart Stop Challenge, they showed like the behind the scenes footage of that. It was nothing. Shelly needs to get over it. It wasn't that big of a deal. There's things to get on Huda.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional
I
regarding
am
this.
emotional about this. I'm out on Ace and Shelly. That's my takeaway. I'm out on Ace and Shelly. Shout out Hannah, a Monterey High School product. What's your final thought, Carter?
My final thought is I haven't seen you guys since the Brian Robinson trade went through, and I just was so elated by it because I thought it was such a good deal for the 49ers. You basically trade Jordan Mason, and you get a 6th-round pick in return. You draft Siegel, who is potential to start at the safety position now. So you add basically Marquise Siegel and Brian Robinson and get rid of Jordan Mason. Now, if Brian Robinson leaves this coming year, when he's a free agent at the end of the season, you get a 6th-round pick or better as a compensatory back. I mean, seems like a no-brainer. Then you look at the Sky Moore deal, and it's like, ugh, good God. I have concerns with that guy. Let's just put it that way.
Well, he can't catch. That'd probably be it. You're playing wide receiver and he can't.
Yeah, I mean, he's not good. That doesn't help, right?
It's like getting a quarterback that can't throw, I guess. Is why I don't.
I hope he makes me eat my words.
I hope so too. Steven Risotto, what are you eating?
Well, whoops. No, I don't have anything prepared. I don't have much prepared for this, other than I'm a little nervous. Now you guys are going to put me on the spot for Dave. I have to have my A game on Thursday. That's important.
That's how winning is done.
Got to
All right,
have your
Coach?
A game always on the morning roast.
The morning roast.
We are the morning A game.
It's not the morning letdown. And hopefully that's not the 49ers season this year. That's not what I want. Steven, I'm expecting big things. You're also Italian, so you better show up. All right? You got the entire country behind you. Right?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
He's an Italian.
Yeah, Dan Devone and me rooting for you. Okay? And there you go. Carter's like half. Sam's like a quarter or something. There you go. That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. Steiny and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the fans.
Gas prices climbing again? Rude. With 17 fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid models to choose from, you've got options. Get a great deal right now on the fuel-sipping 57 MPG 2025 Prius at Toyota's national sales event now through Labor Day. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan. Get to your local dealer for Toyota's national sales event today. Toyota, let's go places. See your Toyota dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from San Francisco. Excellent work by Alejandro and the rest of the guys. They did emergency repairs on our building garage door. They showed us how to manually open the door while we were waiting for parts on order. I highly recommend. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, cue up Isaiah Thomas.
Please. Don't start another fight early.
Oh, my.
Please.
That's going to be a tease, though, people.
Jealousy. On line one.
He said it right to Draymond Green.
He did.
Wow.
Doesn't mean he's right. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Isaiah Thomas, we'll get into him a little later. Our producer, Evan's in New York right now, so we got Ken and Risotto in there, but, Evan's still trying to curry favor. So he sent me a clip of Isaiah Thomas talking about the Warriors to Draymond Green. We'll play that later. It's kind of funny.
And before we get started, I want to take a second and apologize to my brother.
Good move.
Not to you.
What do you mean?
To Risotto, because I was on Bart. They had security on Bart checking your Clipper card. I like it. Give me more. I felt safe. Anyway, before he did that great impression of Flim, I guess I said shut up and do it, but I didn't remember saying that. So, Pasta, I love you. Let's go. That was incredible. Showed Norm.
Shut up. I'm just kidding. I accept your apology.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't even realize.
Wow, that's my man. We got talent here, Steiny.
Well, so okay.
Cut down day.
Cut down day, 1 o'clock.
Tariq Owens.
We'll find out a lot of guys who don't make the 49ers that we never heard of in the first place. All right, so I was thinking about this. Because the last couple of days, a lot of Purdy talk, a lot of 49ers talk. How do you doubt Purdy? You still doubt Purdy. How are you going to judge Purdy? What are you looking for with Purdy? And I was just thinking, is it really that complicated?
Is it that complicated?
It's not. We've seen this guy quarterback for 3 years. 2 times he went deep into the playoffs. 1 time last year they didn't get it done. They have a team right now that's
in transition.
Let's just say it's more unknown what's going to happen this year. It's like, what? Okay, you want to know how to judge Brock Purdy? I think it's simple. Can they make the playoffs? If the 49ers make the playoffs, which you figure they have a chance of doing,
they're favored.
Then he was good enough. If they don't make the playoffs, then he probably wasn't good enough. Isn't it really as simple as that?
It can be, and I'm not going to sit up here on this terrific Tuesday and say you're wrong, but the bottom line, Steiny, is there's 10 other positions on offense, another 11 on defense, and I don't got to tell you how the game works, but we could see a scenario to where Brock Purdy is not the reason, has a pretty damn good year, and what's around him on the defensive end, or if we see ineptitude offensively from receivers or the running game or the offensive line's not there, we know, we're smart enough as fans to know what it looks like, and I believe Brock Steiny is a part of it. Now, we were having fun, you, Ken, and I in the green room. If you're into the NFL Network's top 100, Purdy was 30 last year, and this year he's 96. And to me, that feels like he got all the blame. But, Steiny, I'm going to put it right on the table. Early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. You're talking 2 different things. The football part of it, I believe, and I'm telling you, and I'm going to stand on it, Brock has earned that money. But the fans, because he got the money here in the Bay from afar, are going to judge him differently. And that's okay. But if you're fair, I don't think you could just say, Steiny, they're going to make the playoffs if Purdy has a good year, because I'm afraid of what's on the other side of the ball, the defense too. So, it's going to take a village, not just Brock Purdy, to get him to the promised land.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, there's 2 things. One is, he'll be a quarterback that didn't make the playoffs then for 2 straight years. But what I'm getting at is, offensively, they should be good. They should be pretty good if they stay healthy. And obviously, if the 49ers resemble the Bengals of last year, nobody's going to pin it on Brock Purdy.
And they're a great example.
But the reality to me is that maybe the team around him right now isn't good enough.
And you might be right.
And so that's why I feel like this team's we don't know what to expect from this team, but there's enough guys who are left over who have won that lead you to believe that they could win enough games to make the playoffs. And to my way of thinking, in a way, even though I'm going to contradict myself a little bit, I feel like we do know who Brock Purdy is.
Who is he?
Brock Purdy is going to do everything Kyle Shanahan wants him to do. And maybe it's going to come down to everybody else. Because if you look at the knowns and the unknowns on this team, I think you got to put Brock Purdy among the most known in terms of personnel on this team. We know more of what to expect from Brock Purdy, I think, than maybe 90% of the guys on the team.
Yeah, and when you say it like that, I think of Fred Warner. I think of Bosa, who needs to bounce back to me, and I'm holding to this high standard and that high contract. Also Kittle, but I'm with you. There are no health issues right now to me in regard to Brock Purdy. So if you feel that confident in him, and I can sit across from you and tell you, Steiny, like we're having a candlelit dinner, I can tell you he's good enough when he's on to take a team to 2 NFC championship games and get your lead in the fourth quarter in the Super Bowl. So I feel like I know who that quarterback is. Now, what's he going to look like, partner? We'll see.
Yeah, and I just think in fairness, if you look at this team compared with the teams that have gone to the Super Bowl, I think we got to acknowledge that Purdy doesn't have as much around him as he had in his Super Bowl appearance.
Now, that's on Kyle and John, because I just found out, Steiny, I know you hate the schedule release and the 53-man cut down and what the Niners possibly could get from other teams, but Demarcus Robinson, I'm excited about 8 touchdowns last year with the Rams, but Ken was telling us, Steiny, if this suspension comes down before week 1, he's going to be on the 53-man roster and he's going to take a spot from somebody. So I'm just wondering how long it's taken for that. The NFL, what are you doing? Wake up. You know, we got games here shortly, but also and we don't do this for fun. What the hell is going on with Juwan Jennings? Will he be out there week 1 against the Seahawks for Brock Purdy to have as an option?
Yeah, I don't know whether you like, and maybe this is going to sound like I don't care what you just said, but I do. But what I'm saying is, to me, what'd you mention before Jennings?
Demarcus Robinson.
Okay, Demarcus Robinson's suspension.
Good,
Demarcus Robinson's possible suspension and Juwan Jennings' situation, small potatoes. It's small potatoes to my way of thinking. In the grand scheme of things, it's not. It shouldn't make the difference whether they're an 8-win team, 10-win team, or 12-win team. I'm talking big picture here. They have the easiest schedule in the NFL.
You're coming off 6 and 11
compared with last year, and they have a division that they can be competitive in. And to me, it's pretty simple. The goal is to make the playoffs.
Hell yes.
And whether they do or don't, like, I think that's going to go most of the way toward me determining, if Purdy was good enough or not.
No.
And I'm not saying if they go 8-9, it's going to be all his fault. But he's going to be, like, if the 49ers go 10-7 and they make the playoffs, I'll tell you right now, Purdy was good enough. Like, he was pretty good. Like, there's no way he's going to be bad and they go 10-7. Right?
No, I'm with you. But also say this, how can you say he doesn't have much around him and then Juwan Jennings and what's going on and him possibly not being there? And then, again, Steiny, I know the season's 17 games, but possibly not having DeMarcus, or we know at this point, let's keep it real, he's not going to be there 3 games. That stuff matters. Those are 3 games, and we don't know what's going on with Jennings. So when you say going into week 1, he don't got much around him, Goo. But then what might not be around him, like Juwan Jennings will be missed if somehow they botch this and he's not out there week 1.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, we just got something from our airwaves today, gentlemen, that you might be interested in. So, according to Instagram from Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, they are now engaged. Even Adam Schefter has tweeted about this.
I can't even name 5 of her songs. I'm happy for them. So she'll be Taylor Kelce. Well, maybe coming soon.
She ain't going to be Taylor Kelce, bro. Right. No chance.
Right. What is it? Taylor Swift Kelce. That's what
she ain't going to be that either.
That's her Facebook name.
She's got a brand. It was your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married with a dynamite emoji.
Yeah. Congrats.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to be heavy on the Niners today. It's cut down day. 1 o'clock's the official deadline for the Niners to do that. And the question I have for 49er fans is, isn't it more simple than we're thinking about Purdy? I mean, we know what this team is. There's a lot of unknowns there. We know what he is, though.
He slipped in the rankings, though, 30-96, Steiny. So they blamed him for that 6-11 season. The powers to be, I believe.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, we'll see how much that matters.
Yeah. We got to talk to Ken about that breaking news sounder.
Okay, that segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or even over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only.
So MAB is all green. And then that's when you go over to the blue gear and switch audio to master, right?
Flirting, grooving, you still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19.
Did you see
Vaccines
I guessed
are a
3
key
on
part
here?
of any health
I'm
routine
an A.
and help
I'm
strengthen
an
your immune
uncheck.
response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines
Then
you
I
need.
go.
Schedule in minutes at
Guess 3 here.
vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And put guess 3 on master.
Now run. Okay. See this part.
Goo, I love you. I love you. I want to spend more time with you off the radio.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I stood you up yesterday. You can call me out.
That was fine.
You all right without me?
Yeah.
All right. I knew
I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. Why did you stiff me, though?
A car caddy in the shop.
But you knew that when you said you would meet me.
But we had such a good show.
It was not a good show.
With Willard and Dibs. I thought I had my ride. And then when I realized I had to get on board, I had to jet. I'll make it up to you. And Ken, they're coming for Ken with that. I thought it was Kuminga signed a trade. Kenny, I see you working, but boy.
Some people just don't love
Trade
love.
Murphy
I get
to
it.
third.
It's all right. That's why I played this song for them.
Oh, this is her? I have no idea, bro.
Oh, my.
I like Taylor Swift. I don't know anything about her music.
Yeah, either do I.
But she seems like a good person, right? Just like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a good person.
Yeah, he got paid.
Good quarterback.
New money.
So, okay. I'm going to play something for you from Greg Cosell. This is about Brock Purdy. And then I'm going to read something to you. It's a quote from Brock Purdy. But Greg Cosell comes on with Willard and Dibs every week, and he's a film guy.
He's great.
And so you may have heard this before if you've been listening for a day or two, but our audience I haven't played it for. So I just listen to how he talks about Purdy.
During the season, I can't watch, 250 dropbacks in a row of a quarterback. I have to each week watch games, as many as I can. But in the off season, I can watch 250 dropbacks over a 2 or 3 day period. And I got to tell you, I came away thinking that Purdy's really good. Now, I thought there were times he left the pocket too soon, and I thought that was one of the things that at times, he struggled with last year. But overall, to me, as a post-snap operator, in other words, when the ball snapped and it's in his hands, I think he's an outstanding post-snap operator. He sees the field intuitively. I think he's an elite processor. I think he creates timing and anticipation throws based on his immediate understanding of what he sees, and that allows him to throw with precise timing. I came away after watching everything about him that he's a really, really good quarterback who truly understands how to play the position at the NFL level.
All right, so that's Greg Cosell. And he was talking about Brock Purdy. And I'm reading a story today from Albert Breer.
Good read.
ESPN?
SI.
I want to get that straight. All right, and he interviewed Brock Purdy. I want you to listen to this quote from Brock Purdy. This, to me, I think is going to be the crux of it. He was asked a question about the frustration of losing the Super Bowl and then last season. And this is Brock Purdy. I would say I was frustrated about losing the Super Bowl, and it was like, all right, we got to get back. That's all I saw was getting back. And because some of those guys are out, I have to go make plays to get us back. And for me, I was losing sight of, bro, keep every play as simple as possible and don't complicate it. And you will get back. And you will get back if you do. You'll get back to the Super Bowl if you do your job the right way every single drive for 4 quarters, and you win the game. At times, I lost sight of that. I was trying to do too much. So I'm kind of thinking, which one do you think it is? I mean, why? I mean, he tells you why he tried to do what was trying to do too much. Is Purdy saying I tried to do too much, and is that what Cosell is talking about when he talks about leaving the pocket too early?
Remember, we came down on that. That was the first few weeks we were talking about, damn, it seems like Brock is running by choice, but now we find out if you take a step back or a few steps back, it was by necessity because the O-line was porous. But listening to Cosell, it sounds like he feels like the Niners do, and that's why they gave him that bread. But I love Brock giving us insight to his mindset, Steiny. So maybe he was trying to hit the home run and not take what the defense was giving you. And I think of that as check down, throwing the ball in the flat, picking up some yards, keeping the chains moving. So that's what Brock sounds like he kind of got away from because he kind of mastered that in 22 and 23.
I mean, what I want to know, and maybe there is no specificity to it, but I'm not sure if he's taught. Let's say there's a play called, he drops back, and he's got a first option, and the guy's open. Is he saying that I didn't take that first option, which was given to me, because I was trying to do too much?
That's how I took it.
Or is he saying that first option wasn't there because our personnel wasn't good enough for that number one option to get as open as they had in the past, and I didn't want to make that throw, and so because of that, I had to try to make plays on my own and try to do too much. I know it's kind of nuanced, but is he saying guys were open and he kind of overlooked them looking for something bigger?
Yeah, he was looking for the home run. Or was he saying they
were never open early and I had to go try to do stuff?
See, I think he would have said that, but then you're throwing people under the bus. I think it's a landslide. I think it's the first thing that came out of his mouth. He was holding on to the ball, waiting, trying to get to home run, and he's got some gunslinger to him. We know that. And maybe now he's looking back on last year. I should have took what was right in front of me, and we would have been better as a offense, moving the chains, getting 3 or 4 or 5 here and there. And he's telling you, Steiny, he held on to it, and then maybe the blocking up front broke down because he was trying to hit the home run, and then when it wasn't there, he's holding on to the ball, running for his life. That's how I took that.
Yeah, I wonder. And I know things happen so fast on a field that you can make these decisions in split seconds. I'm just, when it all comes down to how we're going to assess Brock Purdy and how we're going to judge Brock Purdy, that's why, to me, when you look at the overall makeup of this team, minus the, even not considering Jennings and Demarcus Robinson, I feel like this team could win 6 games. It could win 11 games. And I feel like, and maybe I'm again, what's the word? Contradicting myself. But if you think the 49ers are between 6 and 11 wins, I don't view Purdy as being, well, if he stinks, they'll win 6, and if he's great, they'll win 11. I feel like Purdy's going to play pretty much how Purdy plays, and What about the guys around him? Who do you think is going to more determine a 6-11 season versus an 11-6 season? Purdy or the guys around him? Because I think it's got to be the guys around him.
Can I go round table? Can I go a combo, Steiny? It's 50-50, man.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into this conversation.
And let me throw this to you. So tell me what you're thinking. I know it's kind of vanilla. What's the most important position in football right now to you, Steiny?
Quarterback.
No doubt. So what did you make of him last year? 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. That wasn't his best year out of the three. I think it was his worst year out of the three. If you want to call it regression, I have, but not regression to the means to where you don't get a contract or we forgot what you did the first couple years. But again, that's why I think it's imperative that you get a Jawan Jennings, who I know is not Chris Carter or Jerry Rice, but damn it, he comes up big. He's come up big for Brock Purdy, especially on third downs. So, Steiny, if you're throwing this out to the listeners, it's valid, then you got to have everything around him to support him. And if you're just telling me he's at Brett Favre status or Joe Montana, then you could say you don't need Jawan Jennings. But I don't see it that way. That's why I'm blown away as to what we're going to see. Which receivers are going to – Jacob Cowan, is he on the PUP list today? How's he going to start the year? Ricky Pearsall, is he ready? All this is going to come out in the wash, but Brock Purdy's got to be a leader, Steiny. And when I say leader, forget the vocal. Shout out Taylor Swift. I'm talking about the play. And he did that 22 and 23. I thought, Brock Purdy, you knew when you watched the Niners that ball was coming out and maybe guys were getting open, but things have changed drastically. Ayuk will not be on the field. We don't know when. Debo's gone. So
how tough is it to acknowledge that? And how much do we have to bang our heads against a wall to say, yeah, he was great for 2 years. They were healthy. They had unbelievable pieces around him.
Yes.
And they were great, and he was really good. And last year they didn't have Ayuk, and they didn't have McCaffrey, and they had Trent Williams out. And guess what? He wasn't as good. And they went 6-11. And if he would have been better, you know what? They would have been 8-9. I mean,
yeah. As an offense, I think of the Seattle game where, real quick, Steiny, Geno Smith did the night-night. How many times did the Niners offense, just the offense, have a chance to put teams away, get a first down, it's over, add some points, it's over, and they couldn't do that for a litany of reasons. But this year, I think now that Brock got paid, I do forget the fan base is looking for him to be Moses almost now, Steiny.
See, I don't sense that. Okay. I really don't. And I'm not pandering to 49er fans, but I think hardcore 49er fans that really watch this team, they're not and that know a little bit about football. Yeah. Not that I'm judging anybody, but we know that we just know that Purdy's not going to be a drop-back quarterback throwing 38 touchdowns a year. We just know that. And so that should never be part of the equation because it's not what he's asked to do. He's going to be asked to. And here's the other thing I was thinking. This is just not quite off the subject, but they get Robinson, the running back,
B-Rob,
and I'm thinking to myself, could that be a little bit of protection in case Jennings isn't there? And I know he's a running back.
Yeah, you could look at it that way. But also, too, protection for McCaffrey, too, because Baldy just joined Joe and Lubman on the roast. And again, that is a concern. It's a valid one from a guy that not only played the game, studies the game. And Evan and I talked about it, Steiny. I look at B-Rob as Geico. You look at just him and McCaffrey. B-Rob is not a bum by any stretch. So he's a strong dude. I do want to say this. I can't speak for Baldy, but I felt like the report on B-Rob, Steiny, from Baldy wasn't glowing in regard to, he's a difference maker, but he definitely makes this team better. And if you want to say you envision, McCaffrey split out wide and now B-Rob, you have them both on the field together, okay, I'll take that. But we got to see it first.
Yeah. And we got to figure out who's going to be out there week one.
And let me ask you this. Jauan Jennings has popped the last couple of years. Do you think Brock Purdy made him, or do you think Jennings helped make Brock Purdy in regard to being that Michael Irvin, that Jerry Rice on third down, that target on third down, which he was? I think he knocked what he was supposed to do, Jennings, weekly, Steiny, out the park. So that's why the standstill has me kind of scratching my head is, so you don't have Ayuk, and you're really playing this game of chicken? Because when it's all said and done, third and long in Seattle, Steiny, I can tell you if there's no Jennings, Brock Purdy's job on said play, to me, becomes that much more difficult. Now, does that constitute whatever he's asking for? I don't know. And we don't know how much he's asking.
I'm going to give you that he popped last year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He popped last year.
But he was Mr. Reliable. That we know.
Absolutely.
And in the Super Bowl as well.
But see, here's the other thing. Like, if we're – and it's hard to get to what I'm thinking. But this is where I feel like if you're really trying to tell me that they got to have Jauan Jennings.
I believe it. Go ahead.
For 2 to 4 games before guys get – they have to. They got to – you know what? Like, there's a lack of respect for the team in general. I feel like.
In
like
what sense, though?
If you really think, to my way of thinking, now you could say you look at it differently. If you're telling me that Jauan Jennings is so important, especially early in the season, then I'm going to tell you right now, your expectations must not be very high. That's the way I kind of feel. Like, really? 1 third down, number 3 receiver. Not even for the whole season. A number 3 receiver for the first 4 to 6 games is going to have, you might need him to have a bigger role than normal. And that's going to be one of the determining factors. I don't know, man.
See, to me, Steiny, that's how football works.
Why isn't it done? Because if listen to it, like, right, if getting him in for week 1 they felt was as important as you feel it is, then he should have been signed by now, because now we're getting into danger territory about whether he's even going to play in the first game.
No doubt,
or not.
and I think we're there. But I'll say this to that. Even though I was Team Ayuk, Steiny, it might not sound fair, but I've taken a few steps back, and this is what I feel in my core. I think the way that the Brandon Ayuk situation and contract played out, and how hurt, they'll never admit it, how disappointed they were, not just with the play, because Brandon never got that, let me show you I can get back on the horse, because the rug was ripped out from underneath him. I think that messed everything up from the powers to be to shell out new money, Steiny. So it's almost like Jennings doing this came at the worst time because of what happened with Ayuk. You buy a new Ferrari, or you pay for the Ferrari and you crash it right, leaving the lot. So that's why I think a lot of what's going on with Jennings is residue from that hurt, from what they didn't get from Ayuk, Steiny.
Maybe.
But you still got to pay the piper in some way and come up with some type of resolution. And I've been hearing this a lot. Willard touched on it, Dibs, and a lot of Niner fans. Oh, week 6, week 7 is really the go time. But again, there's nothing better than talent but more talent. I'm telling you, when Ayuk is back, whatever version we get, you still have a spot for Jennings. That's when you have multiple weaponry, and weaponry that can scare guys or dudes that you can count on. And that's why I'm up
Jennings
here.
Better? Like, I don't know. Is Jennings better than Robinson? DeMarcus Robinson?
I would say DeMarcus Robinson is better.
Well, then he's a 4. Then if they ever do get healthy, he's a 4, right? If you're telling me Robinson's a little bit better than Jennings.
Can I say this to you? Yeah. And when you drop back to pass, Donnie, it's not, hey, we're going to throw it to receiver 1. Obviously, you're going to look, but if you got a guy getting double covered, I got to count on my others. And we've seen that. How has Jauan Jennings been so important when you had Debo and Ayuk and Kittle? He found a way.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah. I wanted to hear your answer on that, Steiny.
On what?
when you had Ayuk and Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey, how did Jennings pop? He was
on
the fourth.
third down.
But I'll take it all day, though.
Right.
And so there were more than just third downs. But
how many yards do you think he had the year before last year?
I would say about 750. Mm-hmm. What is it?
Receiving yards 2 years ago, Juwan Jennings.
All right.
How many did you say?
About 750.
750?
Yeah.
265. 265 yards.
All right. And what about last year? But then now you're saying he was used differently because
you
of
hate
necessity.
this, and I get it, but I don't care.
Taxes.
Yes, he had 975 receiving yards.
Yeah, talk to me.
They went 6-11. Like, that to me matters. You know what that tells me? As unfair as it is? Oh yeah, he's a number one on a 6-11 team.
Yeah, man. Okay, let me say this. How the Super Bowl that they almost won, here I go, his performance was stellar, right?
Yeah.
And Kittle was out there, McCaffrey was out there, Ayuk was out there, and so was Debo, Steiny. So the dude is a part of this offense.
Right.
And he's a weapon or a target for Brock Purdy, and I thought they work well together.
Sure.
I want to see that enhanced.
Problem is you can't pay a sixth option like he's a second option.
If he's asking for that type of bread.
I don't care if he's asking for $15 million. It's like he's not a $15 million. Like, isn't McCaffrey making 15?
So you think the Niners' win-loss record or the success or lack of if Jennings just went to Mars, you think it's like you sound like it's a nothing burger.
I didn't say nothing burger, but it's not going to make or break the season.
That's a nothing burger. Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
I don't think it will.
Wow, Steiny.
I don't know. What do 49er fans think about this? Like, in the grand scheme of things, and that's the other thing that I think, to me, it's a factor. It's where a franchise is at a particular point. What they might have done with Jennings 2 years ago or 2 years from now is different than they're going to do right now.
Yeah.
And I just think where they're at right now, with so many unknowns and with a team that they themselves have to figure out what they have here, that it's just not the right time to give in to this, to Jennings, as much as we love him, just because we've got some injuries right now.
All right, I got one for you. Since Evans at the U.S. Open, I'm going to hit it back to you, Steiny. I think of Kyler Murray. He's got Harrison Jr. as supposedly his one, and that's going to be the combo moving forward. You think of Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf. You think of Dallas, Dak's got CD and Pickens. Who is Brock Purdy's favorite receiver, like his target? To me, even with Pearsall about to pop, hoping he pops, it was Jennings. I think that matters. And if you're telling me whatever verbiage you want to use about this offense and where they're at, a soft reset, I'm just talking about specifically the passing game. And obviously Kittle's there, but I'm talking about now that Ayuk is in sick bay, Steiny, Juwan Jennings, and Brock Purdy had something. They had a rapport. So are you telling me we're going into this season? Forget that, Goo. It's Pearsall and Purdy, which if you say it's that, well, we ain't seen much of that just in practice or OTAs. Like, Brock Purdy needs Juwan Jennings, I think, to be successful. And this team offense.
You know what? And I'm going to pick at that. If Brock Purdy needs Jennings to be successful, that's a problem.
In what way? Just because he's not a one?
Like, exactly. Like, I just don't think he's the difference between. And here's the other thing I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I do have a prediction. Here it is. You ready? We can talk about it on the other side.
Put it in the cap. Yep.
Put it in the cap. I don't think they're gonna do anything with Jennings, and here's why I feel like that. This Brian Robinson.
Yeah,
the running back.
Yes,
I get it that he's there for McCaffrey to maybe give him some break. But I really think that Kyle Shanahan would look at a guy like Jennings and say, you know what, we got this Robinson running back. You know what? We're going to run the ball anyway. That's what I like to do. And that's what I'm going to do no matter who I have. I like what Pearsall's given us. I think he's going to be good. And don't forget, we still have George Kittle.
Yes.
And so I think Kyle Shanahan's the kind of coach and personality that if he's turned off by this Jennings thing, I think he's saying, well, we can go skin a cat another way.
Wow,
like
man.
We don't need, like I'll figure it out.
Well, they brought in Sky
way.
Moore, even though we laugh, and he's going to be on the team, Steiny. I mean, I'm just saying that's a reality. Robbie Chosen, don't know if he's going to be on the pup list or not, but I'm just, if you're right, then these guys that I'm reading off and guys that may be getting cut in other places, who's to say if they're out on Jennings? Robert Woods, okay, he's all right. He got cut from the Steelers. If you're right, then Juwan Jennings is in Kyle's eyes something like that if they don't get this done, and I would be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I also, I just, from a practical standpoint, now that we've seen Shanahan coach for eight years,
yeah,
can they, the way he runs his offense, you got Ayuk at 30. Jennings wants 15. Piercer's on his rookie deal.
Oh,
they just signed Robinson. It's like, great. That's great. You got 4 receivers.
Yeah, and Kittle.
And you want to throw 19 times a game. Like, that's just not their philosophy. But what do you think, 49er fans, about the Jennings saga? And how are you going to evaluate Brock Purdy this year? To me, it obviously always starts with wins and losses. They get 10 wins. I'll tell you right now, he probably had a good year. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months. And it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker. 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarters. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall, like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale starts tomorrow. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen pack. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Something's fishy here. You guys are cooking something up. I don't quite know. But you know what? I can roll with the punches with the best of them.
And I was thinking of podcasts since your daughter and her friends got that court of public sport opinion.
Let's drop that.
Yeah, I am. I have #random podcast, but Kenny got in my ear.
That's actually a good one.
2020. You like it?
Yeah,
For you
random.
to like something, I might be onto something.
Because the podcast names are all taken. Like I thought, you know what? I'm like, for some reason I've been thinking about podcast names. Don't worry about why.
Yeah.
No, and I was like, how about full disclosure taken? Like
that is tight.
There are no
freebies.
No, there are no.
Nothing's open.
Nope, nothing's open. No room at the end. But #random.
Okay, I know we're talking football.
Yeah.
And it's cut down day, but Kenny just came out. I don't know if you know this. The Giants, baseball Giants 2026 schedule just came out.
Okay.
Kenny, tell the people the first 4 series.
You gotta
but
be
who
kidding
they
me.
open up at home against. This is incredible.
Yankees.
Yeah, it's kind of a gauntlet, guys.
So you saw it.
I didn't see anything.
Well,
but when you set it up like that, there's only one team that could be coming in here.
Oh, man.
So they're opening the season at home?
It's the New York Yankees at home, but then they got to go right after that to San Diego.
Okay,
so they only get 3 games at home, and then they're going down
Oh, my
south.
God.
You would think it would be more than that,
Usually
Steiny.
it's 6, yeah.
Usually it's 6.
Who else after that?
And then they get the Mets back at home,
Okay.
and then they get the Phillies at home. So there's 6 there.
So it's gonna be like last year. This past year they started 12-4. Then they start 4-12 next year.
Bruce Bochy will have them ready, Steiny. Yeah.
All right.
Wow, Yankees. Oh, we got some. You want to hit the sounder since you butchered it?
95.7 The Game.
This hurts, Steiny. I'll take care of it, Ken. My man, Jeff Wilson Jr., no longer a Niner, Steiny. He got cut, and we could probably saw that coming with B-Rob. But damn, I thought he was going to be a part of it. What do you do after you get cut?
Get back to work.
Or yeah, well,
you get back to work.
Out,
you have your agent.
Yeah,
making calls.
Hopefully he lands on his feet.
We're talking about Jennings and the 49ers and the prognosis for the season. And here's another way I look at Jennings. And I do think circumstances matter. It's not 2 years ago. It's not last year when you still thought you were a top 2 or 3 team in the NFL. What's the number? Like, give me some concerns you have for this team.
Well, obviously, the young. Okay,
you know what? Let me just do this. All right. So I'm concerned about the O-line.
Rightfully so.
I'm concerned about McCaffrey, his health. I'm concerned a little bit about the D-line.
Check.
I'm concerned about kicker.
Check.
So this is the way I look at it, and clearly it's completely different than you. When I look at this team, I see a lot of question marks. So many question marks that I'm not caving to Juwan Jennings in a year where 92 things are going to have to go right, and he's number 14 that needs to go right.
Hey, and I got to say something. I got to double back to what you just said, Steiny. We're not that far off. I agree all that is valid, and that's checkmate. Those were 4 checks we agree on, and we're not even done. But I'll say this to that. You just sound like a man that I'm going James Evans Jr., Jimmy Walker. It sounds like you think the good times are gone.
Not at all. Jennings he's not going to dictate to me whether there are good times or not. Juwan Jennings,
but if he's asking for
265 yards through the air 2 years ago.
All right, but see, now you're cooking the books. How many last year, partner?
yards 2 years ago.
How many last year?
That's the point. Why did he only get?
Okay.
Why did he only get 265 2 years ago? You know what? Because they were healthy. They were healthy. So when they're healthy, he's a role player.
Or let's just say this, put it right on the table. Another one brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Who's to say that win total of 6 is not 3 without the services of Juwan Jennings last year? Who's to say that?
Come on. Do you believe that? He was worth 3 wins? I'm just saying.
I think you're selling them short. I really do. If he's asking for 20 or 30, then I get it, Steiny. He's tripping. But if he's not, I don't think the Niners collectively, after what you just stated, the concerns that everybody has, I don't think you got your chest out to where you can play games like this.
I don't think he can put his chest out and play games like this. And I like him.
Yeah. And we said this real quick. We said this during the break. We've seen over the past where the Niners were the best version of themselves, them get out of a 3-5 hole, 4-4, 3-4. Steiny, what if they're not that good anymore? Where if they get in without Robinson, assuming he's out for the first 3 games, if you're off to a 1-3, 2-4 start, if they're not what they used to be, that can bury you.
Okay.
So why play with fate if he's not asking for ridiculous money?
Can I tell you what drives me crazy?
Yeah.
Is
me?
Well, no. Well, well, if they don't have Jennings and they get off to a 2-4, what if they go 4-2 without Jennings? I like Jennings.
Well, it doesn't. I got
Uncle
it, but
Looney,
it don't sound
Uncle
like
Looney on the YouTube chat. Steiny, can you at least understand where Jennings is coming from? Yes, of course. The Niners have caved every time. Yes, I don't blame Jennings at all. I'd like to see him on the team, but I'm not going to pay him $15 million to be on the team. Or, I don't know what the number is, but I got to assume it's more than a couple mil.
You would think.
At this point.
Yeah.
So,
I like Steiny. I know everybody's again. People are fat cats around here in regard to the schedule. The Niners won 6 games. Can you really, without knowing who's going to be the Minnesota of this year, point your finger at other teams? So with that thought process, Steiny, I just would love for this team to get off to the best start possible. And that's with 15 out there for me, if he's not asking for ridiculous chicken.
Well, I think he is. This is one where I'm gonna
defend the Niners.
Yeah, I think I am.
You think it gets worked out?
I'm starting to think no.
Well,
I'm starting to think no.
He hadn't caught a ball from Purdy since last year, it feels like. Let's just say it happens today. Then you got to wonder what shape he's in. If the calf was just injured, it was fake gait and nothing was wrong. But I just don't like this for the team. And I hope I'm not sounding like this guy's Jerry Rice. I just know when you look at the league and you watch all the games that we watch, there are some certain receivers that come up Rose's money time, third downs in the playoffs and Super Bowl, and I think Jennings has mastered that. Okay, he's not an all-pro, but I do wonder, are they really going into Seattle without him? That's on the table.
Maybe. But he's Jennings.
Third and Jawan.
Yeah, well,
or third and gone.
What about first and second down?
See how he catches balls.
He can't catch during those downs? Let's go to Ashton in San Francisco. What's up, Ashton? How you doing, man?
Steiny and good. What's going on?
Hey.
I'm here with my son.
Nice.
Here with my son. Taking him to the airport. He starts school next week.
Tell him hello and good luck.
He's going to call in.
Yeah.
We'll look see you guys here. Here he goes right here.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I just want to say thank you. We've been listening to you guys for years, and I just want to say thank you, show some love. And I love when Guru goes on his rants and when Steiny just annoys him so that he goes on those rants like just now.
Hey, what's your name? What's your name?
Ashton Jr.
Ashton Jr., you just made our day, man. Good luck to you. Wow.
Thanks, Ashton. Appreciate it, man.
Tissue.
Yeah. All right, Ashton. Good luck at school.
Wow.
Study hard.
Yep.
Study hard.
That hit me in the cardiac.
Did it? How old do you think he was? Like 10-ish?
I want to say 12. Very well spoken.
Oh, by the way, my boy's
Harry.
No. My boy from the East Coast. He doesn't like the way we were talking about him yesterday at all.
Dude, he's a made man. I want to meet him one. He don't come here though, huh? Last time he been to Oakland.
Oakland?
Yeah, where you live.
Probably 5 years ago.
All right.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, this is not for nothing. Let me ask you a question.
That could be the name of the podcast.
Not for nothing?
Dude, that's pretty clean. Lincoln Kitty. Anyway, go ahead.
Fantasy football, I guess.
We got our draft the 30th.
Let me throw this out to the listeners. There's a guy, if I have a chance at him in the first round, I think I'm taking him.
Jennings.
No.
Who?
Would this be the dumbest thing ever, or I think I'm taking Genty.
That wouldn't be dumb at all.
It wouldn't be dumb?
Dude, I don't know if he'll be that. Dude, Steiny, stop. He's getting all the opportunities.
So he's going to go in the first round.
I think you can get him later.
You think so? Depending on your philosophy, I got a couple
rings. You're drafting with. It's the guys around you that kind of ruin it.
Yeah, Steiny, I'm not mad at that. He's gonna
if I get 7. How many teams are we gonna have in this league?
14, 16?
Oh my, 16?
Oh, it's like 12 or 14.
That's called the NFL.
My first guess was 14. Guys, lay off. All right, got a little carried away.
Anyway, I'm going with Genty.
I like you in the lab thinking about. I'm not mad at that. Dude is young. He's gonna get the kid. Raiders going to be better.
Veggie 2 on the YouTube chat saying late first. Noted. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
So, on the Jennings thing, I think the one thing that we need to pay attention to, this is completely on the front office and John Lynch that Jennings even has a case to make. You overpaid an injured Brandon Ayuk. You let Debo go. You put all your eggs in the, shot last year, rookie Ricky Pearsall, who I love, but is still unproven, and you didn't bulk up at receiver at all. Jennings looked around the receiver room and was like, I'm wide receiver 1. I need more money, and that's just intelligence on his part and his agent. I mean, they should have seen that coming. And secondly, the third and Juwan thing is hysterical that he loves to stand on that. And, yeah, he has been clutch. But you're open because they got to cover McCaffrey and Kittle and Ayuk and Debo. That's why he's not open on first, second down, because They're playing even, they're playing zone, they're doing different things. When it's time to lock down, he's the only one they don't lock down. So he's going to play himself out of a possible role in a Super Bowl playoff team and end up in somewhere like Jacksonville or Cleveland if he keeps messing around like this.
Wow. I'll say this
I'll
to
tell
that.
you what.
About almost to the caller's point? 1,000 yards last year. Half the season, more than half, was without Ayuk. Debo was rendered ineffective. So what would the caller say?
Somebody's got to put up stats on a bad team.
So you said he did that by default?
Pretty much. I'm not saying he's useless. I'm not saying he's a bad player. He's a good player. But, Matt, I thought Matt hit the nail on the head. And I hadn't thought about it in that way. I mean, you knew you were coming into the season without Debo Samuel and Ayuk. You knew that.
Facts.
You knew you were just sitting with Pearsall. Like, I agree. You should have anticipated this, especially because, and I do believe you on this one, Jennings had something with Ayuk's contract
there's
last
no
year.
doubt about it to me.
So you can't tell me the team and the organization didn't know Jennings was going to do this or was thinking about doing this.
But even if you want to put that at the doorstep of the team, no means no. So
exactly.
Just say no.
Exactly. I think that's what maybe they're doing.
Wow.
I mean, seriously, if maybe they knew this was coming, they had a sense of it. They have their finger on the pulse of the locker room, and they knew. And maybe before this ever really popped off, they said, we're not paying him. No, we got to hold firm. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in the city.
So the Niners want to carry what, Steiny, about 7 receivers? So you got Ricky Pearsall, Sky Moore, Robbie Chosen, Jordan Watkins, Brandon Ayuk, who's going to start the season on IR, Jacob Cowing, and D-Rob when he comes back from suspension. So you think they can hold it down if there was no Jennings in the receiver room?
I feel like they'd have to. That's just the price of doing business. Here's the other thing I was thinking, and this gets back to Kyle Shanahan, and maybe we can steer the conversation that way. Like, I do think Shanahan, I don't know if he's got his, we talk about him having his favorites, but I do think there are players that he views that are somewhat interchangeable. And what I think is going on right now is that Shanahan looks at Jennings just like he looked at running backs his first 5 years with the Niners. When everybody under the sun went back there and led the team in rushing 1 year. You know, whether it was Wilson Jr. or Mostert or Breida or whoever. I just think that Juwan Jennings is the type of player that if Shanahan digs his feet in, like he's probably saying, just I'll be fine without Jennings. Like we're not doing this.
Man.
I don't know. It's just, do I know that for a fact? No, of course not. But I just feel like this might really be annoying to Kyle Shanahan and because his ego's the kind, like, this is the way I think of Kyle Shanahan. And maybe it's unfair, but I think of Kyle Shanahan right now probably sitting there saying, man, this guy, Juwan Jennings, good receiver. And with my help last year, he catches for 1,000 yards. In large part because of me and the way I call a game. And now I get him the yards and he wants to automatically redo his contract.
These things happen.
Like I can almost see Shanahan saying, fine, you'll catch balls for 300 yards this year. I'll find other guys to do it.
Wow. And I'll say this to that. Before you left, we played the sound where he said, go ask him, talking about Juwan Jennings. And that was the first example to me that he was way more than lightweight. He was heavyweight irritated when he said, go ask him. So, Steiny, when you ran down the list of running backs with Elijah Mitchell, that's one of the beautiful things about Kyle. He can do it even at the quarterback position where he doesn't need a Dan Marino or Joe Montana to get to the promised land and almost get it done. So if you're right and they are irritated, then I guess I'm disappointed in the Niners that you didn't try to trade Juwan at the draft, free agent. Like, I got to believe, Steiny, now that I found out, I'm bringing Ayuk up, that Kyle would say to the masses, and the reporters could run with this clip of basically saying, we traded Ayuk, I had to run downstairs and snatch the cord out the fax machine, because they changed their mind. I'm like, that's not the Kyle I think I know that is indecisive or, yes, trade him. Oh, no, I got to run and stop it. So who knows what they're feeling about Juwan, but the fact that there is no closure, a la Kuminga, Steiny, there's no way there's not bad blood. And then I keep going to IG Saturday with him putting up that picture with the rapper Offset basically saying, I got to stand up for myself, or people can't take me for granted. I'm paraphrasing.
Man. But, here's how I look at it. You know why Kyle Shanahan ran up the steps to stop the trade?
Tell me.
Because he's a coach.
Or down.
He's a coach, and like all coaches, he's selfish.
Or he was indecisive, Steiny.
I'll tell you what it was. Even though he may not be crazy about Ayuk or didn't want to pay him $30 million, whatever that trade was, he knew that it wasn't like, he was like, no, Ayuk's better than what we're going to get back, so we can't do it. Because, we just can't do it.
Theodore Rand in chat says, Goo, there is no external market for a guy like JJ.
I kind of agree.
What do you think he means, a guy like JJ?
Okay.
I'm asking you.
How many teams out there are saying, tell you what, we get Juwan Jennings, we go to another level?
Well, see, that's not who he is.
What do you mean? But that's exactly who it is if he's a third receiver.
I know it's not the Niners, but I would say, what's the worst third down team last year?
The Niners.
Outside of them. But if you added, that's how you look at Juwan Jennings. Can he help us on those downs?
Yeah. So now you're looking at a third down receiver. So how many teams are going to covet a third down receiver?
Well, I'll just tell you this, Steiny, and you're going to say, I know what you're going to say. That Saturday night a couple years ago in the Bay where Green Bay and LaFleur were about to hand the L on the Niners and shock the world in the rain, Juwan Jennings won that game. He helped you win that game. He's reliable. So
let's give him a $7 million a year bonus for
well, why do you think he's asking for new money?
Because he thinks he has leverage. And he should, if he thinks he has leverage, he's got to go for it. Yeah. I mean, it's obvious, right?
Well, obviously he thinks that, but it's not working. So it's obvious in the few.
As we don't know. I mean, how many 49ers went past this date and it ended up working out for him?
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced that he's out of the picture completely, but I just feel like it kind of feels like maybe they're drawing a line with Juwan Jennings. And the other thing we got to acknowledge is, okay, who have they taken care of? They're big boys.
Yes.
They don't think he's a big boy, and I hate to say it, he's not. He's not.
Well, give me a prediction of the closure. How does this play out?
I don't know. I don't know.
So, hey, man, oh, man. I do believe they're bitter about, just again, Ayuk's name could have been Bobby Ewing. The bottom line is you handed that man the money where you didn't kind of want to hand him the money. He gets hurt. What do you give me if I think, Steiny, they're skeptical? They're like that residue. Forget how good. Yeah, he was what did Dibs say yesterday? A A-lister and he's a C-lister talking about Juwan. I think there's something there to where they're bitter how that played out, and maybe they're reluctant to. Obviously, they're reluctant to kind of, I'm just asking for a bump for Juwan. I don't think he's asking for 20 or something ridiculous.
I think he is. I mean,
it looks like next man up. If it's something ridiculous, shout out Don Wrinkles, Steiny. I used that yesterday. Then he's gone. He's not going to be a part.
All I can tell you is we haven't heard a number. And we know what he's making, and we know he wants to make more. So the conclusion that I've come to, and I'd love to know if people are kind of in the same boat with me, I feel like he's asking for about 15.
You think, right. I wouldn't be mad at that.
Do I know? No, I don't know. But if he's asking for 20, that's a non-starter.
I mean, that would have got out.
If he's asking for 10, I got to believe that'd be done. But if he's asking for 15, 16, doesn't that have to kind of be the number around there?
You got me thinking, and
I don't know. Just thinking out loud.
Chicago Jason got me thinking, too, in the chat. So you look at Juwan Jennings as a byproduct of what was around him in regard to good IU, good Debo, Kittle, and McCaffrey. Dre Greenlaw's in Denver. He offered more money here in the Bay, but he wanted to do his own thing and not be under the shadow of Fred Warner. When I bring up Dre Greenlaw, do you say he was the byproduct of playing alongside Fred Warner? Or do you say, nah, dude's a dog when healthy?
Are you trying to make a comparison?
Yeah.
Well, I think two linebackers, like, if you're a receiver, one guy can only make a catch one possession. Like, two linebackers can play together and both make an impact at the same time. Like, I just look at it a little differently than, like, a tackle's there for either guy to make. But if you're a receiver, you got to wait for the ball to come to you.
So when we do I know we're up against it. When we do our prediction show, Juwan Jennings will have no impact on your win total.
No, not
for me,
one.
I can't give it.
I think that's a good way to put it.
No, for me it does. It really does, Steiny.
From what to what?
I don't want to tell you. We got to wait till we get to the show. But hopefully I won't have to put that in the gumbo because this will be rectified.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, I'm going 9-8 or 10-7, something like that. I'm not gonna overthink it, and I'm certainly not gonna rack my brain about altering a number because of Juwan Jennings. No, they don't have Jennings.
Sound like Kyle.
They don't have Jennings. 5-12. They got Jennings. 13-4. He's like Moses Moody. It's all right. It's good.
Steiny, he was seconds from being Super Bowl MVP. Yeah. I believe.
Okay.
All right.
And let me be sincere here. Because he was seconds away from being Super Bowl MVP.
A candidate, yeah.
Is that the reason that you would acquiesce?
No.
Okay.
I just think he's reliable. When everything is on, there is no lemon booty from Juwan.
You know
Jennings.
what we pay guys who are reliable? $7.5 million a year. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, Isaiah, you want to just spin it for
just jealousy.
Let's just do it on the other side because by the time 12-1 rolls around, there'll probably be more football stuff.
And the boss won't come hit us.
I'd like to see him try.
Well, you never been in a fight.
Exactly. That's the one to start with. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I got two words for you. Isaiah Thomas, the original bad boy, was very bad on the Draymond Green podcast. All right, that segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil, check your tires, battery, fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This company's good. I don't
Man,
have
you are the
Jennings
man.
leverage. Maybe I do. We've nailed down the Red and Gold Summit, ladies and gentlemen. The 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard Dibs live 2 to 4, and then the summit with all the hosts. That goes from 4 to 6. Come out, hang with us as we get you ready for the NFL season. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang with the hosts. That's Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. That's next Thursday. Come out and get the season started with a bang. You can experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. You can catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans.
Got 2 things on my to-do list for that function. Shout out E40. New shirt and haircut, baby.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, ask real quick. Ask me, do I care about you, the man, outside of the station?
Hey, Goo, you care about me outside the station?
I do. And before I got in the sack last night, Steiny, you got to stop doing what you're doing on Facebook. No. You're setting traps. And then I read every comment and people are fighting.
Oh, what are they saying?
You don't even come back.
Never.
You just watch.
Never.
It's going to hurt the show.
How do you figure? Nobody knows. I'll say,
dude, what are you? You're a madman. You just leave it there and you watch people fight. Dude, I read every comment like, this is good. You got to stop it, man.
Listen, man.
You got to stop. You got to keep the sports time.
Is it really a hot take to say, National Guards, the National Guard in a big city is going to create some problems? Is that a hot take?
But you knew how people were going to take it. You had them fighting, man. And I'm reading, I'm like, get a life, Goo. I'm reading every comment.
I mean, I'm wrong. No, you're right. Everybody's right. This is the way it should be. 24/7.
Putting it out there.
The
and then
National
leaving.
Guard. Bring them in.
Think about the insanity of that.
You got to participate.
Don't
double
get me
back.
started.
Yeah. You just vanish. Like, my job's done here.
Yep. I love it.
Oh, boy.
You want to step in my landmine? That's up to you.
It just finds me, too. I'm like, what did he put this time?
I got it. We got it. Having the National Guard in our cities is probably going to be a problem.
Oh, boy.
Wow, man. Gutsy.
Yeah.
Whew. Gutsy. Let's see. Who has more impact on winning, Goo? Jawan Jennings or Jonathan Kuminga? That's a great one. Got to give Loon his credit.
Dude, that is
when
a
it's
great
put
one.
like that, I got to say Jennings. Pay the man.
I'm leaning towards JK, but yeah, there's no loser in that one. How about that?
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Steve in Santa Rosa who wants to talk about the 49ers defense. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I don't care if the 49ers had Jerry Rice and John Taylor back. With this defense, they aren't going to win anything. Look at Cincinnati. All this talk about Brock Purdy, I've heard. Brock Purdy, everything. Cincinnati has the best quarterback in the league. No defense. The Niners lost the last 3 Super Bowls when they had the lead late in the fourth quarter. Defense. The other teams just walked down the field, scored the winning touchdown, then we're praying for a miracle comeback with less than a minute. And you grant me, 3 weeks into the season, when they get beat, it's going to be the defense that cost them the game every time. They have a horrible defense. They didn't upgrade it very much. And I don't care who you put on offense. Without a good defense, you don't win anything.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. And that's, to me, where Robert Saleh comes in.
Yeah, he missed yesterday's show, obviously. We got faith in Saleh.
I have confidence that Saleh will get the best out of this defense, but I'm not convinced that means the defense is going to be good. I don't know what the defense is going to be like, but I do.
I want to see rookie Mykel Williams, Steiny. We didn't see him all preseason. I know some that got to cover the practices did. Pasta and the rest of the gang, Bonte, Shasky. But the bottom line is you got a D-line of what? Led by Bosa, Mykel Williams, Jordan Elliott, Kalia Davis, Bryce Huff, C.J. West, Alfred Collins, Evan Anderson. Those are names and bodies, Steiny. Let's see it. And who knows, after all the cuts the Niners make theirs, if they don't go fall in love with guys. That's what's fun about today from, talent that gets cut in other places. Now, you can say talent doesn't get cut, Goo. Sometimes it does, but we'll see. But, man, I don't believe the Niners defense lost in the Super Bowl. Had the Niners converted a 3rd and 5 and offensive line would have been handling their business, they would have got a first down, kick and field goal.
Here we go. We talk about Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay. I tuned out.
He brought it up. Or did he?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't remember. All right, listen, here's the deal. 1 o'clock is the cut-down time for the Niners. We'll get some definitive news there, and we'll get back to football.
I want Owens' son to make it.
Who?
Owens. Terrell. Owens' son is on the bubble.
He's not gonna.
So this is when nepotism goes the wrong way, right? LeBron could get Bronny on the team, but T.O. can't. Go figure.
LeBron's still having good
Jerry
years.
Rice Jr. Jerry couldn't get him on here. I get it.
See Jerry drop the pass the other day?
I did see it.
All right. I just want to get into this a little bit because Evan sent this to us from New York. Okay. So if you're wondering where Evan is, he's in New York. Watching tennis.
He'll be back Monday.
Spending too much money. That city's going to own him. I'm telling you.
How much did you pay him for house sitting? His pocket should have had the mumps.
$300.
I would have did $5.
No, you wouldn't have.
The square footage in your home constitutes. I would have bumped it up 200, Steiny.
No, you wouldn't have. You probably wouldn't even paid him.
You might be right.
All right. So Isaiah Thomas, the bad boy, not the lefty point guard.
Zeke.
Who used to play for the Kings. Isaiah Thomas, the former Piston, was on Draymond Green's podcast. And he was talking about Durant in the early years to Draymond. And he said, I got to tell you, of all that, I've heard, I've never heard it put like this.
And
I've never heard it put like this, but it's just, it had me laughing.
And I'm mad.
All right, here we go. Of course, Goo's mad. This is Isaiah Thomas on Draymond Green's podcast.
Before Kevin Durant arrived in Golden State, y'all were on the verge of and being remembered as the team that went 73-9 and lost to a Cleveland Cavalier team in the finals 3-1. You up 3-1. And probably one of the biggest collapse in NBA Finals history from a 73-9 historical team. Kevin Durant comes that summer and really saves y'all basketball legacy. And you win 2 championships after that. And now you're the Golden State Warriors dynasty that you're going to go into the Hall of Fame on and everything else. It is cemented because if Durant don't come that summer and you guys are remembered as the 73-9 team that lost 3-1 in the NBA Finals, all of your legacies are different.
He's right.
Stop.
He's absolutely right. He just is.
So what happened? I got to just do this. Isaiah, what happened in 2022? There was no Durant.
Right, but that's not what he's talking about.
And they had one before Kevin Durant and got to 2.
What he's talking about, what he's talking about is, and by the way, I gotta explain this because you guys were going, zzz. You heard that sound. He was making a gesture with his hand. You guys were going downhill.
All right.
He was saying you guys were going downhill. So what Isaiah Thomas is saying is if Durant doesn't come and you don't win those next 2 titles, you're not only not remembered as a dynasty, you're remembered, and I'll just say it, as one of the biggest joke artists in NBA history.
Okay, but already with the title the year before you did that.
Hold on. Right. Even if Durant never comes, okay, and they win in 2022,
which they, yes, sir.
The point is that 15 team would still be looked at as one of he's right. Their legacy would not even be close to the same.
Even with the trips to the finals, because I'm assuming they go, well.
I think what he's harping on in this day and age, and I think this is where he's right. It's like, you know how we kill teams that don't win it? Think about how we killed think about how we talk about the Niners for the last 5 years, not being able to get it done. What if, like, you think the Niners collapse against the Chiefs was bad? It pales in comparison to the Warriors losing that series.
And I feel like I'm in the courtroom. A defense attorney, Steiny, stepping to the witness. What is Kevin Durant? The Warriors won before Durant. Durant didn't win before the Warriors. So
he's not talking about Durant. He's not talking about Durant.
But we got to go full enchilada.
No, you don't.
Durant.
No,
he's talking about Curry had one without Durant. So we got to quit painting this picture like they were just going to. No, Steiny, seriously, man. They won.
It's not about Durant.
But see, you got to be a guru to make it about Durant too. The Warriors aren't just a loser in this scenario. Durant, I can make the argument, never gets a ring.
That's right. But that's not the issue. The issue is, and you know what? I knew this was going to happen. What's the word he used? Cemented. Kevin Durant cemented the Warriors' legacy. He did. He absolutely did. Doesn't mean he's responsible for it. Doesn't mean he started it. Doesn't mean he ended it.
So are we looking at Curry any less?
Oh, my God, yes. Are you kidding?
Steiny. We said he's a top player?
Okay, Goo. Yeah. Just for the sake of it.
I'm being real.
You don't, okay, of all the stuff that's going on with Curry over the years and the lack of respect that people feel he sometimes has to endure, close your eyes and envision a career where Steph Curry wins a title in 15, all right, is the best player in a team that
was up 3-1, but they lost.
He's the best player in a team that had the biggest collapse in NBA Finals, and then let's say he wins it in 2022. There's no chance his legacy is the same. It isn't. Come on, Goo. He'd be 2-1 in championships, but he would have been a part of unfortunately, of the biggest collapse, and he wouldn't have been able to go boom, boom right after.
Wow, Steiny.
He said cemented.
I have him as my top 5 point guard of all time, and I love Magic. But the bottom line is, you're telling me that would change me putting Curry into what he's done over his career?
Yeah, of course, because he only have 2 rings. That's all he's saying. Oh,
man. I just... Steiny, and I'm being real, and I don't know Isaiah, and I like him, but well-spoken, but that reeks of jealousy.
I don't think it does.
Yeah,
I think
and the fact that you won't allow me, and I know we're in the Bay and the flagship of the Warriors, I'm keeping it 100. Steiny, the fact that you won't put you won't spray Kevin Durant's resume.
Well, it's not. I'm listening to what he's saying about specifically Golden State.
Okay, so when this Warrior doc does come out, and I know there's one out already about the first championship, the bottom line is what bothers me in all this is they went and made the Durant move, and we didn't see the Kevin Costner from the Golden State Warriors as constructed that were up 3-1 without Durant. We didn't get to see them bounce back, and I would have bet my last effing dollar they would have came back and won. You're smiling, but Stephen A., I'm still in the line from you. That stimulus package that the NBA gave LeBron, like, oh my gosh. So let's not act like we know for a fact the Warriors were just going to evaporate if there were no Durant partner.
Nobody's saying evaporate. Nobody's saying evaporate. He cemented their legacies. He did.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think without Durant they just would have won 2 in a row just like they did?
No, it would have been more. It would have been more difficult. I'm not a hater. I'm just not.
The other thing is
but man, they had something special.
The other thing is when we talk about the all-time greats, rings.
So you think Curry would be down a notch or two without
if he had 2 titles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think Curry would come down a notch or two if he only had 2 titles? I think the answer is obvious.
Well, when you talk about him getting into a great player, him getting into the Kobe and the Tim Duncan territory, obviously you're not there.
Exactly.
But when we say a guy's revolutionized the game,
that would never change.
And that's heavy for me.
Okay, but he wouldn't if he's not a 4-time champion. And he's only a 2-time champion.
You think I would have Magic as or some people would have, that would be enough to change Curry being my starting point guard, my all-time top 5? I don't think so, man.
Well, I don't have him, I still have Magic above him, but I'd play Curry at the 2.
This is so emotional, man. That's why I get mad because Durant's involved, but you did it again. You're not caping for him, but let's not talk about what his legacy would be if he didn't come to the Bay. He could be ringless.
But he wasn't on the Kevin Durant podcast. He was on the Draymond Green podcast.
What did Dre respond?
You're right. Now, here's what Draymond Green said. He had to listen for a minute, and then here's what Draymond said.
I am never one that's going to be like, yo, K got championships because he came here. No, he helped us get championships. Now, what I will say is he never gets the championship if he doesn't come here. Because I just don't foresee that happening anywhere else, or else we would have saw it again happen somewhere else. But it was a match made in heaven. You had us in the way we played our brand of basketball and him wanting to play that style of basketball. You have a face of a franchise in Steph Curry who's so secure in himself that he's not worried about another juggernaut coming over and what that does to him or his legacy or how that, makes him where his standing is in the franchise. And so all of those things coming together, I agree with you. It was absolutely insane. Now, what I will say is definitely Blue 3-1 lead. No one likes to talk about me getting suspended game 5 where them boys was about to get a gentleman's sweep. No one likes to talk about that, and it's okay. I'm cool with that. I don't mind. It's totally fine. But I am not one of those people who's on the bandwagon of Kevin didn't do nothing. Kevin doesn't deserve them rings. You don't win 2 finals MVPs if you don't deserve rings. That's just kind of a dumb thing to say.
Let's not lose sight of I agree.
That was misplaced. I agree.
So the guy who was on the team says I agree.
They were so great that they got to 2 chips and 1-1 and were up 3-1 seconds, 48 minutes away from a gentleman's sweep until he got suspended. That's all. Yeah. But damn, Steiny, Zeke, that is haterade, man.
I actually don't think it's haterade. I don't. And in fact, what it brought out is Draymond Green giving the respect to Kevin Durant that he deserves. He was a part of 2 championships.
I'll never say he didn't contribute, but that's going to a fight knowing you got backup.
It's fun. It's interesting to think about, but I know
the Curry part really is the one I'm trying to dude. And I get you 2 rings and 4 rings is. That's a big deal, but damn, Steiny, for us to sit up here and act like the Warriors would have had, and Steph, no chance to get back without him, I would have loved to seen that, and that's why I feel like that's a big if to prove your point when we didn't see it play out.
And
that's all.
And that's what he's saying. We'll never know.
Yeah.
We'll never know what would have happened if Durant doesn't come to the Warriors. But what Isaiah Thomas is saying is, by coming to the Warriors, he cemented.
So he's saying you're not a dynasty without Durant. That's what because you went
pretty
back.
much.
Yeah.
And I also think what he also said there, at least to Draymond, was, and I might have news for you too, Draymond. Without Durant, you may not be getting to the Hall of Fame. Draymond sat there and listened.
Yeah, because that was respect, a childhood hero. But nah, Dre was going regardless, man, with what he does. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
No, I don't. Yeah. See, you know what? I wasn't listening, and I would say, yeah, maybe. Not a sure thing, but maybe. Draymond Green a Hall of Famer without Kevin Durant? Is he a Hall of Famer without Steph Curry?
No.
If he gets drafted by another team?
Hell no. Yeah.
Would you say that to Draymond's face?
What?
Hey, Dre
would say it to our face. He would be like, "Goo, you right." Steiny, stop.
You think he would?
If he didn't, he would be doing Juwan Jennings if he's asking for 20 or 30. It's like you got an inflated ego, a false sense of self-worth. That's what the good ones know it. Kerr. What did Kerr say? I'm nothing without Curry. I'm probably fired. That's when people gravitate. And that's what I'm saying.
Truth.
And Dre would probably say the same thing. If Dre was on the Kings, would he be Dre? If he got drafted by Sack? No. He'd be a good player.
Well, I don't know what he would have been with another team. Like, it's that old thing of, what if Steph would have been drafted by New York, the Knicks? Would he have been able to go to New York and do what he did there like he did with the Warriors? I don't know. It was different. Yeah. Different era.
We got to get. I know we're back to football, but Steiny, what about what we're finding out or hearing about Jordan Poole and Draymond? Steve Kerr telling Jordan Poole, stand up to him.
Yeah,
that's a wow.
888-95. Okay, I see. You know what? I see some people want to talk about this. We can have. We
brought
it
up. Yeah, no doubt.
And let's keep it fun. There's no malice here.
Well, you got to be ready for the boss if he comes in the.
What's he going to say?
Well.
They've activated Jordan. They've activated James Jordan. Jordan James. Which one? The guy from Oregon.
That's our boss, man.
All right. Let's see. Red and Gold Summit next Thursday at King's Fish House in Santa Clara. Don't forget, that segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Ceremony Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. CeremonyFord.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painter's Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zycam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zycam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zycam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
Clouds early in San Francisco, going up to 68.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You all right? All that golfing catching up with you?
No.
Wow.
No.
All right.
Not at all. We're having fun today.
Every day. I like this.
Who is it? Orchestral maneuvers in the dark.
Barry Manilow.
Post Malone.
Wow.
Is he the guy who he likes tattoos?
Yeah, he's got a few.
Yeah. Boy, tattoos have come a long way. I'm going to say this. Here's a pretty. Tell me if you think I'm right or wrong here. There are 20 times more tattoos in the world today than there were 20 years ago.
I'm going 70 times
Okay,
more.
Fair enough.
Men and women. It's out
unreal.
of control.
It's unreal.
Yeah. I got some cuts for you real quick, Steiny.
What does that
Stone
mean?
Blatton from the Niners, linebacker. He's gone. Derek Cantina, cornerback. He's gone. Dallas Flowers, cornerback. He's gone. And this is where I need the tissue, and nepotism does not work all the time. Wide receiver, Tariq Owens. He's gone. And we talked about earlier, Jeff Wilson Jr., running back.
Yeah.
Damn, T.O., I was hoping he kept it. Well, he might go to the practice squad, Tariq Owens.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We're going to get back into football probably around, I don't know. Don't ask me when specifically. We will.
When Kenny tells us.
And well,
what? You flying the plane today?
Well, he's co-piloting.
See, you're that type of player. Look at
if Kenny said, "Hey guys, get off this," I guess I'd be like, "Okay, but why?" So we can talk about. Who Jennings? Who cares?
I got your back.
Who cares? Your third receiver is as insignificant as Kuminga. All right. Here's what we'll get into real quick. Isaiah Thomas, former bad boy, was on Draymond Green's podcast. And as you know, if you're going to have a podcast, you got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the praise with the criticism. Why do you have a podcast? To hear different views.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful, wonderful platform. So Isaiah Thomas, the former bad boy, said this to Draymond Green, and then I'll play his response.
Before Kevin Durant arrived in Golden State, y'all were on the verge of and being remembered as the team that went 73-9 and lost to a Cleveland Cavalier team in the finals 3-1. You up 3-1, and probably one of the biggest collapse in NBA Finals history from a 73-9 historical team. Kevin Durant comes that summer and really saves y'all basketball legacy. And you win 2 championships after that. And now you're the Golden State Warriors dynasty that you're going to go into the Hall of Fame on and everything else. It is cemented, because if Durant don't come that summer and you guys are remembered as the 73-9 team that lost 3-1 in the NBA Finals, all of your legacies are different.
All right, that was Isaiah Thomas, and here's what Draymond said.
I am never one that's going to be like, yo, K got championships because he came here. Like, no, he helped us get championships. Now, what I will say is he never gets the championship if he doesn't come here, because I just don't foresee that happening anywhere else, or else we would have saw it again happen somewhere else. But it was a match made in heaven. You had us and the way we played our brand of basketball and him wanting to play that style of basketball. You have a face of a franchise in Steph Curry who's so secure in himself that he's not worried about another juggernaut coming over and what that does to him or his legacy or how that, makes him where his standing is in the franchise. And so all of those things coming together, I agree with you. Like, it was absolutely insane. Now, what I will say is definitely blew 3-1 lead. No one likes to talk about me getting suspended game 5 where them boys was about to get a gentleman's sweep. No one likes to talk about that, and it's okay. I'm cool with that. I don't mind. It's totally fine. But I am not one of those people who's on the bandwagon of like, Kevin didn't do nothing. Kevin doesn't deserve them rings. Like, you don't win 2 finals MVPs if you don't deserve rings. That's just kind of a dumb thing to say.
Well, nobody's I don't know where he got that, because nobody said Durant doesn't deserve 2 rings.
We just talk about how he got them, but go ahead.
I think here's the other thing. Isaiah Thomas clearly is, or would you agree with me? He's clearly assuming that if Durant doesn't come, they don't win those 2 titles.
And that's where go ahead. Okay. No doubt about it. And it's too much for me.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, without Durant, do they go to 5 straight finals?
What if I told you maybe 2 or 3? Like, I don't have the answer to that.
I mean, nobody does.
And that's the part of the Warrior, this whole run that I hate, was we didn't get to see them bounce back. I mean, Steiny, they would have been playing like chickens with their head cut off because a gentleman's sweep. I mean, the Cavs were arguing in their locker room after they were down 3-1. It was done. Finito.
There's a other part of this with Draymond where part of him has to agree with Isaiah Thomas, I think.
Well, it kind of sound like...
Because he knows.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Oh, my gosh.
You know why he has to agree? Because after they lost in the finals, he called Kevin Durant.
I hear you.
And if, I got to believe that if Draymond Green thought, well, we're going to go back to the next 3 finals, I mean, no doubt, he doesn't make that call to Durant.
I agree with you.
But why did he make that call to Durant? Because they needed him, and it's okay.
But how were they up 3-1 without him in that finals? On the cusp of a gentleman's sweep. And real quick, Steiny, according to who you ask, Bogut and Harrison Barnes, the courtship of one Kevin Durant started a lot sooner than that call after they lost Game 7 in Oakland.
Right, and Draymond closed it. He closed the deal from the parking lot.
But is there no part of you that wanted to see what, I guess, were different, how the Warriors would have came back after that with no Durant?
Yeah.
They would have
They would have what?
Won.
And that's where Isaiah Thomas is saying, you can't assume that. I think Isaiah Thomas is saying, if the Warriors end up with 2 titles, 1 in 15, 1 in 22, first of all, they're not considered a dynasty.
Well, we don't know what would happen those 2 years or the 3 years with Durant.
He's clearly assuming that.
Yeah. Those 3 are going to the Hall of Fame, Curry, Dre, and Clay. That we know. Even with 2 rings, that is the NBA Hall of Fame. But yeah, Snotty, come on, they were going.
I don't know. I think there is a big difference between 2 and 4 rings.
See, this is why I want to do something, and Draymond pointed out that Steph Curry allowed to happen. I want to be selfish. This is why I didn't want Durant to come here, because this is how stuff like this can pop off, because now him coming here and needing to come here to win takes away from what organically they had. And they went to 2 chips, 1-1, and we're on the cusp of winning another one. Then he comes here, and now we got to do this stuff. And that's what this is, this stuff.
Okay. Jim Mole on the Boxer and Gerson's work injury attorney's text line. This is kind of true. I mean, think about the Hamptons. Every player on the team went to recruit him.
Okay, can't hate on that.
So wouldn't it be fair to say that if the Warriors players went to the Hamptons to recruit Kevin Durant, they felt like they needed him?
Right, but it's like the Yankees adding Alex Rodriguez. Did they need him, Steiny?
But did the Yankees players go visit with? It's fascinating stuff. But and I get it. It's so hard to take anything away. But it's like, with 2 rings, would Draymond be a Hall of Famer? I'd say probably still.
I'm betting Steiny probably, yeah.
But
Jim Barnett told you and I in our face that he might be one of the best, if not the best defender he's ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, that supersedes rings.
City Boy.
Our man.
What's up, City?
What's he think on this? I know he's hot. I'm guessing you're hot.
He's not hot.
Yeah, let's see.
He's rational.
Let's see.
Not just stirring the pot.
There it is.
Wait a minute. So I'm stirring the pot, but Isaiah Thomas is not?
But no, he is, but now he's assisting it to you.
I was going to get to that.
Right.
You agreeing with him is stirring the pot. And,
Draymond agreed.
No, he didn't. He agreed with a portion of it.
Yeah.
And these are inane comments by a very jealous player.
I agree with you.
And listen, hey Matt, Michael Jordan doesn't get his second three-peat without Dennis Rodman. What happens if they don't add Dennis Rodman? Then he only has 3 rings and he's not as great as he is. Give me a break, I mean, Matt, you're the one who always comes down Goose Road for all his hypotheticals. Well, if the Niners had 2 Super Bowls, then they'd be, have 8 rings and be the greatest franchise in history. Yeah, but they don't.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is this: when Harrison Barnes declined the $90 million offer at the start of that season, the Warriors knew they were going after somebody. And if Kevin Durant is the biggest fish on the market, well, of course they're going to put a full court press to go get him and become the greatest team that ever assembled, or one of the 2 or 3 greatest teams ever assembled, right? So of course they're going to try. But the fact of the matter is they had $50 million, $60 million bucks in free agent cap space. If they didn't spend it on Kevin Durant, they didn't need Kevin Durant to go to 3 more finals or to be the greatest team, going at the time. They needed somebody better than Harrison Barnes because, Harrison Barnes, what did he shoot? 2 for 14 in the final game. He shot like 4 for 40 in those last 3 games. And by the way, Isaiah's funny, the biggest collapse in NBA history, yet in the series prior, Kevin Durant blew a 3-1 lead to the Warriors. And the Warriors, by the way, played phenomenal and came back from 3-1. And not that Cleveland didn't play okay, like Kyrie went off and LeBron's LeBron. But let's like Draymond said, I mean, there is context. Bogut missed games 5, 6, and 7. Draymond gets suspended in game 5. Iguodala couldn't jump over a phone book. And, I read a good article a couple of years ago about how Steph's knee stopped responding the deeper the playoffs went and stopped responding to treatment. Steph has never come out and said that, by the way, to his credit. But that collapse, quote unquote, there was circumstances involved, and Cleveland deserves that chip, just like Toronto deserves their chip. We could cry about that chip too, but Toronto played their hearts out, and they deserved it. But we all know who the better team was, just like in 2016. And you could argue in 2015, Cleveland could have won that chip if they were healthy, right? But it is what it is. And by the way, Kevin Durant, we cemented his legacy. Let's be clear. And Draymond said it. It's funny. Draymond said something like, "Oh, well, I wouldn't say this," and then he said it, and then he was like, "But he wouldn't have won one if he didn't come here." He said flat out, "We've seen what he looks like on other teams. He's not a leader. Kevin Durant is not a leader. He was allowed to do what he did here because the pressure was off. Steph Curry put the team on his back. He takes all the schemes. All the schemes are going to Curry. All Kevin Durant had to do is what he does, which is get buckets, and that's what KD does. And Kevin Durant coming here made us the greatest team, or one of the 2 or 3 greatest teams ever assembled. But they didn't need that to win, and that's what Isaiah was missing when he said they win it all. No, Isaiah said you were on the way to going
right, like downhill.
And what evidence does he have to support that? Because we had, like I said, $50-60 million in cap space. If we didn't get Kevin Durant, we were getting somebody.
Yeah, probably. Thanks, City. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're full because he was cooking. I mean, he was cooking, Steiny.
To me, the premise is fair. And the premise is that, and Draymond's right, it was mutually beneficial. But I do think without Durant, the Warriors don't have the level of success that they had. And that, yes, just by extension, it would have had to have affected those guys' legacies because clearly Isaiah Thomas is assuming that they'd have won 2 titles, not 4. And
but let us know how that played out. Did they get to Western Conference Finals or they AFC? You know what I mean? Come on, man. I'm assuming.
I understand.
I'm putting respect
right.
on them.
That's that is important. There's no doubt about it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, and he is right about that. I agree. I feel like taking that out of context. There was portions of what Zeke was saying that Draymond agreed with, but the premise of we wouldn't have won without Durant, you already did. So that's why I'm almost asleep at the conversation or at the wheel. And then that team got back after that to win 73, and the stimulus package was handed down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Isaiah is assuming that if they don't get Durant, they clearly don't win another title. And then if they don't win if they don't win a title between their first one and 2022, I think what he's saying is that people would be looking at Curry, Draymond, and Clay as, oh yeah, they got 2, but they were also part of the biggest collapse in NBA Finals history. But I think what he's saying is when you end up getting 4, then it's less important.
Yeah. But it is what it is. They're a dynasty, Steiny. That we know.
Marvin not anymore. Marvin in San Francisco, he says, I forgot one key thing, in which point I'll say, only one?
No, you forgot a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Let's start with the fact. And I'll reflect on what this prior guy said. Somehow we can't win without Kevin Durant, but he lost a 3-1 series that they were up in to the Warriors that didn't have it. Okay. Number 2, the Cleveland series. They changed the goaltending rule after 50 years so that at a critical time in the game they could call it a chase down block by LeBron as he trapped the ball against the backboard. And I know the rules, and that's goaltending.
No, it's not.
Call it.
No, it's not. If the ball's on the way up, if the ball's on the way up and you get it simultaneously in pin, it's a good block.
The ball, you can't trap the ball against the backboard.
Yes, you can.
Straight down.
You can pin it.
Okay, we differ on that. I'm looking at the rule book. But anyway, then you got a situation in which we went 73-9.
Yep.
With Bogut. We won 33 in a row or whatever it was, and had the best road record in the history of the NBA. And now all of a sudden, people say, "Oh, well, they could never have won the next year." I mean, are you kidding me? Besides the goaltending rule, okay, with almost no time left on the clock, LeBron James jumps sideways into Festus Ezeli, and they give him 3 free throws.
Yeah, that was
there were 2 bad fouls by Festus.
It was jumping sideways into the guy. So I'm looking at it this way. Steph Curry got robbed of 2 MVPs. The one where they gave it to Iguodala. LeBron scores 51 points in Game 1, and they give MVP to Andre Iguodala because he stole a couple balls in Game 4 or Game 5. I mean, I could go on and on and on. The bottom line is, the Warriors would have won 2 more championships. They had to give up everybody to get Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was kind of like a walkover. They knew they would win it if they had him. But what was the playoff record of the Warriors with Kevin Durant in their best year versus the year before, or in that same playoff? They went 73-9. I think they were undefeated in the finals in the Western Conference.
I want to say, as crazy as this sounds, maybe thanks, Marvin. Appreciate the call.
We know how he feels.
I want to say, check this, if you could. They went 73-9 in the regular season. Did they go? They
lost like one or 2 games.
I think they lost more than that.
No,
wasn't that one of the Houston series where they got? They lost 3 to OKC. They lost 4, so they lost 7 games in the Western Conference Finals and the finals.
But you're talking about the first one.
No, I'm talking about when they were 73-9. Okay,
well,
they won the West. They lost 3 games in the Western Conference Finals, right? Because they came back, and then in the finals they lost 4 games, obviously. So it wasn't when they went 73-9. It wasn't one of those years where they were 16-1 in the playoffs.
Neither here nor there. Yeah. They were up 3-1 and. Gentleman's sweep is what we all expected it until, LeBron package was delivered. That stinks.
Let's go to Mark's in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
I just think that it's. I'm just so happy they won the 4th because that really, in my opinion, made Steph. It cemented his legacy. Period.
I would agree with that.
He should have had that first MVP. And that second one, there was a lot of factors, like I think City Boy was saying, and the last guy back out, foul here. The pin was that was a clean block. That one, I agree with that guy on that one. But I just think that second one was horrible. And Draymond was part of it. And I think Isaiah is just an old kind of curmudgeon kind of guy. He's needling Draymond. And to Draymond's credit, he didn't bite.
Well, he goes way back with Draymond. So I think, that had a lot to do with it.
I know. Yeah, but just like you guys hammer each other, I think he was like getting at him.
Yeah, maybe.
Draymond didn't bite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Good stuff, Mark. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So this is going viral, right? Zeke saying he saved you. Whatever. Yeah.
Cemented and saved. Helped save.
Whatever. I disagree. A lot of people do.
It's hard not to disagree. I mean, it's hard to disagree.
No, I just hate that the bad guy in all this is Steph, Dre, and the Warriors. It's like Kevin Durant he could not win until he did choke off a 3-1 lead in OKC with the CYO passes. We saw that. But the bottom line is only the Warriors, Steph gets supposedly stained. What they build organically is the loser in this because nobody will allow for me to come at Durant. But the real ones know he wouldn't have sniffed the finals without being able to come here and put in a position where you had structure and Billy
fairness,
Badass and
he was in the
Draymond
finals.
Green.
He got to a finals before he came here.
That's a
fairness.
Fact. Yeah.
Let's go to Gabe. Gabe's in San Bruno. Hey, Gabe, how you doing?
Pretty good, guys. All right, I'm a Cavaliers fan. I would like to say my input about what you guys have been talking about.
Sure.
I believe that the Cavs were a way better team the next season after they won their championship title. And with KD joining the Warriors, it definitely put the Warriors on top. And I truly believe if KD did join the Warriors that following season, I do believe Cavaliers would have won the title the next season.
All right, hey, Dave, we got to go, Gabe, and you're breaking up. But,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. The Warriors would have won.
The bottom line
two
is
titles
history is what
Durant.
it is, right? And I'm waiting on the 30 for 30 on this Warrior doc. It will come out at some time in our life, right, Steiny? So it is what it is. But Curry is top wherever you got him, 5, top 10. Revolutionized the game. That can't be touched. Mark Jackson, the greatest shooter backcourt ever, is Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. You can't. That's done and cemented. And then Draymond Green being one of one, that's cemented. And Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob.
Right, he's talking about the 2 titles.
Yeah.
That Durant was a part of.
Yeah. Jealousy.
Well, I mean, it also stands the reason that if Isaiah Thomas is saying if Steph doesn't have 2 more, well, he's right. If Steph only has 2 titles, he's Isaiah Thomas.
Right, and I got
maybe that's why,
if I had a ticket with the 6 winning lotto numbers, I'm not here. It's Steiny and somebody else.
Yeah. It just admit that I think what bothers you most.
No, is I'm a guy that says they should have 8.
I know that. But I think what bothers you most is when you picture Draymond Green costing the Warriors an NBA Finals, and then you close your eyes and picture him in a parking lot begging.
The courtship started before then.
I agree with you.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you.
That's what bothered me too. Dre was supposed to go Dre.
He did. Why don't we put the rat on the table?
But it was Detroit. So
put the rat on the table.
Michigan.
Let's put the rat on the table. When he was in that parking lot after Game 7, he did not think Curry could get it done. By himself. He needed help. So yeah, kind of. We're just having fun. No malice. No malice. On 95.7 The Game.
I agree with you.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by ATCO Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Before summer calls it quits, make memories in a Toyota built for adventure during Toyota's national sales event. Score big with fuel-efficient icons like the all-hybrid 51 MPG 2025 Camry or the versatile RAV4. Itching for a road trip? The all-new 4Runner's your passport to anywhere. So don't wait. Hurry to your local dealer for Toyota's national sales event, now through Labor Day. Toyota, let's go places. Event ends 9/2/25.
This Labor Day, after doing it all, nothing resets you like a Lazy Boy recliner or kicking back on your Lazy Boy sofa, taking you from workday to wind down with comfort that never quits. Don't miss the Labor Day sale with 30% off everything. Visit your local Lazy Boy today.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Is it?
Why wouldn't it be?
This Warrior slander you got going on, this propaganda.
Again. There you go.
It's getting me mad.
Good.
Look at that's your goal, right? Come in and get old Goo mad like you did yesterday.
It just Isaiah Thomas on Draymond's podcast, said KD cemented your guy's legacy.
Please. He had no legacy before he came to the Bay.
Who's that?
KD. Well, he was a choker.
So
Oklahoma City chokers.
So you wanted three guys who were 22 years old.
Dude, why are you taking it so personal? I'm playing.
I'm wondering. Does this,
I'm looking for cuts. Nothing yet.
Would this matter to you in the whole Kevin Durant debate?
Oh, I got it. Because I wouldn't have came if I was that good and that team eliminated my ass. But that's the era I'm from.
Well, I'm surprised the Warriors begged him like they did, too. But anyway, here's the question. Does this matter when you talk about they needed him, they didn't need him, blah, 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 blah. In the 2 years before Durant came to the Warriors, they won the finals and lost the finals. Right.
Got to 2.
Their record in the playoffs, combined, those 2 years, 31-14. Okay?
Right.
So they won. When Durant was here in the ensuing 2 years, they were 32-6.
No doubt.
I mean, that's just a more dominant team.
I'm telling you, no doubt, it was a cheat code.
Yeah.
But haven't you ever had something happen to where you feel like you need to take a shower, even though you were the beneficiary of something that happened because it just didn't feel right? That's what the Kevin Durant era was here with the Warriors.
Well, then blame the Warriors.
Well, I kind of do, but still, the bottom line is, I'm not sitting here saying they were better. That version of them was better without Durant. Durant was a cheat code. But Kevin Durant, he told on himself, wherever he's gone since, it has been nasty.
Okay, so
and
let me
you
ask
were
you this.
supposed to be as great as Steph, LeBron.
So you don't think
you
think the Rockets have a chance to win it all?
Oh, I do.
Okay,
because the Rockets had something before he got there.
What if he does? What if they do?
This is where he excels.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where he excels. When you got
so if Kevin Durant wins a title this year, doesn't his legacy improve? It has to.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Hey, but I haven't listened. I'm one of the few that hold his feet to the fire about Phoenix. You got Devin Booker, okay? You got Bradley Beal. What version of Brad? How can you not make the playoffs? And then we won't talk about when you had Kyrie and Harden and what happened in Brooklyn. That's all.
So you don't blame Booker or Beal, just KD. Because I'm pretty sure...
I give him a majority of the brunt of the blame.
Really? Because I'm pretty sure...
How many coaches has he gone through?
The Suns had a pretty good record when Durant played.
But how many coaches has KD gone through or ran through since he's left? Let's not talk about that. Nash, you're out of here.
That's it, though.
How many in Phoenix?
Budenholzer?
No, well, my guy that won a ring with the Lakers. You got him ran. Vogel.
He stinks.
Now, the Steiny, stop. He's won a ring.
Oh.
He didn't deserve that.
Well, some people say they didn't deserve that because it was a...
All right, can I throw something to you just real quick? Go ahead. You got something to read.
I actually don't.
Niner related, because we're talking about, and this is getting scary in Ninerville for me this season, Steiny, and I get it. Woosah. A lot of people are saying, what it's going to be week 6 or week 7 when guys get healthy. I understand that. And with that, Steiny, we're assuming a guy that wrecked his knee, that was a serious injury for one Brandon Ayuk. But there's a safety named Malik Mustafa who can hit like Ronnie Lott, Steiny. I love what we saw from him. He's also might be available coming off an ACL injury. So my thing to you and Niner fans is, we've said we're a bit perplexed or confused or a little doubtful that they're not as good team-wide as they have been in the past to where they could sustain those injuries. And the reason I bring all this up in adding Mustafa is if he gets back there and he's up and running and Ayuk is hopefully up and running, my question or lightweight fear, because it's light, Steiny, is are they good enough to tread water to when those guys get back that it matters? And that has me excited and scared for Niner fans this season, but I think that's legit in the grown way of looking at it, the grown-up way of looking at it. Mustafa can play, but what's he going to be when he gets back, just like Ayuk, who had double that type of injury?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, partner. Anything
what are the injuries with those guys?
ACL, well, Ayuk wrecked the knee. ACL, ACL for Mustafa.
Okay.
So they're saying maybe, hopefully, being proactive midway through the season.
If you were the coach of the Niners and you were planning for this season.
Right knee for Mustafa.
Okay. So what would you be expect if you're Kyle Shanahan? How do you look at Ayuk and Mustafa? Because I can just tell you how I would coach.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would always coach worst case scenario.
Gotcha. They're being a parent.
I don't think they're going to be who they were.
Like Greenlaw, even though it was ACL for him, he wasn't himself.
They're not going to look like themselves this year.
So you're not.
That's the way
those two individuals.
Yeah, that's the way I would go about it. And I would say, can Ayuk get to 80% of what he was?
Right.
Can Mustafa get to 80 and then next year get to 100? But I certainly wouldn't expect them to carry the load.
And I guess just my whole point here is I know it's football. It's a battle of attrition. Last year, Steiny, we can say, did the Niners earn that 6-11? Yes, they did. But we can't ignore the Right on the Table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. A lot of their season was derailed by injury. And I'm just wondering, when you come back into this year and you have what you have and who you have, maybe on the pup, because we know those two guys are going to be on there, Steiny, like, the major question marks are their replacements going to hold it down? And what's the record going to be like if you do get to the juncture to where you see if they're 80% and can make contributions?
Well,
just a thought.
Yeah. By the way, just for...
I'm not mad at it. Like, we conversated. I'm not mad.
Yeah. Why would you be mad?
I'm mad at Draymond a little bit. Because you didn't go off.
Well,
you were supposed to check Zeke.
I'm relying on Uncle Looney here on the YouTube chat, but just for the sake of accuracy,
okay.
The Suns were 33-29 when Durant played, which means they must have been 3-17 when he didn't play.
Looney,
just FYI.
But what was it all when you took it out the oven, Uncle Looney? What was it?
36-46.
And how do you not make the playoffs? I'm sorry.
Well, because he missed 20 games, and we found out how important he is to that team.
How did Brooklyn go?
I can't remember.
He left on the first thing smoking. That's my point, man. I like me some KD, but we know what it is.
Juwan Jennings, this is Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday, and he was talking about how he thinks the Jennings thing may play out, and heck, it may play out in the next half hour. But this is Matt Barrows.
He's got a lot of money tied up this season in incentives. If he's not playing 17 games, if he's not out there, every game, more unlikely to reach those incentives. So basically I'm saying he has an incentive to get something done and to get onto the field. 49ers obviously have an incentive to do that as well, given the state of their wide receiver room. So I still feel optimistic that he's going to be out there for week 1 against Seattle.
So I'll say this to that, and that's our good buddy Matt Barrow, Steiny. I don't think Juwan's in any position unless he's going hard in the paint to prove a point or a message, but to cost himself some chicken. So we talked about the natural chicken and then the incentives in the deal that you wouldn't get by playing. So I say that to say this is going 15 rounds, and if the Niners might be on the right path to where he gives in and shows up right before week 1, right? The Thursday before week 1. And hopefully it's something sooner than that. But he hasn't, I don't believe, made enough NFL money to say I'm going to take my ball and go home, see what y'all do without me.
Why? Can I ask a question?
No.
Why wouldn't you just say he's still hurt?
Well, I guess.
Get paid, don't play, collect your money. Go ahead and put him on the PUP list to start. Okay.
But remember, Kyle told you to go ask him, like he couldn't.
No, I'm saying it hurts. Ask me how much.
Hey, Juwan Steinmetz.
Still not quite there.
And that's what I'd be doing to Bobby Brady, limping.
Kenny, it's still not quite there, my calf. Just not quite there. I'm getting there. You think he can go for week 1? Maybe. I might be able to.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
No doubt. You got to be.
Man.
I mean, if it gets to that situation.
Well, I ask you. I know you can say, oh, he's a BC lister. This a distraction going into week 1? After last year, the slogan was, we're done with that. Contracts won't get in the way. I'm just asking. Sounds like it is to me, especially when you're light in certain areas because of injuries.
Do I think it's a distraction?
I gotta believe it is. I'm not saying it's going to detour their season, and I do while you think. Steiny, last year I told you I thought that was a cop-out, that the contract gate and how guys were getting their chicken.
Okay, if you believe that, then don't worry about this.
No, I'm worried about it from a talent standpoint.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, this is...
Well, we don't know if he's coming. Is he going to be there week 1, 2? Like, that's what I'm worried about. I don't believe Christian McCaffrey's approach to getting ready to the season. Brock Purdy, that's different because he's you're throwing to your boy, and you hadn't even been able to practice or work on that. That concerns me. But the other guys, it's systems go. Get ready for the season and go out and cause reckless abandon.
Barrows was also talking about Brian Robinson, running back. No. Brian Robinson.
It's B-Rob.
No, it's not.
To me, it is.
Okay, you can call him that. But this is what you don't understand about at least having a sliver of journalism. It's called first reference.
And it's Brian Robinson
Thank you,
Jr.
Risotto.
Wow.
But he ain't getting a junior. It's a radio show. We have time constraints. But his given name is Brian Robinson Jr. Okay. You can call him B-Rob.
Yeah.
What's he going to do, Matty?
I think it's big. I think it's potentially very big. I think the 49ers, they feel like Christian McCaffrey is back. He looks like himself. But, he's a running back in the NFL, and he's approaching 30. So you can't rely on him to be a 17-game starter. And then they look at the number 2 back or their former number 2 back in Isaac Orendo. And you look at his injury history. And they just needed another reliable body there. And they got a big body. And like I said earlier, I mean, this could be a team that maybe runs the ball more than it throws the ball to begin the season. They have the wherewithal to do that. I think that the Luke Farrell, big blocking tight end that they signed in free agency, that could be a big component of this. I think they end up going to tight end a lot more than they did last year. They barely did that last year. And I think it's something that they want to do a lot more, and that would allow you to get away with having fewer wide receivers.
Wow.
Anybody else hearing what I'm hearing?
Tell me, Steiny.
I just think, Kyle Shanahan doesn't look at it like we do. And I think the way he looks at it is, okay, well, if we're going to play without Jennings, I'll scheme around it. I'll figure it out. We'll run more. We'll throw to B-Rob out of the backfield.
But if you're right, then he's not getting the chicken. If you're right with that assessment, that's how he's thinking, Steiny, then the fight's over. He's not getting anything from the Niners.
I mean, we should get a little more clarity in less than a half hour. But I don't know.
Well, last year, Barrows was talking with the 21 personnel, 2 backs, 1 tight end. That's up Dibs' alley, Steiny. The Niners last year ran that 35%. That's the lowest percentage of running 21 personnel in Kyle Shanahan's 8 years here. So, obviously, I believe that's going to change now that you got B-Rob here. So, we'll see how that plays out. But if you are right and Kyle feels that way and I can do it Frank Sinatra my way with – hey, Jennings, you ain't Jerry or Jamar Chase or CeeDee Lamb, then maybe you might be right, Steiny, but I just want to know what that does for Juwan. Will that jolt him to where I'm showing up, I really didn't want to, but I got bills to pay?
Yeah, that's not going to be good. The other thing, I really do think that when Shanahan,
you're smiling, tell me.
He wants to run the ball. Well, he wants to run the ball. And
you got a running back that's about to be 30 that might be over 30 if you look at the Carfax report.
That's why you got B-Rob.
But and I'm going to say this about that.
Seriously, you got 2 running backs now.
And that's why it was huge. Okay. But what have we heard out of the mouth of Steve Kerr since they won the championships with Durant? That next year, Steph and Dre were going to get spelled. They're going to get spelled. Steiny, we're years down the road. That's been like 6-8 years ago. It's still the same. Steph has not. They haven't been spelled. They're riding them like they're 25, and I get it.
First of all, he didn't play last year.
Okay,
so he's fresh. If you look at
McCaffrey,
running backs. Usually, or a lot of times when they don't play the year before, then they have a good year the following year.
But will we see Kyle say, now I got B-Rob, I got to keep McCaffrey fresh, so we'll see less McCaffrey on the field. I won't believe, I understand it, but I won't believe it until we see it.
I just don't understand what would be wrong with Kyle Shanahan saying this. Okay, so we're going into the season. McCaffrey's back. We got Kittle. Hopefully we'll get Brandon back around mid-season. Yeah. Demarcus Robinson, we're probably going to have to wait on for a few games.
Just 3.
Oh, my God, Jennings may not be here. I'm not catering to him, though. But you know what? John and Parag, first couple games, maybe we're going to have to go about things a little differently. We're going to have to lean on the run more. I don't think that is the I just don't think that's the biggest deal possible.
Well, it's all good, Scotty, until how successful are you running the rock?
Even if you have Jennings, you're still going to run the ball, ideally more than you throw it.
And you're going to have third downs no matter who your running back is. But I'm just my point in that is, are we going to see for the first time since he's been here, Christian McCaffrey, some type of pitch count? And I think Niner fans wouldn't be against it, just to try to keep him fresh. I got to believe
right. And if you keep McCaffrey fresh and Robinson gives you something, well, then you're back to a running football team. And that makes Jennings less valuable if you're going to run the ball more than you're going to pass the ball. And I do think this. Just like you have to prepare for Ayuk not being Ayuk, and Mustafa not being Mustafa, I think you also have to think about, well, if Ayuk is back week 8 and looks pretty good, and Robinson is back and he looks pretty good, and Pearsall's doing what we need him to do, and we still have Kittle, well, then you get to then you've got to say, well, in week 8 or 9 or 10, Jennings is going to be way down the totem pole. And so that, I think he might be looking at it like that, Kyle Shanahan.
And I'm also Luke Farrell. Remember, we laughed, but Steiny, he can block. And I misspoke earlier, but the 12 personnel is what they use the lowest last year under Kyle Shanahan. But now that you got a blocking tight end, we can see 12 personnel that Dibs always talks about, to where you have that blocking tight end, and now you see Kittle going to do what he does best, is catch the rock. So I'm expecting another great year from George Kittle, and I do wonder if that's the mindset now with Kyle Shanahan. Does that mean Juwan Jennings is expendable and they can replace his production other ways?
This is more Matty Barrows from The Athletic.
I think that they're willing to go into the season with Jake Moody and, thinking that he's going to find his groove at some point. But if he doesn't, I think that they believe they've got options. I mean, they cut Greg Joseph in early August, and he's still out there. We're coming up on roster cutdown day, so that there will be more, not fewer, kickers available after Tuesday. So I just feel like they are pretty confident that, okay, even if things go south with Jake Moody, we will have an option at kicker.
All right, that was Matt Barrows.
Yes, Donnie. I get it, man. But it sounds like kickers are dime a dozen, and they're not. I'm just saying. And Evan, while you were gone, we talked about, hey, they brought in somebody to push Moody Joseph, but he was gone in, a millisecond. But the bottom line is Barrows is telling you, you can just go bring him back. But then you got to think.
What? Got to think what?
If you really weren't that confident in Jake, why didn't you do it if you thought you had
injuries? He said they didn't have enough players. That's why they had to let Joseph go before the competition was complete. Yeah, that's dead man walking. You can't.
Well, that's the Giants.
Everybody knows it. No, I'm talking about the kick.
All right.
I'm ready to double down on that. This guy cannot make it 17 games.
And I know it's not you don't want him to, so it's no bet there.
I don't really care.
But you don't think he's going to make.
I don't. I hate the way the season's starting with him. Just everything. It's like, hey, let's introduce you to Jake Moody. He's our head case kicker. We're going to try. Hey, we're going to try with it. We're going to try.
Well, dude, they spent some high third-round pick.
Dumb.
No.
Hey, by the way,
you're talking to Kyle. He's the one that spent that.
Whoever picked him. I don't know. By the way, when we talk football on 95.7 The Game, it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but what you can count on are Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Well,
what are you typing? Typing?
I was typing kickers available that have gotten cut from other teams, but we'll find out at 1 o'clock. But, man, hey, Steiny, thank God you're not on the Niners staff because you have no confidence in Jake.
They don't either. Stop it.
Well, he's got the job.
Yeah, that's right.
So
and I have this job right now. How locked in is that? Not very.
Now, why would you say that?
Because people lose me any day they want.
That's life in any job.
I'm one bad show like Jake Moody's one bad kick from being out in the street.
Well, if they didn't do anything yesterday after that show, then you're fine.
I agree with you.
Give me a 3.
Yeah, Draymond.
Yeah. Do that, yeah.
You hear Draymond? The rest of that interview, Draymond said, I wouldn't be a Hall of Famer without Kevin Durant.
No, that's Steph Curry. That's what you need to butter.
No, remember?
Know where your bread is buttered.
Draymond talks about Kevin Durant more complimentary than he does Steph Curry. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I give you that. I don't like it.
I don't know.
Remember that? No, let me stop. I'm being messy. A couple years ago, he was on somebody. He's like, Curry can't get open or was that Iggy? It was just messy. Leave it alone. Chef is, come on now.
Perfect. Is he the greatest human being that's ever walked the face of the earth?
How could I go from athletics to human being?
Because
I know he's a good dad and husband.
No, I'm serious.
I thought it was Obama.
You know what?
Yeah.
Curry's a better human than Obama.
You don't know that.
I do know that, and I'll tell you why. Because Obama drops simply because he's a politician. He just does. I'm sorry. Steph, you're above Barack. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per months to AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at splashsportsbar.com.
Broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Lisa from Pittsburgh. Lennon and Tony were very polite, on time, and very communicative. They listened to my requests and answered all my questions. They explained everything they were doing and what needs to be done.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
I was just a pig in heaven.
I agree with you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It is kind of fun.
Get money.
When people drill you for what they think's a hot take, and then the hometown players agree.
Dude, you are on cloud 11.
I'm just saying.
Please, Draymond,
there was something else I was right about. I remembered, and now I forget.
Yeah, we'll be
so
here
many.
till Friday. Yeah, thank you, Kenny. But while you're thinking
go ahead. Why don't you go ahead? Produce the show.
I got some. You didn't like that, huh?
I don't care.
Dude, hey, well, I got good and bad news. You want the bad
news first?
You're not going to see Willard and Dibs.
I thought you said bad news.
Dude.
I said bad news
Can
first.
you help us and let us know what they're doing over at Splash the Fellas today?
So last week they gave a lucky listener a chance to win their draft party hosted at Splash at Thrive City with food and everything. So there's going to be a draft happening with like 12 or 13, 14 guys. And then Willard and Dibs are there doing their show. And once their show's over, they'll make fun of all the draft picks happening in that listener league.
That gets me excited about our 95.7 The Lame League, which we have our draft on the 30th. But I got to give you this nugget Will just sent us. So we're talking about DeMarcus Robinson, Steiny. The league has 11 minutes, as he understands it, to announce DeMarcus Robinson's 3-game suspension. If not, he could be available or will be available week 1 against Seattle. So I don't know what's going on at the league offices in New York with this suspension, possibly, and then what's going on with Rice from Kansas City. But get your act together.
Who?
The league office.
No.
But I got to say this to you all. You kind of hope they mess it up, and he's available week 1 Robinson against Seattle. Then you might could say Juwan who. I thought that would excite you.
I knew that.
Well, we got 10 minutes.
It's all coming down at 1 o'clock, so relax.
Oh, so you think that? All right. But what if somehow they didn't announce it and he's available?
Right.
We would have all been wrong in regard to him not being available week 1.
So I'm more fixated on a contest winner who gets to hold a fantasy draft at Splash with Willard and Dibs there, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a great show. So the afternoon show essentially is going to be Willard telling that group how they should have drafted and what they did wrong.
I don't know exactly
draft.
when that draft is going to start, but there might be some of that.
You guys shouldn't. You guys should have drafted this way.
Oh,
hey
man.
guys, who you were trying to draft was this guy.
I got news in regard to a kicker, Steiny. Tell me if this interests you.
It doesn't.
34-year-old Browns kicker.
I like this guy.
Dustin Hopkins has been released.
Oh, the Rain Man.
No, that's the other Hopkins. But you taking a flyer?
You know what? Yeah, bring Dustin Hoffman in.
Nah, then that would
give
really
him a workout.
That would really kill the psyche and confidence of your boy.
like Joseph didn't already. Like putting him through a contest already.
You're laughing, Steiny. This game comes down week 1, and they got a field goal to tie or win the game or an extra point. Like Moody's under pressure.
I'm the one who said that. You're like, Steiny, he'll like a whole year. He'll be great.
Well, that's like saying you stop at a red light. We all know that.
Here's the question from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work attorney. Oh, God. Work injury attorneys text line. Shut up.
My man.
Matt, I have a question. It's for you, though, Goo. What's a bigger concern? Signing Jennings or Moody's kicking? In other words, would you rather have Moody kick well and not have Jennings on the squad, or Jennings on the squad but Moody kicking like last year? I love these kind of questions.
I'm not mad at it, and I appreciate the participation. I
like it. Thank you, buddy.
I want Jennings on the team, and from Mr. Know-It-All, you, and by everybody that's been giving their 2 cents, if Moody doesn't carry his weight, cut him, and you bring somebody else in here as if you can go to the field goal kicker Walmart. I need Jennings out there along with Hopkins, along with Pearsall, along with Kittle, McCaffrey, and B-Rob. That's what I want, weaponry.
I would much rather have Moody kicking and having a great season without Jennings, then we've got the Moody of last year. Because if we have the Moody of last year, what that will automatically mean is he will have lost you 2 games.
I'll say this to that, though. They were horrible. The Niners were in the red zone. So hopefully you don't have to rely on Jake Moody, not the State Farm. Jake, Steiny, you don't have to rely on him like they did last year. How about you keep his, you know what I'm saying? Put that thing in the end zone. That's how you limit his stuff.
Well, maybe they will with McCaffrey back.
And Jennings out there.
More Barrows on, I don't know,
Maddie
sheet. So I'm not exactly sure what this one is. It's on what it would take for the 49ers to...
I mean, does it cost them games? If you go 3 for 5 in Seattle and the 49ers win by 10 points, I don't think it's gonna matter. If it comes down to a 35-yard kick at the end and the 49ers are trailing by 2 and he's wide left, I think that'll be very problematic for this team. And, I don't know if it's 1 game, I don't know if it's 2 games, but I don't think the leash is as long as the 49ers are saying it publicly.
Man,
I missed that last part.
Run it back.
Like, I don't have to put the whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
Dude, you are
seriously.
You're the MVP here. You are the face of the station.
No, I'm not. I don't want to be. I'm not a role model. Seriously. Anyway,
what part didn't you get?
What did he? I didn't understand
like if
the very end.
If they win and he's missing, I think he's buying himself time. But if he's 35-yard or wide left, like we've seen this year, those are the ones that stay with you all week, Steiny. He doesn't have too many left in his bag. That's what I'm saying.
A lot of people.
And I'm rooting for the kid, man. He didn't have to be drafted in the 3rd round. 3 for 3 in the Super Bowl.
He got a guaranteed deal because of that.
3 for 3 in the Super Bowl, 55-yarder, missed the extra point. The game with no T, but they need a team psychologist with Jake.
That's a great way to go into the season. It's a great way to go into the season.
Or Kyle's like, I don't talk to kickers. That doesn't help anything. Like, I'd be talking, Jake, come over, have some dinner. My wife cooking pasta.
I don't talk to the guys.
A lot of people.
I don't talk to kickers very much. Just tell them to make it.
Kenny, just think about that. Even if you thought that, you don't say it out loud.
You think he's the only coach like that?
One more time, Kay.
No, I don't talk to the guys. I don't talk to kickers very much. Just tell them to make it.
What does...
You think Bill Belichick talked to Vinatieri?
I believe they had a relationship. Steiny, stop. But you don't come out and give me the hoodie saying I don't talk to them like that.
The weirdest stuff bothers you.
No, Steiny, emotions matter. Confidence. You can't say I don't talk to kickers and then you got a kicker problem.
Nobody talks to kickers. Nobody.
I'm being real. What made Phil Jackson great? Steve Kerr. Communication. Not I don't talk to you at all. Dude, that man sounds like he's not inviting Jake to the Christmas party.
He doesn't talk to kickers.
And maybe he should start.
He's not an expert on kicking.
Maybe he should start.
He's not an expert on kicking.
I treat everybody, the CEO to everybody the same.
Okay.
You can't say that, and now you have a kicker problem. Maybe that's why you might have one. He's got the leg. Talk to him.
You are,
treat him like the others.
Goo,
this
crazy.
Is real. I'm serious.
You are absolutely
I could sell this to some Fortune 500 companies on how to keep people engaged. The little stuff that you think does not matter, it matters. Build people up. Even if you want to tear them down, act like it. Don't say, I don't talk to the kickers, and you got a kicker problem.
You're so naive.
Dude, make that...
Do you know anything?
If I had the button, I'd play it again.
Do you know anything about professional sports?
Friday, I could have been in the league.
No, I don't talk to the guys. I don't talk to kickers very much. Just tell them to make it.
Thank you.
What is that?
You're on fantasy land if you think a pep talk is going to help a kicker.
Dude,
what are you doing, Goo?
It's bigger than the kick. It's upstairs, man.
He can't help that, Goo.
Somebody can. Dude. You're laughing, and I think you agree with me, and you're proud of me.
I don't agree at all with you.
You're glowing because you're like, you're onto something. But even if you thought that, you don't say that in the echo system. I don't talk to kickers, and your kickers in shambles.
You know what? And it's fine.
Let's go for a drink. Jake, come on. Let's go. Wife's cooking, come over. Let's catch the Monday night game. That's what it's about.
I agree, Danny boy, high 50. It's just like,
what's he saying?
You save the energy for something that matters.
No, I'm really, truly, Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr, what?
He would talk to his kicker.
Oh, yeah, like Kuminga. Hey, like he talks to Kuminga. Like, stop it.
They've talked before.
Stop thinking this is 7-year-old stuff.
Dude,
by the way.
Dude,
oh, God, what did I hear about that Little League World Series the other day?
Uh-oh.
Guys were walking and then just running to second base because the team in the field could not play. Come on, Kenny. Help me here.
Yeah, they were getting in. It's funny because, who was it? The John Boy was breaking it down, and he's basically saying they couldn't figure out how to get these guys to call time. They didn't know the rule to call time.
It's on the manager.
Well, exactly. And the manager was calling out the kids in a sense.
Put them on TV.
Dude,
and he just kept running all over him. It's like,
give
go
me
to the
his
mound
name.
and call time.
So he's blaming it on the kids.
We don't know.
He wasn't blaming it per se, but it was like, you need to tell them what the rule is and tell them how to figure this out. Because they just kept going to second base all on their own.
Ken and Grandy, you guys are family. And I mean this, Ken. Where are you at on my assessment about, hey, he's got the leg, but maybe Kyle could build that relationship up, talk to his kicker, because he obviously doesn't. Do you think I'm just on Mars?
I don't think it would help him anymore, and especially if like in game, dude. I don't want to put you out, but especially in the game, do you think he wants to hear from his head coach? Hey, you better make this.
Not during the game, just like during the week. What if hey, come over for dinner, Grandy? Let's have a relationship.
Not with a kicker.
See, and that's why you got kicker problems.
No, it's not. Yeah. You got kicker problems because Moody stinks, and you're afraid to cut him for some reason. Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. By the way, I do want to revisit something for just a second.
Take your time. Because I can't wait for Dibs and Willard for me to run this by them. I'm Moody.
Waste some more time. Okay, so the Little League World Series. It shouldn't be on. I just don't think the kids are too young. Whatever.
Fine. Go ahead.
But I have to be honest with myself, and I realized when I was stating my case, I was omitting something that I do think is the biggest reason I can't stand watching it on TV. And I did focus on the kids who lose, okay, and the crying, and the shame,
disappointment.
But really, what bothers me just as much about the Little League World Series is we can tend to glorify a kid that has no business being glorified, and it plays in to a kid thinking he's bigger than he is because he happened to play a game on ESPN and hit a double with one out in the ninth, and then he gets to go, oh, I'm the man, and you're just a kid. You're just be more humble. You're building up these kids to think they're better than they are, and that makes, when they don't succeed, harder for them to deal with.
I was ready to hug you because I thought you had finally come around.
Chance.
Okay, so where does it stop? Let's stop showing the spelling bee.
Yep.
Let's just stop doing anything to reward kids if they win or any contest with that mindset. Steiny, stop. How do you know it's going to the kids' heads?
Because I know.
These are memories.
I was a kid.
And I remember, and you learn how to lose.
Let me just tell you this. And you didn't play a lot of sports growing up. So
I played all of them.
I'll help you out here.
Please.
I'll help you out here. When I was in seventh, was it eighth? When I was in, I can't remember, 9th or 10th grade, of course, we're playing a team, and I picked the guy's pocket in the back court, went in for a game-winning layup, made it, okay? I go into school the next day thinking I'm a hot shot. I'm not a hot shot. So imagine if my game would have been televised, And everybody says, this guy's Steiny. I would have walked around thinking I was a king S. But you're not.
That's not a law, Steiny. And the whole team winning would feel that way. That's what it's about.
Humble.
I would have took out a Sharpie. Like, I would have pimped that moment that I had. So you are really telling on yourself when you go to the point of they're celebrating too much, but they're kids. Let them have fun.
It's not celebrating. They can celebrate.
No, and they're
having
fun.
Out,
you know?
No, but it's the constant, because we're giving these kids too much that they really haven't deserved, and they think they're bigger and more important than they are.
I want a case study.
Sorry.
Like, I really want to do a case study on you, Steiny.
What do you need to know?
Just how you got here. Like, seriously. Dude, your core values, Steiny, I believe you make them up as when you go. Don't hate on the kids. And that guy, Johnny Bravo, that's
really
celebrating, let him enjoy. He's a kid.
A lot of times I have to clarify. It's not about the kids. It's about putting the kids on TV.
That's the ultimate prize of it
that's
all.
The adult problem. I wouldn't do that. For example, this is what I mean. You're in the Mighty Mike Championship.
Yeah.
28 years ago. Or Little League World Series.
Union City Colts, Oakland Dynamites.
And you hit a game-winning homer.
Oh, baseball, all right.
You go to school the next day and people have the tournament going. You're like, I had a game-winning homer. And they're like, oh, my God, that's great. And you're like, yeah, it was great. Okay. 20 years later, guy hits a game-winning homer in the Little League World Series, and everybody thinks he's the next Babe Ruth, including the kid who hit the homer, who I guarantee you is going to end up stinking down the road.
See, it's just, this is the case study part. It's just like, there is positive out here, man.
510. I feel really bad for you, Matt. These are kids. If they can't have fun now, when can they? No, they can have fun. Again,
according to you, no, they can't.
No, I don't want them on TV. They can have fun all they want. They can have fun.
So what's the TV part going to do to them?
It's going to give them big heads, is what it's going to do, and it's going to be a disproportionate big heads for the guys who win, and then the guys who don't win feel too much shame and embarrassment, and they're not proud.
From the head up.
Kenny, you got to get your uncle. So with that thought process, quit giving kids foul balls at the ball game. Quit giving them, panning to them, or Kipe and Kruk have fun. Like,
this is more.
You can't be this. You don't believe this.
This is
Steiny. I'm just.
Are you going to let me try to tell you?
No,
that I believe it.
You said enough.
There is way too much overexposure of kids playing sports at a young age on TV. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying let's get rid of Little League Baseball. I'm saying, can we stop bringing so much synthetic and cosmetic and superficial attention to a kid who's 9 years old who can hit a baseball? I'm not concerned about that.
Why can't I'm going Cyndi Lauper? Why can't kids have fun?
You can have fun,
but you sound like you don't want them. They're not worthy of being on TV.
They're not. They're too young. So you can't have fun if you're not on TV.
Why?
You can't have fun if you're not on TV.
Why does the TV symbolize too much fun? Like, why are they not worthy of having their moment? Something they'll cherish for the rest of their life.
Because they haven't earned it yet. They haven't earned it.
But who are you to say that if obviously
a guy
you're
who
wrong,
has an opinion?
Because they've been airing it forever.
That's because they're making money. Of course they're gonna.
Where does this stop?
What do you mean?
Like, what can kids do that you would relegate to say, you know what, that's fine?
You're missing the point. And the point is this.
Let the
kids
kids shine.
Do you believe a Little League player who's playing on TV had more fun than me when I played Little League Baseball?
Oh, my. Yes.
No,
Are you Steiny times a million?
Please.
And that's why every game is not televised.
So you're not
you have to
playing. So you're not
to get to the Little League World Series stage.
You're playing the game for exposure, as opposed to playing the game because you love it.
I got you.
Thank you.
The kids are living out a dream because 99.9 are not going to make the pros. So the beautiful part of it is if you win collectively and you qualify to the Little League World Series, you get to live out a dream and play in front of the world.
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome. There's no losers, Maddie.
Yes, there are, Goo. Yes, there are.
Who's had to go see a clinical doctor?
You don't know.
Because they gave
Probably
up
a
a
lot.
2-run homer in the 6th or 7th.
Well, now
These are memories that they'll cherish forever. And it sounds like you don't want that.
When you live out a dream and you believe it's reality, the rest of your life will be messed up.
Who's saying these kids are
650?
Kenny, I'm mad at you because you're laughing
He's
and
not
propping
in
him
this
up
one.
as if everything he's saying
I got
is
news for you. He may agree with me.
No, I don't.
Oh,
Absolutely.
thank you. Because Steiny, this is
I don't know why he's even on this road. Like, dude, why? What
shut
makes it
down
so,
Disneyland.
What
then.
exposure are you talking about?
Can I ask you a question? What about the TV part do you not get through your hole?
It's more
It's not
than
about
that.
fun. It's about they shouldn't be on TV. We don't broadcast Disneyland. Like, having fun at Disneyland is irrelevant to the point I'm trying to make. And you don't have to agree with it. That's fine. You don't have to. I don't need to see.
Can you admit that you maybe might be on an island on this one?
Well, remember when this is a rehash of an old conversation.
I got you.
But if you remember, and you'll dismiss it because it doesn't fit your narrative, but we had some people call in who were psychologists, a psychiatrist or two maybe, children's counselors, and they were like, no, I see that.
I would just say sit back and enjoy life and let the kids be kids. They're not looking at it like you are. Little Johnny that strikes out 6 and the team wins. Steiny, I got a bulletin. They're not ruined. They don't think they're the Yankees.
So social media does not harm kids' reputations.
That's a whole different. That's ruining adults.
Well, that's why.
Okay,
that's why the consequences now are even bigger.
There's
because
no
of social
consequences
media.
in losing in the Little League World Series.
Now that's something you don't know. You don't know anything about when these kids go back to school.
14 out for the Union City TLC, Hayward Field, man. Steiny, I'm telling you, I was that kid protege, man. Struck out 13 years old. Threw my arm out.
Right, and let me tell you what would have happened if that game would have been on TV. Okay, you would be a different person today because you would actually think that you were a great pitcher.
On the Dodgers.
No, you wouldn't.
I might be Verlander.
No, you would have been a complete and utter failure because you would have experienced your high in life at 11 years old because you thought there was nothing more because you were getting overpraised for being just a little league player like a million other little league players.
All right, really, I mean this, and we're up against it. On the other side, Johnny Carson had young Tiger Woods on. How'd that work out? What? It sounds like you didn't want Tiger to be on the late night show.
Was he the best golfer in the world at his age when he was on the show?
No, at his age, he was showing something to where Johnny Carson wanted him featured.
Okay.
And look what he turned out to be.
Yeah, that is a completely different
on the
analogy.
other side, you got to tell me how.
Because we're talking about one person who excels in a way in his sport that's never been seen before, and then we're talking about putting on TV.
Well, he was a kid at this point, Steiny. He was a baby.
But he was a protege. He was one of one. All right, 888-957-number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'm just a protective parent.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang.
Are we really doing this?
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall. Like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale starts tomorrow. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Struck out 13 years old. Threw my arm out.
Right, and let me tell you what would have happened if that game would have been on TV. Okay, you would be a different person today because you would actually think that you were a great pitcher.
On the Dodgers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Steiny and Guru.
Yeah, Spadoni sent you something too.
He's an idiot.
He said you were, hey.
He is.
You were, kids are tougher than you think. I feel like something happened to you.
You're not an idiot,
as you played growing up, Steiny.
Steiny sees the consequences. Steiny sees that the consequences these days are brutal with social media stuff. That's it. Well said. Thank you very much.
You got breaking news. You found it from Rap Sheet.
I'm afraid to say it.
No, it's out there. You got it. There you go, Kenny.
Breaking news.
According to Ian Rappaport, Demarcus Robinson is suspended 3 games without pay for violating the NFL substance abuse policy. It was announced Robinson will be eligible for reinstatement on Monday, September 22nd, following probably the 3rd game of the year.
Yeah. And I feel dirty, Steiny.
How come?
That's a serious offense, that a lot of people have. It's very dangerous. A lot of people lost loved ones. So the bottom line is I was hoping there was a slip in the crack and he could actually be out there week 1. But he'll knock it out. And Kyle and company, they knew it. But I was like, man, are they going to forget about it or somehow, missed a deadline? So they'll be without him. I do wonder now if this puts the Juwan Jennings thing in motion now that the reality is set in. You're going to be without D-Rob for 3 weeks.
You said you had a list in front of you?
Yeah. And I said Tariq Owens, Terrell's son, wide receiver, waived. Dallas Flowers, cornerback, waived. Jeff Wilson Jr. released. Keshawn Vaughn, running back, released from the roster. Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai waived with injury designations. Those are your backup quarterbacks. One is gonna land on the practice squad, Steiny. Jaden Allen, defensive lineman. Shaqay Brown, defensive lineman, waived. And other undrafted defenders like Derek Canteen, Stone Blatton, Sebastian Valdez, Jalen Mahoney were all waived, and Isaiah Prince, that's a nice name, offensive lineman, placed on the injured reserve list. So that's what I have right now.
So that seems to indicate to me that Jennings is still right now part of the 53-man roster. And they don't have to put Robinson on the 53.
Yep.
Okay. There you have it.
Do you think this has jolts Jenny now that you know you're without Robinson?
No. I think it's something they knew.
If we come in here tomorrow and somehow something's worked out, would you say, you might have been on to something?
No.
I wouldn't want the clout.
I don't know. I mean, no. That would just be speculation that you got that one wrong. You know what I mean?
However you can get it.
The Brock Purdy, they're not good enough. I was trying to do too much. Oh, I know what it would. I kind of like this potpourri when we do this. So, I just saw a headline in the Chronicle, SF Chronicle, SF Gate. And the headline was, or the tease was, the man responsible for Golden State's miserable offseason. And they said the man responsible for the Warriors' miserable offseason is Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's one of the people. Jonathan Kuminga does not want to be a Golden State Warrior.
But right now he is.
Right. So because Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to be a Warrior, that's the thing kind of messing up the Warriors off season, and that the Warriors don't want to pay him as much as he wants.
No, I totally get that. The agent does what you tell him to do, damn it. So I wouldn't say anything otherwise. That's why I said it's spite involved in this, and it might be. But every day that goes by, it's not. I think he's coming back for that 7.9.
I still have no feel for that at all, the Kuminga stuff. You know what's funny is just let people – oh, no. That's Evan's favorite pitcher, out for the year.
Oh, man, Evaldi. Yep, rotator cuff.
Yeah, you throw that hard. I texted you last night. We were talking about topics.
Yeah.
One thing that Guru and I do a lot is we do a lot of preparation for the show, and we talk a lot the night before the show, and we send a lot of messages to each other, and we converse. And we spend a lot of time out of the studio, Mr. Nahigian, thinking about the show. Anyway, I was thinking we should probably talk about the Giants tomorrow. Not Wednesday, but today.
Yeah.
And then we didn't.
Yeah, because I said it was cut down day, a lot of the D-Rob stuff. But I get you. I mean, what we got? Well, the guys are coming up in a minute from Splash.
And I was thinking about the Giants.
I might go out there and pull up on them.
You're not gonna. But
now, how do you know that?
I'll bet you. I will bet you don't do that. And you know what? You won't even drive out there to win the bet.
My man. Go ahead anyway. Your Giant take.
Oh, boy. And I don't want to get into they've underachieved or this is who they are.
All right, because it's hard not to.
But it's unbelievable what has happened to the Giants. 41-29, and since they're 22-39.
With the gifts of Rafael Devers.
But
he was getting fastballs blown by him. But anyway,
remember the caller who said that was going to happen?
There was the scout guy.
I wish I remember.
He said, I'm just saying, Flim even mentioned that he joined us, Spadoni and Shasky. He didn't say it like that, but he had talked about, Steiny, that's a concern for me moving forward. But go ahead.
I'm just saying, it's like without getting into did they underachieve, did they overachieve, or did they, is this who they are? Can we at least acknowledge they might have more question marks than the Niners going into next year?
Well,
they've got.
I got to say something.
Two proven starting pitchers. I don't have
questions from Kyle. I have questions from Melvin.
Well, that's the other thing.
The leader, that's where I'm at.
Right, so think about this.
Things almost at a 95,000. Thanks, Risotto.
Where are the Giants right now? I think they're pretty far away.
They're at the bottom. This is bottom.
I'm talking about next year. And I'm talking about where they go from here.
I'm not ready to say that, but go ahead.
They've got to figure out whether Bob Melvin's coming back or not.
Gotcha.
Okay? Then
go ahead.
They have the very real issue of who are Adames, Chapman, and Devers.
I think we're finding out who Adames is.
He's a 225 hitter.
Steiny, he can play shortstop on my team all day, every day. Okay.
He's hitting 225.
I can't argue with that.
Chapman's hitting 227. Devers, look at this, it's unreal.
Baseball got four guys hitting 300, Steiny, but I get it.
225, but 225 is different than 300.
I got you.
My point is your three best players hit 225, 226, and 227 respectively. Okay? Now, the way I look at it is, what are we doing in center field? What are we doing in right field?
Lee is showing something. He's going to be
what are we doing in right field?
That needs attention.
Okay. What are we doing at second base? Casey Schmidt?
If he was your starting second baseman, Steiny, I'm being real.
What are you doing at first base?
It's Devers or Eldridge.
Okay. And what about their starting staff?
That's where Posey comes in. You got to go shopping.
Okay.
And you didn't mention Roop, Steiny, and I know he had the fluke injury,
because now Roop
nothing's torn, but I got you.
But Roop goes to a question mark to me because he's only through 100 innings
I feel
this
like
year.
We're fencing and we got the mask on with the sword, Steiny. I'm telling you, I believe 74% of the Giants' disappointment can be turned around by better coaching. I believe that. So I'm not saying they don't got problems. Okay. I'm seeing, and again, this is a real quick. One person gets hot for a month. Jung-Hoo Lee looks like the light bulbs went on. I'm not telling you. The reality is, Steiny, he's not going anywhere.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. What manager? What manager would you like the Giants to hire to get them to the playoffs next year when Adames hits 225, Chapman 227, and Devers 226? Like, what manager?
That's a load. I got you. It's a great question, but it's loaded because I think the great manager will keep these guys at this juncture of the season, especially Devers. Steiny, what do you think's happening? But
it's not Bob Melvin. That. I don't think it's Bob Melvin.
I'll give you that's fair.
But now they have to make a decision on Melvin.
And I feel like one's being made, even if there wasn't even a question, now it's turned into a question. So we'll see if he survives. But, man, Steiny, this is disappointing to me because I know they're a better bunch than what we've seen, man. And defensively, base running, the blunders, the lack of clutchness, I just feel like maybe another skipper can bring that out. And you could say, Guru, okay, what's that mean? They're 2 under. But this team I'm watching every day of my life is better than what they're performing. And then they go up to Milwaukee.
This is not even close to a playoff team. It's really not even close, I don't think.
And I'm being real, not smart-ass, Steiny, because you might have said it. I swear I'm not. Did you say that before the season when I said my goal before Devers was maybe they can get a wild card? And I'm asking you, were you saying they are not a playoff team then?
No. I've changed my mind after watching a full season. And the other thing is, I look at the team, it's like, you like Ramos?
I do.
Okay, he's our left fielder. You like Jung-Hoo Lee?
At times?
Yeah, he's going to be your center fielder, right?
I got you.
Who's playing right?
That has to be addressed.
Okay, who's playing second? Schmidt?
Steiny, right now, if you told me Buster didn't go, I would. Schmidt, okay? Not your traditional Ryan Sandberg or what have you, but he can hold it down. You need a catcher. I'm over Bailey.
They're not good enough. Like, can you imagine if you run out Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Matos next year and say, let's go win.
But let me get,
okay. I just saw a story in The Athletic today that he's hot.
Hey, I don't dislike him like I dislike others. I got to say something to you. And this is what we were doing with the kids. What if those 222s or 252s and 262s or 272s? Do you allow for the fact the 3 guys you mentioned, Chapman, Devers, and Adames, what if those numbers are up there?
They're not all 3 going to be 30 points higher.
Steiny, you could say that now and you'd have people agree. But what if all 3 are better than what they are now?
I'm telling you right now. Okay.
What's that
I don't go into a season like that.
Well, you just did it. What you said.
Well, you thought they were better.
No doubt. But you're doing it for the sake of this, where you're saying they stay the same. Then it's all bad. But what if they look like the back of their baseball card?
Well, that's the problem.
Better.
They kind of do look like the back of their baseball card. And
the power numbers for Chapman, you got me there.
The idea that they're all going to go from mid 220s to 260.
So
one of them might.
Yeah. No, I like this. Let me just throw this to you. So when it's all said and done, let's say tonight
and
against the Cubs.
with the Brewers 2 of 3.
No, I'll like go figure. But let's just say tonight was the last game of the season. Are you telling me, Matthew Steinmetz, you would close the door on the Giants, the 2025 Giants, and you would just say, everybody had a down year?
No, I wouldn't say that.
There's going to be heads rolling and guys looking for jobs.
Right, I don't think
my hidden coach is leading the third base coach.
You're the one who's saying that they didn't.
They're underperforming.
Okay. Well, then, but
all of them.
I don't believe. Well, so that assumes that if they come back next year, they'll be better.
Yes.
I'm out on that. I would never assume something like that. But
what's the reality of you going to get 6 or 7 new guys? And I'm come on now.
That's my point.
That's why I think if you get a better skipper and get the best out of them, that's more realistic.
Okay.
If you need a right fielder, and if you want to say second baseman, hey. But Steiny, you need a catcher. You need a couple starters.
You need a lot.
But Buster's been spending bread. That we know.
They're the players that they're going to continue to rely on.
Oh, you're out on all three of those dudes?
Who? No.
Adames, Devers, and...
No, you're stuck with them. Yeah, like, it doesn't matter if I like them or hate them. You're stuck with them.
See, and I don't think it's stuck.
I'm talking about Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee and Matos and Fitzgerald and Schmidt and Bailey. They're not good enough.
I got you.
Those guys are not good enough.
But Ramos was good enough to be a first-half All-Star last year.
You never
and
won
if you
with
look
him.
at him, is he perfect, Steiny? No. Is he frustrating? Yeah. But he is not a bum.
If he's your best outfielder, you're not good enough. Like, it's
even
great
if that was
that
an All-Star caliber.
What is that like?
I hear you.
All-Star
That was for the first half.
caliber?
I got you. He made the game. I'm just telling you.
That's great. And are you willing to say right now, he's your all-star. Are you willing to say right now you'd lock him in to be in your left fielder for the next 5 years?
No.
Well, that's my point. It's like if you say all-star, I'll say, okay, well then sign him to a 7-year contract and let's lock him up. But we know
I'm
they
not
don't want to
there
do
yet.
that.
Yeah.
Well, right. So I'm looking around this.
I really
roster.
believe they're closer than you think, and I'm admitting that there are some bad signs. But I believe the manager has failed to just collectively get this team to be the best version. A lot of people down on Ramos. I get it, but Steiny, man, this is shock. I haven't been this shocked in a long time about a Bay Area team going the other way. Maybe as much as the 2022 Warriors winning it.
Well,
I didn't see that coming.
Here's the other thing.
Seriously. This is
that team
they have no pulse. They're taking on the manager's personality.
Who has championship pedigree on the Giants?
Well, Devers.
Okay, that's one guy, 1 year.
I got you. But who had it on the Warriors when they shocked the world and won it?
Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Clay.
When they won their first one.
I thought you said 2022.
Oh, no, that was the shocking one. I'm talking about when they came out and won that one first
young.
One. All right.
They weren't as old as those other guys.
But I can't do it. It's like I'm watching this. I'm waiting on the
last in batting average in the National League.
And you got a guy that did nothing in the major leagues but play, and that's an accomplishment, teaching these guys instruction. How can Pat Burrell teach anybody how to hit? Do you think I'm crazy for that thought?
Yeah, well, I don't care if Pat Burrell stinks as a hitting coach. That doesn't mean that they would be hitting 20 points
but
above.
We're trying to find solutions or even the thoughts of what we can do better, and getting a better hitter to teach hitting might help a team that can't hit. And you got guys that are proven with the stick like Devers, and since he's put on the uniform, he looks like he's blind.
But just fire Melvin, and they'll all get better.
It's nuanced, Steiny.
No, it's not, apparently.
It's the hitting coach. These are just thoughts, though, because you're not going to go do a fantasy baseball draft and have a whole new team. And I don't think you need a whole new team.
They're 22 and 39.
Wow.
Since
that's just
their start.
Yeah,
Listen, worst record in baseball.
Wow, man.
But they're close. But they're closer than I think.
It's the beautiful thing about baseball, Steiny. You hit that reset button and things, I'm just telling you, that is a wow. That's all your boys got for you. That wow. And we got Boughton coming on these airwaves and everybody on MLB Network and anybody that loves the game thinking this team might have some action.
Yep.
And they didn't even finish. We got another month. Like this thing, they're Steiny, they're TKO'd.
Why? Then I can't stand,
that's surprising.
I can't stand when you do this.
Okay, but
you spend 5 minutes ripping them and saying, "Oh my God," and then being like, "No, but they'll be fine next year. Everybody's gonna bounce around."
No, I said there's got to be.
I feel like that.
No, but
sometimes.
This is what you feel. I'm telling you. This is low. They're lower than even you could have thought at this juncture.
No, that's not true.
You being real, man.
How many times do you say, Steiny, it's rock bottom? And I go, no, it's not. No, it's not. And here's the other thing. How much is the last month important to you or not?
It's for Melvin. Okay. For Melvin? I'm watching everything.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God! I think if you're right and this is not the worst, and then it's going to be. He might not even make it. That's where this thing is trending to me.
Okay, but if they finish 500, you keep him.
That's not up to me, but I got to be honest. Melvin, if somehow they got there, it's up to both. That would help him, I believe.
If the decision on Melvin hasn't been made already, I'd be shocked.
All right.
Because I'll be damned if I'm going to be like, well, we'll keep him around if we go 20 and 12.
And I'm going to turn
Get
into
outta
you with
here.
that one. If you already made your decision, drop the hammer.
Hey, you know how I feel about that.
Our boy didn't make it. Infinite outcomes.
Exactly. So,
but you like,
they're not very good. Have you looked at lineups on other teams? They don't have players who can match up. They don't have players who can match up.
Look at the Cubs. I'm like, who the hell are half these dudes? But they play fundamentally sound baseball. They hit for power. 22 and 39 since you got a guy that we thought was a stud. I'll just say stud. Make it make sense to me, man. Make it make sense to me.
Well, their talent is. So now that you brought them up. All right.
Because you gave me the.
I'm just looking at the. Okay, so the Cubs have a guy who's got 24 homers, 28 homers, 21 homers, 27 homers. They've got, let's see, who's their leading RBI guy with 82.
They got Tucker.
Pete
They got
Crow
some
Armstrong.
dude.
He's hitting 255. It's like they're better. They've had better seasons.
Yeah. But I think
you know what? Maybe we're going to start the Warriors conversation all over again, because let me ask you this. Are Adames, Chapman, and Devers getting better or worse? Because you have them for 5 or 6 years.
I'm being real.
They're
I'm
getting
saying
better. Okay.
No, Chapman's got a hand injury. Nobody's making excuses, Steiny. That's it. But he's not in the realm of Devers and Adames when they're on. And just watching Willie before he cooled off and got hot in Milwaukee, like that's my shortstop. Devers, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm not concerned. I'm disappointed, but somebody's got to come in, a new voice, and fix it.
Maybe they should build a new stadium for Devers.
But Steiny, this is happening on the road. He was in that bandball. Like they're getting him out with the fastballs, man. Like, dude, you know who I am? Steiny, I'm watching, they're blowing like rinky-dink pitchers.
But they'll be fine next year. Just after a winter hibernation.
On the hole in the swing, or something's going on bigger than what we think it is or we're privy to.
You know what?
I mean it, man.
510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Bob Melvin should go talk to his players, right? Give him some confidence.
Well, he didn't talk to him a million times if you listen to him. Dude, Steiny, you got me tired on this one. I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just telling you, they're better than what they're playing. And their core is better than what the core has played.
Let me tell you.
All right.
That's the way you look at it. And the way I look at it is this team's further away from a playoff spot than I thought. It just is.
Well, and you know what? And I'm going to say something. I'm not being rude. That's obvious because this is shocking. But again.
But it's just a bad year.
And instruction and tutelage in managing.
Okay.
All right.
I can't wait for the Giants to be in on Kyle Tucker. They better be.
Man.
They better be.
That's a boy.
They better get some hitters in here.
And some pitchers.
They better get some fielders in here.
I can't wait for the end of the year presser from Buster. Like, you can't sugarcoat this, man. And maybe the first day after 162's done, Melvin's gone.
You do realize that there's nobody on planet Earth right now that's saying, boy, I can't wait for the Buster Posey presser.
I've been waiting for
37 days.
There's a few, man.
Let me guess, we're going to have to get better. We're going to have to get better.
When I watch the Giants, what I look forward to more than the game is Melvin. But I could just play it on loop from the days before. It's the same.
It's all Melvin's. Yeah. All right, 8-8. No. They're at Splash. Willard and Dibs are at Splash. We'll do the crossover on the other side. And, I think this is more than just a underachieving team in San Francisco. I think they got a lot to fix and a long way to go. All right. Red and Gold Summit next Thursday, King's Fish House. Be there. I'll get more details to you on the other side. That segment brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Ceremony Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. CeremonyFord.com.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms. Supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park on Saturday, September 13th at History Park in San Jose. See restored classics that once roared down America's earliest speedways and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
Well, I got good and bad news. You want the bad news?
Bad news first.
You're not going to see Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Welcome back. It's crossover time, so that means we're heading out to Splash, adjacent to Chase Center, where we're joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
They look so serious.
They really do. They look totally locked in. Yeah. I'm hearing a little echo, but that's fine. I'll keep going. Hey, did you guys see the shirts the Valkyries sent us?
Jerseys.
Check them out, guys.
Oh, yeah, I was told that they would, look at you guys.
Yeah.
Wait, Steiny, why do you have my favorite number? That's my favorite number.
Number 10?
Yeah, that's my number. That's my number.
I didn't know that.
That's my number. Yeah.
Willard, why is it 10, though? You got to tell us the meaning.
Well, there's a bunch of reasons, but it started with Matt Williams. Because I played third base in high school, and Matt Williams, who oscillated, it was an oscillation sensation.
Yeah, it's an early bar
with both numbers 9 and 10. But it started with Matt Williams because I wanted to wear his number because I was playing third base over at San Mateo High School. And then Pearl Jam came out with their first studio album, and it was titled 10, which is actually named after Mookie Blaylock, who wore number 10. And I dug all of that stuff too. And then it just became my thing. That's it. My number's 10. Steiny, you could borrow it for the Valks.
Appreciate it.
Thank
you so much.
It's funny, because you are rocking my number, and it's not a number I chose.
It's a number I was assigned because on every single team that I ever was on, I was the smallest member of the team. And,
back in the day, your baseball uniforms, they'd have like numbers 1, 2, and 3 would be your smalls, and then 4, 5, 6 mediums, and then you get up to the bigger numbers and the bigger jerseys. And so, as the most diminutive Steiny, I was rocking number 1 in every baseball uniform that I ever had. So there you go.
Man, that's awesome, Dibs. I got to say this because, Willard, I got to Bart yesterday, and I hurt because you said something to me as the crossover ended. You said, we didn't even get to Jake Moody, and I know it's cut down day. Right. He didn't get cut. But just you two tell me, and we've been having some fun, but I mean this. I think Jake Moody has a leg. I think we all know that. But when the head coach says, jokingly, I don't talk to kickers, I'm telling Steiny, maybe if you finesse that relationship, had him come over for some lasagna from the missus, throw on some Lil Wayne, maybe you might get better results before you throw them away. Am I coming from Disneyland on that assessment, or is there something there? Because I feel like there could be something there.
First on this one. Okay. Because I went on a long walk because I ferried into work, so I got to walk the entire Embarcadero down here to Splash and Thrive City. So I heard the whole thing. Guru. AirPods in, and I listened. And I want to start by saying this. You know that when you two debate, you know that I want to be on your side, right? Do you know that? I just want you to know that I want to agree with you. But sometimes I can't. Guru. The coaches have a job during the game. And by the way, you totally missed the first part of Kyle's quote, which is before he says, I don't talk to kickers, he says, I don't talk to the guys. I don't talk to the guys. Do you ever see Kyle like nose to nose very often with a player during a game, or his nose in that sheet?
Yeah. Like real quick, I didn't mean during the game. I hope that I meant during the week. I'm sorry, never during the game.
I don't think he meant in that quote that he gives them the silent treatment around the clock all week long. But he's got a job to do, and it's not to invite people over for dinner or be their therapist or anything. I'm sure, yes, they have a relationship, but like this is how most, if not all, head coaches in the NFL are. We talked about this once before a few weeks ago, and I mentioned to you, like, Bill Walsh wouldn't even let the players come near him. He stayed all the way across the practice field. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, no, I take nothing from Kyle Shanahan saying I don't talk to kickers.
How about you, Dibs?
I think that he doesn't really talk to anyone during the game. He talks to that laminated play sheet, and he talks to his assistant offensive coordinator and the quarterback coach, and then he looks at the tablet when the defense is out there. And sometimes he's not even watching what the defense is doing because he's so engrossed in the tablet and what's to come next. And as far as Moody goes, he gets the
during
third
the week.
chance. Well, during the week, you've got a special teams coach who was not thrilled, apparently, when he kicked the ball out of bounds in the third preseason game. So when they all get together and you go through a game, and if Jake Moody struggles and it costs you a game, Brent Boyer is going to be first to knock on Kyle's door and say, yo, we're going to have to find another kicker because I can't live like this. But Jake Moody gets a shot. He doesn't get a lot of shots. He might be sitting there with an 0-2 count. And, one bad week that cost him a game, or, one bad kickoff that cost you field position that maybe cost you 7 points. These are the things that he has to deal with. And if his dauber's down, too bad. If his confidence is shaken, also too bad. You're a pro. You were drafted in the third round. It's your third year. Your team can't afford to give away 3 points at a time. So he's got to perform.
Yeah, I just wonder how it's all going to play out. And
well, you got to let it play out, as you know.
You absolutely do, Dibs. You absolutely must. And then, of course,
it was an old Chris.
No doubt.
I got it.
No doubt.
I got it.
My boy.
I got it.
But we can go through the scenarios. They're in a tight game and he misses one, or they're in a blowout. They're winning by 3 touchdowns and he misses. So does it matter? What's going to be? I don't know. It's going to be dicey and it's going to be monitored. And I don't like the way it's starting out. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. There's already, and Grandy, we were all chatting about this before our show yesterday. He was talking about kind of not liking where the relationship is between Moody and the fans already. And so if you're in a preseason game and you're being booed as you come out to kick an extra point, not a good starting point. The year hasn't even started. Moody is seeing therapists, and now he's being booed by his home crowd in games that don't count. So Steiny, not good. Well, this is not a good base for the relationship.
Well, and I got to believe that Kyle knows. I think this is one of those things that we'll talk about a lot, and we have today. But I think in Kyle's mind, he doesn't give this much thought at all. It's like he misses kicks, he's gone.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
I hope Moody's has a good... No, it's like he either makes kicks early or he's in trouble.
So do you three, is it fair to say you three disagree with him being on the 50th? If you feel that way and it's this fickle, he shouldn't be your kicker, guys.
No, that's the nature of the position, though, is the majority of these kickers are in a fickle spot. Unless you're on a team that's not very good, and even at that, you could be a guy who gets run, and I think about Younghoe Koo, who he started with. Did he start with the Falcons? Or did he start?
That's where he is now.
I think he started with the Chargers then. Wherever he started,
you might be right.
He was god-awful, and he was a guy who was drafted, and he was a guy they had high hopes on, and he really struggled. He got cut. He made some adjustments, and now he's one of the better kickers in the league. I don't know if he even missed a PAT last year. I was looking at all the numbers yesterday, but he went through and he has resurrected his career. So that's the nature of the gig.
Started with the Chargers in 2017, had to go play for the Atlanta Legends, whatever the hell that is.
Wow.
Followed by
kicked well there.
Off season with the Patriots, then landed with the Falcons, and now he's one of the main dudes. It's also his first time playing for a dome team, which I think changes life for a kicker.
Absolutely, and with Moody and Dustin Hopkins, we know, got released today, so there's another kicker who is, at least for now, out on the market. And
Cleveland.
Greg Joseph is still available. I know you guys were playing the Matt Barrow sound from yesterday, so there's really no rush to make a move now. You give the guy a chance. Kyle loves the leg. He's got a big leg, and you spent draft capital on him. Here's another thing, though, Steiny, about the nuance, and I know you love nuance, but let's say the Niners are up 14 with 6 minutes to go, and he misses a kick. And because of that miss, now the first-team defense has to go back out there. And God forbid something happens, because now it's a 2-score game. It's not a 3-score game. And those are the little things that if you're Shanahan and Saleh, you're thinking, all right, Jake, make the kick. We're up 17. We can give Bosa a rest. Fred never rests, but you get my drift about, maybe, bringing in some of the younger guys, knowing that you're up by 3 scores, and a miss like that could be just as deleterious or damaging as a kick that might be a winner or a loser.
Yeah, that's
just my thoughts.
That's an interesting
good stuff.
point. The funny thing is probably of all the circumstances we're trying to imagine with Moody and what's going to happen, it'll be something that we haven't even thought of. You know what I mean? It'll be like, I don't know. But the other thing about Moody that I was thinking is Kyle's lack of confidence in him. If he had, like, how do you start the season in terms of when are you going to go for it in their 30-ish? When are you not going to go for it in their 30-ish? Is it going to be condition related? Does it don't matter? I know they matter all the time, but I wonder if he's got a number that he's going to let him try or be dictated by the game, all that kind of stuff.
I mean, like, to me, you have to, if you're going to keep him, then you have to start the season as a clean slate.
Yeah, man.
You have to. So in other words, if you're starting the season and you're like, it's 4th and 4, this would be a 54-yarder, but our kicker sucks, so let's go for it. If that's how you feel,
terrible.
Move on.
Yeah, no
and
doubt.
A lot of us feel that way, but he doesn't. The Niners don't. So to me, you got to go clean slate, and you have to show normal confidence in him and do what you would normally do in a perfect world. And if he's unable to meet that moment, then you move on. That's how Barrows ended his conversation with us yesterday about Jake Moody. He's on thinner ice than they're making it sound like.
Man.
But I think you got to give him a shot to be a regular kicker, don't you?
Yeah,
no doubt about
it. I think you have to absolutely do that. The other, I'll do this now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, the one thing that I agree with you on with Barrows is I think he is on really, really thin ice. And then Barrows said something later that I kind of disagree with, and that is if Moody misses 2 kicks in week 1, and they win 28-6, I think they're going to cut him anyway. You know what I mean? Like, just because they win and they're getting away with missed kicks, I kind of think that might not matter. It's just going to be you need to make kicks regardless.
Depends on the nature of those kicks, but I don't think you're patently wrong. If it's a 57-yarder at the end of the second quarter and it's a miss, all right, fine. If it's a couple of chippies, then you have a different conversation. And also how they look, because Mark has been rightly fixated on the 27-yard snap hook, to use a golf term, but it went in.
Yeah, but the
did it really, Dibs?
The extra point the following week did not.
Oh, man.
And I loved what Mason Crosby said to us yesterday when we asked him about, like, if you miss an extra point and the snap's good, the hold's good, the blocking is good, and you miss it kind of badly, you miss it by 5 yards, Mason's like, that should not happen. And that's exactly what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, that was nasty work by him, kicking out of bounds, and yikes. Hey, I got to say this to you guys. I come to work every day, and then when I leave, as soon as I touch down off the 10th floor, I know I'm different, but I still love myself. But you sent the nugget, Willard, about Robinson and the league office, and I got lightweight excited, like, could he slip through the cracks? He didn't, so he's out 3 games, and I bring this up, and I threw it by Steiny. Do you think that rattles the cage for Jawan and the Niners now that they know it's official, then maybe something gets done sooner than later because of now they got clarity that then they knew he was going to get suspended, but I'm wondering, will we know something sooner than later now?
Well, I think that the Niners know a lot about what's going on behind the scenes at the wide receiver position that we still, with this final roster, that we've not been let in on what's going on yet. Because if you look at what their final roster just showed, and just to update everybody, Robinson gets suspended for the 3. Brandon Ayuk goes on the reserve pup list. The 5 receivers they keep are Ricky Pearsall, Sky Moore, Jawan Jennings, Jacob Cowing, and Jordan Watkins. Cowing, I have no doubt, is going to get moved to IR with a designation to return. So he is not going to be available for at least the first month. Watkins could be available, but like by week 2 or 3, and he's a rookie.
So that's IR.
He's never played before. Like, he'll be on the roster. So this either tells me one of 2 things, and maybe both. They either feel really good about where the Jennings situation is, or they're about to go out on the market and grab some of these guys who just got let go today. Hunter Renfrow, Deontay Johnson, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, many more. These guys all got
Robert Woods Jr., if you're into that.
The wide receiver list has a lot of work left to be done, even though the final roster just got announced.
And I'll say this to that, Willard. Hey, those guys, they can play. They're in the league. But Juwan, he's let you know you can count on him on big downs, not just regular season games, playoff games, Super Bowls. I just got to believe they come up with something to keep him in the uniform.
You would think, but if that something is a lot more money, and I hate to kind of side with Steiny ever.
No, I kind of agree with him on that.
General rule, but the idea, and I was thinking about this because when we talk about Brock Purdy, and what's the phrase that everyone wants to use to denigrate him? It's system quarterback. Why can't Juwan Jennings be a system wide receiver? And Steiny made the point about running back where it's been Wilson and Breida and Mostert, and it's been a who's who of running backs before CMC. So why don't we look at the same thing with players like Juwan Jennings, who isn't he ostensibly a system wide receiver?
Well, Dibs, his hands are not the system. He's shown he can go up and make tough catches in traffic. So I would just say that's the difference is he's shown an ability to make the tough catches in the tough situations.
All these things are shared. I just that's why I've been a Brock Purdy fan for so long. Like I heard earlier, Steiny, when you were saying, I wonder if Kyle sits there and thinks almost like, hey, Juwan, I made you. Like you put up those yards because of my system. And even if that were true, first of all, I know Kyle's arrogant. I don't think he's that arrogant. but like, even if he were to think that, too bad. You're running a business where you need to pay your employees who produce for you.
Wow.
And he, like Juwan, like that's how this works. He has to get some credit because not every receiver has been able to go out there and do that. In fact, they've used high-level draft picks on receivers who have completely busted and not even been able to stay on teams, let alone go get 1,000 yards in an NFL season. So, sure, the Niners system is good for offensive players, but when you do well in it, you have to be valued and rewarded, I believe.
I also think that if you're the 49ers, you can't get caught up into making a decision for the first 4 games of the season, as much as they might be important. And I think you've got to try to figure out what you may be week 10. And if week 10, Ayuk is there, and week 10, Pearsall's there, and week 10's Robinson's there, and I got to tell you, I think they like Watkins.
They do.
Like, then you'd be really paying Jennings for 4 or 5 games of being a number 1 or 2.
I agree with you. I was thinking about this earlier. What would you guys say? Let's say everything goes great. Okay? Jennings is back for week 1.
All right.
Ayuk is ready for week 6. Robinson is ready for week 4. Cowing is ready to come off IR. Watkins is healthy. Pearsall is healthy. Sky Moore is healthy. Usually the Niners only keep 5 or 6 wide receivers. We think of all 7 of those guys as having locked roster spots. What do you do? Who are you keeping?
Well, I don't know enough to know. Is Robinson better than Jennings?
I would say yes to me.
I would say probably not, based on Jennings last year, number 1, according to Pro Football Focus, in blocking, run blocking as a receiver. I don't know how DeMarcus Robinson is as a blocker, but
8
Jennings
touchdowns, Dibs.
But, I mean, they're both locked in, right? I mean, that was a free agent signing that the Niners really wanted in Robinson. Right. Jennings is coming off of a great year. Like, I don't see either one of those guys being cut or something mid-season. Definitely not. They just gave up draft capital for Sky Moore. I mean, but they did.
Yeah.
Pearsall and Ayuk are first-round draft picks. Watkins, they love. Cowing is a piece of it. Like, what do you do?
Maybe they're doing it right now, no doubt, Dibs.
Well, I think Robinson's a guy who would be very tradable if you get into a spot where all those guys are healthy and Ayuk looks like he's going to be able to contribute. You're going to play Pearsall, and I think you're going to play Jennings. And then, as we talk a lot about, Steiny, with the personnel groupings, the Niners almost never go to 4 wides. They go to 3 wides about half the time, which is low for the NFL. So if you look at that third guy, if it's Ayuk and Jennings and Pearsall, well, then you've got Robinson as injury insurance, and Sky Moore's a guy, and I know you gave up draft capital. Yeah, I mean, sure.
But you did.
You did. But I don't think that marries you to Sky Moore for very long, and
No.
I think they picked up the majority of his contract, too.
The Chiefs?
I thought so. I might have had that wrong.
He
either way,
doesn't
it's
make a whole
peanuts,
lot.
right.
Yeah, he doesn't make a whole lot. By the way, Steiny, we do have an update.
Okay.
And I say it directed at you because you so kindly made it sound like this was just going to be this awful event out here at Thrive where I'm going to be basically poo-pooing everybody's picks in the middle of the show.
Tell them how they should have drafted.
Well, I almost texted you because I'm like, the draft's not happening until after our show.
Okay.
And then we got an update, and I was wrong. The draft is happening. Like, I don't know who these 14 people are who aren't working at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday, but they're all going to be here, apparently. And the draft is happening 4 to 6 p.m. So we will have some live reaction of how the draft will go and what we think about it, and all of that is going to be happening right off to our right. We're upstairs on that platform at Splash, which is so beautiful, like 1,000 TVs looking at us. And so that is actually going to be happening during the second half of our show today.
That is exciting.
Good to know. And monitor Genty of the Raiders. I like him, Dibs.
Long now.
We know he's not.
I'm thinking of picking him first.
First?
Yeah. I mean,
That's aggressive.
No. I mean, if I have like a middle first-round pick, if he's there, not the number one pick.
Yeah, 16 teams in our league. I don't know if you guys have been fully.
That's the NFL.
Well, Ken just jumped in and said 14 Dibs during our show.
I happen to be really close, both emotionally and physically, to the commissioner of the 95-7 The Lame League, which it's time to change the name.
I'm with you, Dibs. What does that mean? I hate reading it.
We are dominating the market, and you're going to still pin us
Talk
with that.
to him, Dibs.
That's 95-7 The Fame. Let's
look at Will. I like it.
Now.
But Lucas told me yesterday we're going 16 wide. Is that true, Lucas?
Wow.
We are going 16.
Wow.
So it is official.
It's
Joe Montana.
Locked in.
Hey, I got to say this.
Steiny,
that's another level.
Do your research.
Oh, boy.
By round 7, you're going to be picking dudes named Ethan that you've never heard of. It's going to be awesome.
Hey, I need your two's help real quick. I got to tell them about what happened on our show.
I don't
So
remember.
in the Bay right now, it's high alert. The Giants are hemorrhaging. It's cut down day. Kaminga. Ken, sitting in for Evan today, plays the breaking news sounder. I'm like shook. Kelsey and Taylor Swift are getting married. He played the breaking news sounder for that.
It's
Come
worth
on.
it. Can I share a quick
Willard,
story
you just
with you?
hurt me.
You're going to love this, Goo. You'll love this. And I know this is not our demo, but you'll love this, okay? When did that break? Like 10:30 this morning?
Somewhere.
All right, so I open up my laptop for the first time, and I see the news. Now, I have a 16-year-old daughter who's supposed to be in, like, math class or something. But I'll text her because I'm not good about that.
Yeah.
So all I said to her was, I assume you've heard. And I assumed that she would either say, no, what? I'm at school. Or she would sort of be like, I think I know what you're talking about. There was no question in her mind what I was referring to. She just texted back, yes. That's it. I've heard. It was as if the president had,
but
like
Willie, she's in math class. We're doing a sports show thinking Kaminga and broke. What happened?
This is big news, Goo.
Hey,
big
Dibs,
news.
is it Taylor Kelsey Swift or Taylor Swift Kelsey?
It's just Taylor Swift.
Thank you.
You don't need to. Guru, as a recently married man, not as recently as my partner, and Christy, the lovely Christy, immediately became Christy Willard.
Well, she did on Instagram. She has not had a chance to get over to the county.
It's arduous now.
Yeah, she hasn't gotten there yet.
My wife chose to go by Supper Dibley, and you have a choice. You can either hyphenate, or she takes your name, or you take her name. Sometimes the husband will just change his name to the wife's name and go that route. So my first marriage,
Jeremiah Crow Rose.
Thank you. I mean, my first marriage was like, your name is your name, my name is my name. Cool. Right. So every time you get to approach it differently, for me, the hyphenation sensation has always been one that I didn't want to go down the road. So take a lane.
All right, I'll leave you with this one, but you got to let me walk it off.
Oh, I don't like that.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
So speaking of names and what names you take and what names you don't take, so my oldest daughter recently got married.
Okay, congrats.
And there were 3 families involved. Her mom, my daughter's mom's name's Clark. My last name's Steinmetz, and the fiance's last name is Lake. So what they did is they've changed their last name to Larkin because it has 2 letters of each of our 3 last names. L-A for Lake, R-K for Clark, I-N Steinmetz.
So you got to go pay extra for that, right? Yeah, you got to go pay for that.
That's pretty good, huh?
It's really good. It just doubles the legwork to get all the names changed, but, love will lead them through, for sure.
For sure. All right, guys, well, bring us home.
I might pull up. I might pull up out there.
You should.
On 95?
Wait a minute. Do you mean that? Yeah,
no, seriously, Steiny, I got this Valkyrie jersey. I'm ready. I'm ready at the street.
If you do, will you bring ours?
Yeah. Hey, hold on. You guys got something too?
I mean, I assume they didn't just bring them to you. We're the ones who lead into the game for crying out.
If they only brought them to you,
it's Steph can call you that.
I gotta go.
If they only brought them to you, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay?
Oh my goodness.
We have them.
Okay, thank you. All right, so grab it. Come see us.
Seriously, this is, we're gonna get in trouble.
Why?
If they didn't get one.
Oh, okay.
On
gotcha.
95.7.
I love you guys.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's
go.
We've been waiting for this day.
It's draft time.
We've been waiting for this day.
The pick is on its way here.
Yeah. We should say the stick is in. Like, are they actually bringing one of them boards and walking up and putting a sticker on the board? If you're going to do it in person, that's what you should do.
Absolutely.
Have a sticker board. Be dorks. Let's get into this.
And those are always fun where, you make the pick and you got to watch the guy half in the bag go over and fumble through. 7th round. It's like, what color the running back's? Purple, dummy.
Well, it's dramatic because you're like, I know who my guy is that I want, and then they go over there and they pick up the green stickers, and I'm like, oh, damn it, he's going tight end. I wanted Kittle.
Yeah.
And then you wait, and they look, and then that's oh, wait, he went McBride. Whatever it is.
The worst part is when the guy goes over and he has to hand write it on the sticker because your pick is so bad that they didn't even print out a guy, for that sticker.
Right. Can Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt fit on a sticker? Can we fit that name on there?
Just Bill and 4 letters across.
Anyway, so what we're talking about is that we right now are originating from Splash at Thrive City, the wonderful sports bar restaurant establishment right outside Chase Center. And we are about to do it here in a couple hours with a handful of our listeners. Jody in San Jose, who won the contest that we did all last week, will be here. There'll be a fantasy draft happening from 4 to 6 during our show, and we'll have a whole lot of fun with that. Maybe bring you somehow out of that a little prep for your drafts that I'm no doubt are coming up over Labor Day weekend and whatnot. But also, pinned behind all of that is the fact that it is roster cut down day. And so a lot of news has come in. We do have a final 49er roster. It has some eyebrow raisers, but it also it very clearly has some things on it that tell you it's actually not a final roster.
Right.
And I know everybody's looking at the wide receiver room, but this is kind of where wide receivers and punters, for example, get married. Thomas Morstead is the Niners punter. He got released today.
Oh, boy.
So the Niners don't have a punter. Now, Thomas went to Twitter about an hour ago and wrote one word with dashes in between each letter. One word. The word was very reminiscent of Aaron Rodgers, relax.
Yeah.
R-E-L-A-X. Relax. his way of saying, don't worry, I'm coming back. But they cut him right now because they're not ready to fully figure out what's happening at other spots. And once they do designate people for IR or, for instance, figure out what's going on with Juwan Jennings, then they can bring Thomas Morstead back. It's a way of buying a little bit more time, and I do think it's largely about Juwan as they continue to try to hammer this thing out.
It's not only Juwan, and you're right about hammering that part of it out, but it's also, at this point, when you think about cut-down day, there are about 1,200 players who are no longer on teams. Yep. So you go through the waiver process. Some guys don't have to be subject to waivers, like Morstead, more than 4 years in the league. He doesn't have to go through waivers. He gets released, and he can pick any team that he wants to pick, including the team that just cut him. Right. So right now, all those players and all their agents, they're all making calls, and teams are scrambling to figure out if there's a guy who's sprung free who's better than your 52 or 53rd man. And you also cut guys that you're hoping will be able to fall down to your practice squad that won't be attracted by other teams, and then you can bring them on to your practice squad. So after all that shakes out, and the biggest one you mentioned is Juwan Jennings, but you get through this initial 2-3 day shakeout period, then you look at your roster again and say, all right, this guy's going to go to IR, we'll bring back our punter, or maybe you take one of your receivers and you make a trade.
Well, I mean, they've got 5 receivers right now on the active roster, and we already know for sure that 2 of them aren't available week 1. We know that for sure. That's Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing. That leaves the team with only 3 healthy wide receivers, and I use the word healthy without education on it because technically Juwan Jennings has not fully been cleared as healthy. Your only 2 healthy wide receivers for sure are Ricky Pearsall and Sky Moore, and as we learned last week, Sky Moore can't catch. So that leaves the Niners in a precarious situation, ... but maybe not. Like, so here's kind of how I see this going, but I think it like fun conversation now that we know this. Robinson suspended. Ayuk is on the PUP list. Watkins not quite healthy yet. Cowing likely headed for IR. That leaves Moore, Pearsall, and Jennings, with Jennings being a question mark. What would you like to see the 49ers do to get this thing across the finish line and ready for week 1? And the more I've thought about this and the more I watch the way they're playing this, I realize, and not that we haven't been saying this all along, the Niners have even more leverage than I thought they did. It's rising. It's rising quickly. We're getting close to the season, and the 49ers, all of their fail-safe options for Jennings, Russell Gage, Robbie Chosen, Niners kicked them all to the curb.
Yeah.
And so what they're telling you is one of 2 things. Either they feel a lot better than we realize about the Jennings situation, or they do have eyes for a Marquez Valdez-Scantling or a Hunter Renfrow who got cut by the Panthers today, or a Deontay Johnson, who's only 2 years removed from being a WR1 in this league for the Steelers. So I don't know what it is they're going to do, but they've got options. They've got options. Juwan does not. He has one.
Right.
He has one, and that's figure it out. Get your shoes on
and play football.
And come play football.
Yeah, and that's right. And when you think about Russell Gage is a good example where he gets just released today. I think he's got more than the 4 years, and so he can, get a whisper. We're going to put you on the practice squad, but by the time we get ready for the first game Sunday, you're going to be elevated because we have 3 healthy guys. So there could be some of that. I noticed that Kendrick Bourne actually got kept by New England on their PUP list, so he is being kept by New England. He was a guy that Matt Barrows yesterday had mentioned as somebody who the Niners might eyeball, but he's not going to be free. Robbie Chosen's another one where, fine, you're released, but he knows their situation, and he may wind up just staying here, or he'll get a better offer and go somewhere else. So this 53-man is about 44 of the actual 53. More moves are still going to come before the first game.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. But I'd love to see this still involve Juwan. But the one thing that I don't like that happens today is, to a degree, whatever situation is going on with him kind of got kicked down the road, and I don't see there being any more time. Like, to me, we've watched players in the past do the whole sign the week of week one.
Right.
And it doesn't work. They're not ready to play. And so they either have to have a lowered number of snaps or they go out and perform poorly and potentially get hurt. Nick Bosa, Brandon Ayuk last year. I think there's a big difference. It's still not ideal, but there's a big difference between Juwan practicing just next week and practicing both this week and next week. If I'm the Niners, I want this thing with Jennings figured out by tomorrow morning. And either he's going to be at practice or I'm going to probably go look to putting him either on IR or figure out a situation where I go pick up somebody else. Because they do have reinforcements coming once the season gets started.
They do, and that's why I think that they've already put a contingency plan in place, whether it's Russell Gage or Robbie Chosen. Trent Taylor's another guy who they cut. Tariq Owens is a guy they cut who you'll want to put him on the practice squad. There are a number of receivers just in your own camp who you had to cut that you still may be able to retain in case of emergency break glass. And if you get through today and you get into tomorrow and still no resolution for Jennings, then you get to Thursday and it's the same thing. Well, by then you should have an idea of who you're going to keep on your practice squad. And then you get to Friday and even Saturday where you're starting to get ready to install the game plan for Sunday. Well, now is where you make real drastic moves of either, hey, look, Juwan, you're physically unable to perform. You haven't been at practice, so we're gonna pup you for 4 weeks, or you come in and play. So I do think there's a little bit more time. I'm with you on tomorrow. That would be ideal. I do think you can get all the way till Saturday, maybe Sunday, before you have to start figuring out, all right, game week, who are our guys we're going to go with?
Couple other things out there outside the wide receiver room, like Yatura Gross-Matos was activated off of the PUP list, which tells me, I don't know about week one, but he's going to be ready soon. They're feeling good about his health, and it goes back to the conversation you and I had yesterday. When I look at this group, sure, there's the Jennings question mark, and then there's questions like Dominic Pooney and maybe Upton Stout, but after a full month of everyone freaking out about health, I'm looking at a board that suggests to me, actually, this group could really be kind of full bore and ready to go by September 7th. There's no doubt.
Yeah, especially when you look at the key 22, your starting 11, your other starting 11, and your punter is likely to come back, and your kicker is one we can talk more about, whether or not he'll be ready mentally, physically. He seems ready to go, but the key guys, your O-line, your D-line, your skill position guys outside of Juwan Jennings, you're almost complete as you would hope it to be.
And then a little bit later on in the show, I decided today to borrow a page from you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I did a little bit of a deep dive.
Deep dive, Willard?
Yeah, it does not.
Stealing my bit,
it
Lucas.
does not have the same ring, but I thought, because you're more, it's better for me to do this to you because you are the deep dive guy.
Oh, boy.
Because you get into this stuff.
I do.
You like the roster and the X's and the O's. I'm much more like, did anyone make popcorn? Let's watch the game. And you're like, but the third linebacker and then but 22 personnel. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I picked 5 players who are on the roster.
Okay.
And I want to play a game with you and Grandy and Lucas. I'm going to give you clues, and we'll see if you guys can come up with who the guy is.
Oh, boy, I love this.
And it'll help the audience get to know some of these players because it's a new year. We got new people.
He used to throw footballs at Iowa State.
Yeah, that is... I don't think that made the list.
Okay.
But
I know that one.
We'll do some of that later. Charles Davis is on the show today.
Huge.
We love Charles, and I promise not to say that he's with Fox Sports.
Oh, boy.
I've done this the last 3 times I've had him on the show, and he hasn't been with Fox for years, and he gets mad every time.
Yeah.
So Charles Davis of CBS is on CBS, right? Anyway, is going to join us at 3:15. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil, check your tires, battery and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. We are live at Splash at Thrive City, getting ready for one hell of an afternoon right here on Willard and Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught. And the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen pack. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me. but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Another thing that I found kind of funny about today on Twitter is that after Kyle Shanahan was like, "Yeah, we're not doing anything with the kickers. Like, we like Jake Moody," and then all the Niner reporters go on all the shows, and they're like, "Yeah, no, they're not gonna. They're keeping Jake Moody," and then cutdown day comes. And every Niner reporter is like, "Oh, that kicker just got released. That kicker just got released." It's almost like we're being teased. They're like, "You want that kicker? Do you want that kicker?" I'm like, "Yes, I want all the kickers." But they're not going to make a move on it yet, even though there were some interesting names that were put out on the street. And I'm looking over your shoulder right now, and I see a piece of paper that's got a bunch of red chicken scratches on it.
That's actually good penmanship. I've come a long way.
Again, I'm looking at it from far, and so to me, it looks like chicken scratches, but it appears to be some sort of a kicking compilation sensation.
Yeah, it's all the kickers that got cut today. And there's a total of 7 kickers who did not survive cut down day. And so, I was thinking, would you rather have Jake Moody or the kickers on this list? And so when you start to run down, there's a guy named Lucas Havrasik. He was cut today. Braden Narveson.
Okay.
He's actually kicked in the league. Jude McAdamney.
Why you going to be doing that to my guy?
Jude McAdamney attempted 1 field goal and 1 extra point for the New York Giants. He was a Gaelic football player from across the pond. Charlie Smith or Smythe was cut. Now, here's some names you've actually heard of. Chad Ryland.
Okay, yep.
He's a guy who's kicked. Anders Carlson, cut by Green Bay.
Right, well.
A little bit of an off year last year.
And the year before that. Don't forget his miscues in the divisional round at Levi Stadium that left the door open for the 49ers rally in that game.
And the one name that is the sexiest of all is Dustin Hopkins, who.
Cleveland.
Yes, he's made 84% for his career, 10-year career. PATs, he's at 93.6, really solid, but last year he was 18 for 27. So, do you want to go from a struggling Jake Moody to a 34-year-old guy on the struggle bus? Because Cleveland is going with a guy who's made as many field goals in his career as he has vowels in his name.
Okay. Who's that?
0 is the answer. Andre Sismet.
He has no vowels.
Sismet.
Well, but
the
why?
Y is technically a Y.
Sometimes Y. A-E-I-O-U, and sometimes Y.
And the Y only is a vowel if it follows an S-Z-M. Sismet.
Yes, Sismet.
So the Browns have chosen Sismet over Dustin Hopkins.
Dude, you just made a noise. That wasn't a name.
Now kicking, Andre Sismet. So, of all these guys who are free, and I know that Greg Joseph is still out there, ooh, the white whale, you'd rather have Moody at this point than any of these names.
Well, I actually agree with you, except for the one no name that you left out. I got my eyes on somebody, Dibs, and you left him completely off of your list.
Not Sismet?
Not Sismet. No, this guy has actually multiple vowels in his last name.
Oh.
He is a young man named Lenny Krieg. Lenny Krieg. And the Falcons No, I'll tell you. The Falcons just waived him today because they've got Younghoe Koo, but this is somebody that they are interested in keeping on the practice squad. They're hoping he makes his way through waivers. Apparently there is something called the International Player Pathway. Have you heard of this before?
No, but I do know that he's German.
Okay, yeah, he's German. Exactly. And the International Player Pathway brought him to the Falcons. They loved what he did in camp. They put him out there in a preseason game, and Dibs, he hit one from 57.
Wow.
He nailed
one. Sounds like Jake Moody.
So he hit one from 57. They like him. He had a great camp. I'd almost rather that. Like, I know you're not going to do that now, especially with someone that you haven't had eyes on in this specific camp.
Especially when he's really struggled with accuracy with the Stuttgart Surge.
He did?
Yeah. He struggled in Stuttgart.
He did?
19 of 26 on field goal attempts in Stuttgart.
Well,
and that's a kicker-friendly league.
No, the weather's crazy over there. I don't even know. Like, you're reading AI right now.
11 of 16. AI is never wrong when it comes to German kickers.
I mean, anyway, point being, I'm not talking specifically about this guy. I'm talking more about someone like him. Like, to me, if there is an exciting young leg somewhere, kind of unproven, that's what I'd be looking for if I'm the 49ers, to probably practice squad somebody so that somebody's right there in the building if this thing goes awry, because we've seen it before. And that's why I think so many people have an issue with the whole third-round draft pick thing. There are really good kickers in this league who've come from nothing. They came out of nowhere, and they can kick 55-yarders with regularity, and people just found them as undrafted and on the street.
Yeah, Brandon Aubrey.
Aubrey in Dallas, the latest example. So, I don't know. I guess my issue with the kicker thing is not even so much where Jake Moody's at right now, as much as the 49ers do not appear to have an open mind.
I think their mind is very open.
Maybe it is, but and I get it. They don't want to say publicly, yeah, dude is on his last leg, but
pun intended.
When you come out of that last preseason game and immediately start talking about, well, we're going to see what Jake does into the season, not like week one, into the season. It makes people uncomfortable, and it makes people think that you're trying to legitimize your pick from a couple of years ago.
There is that, and I do think that is the case with a lot of different positions. It's not only that way with the kicker, and you can look at other guys who they held on to and they tried to make it work, and eventually you got to cut ties with them. And the kicker's an interesting one because it's a necessary evil, and Jake Moody has a big leg. He's a guy who has hit from beyond 50. He hit 250-plus in the Super Bowl just a couple of years ago.
Yep.
So he hasn't been patently all bad. So I think he's earned the right to go out there and regain the job and maintain the job. And if not, it's not a who's who out there. Chad Ryland actually has had decent numbers through a couple of years. So there are other options, sort of, but you're going to give Jake Moody the first right of refusal to make mistakes.
Quick piece of breaking news from the San Francisco Giants in that closer Randy Rodriguez has been placed on the 15-day injured list with a right elbow strain, and they have recalled Keaton Wynn from AAA Sacramento. So Randy Rodriguez, as the Cubs come to town, is on the injured list, and the Giants, I assume that they would go back to Ryan Walker as their closer for right now.
Why not? I mean, he looked good the other day when they actually won a couple games against Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah. I mean, this was the worry about giving Randy Rodriguez the closer role. Was like, is he, right? He doesn't pitch on back-to-back days very often. Is he going to hold up? And he's already on the injured list. So whatever. You can put that in your back pocket. But the Giants will go kind of closerless with the Chicago Cubs coming to town.
Just real quick on baseball, Bryce Eldridge, are you hearing any whispers about a September call-up? I know it's not like it used to be where everybody got called up.
I'm not yet, but yeah, the further they kind of fall down in this thing, it is a possibility because he has been doing really. I mean, he's hitting a lot of home runs.
Yeah, a lot of strikeouts.
A lot of strikeouts, for sure. But you're bringing him up not to like play high leverage games. You'd be bringing him up to let him get a little taste of what a major league curveball looks like.
Yeah, and there's value in that. So
yeah, no doubt. All right. Anyway, back to the Niners. 888-957-9570. I do think the question of the day is really to kind of ask people what exactly is the way that people want the Jennings thing to play out. Because one thing I know about fans, because we've seen it every offseason, and the fans are not in charge. We're not in charge. I get that. But when these things start getting down to the nitty-gritty, when we start getting through the preseason and things are still completely in limbo, people want to give up. People want to go, you know what, trade this dude. And obviously, this is not trade season in the NFL. I think we've kind of been through that, even though, you saw a lot last week, but now rosters are set. You could see more, but I really kind of doubt it. But the frustrations are going to boil. I saw earlier this morning reports that there has not been movement between the Niners and Jennings, and both sides are starting to get ticked off. And now we're officially at the spot where I worry that there is simply no good resolution, because even a resolution leads to now a player who is not of the right health, both mind and body. They're not going to be ready for the season. Things are not going to go well. So we're getting damn close to where, if I'm the Niners, at least for the first few weeks of the season, I'm starting to think about other options.
Well, you've already been thinking about other options because he's not been available. And if the negotiations are close, it sure doesn't feel that way from the outside. And, the roster moves that they made today, they indicate one of two things. Either they feel good about him being ready for week one, or they think that they can send a couple of guys off to the street, reclaim them in the practice squad process, and then throw them right in, whether it's Gage or Robbie Chosen, even Trent Taylor, a veteran who, when you cut him, he doesn't have to go through waivers. So these guys are all available if you need them to go on the practice squad and then get elevated from there. So I think obviously your first best choice would be, yeah, he's going to be ready. He signs, he practices, the calf is better, and he plays. But if this thing drags out, I do think week 2, you still need him. Week 3, you still need him. You get to week 4, and Demarcus Robinson comes back, and you got Pearsall, and who knows who else will emerge. Yeah. I do think that your need for Juwan is greater now than it will be later in the year.
Well, I think the thing that we're not even thinking about, it's like we sit here and look at this situation through the moment, and the moment is that, well, Ricky Pearsall can play and Sky Moore can play, and they'll have some other people up for the game for sure. They'll have 5 receivers up for the game, but dude, this is a game in Seattle. What happens if 1 or 2 receivers goes out and gets hurt in that game? You have to be ready for situations. And that's why I am just completely out on the idea of the 49ers going into next week and still having this as a big question mark. To me, starting tomorrow morning, I need to know who is very likely going to be on my week 1 roster and start getting ready for that football game. I do not want conversations and Instagram posts and walking through stadiums with popcorn bags. This is not what we're doing. There's a game in a week and a half.
Right. And unfortunately, it's not the way it works. And, you talked about this on how it happens all the time in the NFL, and you're right. I don't necessarily like it as a fan, and as an owner of a team, I would like it even less, because you sign a guy to a deal, he plays well, outperforms his contract, now he wants more money. That's, what if he would have underperformed his contract? Could you go to him and say, you know what, we're going to cut your salary?
They do it all the time.
You can just cut him, send him out.
They just did it to Kyle Juszczyk.
You can't just give the guy,
They just did.
That Juszczyk had to come back and re-sign because only about 8 teams use fullback. So that's a different situation.
They asked him to take a pay cut. He said no. He got cut. Then he changed his mind.
And he came back because he wanted to have a job.
Right. I get, again, we have a situation here, and then each of us gets to decide who you want to blame. I know that the way you're looking at it, you put more of the blame on Juwan. That's not what I'm saying. I don't blame Juwan for bringing it to this spot. I blame both sides for bringing it to this spot, and now we've arrived at a bad spot. And that's why I blame both sides. This is not good for Juwan. It's not good for the 49ers. ... It's bad for us. It's bad for all of us who root for the 49ers. This is not the situation that they should be in, and they didn't need to be in this situation. And I say that with one caveat of not knowing what Juwan is asking for.
Right.
But then again, they've known about this for weeks. And if Juwan is asking for something crazy and they really believe that he was dug in, then yes, you could have traded him. You could have done all kinds of different things to get ready for this moment. But now we're arriving at Pants Downville. That's where we're arriving.
Well, for whom? I mean,
for all of us.
Maybe not for the Niners. If they feel like they have receivers that they can use in the short term and they can play and be close to what Juwan Jennings can be. Juwan's got a calf injury.
But they don't have
Matt Barrows said that to us yesterday. He believes that he does have, has an injury.
He did.
He said it to us yesterday.
Right, because they haven't been told otherwise, and he's a reporter, and he doesn't want to
I believe it. I believe what he's saying.
I don't. I think Juwan is completely healthy, or else we would, there's no way Kyle Shanahan would have said 3 days ago that we definitely expect him for week 1, and it should be healed by then.
Right, and, as of right now, I would not expect him to be there week 1, and let's just say he doesn't play week 1 because the calf or the cash or whatever it is, and the Niners go out and whether it's Gage or Chosen or whoever it is, they step up. Sky Moore, 6 catches, no drops. And you go out and you beat Seattle 28-20.
Sure.
All of a sudden, if you're Juwan, you're thinking, they went out and won with these guys without me?
I don't see, that's why I do not see this. That's not an option for Juwan. Juwan cannot sit out games. If he's truly hurt, which I do not believe, but if he has truly got a calf injury, that Kyle Shanahan was comfortable 3 days ago saying he definitely should be ready for week 1, and he's truly not, and it's truly because of health, then he should be on IR. Because something is really, really wrong.
Right.
But I don't believe that. I don't think that's what this is about. I believe it's about all of these other things, and that's why, to me, the responsibility lies with everyone. Because it is your responsibility to have your roster ready to go by week 1. It's his responsibility. It's your responsibility. You had options of how to handle this. And so I know this is a much smaller scale than what we've seen the last couple of off seasons, but here we are again.
No, it's equally impactful. Forget the scale.
Totally.
He's as important as Ayuk was last year, in my opinion, partly because of how he blocks and also because you do run a lot of 2-receiver sets. And so if you go 2 receivers right now, you're going with Pearsall and Sky Moore? Is that really what we're doing week 1?
I would argue that in a very small sample, I don't mean this from a large standpoint, but I mean just where we are right now versus where we were last August, Juwan Jennings is more important to the start of this year than Brandon Ayuk was to the start of last year.
Without a doubt.
I think he's more, no doubt. Like they had other receivers they could turn to last year.
Even though you didn't have Ricky at the beginning, you did have Deebo Samuel.
Exactly. You had people. You had people you could put out on the field. They literally don't have people they can put on the field.
Right. You've got Juwan, who's got a contract or a calf. You've got Pearsall, sure, he's going to be great. Sky Moore, you mentioned it. He has a hard time catching the football.
Even if he didn't, he just got here, too.
Cowing has been hurt, and Watkins may be a guy who shifts to IR if he's not able to. Maybe he's not able to play till week 2 or week 3, which is why they're not making that move. But you may get to a spot where you have to say to Watkins, look, the Jennings thing's not happening, and we need a body. You're not ready for week 1. We're going to have to do this and bring somebody up from the practice squad.
Well, the problem with that is you only have so many IR designated to return slots all year long.
Yeah,
and if you only have a couple of those, if you use them right out of the gate, you could really end up in a bad spot. So, I mean, that's right now, if I asked you this, how would you answer it? Let's say the Jennings thing's not ready to go for whatever reason by the time the Seahawks game is here. When the Niners go 3 wide, name the names.
No, I can't. You can't make me.
I can.
You can't, and I won't answer that. You don't have to answer that. I want the truth.
No, you do. You have to answer that.
Well, it would be Juwan Jennings. Oh, never mind. Ricky Pearsall, sure. Sky Moore, and fingers crossed Jacob Cowing.
Jacob Cowing, there's no chance he's ready by then. They've already announced that he's out 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
4 to 6 weeks.
He's going to get put on the list.
No, he's going to IR. Watkins, I don't think is, because he could be ready by week 2.
You got no DeMarcus Robinson. You've got no Ayuk. It's going to have to be somebody that you were able to resurrect off your practice squad.
And you need backups behind them, too.
No doubt.
Like, they need essentially, right now, what we know, the Niners need 3 wide receivers by September 7th. That currently are either question marks or not on the roster.
Yeah, and that's counting Juwan Jennings as not being currently available.
They've got Sky Moore and Ricky Pearsall.
That's it. End of list. Yeah, and you've got a bunch of guys who will be on the practice squad, and you're going to be in a situation where you may be limited in what you do offensively, and you're going to see a lot of the 2 tight ends, a lot of the Kyle Juszczyk, and the 2 running backs. And you might also see, Mark, now that you got me thinking X's and O's, you might see Brian Robinson and Christian McCaffrey on the field together.
Of course.
Which the Niners don't do that almost ever.
I definitely think that's in the plans this year.
You put McCaffrey out of the slot and have him play receiver.
Put him in motion. Yeah. There are ways to do it. I'm sure Kyle Shanahan, I don't think he, like Steiny was saying earlier, like, it doesn't matter who I got. I don't think he thinks that, but I do think he thinks there are ways to attack troubling situations.
Yeah.
There are offensive sets that I can put together that will at least give us a shot to go out there and move the ball. 888-957-957 is the number. We're live at Splash at Thrive City, getting ready for Jody and San Jose's fantasy draft, which is coming an hour away, winning our contest last week. And we always love being here for whatever reason. But this is especially fun. But we'll take your calls on all things going. Niner roster set. The Juwan Jennings situation is not. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just one thing I wanted to mention, because you guys are sponsored by Laughing Monk, that there was a really awesome collaboration between Laughing Monk and Old Kaz Brewery out here. If you didn't know about it, it was awesome. So maybe they'll do it another time. The Juwan Jennings thing, I think this is just drawing a line in the sands for the Niners. I think it's a player trying to hold the Niners hostage. There's a way about going about negotiating, and when the first thing that comes out is publicly you say, "Pay me or trade me," when your contract's not even up. I think if the Niners keep getting bullied, they're just seeing no end to it. So they got bullied last year with the negotiations, with Ayuk, and it's happening again. And I think to a certain extent the Niners are like, "Hey, enough is enough. We're not going to negotiate like this." So I feel like that's part of it.
Do you know what my question is for all you guys? Trevor, this is for you, Dibs, everybody who's listening. I want to know why it triggers everybody so much when somebody asks for something contractually when they still have a deal. Do you all realize that that's how it is every time? Nobody ever holds out when they don't have a deal. That's called being a free agent. You just go sign wherever you want. So every single contractual argument that's happened in the history of the NFL comes when somebody has a deal. And I don't hear so many people say in all of those situations, "Hey, dude, you signed a deal. Get your butt into camp and get ready for a game." Nobody says it to Trey Hendrickson. Nobody says it to Micah Parsons. Nobody says it to any of those people. This is no different than any of those situations. Why does that bother some people so much? Trevor's gone.
Yeah,
okay.
Trevor's gone. It's first of all, he's not Trey Hendrickson and he's not Micah Parsons.
No, he's Juwan Jennings.
Right, and he had a nice year. And every time that this happens, it irks me in similar fashion. Like Brandon Ayuk, you had it was his fifth-year option, basically, because he was a first-round pick, and so you have the right to do whatever you want, and the team has the right to say, "No, we don't want to do this," and then the player can either play or not play. It's just the ongoing push-pull of a guy who's making money. He signed a deal last year. This is not his rookie deal. This is why this one's a little different for me, because you just signed a 2-year deal, and you got $15 million, you got a ton of signing bonus, and you balled out. And so now you come back the next year and you want more? Just rubs me the wrong way.
I mean, rookie deal has also got pen on it. Like, why do they not have to? Why are they not stuck to those?
They are stuck to those, but if you do well, then the team, a lot of times the team's going to want to reward you, like with Nick Bosa. You're clearly one of the best in football. We want to reward you because you've become one of the highest paid. You're going to be one of the highest paid guys, and you want to keep him. So you sign him then. If you don't sign him, that player's going to leave in free agency.
Right. Well, right.
So there's a little of that proactivity with the big boys, and I don't think Juwan Jennings is in that category.
No, but everybody is in their own category, and we've seen it at all levels. I want to dig into that a little bit further, and Charles Davis will join us in 20 minutes. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Hanging out at Splash at Thrive City. It's Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank. Mark led me right into it, and I'm so happy to talk about it because it's a family-owned bank with that family-owned feel. They've been doing it since 1964, and when they launched it with one branch in Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, it immediately became a great institution, and they have since expanded, not outside the Bay Area, but right here because they're a local bank that cares about local people. 21 branches in all for Fremont Bank. You could probably find one in your community, and if you have one there, go in and see exactly for yourself what Fremont Bank does for the community. You deposit your money to Fremont Bank and they reinvest it into home ownership, businesses, philanthropy, so many other things that keep our local Bay Area thriving. And that is something that a big box bank won't provide you. They don't have that same local ethos like Fremont Bank does. Go in and see exactly for yourself what full-service banking looks like. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarters. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Q3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's wrong with you?
Listen, do you remember the old Nirvana line? I wish I was like you, easily amused.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that line?
You are easily amused.
I really am. And I wish it for everyone. It's goofy and stupid, but it's a wonderful thing in life.
It's better than the opposite, which is tough to amuse.
Yeah,
especially when you're going around trying to be funny all the time, like me.
Like laughs are free, like whatever. Just, you know what I mean? Like, and I've reached that age where boy, if you're a dad, you get so much joy out of the dumb joke that makes your kid roll their eyes and get embarrassed and turn red like that. Dude, I wake up for that.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm doing here.
My kids are still scarred by back to school night when I immediately started running material. I was impersonating. I had done an impersonation of one of the teachers. This is an impersonation sensation. And I told my son, I'm going to go there and do my impersonation of your teacher. Dad, don't. Of course, you get halfway through and it's like you start doing it and the teacher's like,
okay.
And my son's just like, oh my God, most embarrassing thing ever.
But
so
you know what?
go.
I hope that your son gets to a point where he actually is just like, you know what? My dad came to back to school night.
Every year.
Like that's right. Because, my kids have to beg me to go because I'm like, kids, it's Thursday. There's a game on.
Right.
So,
and plus, by the time you get home, you're rushing in there. It's a little difficult.
I mean, come on. You know what I mean? And then since COVID, you go to back to school night and half the teachers just stick a sign on their door. And they're like, yeah, sorry. I couldn't make it. I'm like, what if you're not going to, why am I here?
Seriously.
And you're not. Anyway, 888-957-9570. I mean this in a really curious, genuine way. Why are you bothered by holdouts? Not just you, everybody. Why are you bothered by holdouts? And I get it if your answer is no, I just don't like holdouts because it means players not playing. But in general, whenever I feel it's very selective when we get upset at a player for a holdout. And yes, maybe it's just because of the emotion around our team. Like, if you are a 49er fan, you're upset. I can't tell you how many calls have we taken from people who are like, dude, you signed a contract. Show up. You signed it. So did Terry McLaurin. He was not on a rookie deal. Terry McLaurin had already been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars. But he didn't want to go to camp this year. And he didn't, and he got broken off again.
Right. You think Washington fan was upset about that?
I mean, I would bet. I have no idea. I didn't hear much of that. McLaurin is a fan favorite out there. I saw him at camp every day, and instead of practicing, he was signing autographs.
Right.
I bet the fans were thrilled with it.
There are levels to this, and that's partly.
That's what I want to know.
There's levels.
Who's the bad guy? Jawan Jennings, is he not good enough? Was it because the deal was just last year? What is it?
Yeah, it's both of those things.
Because they're all they all signed a contract, all of them.
Right. They all signed a contract. If not, they're free agents in football. And, when you get to the Trent Williams situation, and he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the best left tackles in the history of the game, he gets a certain amount of gravitas that Jawan Jennings has not earned off of one good year. And part of it for me is also the fact that he signed a contract, an extension last May that was, at the time, that was a very nice extension. He hadn't yet earned, I don't think, that level of money. He'd been good third and Jawan.
Yeah, they liked him.
There's a reason why he didn't get more money last offseason. It's because that is about where his market value was.
Brother, he might have been the MVP of the Super Bowl had they won it.
Sure.
He might have been. He's, you know what I mean? I think that, is there a little bit of a Draymond Green thing in there where it's like, oh, you never put up huge stats, but if you're a Niner fan, you know. And you knew before last year that he was good.
He's good, yeah.
We didn't know he was that good. He's better than, I didn't think he could be a 1,000-yard receiver.
And he wasn't, and I know
Close
it's semantics
enough,
because he would have been, but if you want to rank all the receivers in football, and this is not using fantasy stats,
sure,
he's the 45th highest paid receiver. Is he a top 20 receiver? Probably not. Is he top 30? Maybe. Yeah. I put him in that 31 to 40 range, and so when you look at what he's making the 45th most money on average annual, and Tutu Atwell is making $10 million. Do you want to bump him up to $10 million?
He's better than Tutu Atwell.
Well, Tutu Atwell is better at, going deep and being a vertical threat for that offense. And this is where it becomes difficult because every offense needs different receivers to do different things. And the Niners need Juwan Jennings to be physical, to block in that, the two wide receiver sets that they run a lot of. So replacing him is going to be hard, but for me, it just rubs me a little bit the wrong way when you sign a deal just, basically 16, 15 months ago.
I get it.
And now you want to come back and get more.
I get it. But then again, and here's my thing. I'm not taking Juwan's side. I'm just taking neither side. I don't blame him for asking, and largely it's because of culture. This is the NFL culture. The league set this up. Every time someone goes, hey, is a team allowed to not pay you if you don't play well? Yes, they are. They're basically able to get out of these deals whenever they want. They're not guaranteed deals. So, yes, this is the way an NFL player fights for himself when he does outplay his deal, knowing that unfortunately this sport does not allow for the idea of, hey, I just signed a deal, and even though I outplayed it, I'm going to bet on myself, and we'll do this again next year when I'm a free agent. Well, you know what? Your ACL may be in tatters. It's too physical. So that's the reason I support a player at least asking. Now, I'm not saying he should miss games. I don't think he will. That's reserved for the Trent Williams of the world, who completely went to war with Washington. And I give him an extra sort of flyer on that one because Washington's owner was one of the worst human beings on the face of planet Earth.
Different situation.
So it is a different situation. But in general, this is how business is done in the NFL when you outplay your deal, because it's the same way that the teams handle it when you underperform.
I get that. He got 8.4 guaranteed at signing. The only money that's not guaranteed are the $3 million, $3.5 million in escalators based on how much he plays and how well he plays this year. So I'm sure at the root of this is Juwan looking at that $3.5 million that he has to work hard to earn. He probably wants that guaranteed and maybe a little bit more. I don't know what the details are, but you look at what he actually did get, and he got $8.5 million, and he went out and outperformed it. So, sure, come back, ask for more money. You're always allowed to do that. I will put some of the blame on the Niners to this point, which is the notion that they have to win every deal. And we've known that for both have stretched it all the way out.
Yes.
Ayuk all the way out. They want to win the deal. And again, we don't know what he's asking for and what the team is countering with. The team might be saying, you get nothing, like they did to Mooney Ward. Mooney said, I want what they're having. And they said, nah, we're not going to do that. And so he was in his feelings all year, and he ended up going elsewhere. So we don't know where this is on that line, that timeline, but I do know this: the Niners have found a way to have a lot of these stretch out into late August and early September.
And I don't think that's a win for anyone. Juwan's not going to miss games. He's not going to sit out games. There's not enough money at stake here. That's just a terrible, terrible. If he does that, his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, is a moron. So he's not going to do that, but he can stretch it all the way to week one and make it, disadvantageous for the 49ers on the field. And that's just...
Well, we're already at that point, I would say.
Let's go to John in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, John, thank you for the call. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, so, Mark, am I understanding correctly that what you're thinking is if one guy gets to do it, then it sets the precedent that any of the guys get to do it? Is that kind of like your take on this?
No, my take is that the cat's already out of the bag on that, John. This is how NFL players do it. It happens around the league all the time, and it's based on non-guaranteed deals and an overly physical sport. So, I'm not taking only the player's side. I'm just understanding that when you see leverage, you strike, you try. So I have no problem with him asking. But I don't know what he's asking for. I said that yesterday. I don't know whose side to take until I know what he's asking for. I'm just not going to blindly come down on the team's side, though, just because someone signed a contract. That's all.
Sure. And like, I think that the deals that get prolonged in training camp, these guys rarely then go out and have a better season than what they're negotiating on. But I was listening to a podcast recently that Lou Williams was on, NBA player. Yeah. And he was talking about, he was on a team with Kevin Ollie, former UConn coach who was in the NBA, who was his vet. And Allen Iverson walks in the gym late, whatever, and Kevin Ollie pulls Lou Williams aside and says, "Hey, young guy, the rules aren't the same for everyone. The rules that he plays by are not the rules that we play by." And I don't think the idea that Terry McLaurin or these other guys sitting out gives someone like Juwan Jennings, it's just not the same for these middle guys. Like, they shouldn't pay him. He shouldn't be sitting out. And they'll be fine without him. The difference between Terry McLaurin to the Commanders and Juwan Jennings to the Niners is vast. And I just don't think the rules are the same for these $30 million a year guys.
That's an interesting take, John. I actually don't. Here's what I'll say. I agree,
John.
I agree with you that Terry is a better player, a more accomplished player than Juwan, but I actually don't agree with the statement you just made there that his importance to the Commanders is vastly ahead of Jennings' importance to the Niners. The Commanders can play without Terry McLaurin. They've got Debo now. They've got some other receivers that they really like who are up and coming. McLaurin is very good. But he's not a superstar. He's not Micah Parsons. So, yes, there are levels to this.
Right.
But I just want to point out that what I hear a lot of people say is, dude, you signed a deal. And I'm like, that's true for all of them.
Well, there's like 20 other guys who are going to be free agents next year, and he's the only one of the Niners on all this list. He's the only one who's asking for more money.
Yeah, he's probably the only one who vastly outperformed his deal, and his positional market happened to go absolutely crazy over the last couple of years. So I get it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm not on his side. I want this thing done. I want it done yesterday. That's all. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And speaking of the guest line, it's going to be all fired up here in a matter of moments because Charles Davis of CBS is about to come on the show right here live at Splash at Thrive City. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 101 northbound is moving slow, approaching Cesar Chavez on your way to Interstate 80. Interstate 80 is moving slow in both directions between the Bay Bridge and 101.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair. where football fans fuel up in style.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Now at Whole Foods Market, Prime members get 20% off New York strip steaks through August 26th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Pair with sautéed shrimp for a surf and turf dinner. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's not just the open wheel. Hold on a second. Hey!
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
He's not just a great football broadcaster. As you can hear, he knows how to put people in his place.
Especially on this day of days, National Dog Day, Mark.
National Dog Day is here, so we probably should get a little more info on who that dog is that Charles Davis was putting in its place last time he came on, and also last time he came on, it marked the continuation of the worst streak of my career, which is bringing Charles Davis on and continually saying that he works for a network for which he no longer works.
All right, a lot of pressure here then.
Today is the day, Charles, where it finally goes away for good. We're going to break this damn thing right now. I have practiced all morning.
Come on now.
I'm going to clear my throat and let it out. Ladies and gentlemen, on River Island's guest line on 95.7 The Game, Charles Davis of CBS Sports joins us on the show. Charles, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I am doing great. Is it okay if I show my age to begin with? Is that all right? So what you just talked about there, like we all have those things, all right, where, okay, this is my equation to it, right? When you would always say the other network. You remember Chevy Chase in European Vacation?
Oh, yeah.
When they got on the roundabout and he couldn't get off the roundabout.
Big Ben,
hey, kids, look again, Big Ben. Right? That happens to all of us in some way, shape, fashion, form. Like anyone who's hearing our voices, just think to yourself, when you know there's something else you're supposed to say or something else you're supposed to do, and you keep coming back and doing it the other way and it drives you crazy. Happens to absolutely all of us. To show my age, there was an episode of Mary Tyler Moore where Murray, the head writer, was writing for Ted Knight, who was the broadcaster. And back then, the broadcaster did everything, right? Like you name it, news, everything. They'd bring on John Amos to do sports once a season. I think that was early diversity for the network. Hey, there's Gordy. He's a sports guy. But the episode was there was a big time person, head of a government, some sort of, with a very difficult name to say. And Murray was in the whole gambling or something, and he ended up betting Ted Knight that Ted couldn't pronounce the name correctly the first time on air. And Ted Knight spent the whole day at the network nailing it, walking by Murray and just hitting him with it. Bam! Got it again. And, of course, as soon as the light came on, Ted choked and mispronounced the name. Murray won the bet, the whole deal. It happens to all of us. It happened to me in a game many, many, many years ago. I was working for TBS. We were doing Washington State hosting USC, Pete Carroll's tenure at SC. Troy Polamalu was playing, which really isn't that difficult if you're into football. Guys, that entire day, I could not say Polamalu. To this day, the person who does my boards for the games, Sam, been a friend since we've been working back in the TBS days, at least once a month will tease me about not being able to say Troy Polamalu. I mean, I got so flustered during the game. I couldn't get it. I had my head in my hands in the second quarter, and he and the crew have been laughing at me ever since. So, long way of saying, my man, you're not alone.
The problem is Polamalu probably had 17 tackles in that game.
Exactly.
Well, here's the wild part. He sprained an ankle early and couldn't finish. And no, I did not want him out of the game, but at the same time,
little relief, right?
Yeah.
Little relief. Well, and by the way, here's why, like, when he's coming up at USC, Charles, some of these names, they take a minute. Like, they seem not difficult now. All of us can say Atentacumpo. All of us can say Tungavailoa now, but we couldn't when we first met them. We were like, I don't even know what to do with that name.
You know what would be fun? It'd be really fun is if you took all of us, and you notice I say us. Okay?
Yep.
Because it's real easy for people to point fingers all the time, but if we're in the business, it's us. All right? Wouldn't it be fun to take all of those people you're naming, right, with all these names that now we can rattle off, and let's say their first season of playing, let's say within their first 5 to 10 games, depending on whether it's football or basketball or whatever, and see how many different ways their names were pronounced early.
Oh, man.
Before we all got it.
That'd be a great blooper reel.
You would find me absolutely butchering names, and I don't mean to, because I want to get it right. I've had parents approach me about getting names right. Occasionally, I've done it right, and they've been grateful.
Right.
I've had parents go, "Hey, you're messing up my kid's name," and last thing you want is mom upset because you didn't get their kid's name right.
No doubt about it. So, Charles Davis, CBS, look at this habit that we're creating here.
And that's a name we can all say.
You like DiMaggio on the 56-game streak now. You're rolling.
Yeah, we're hot, and plus we can start the conversation with a name that I think we can handle, and that's Juwan Jennings. So, Charles, we've been sitting here in the Bay talking about this a lot with regard to, man, he's not, I mean, he's good, but he's not elite. He just signed a new deal last year, but his importance to the Niners is clear. They're banged up at the position, and here we are on cutdown day still dealing with this. So how do you see this from his perspective and the team's?
It's one of those deals where everything that you've said is laid out perfectly, but right now you'd have to say things have tipped to his advantage because of everything that's going on at the position. People hurt, nothing solidified, what's happening there. It works for him because of that. The Super Bowl appearance does not hurt one bit. That lingers in the minds of the public and people who like the team. The other part of it is he is so darn reliable for a quarterback. You can go there and get completions, even though you say to yourself, I'm not sure how we do that. Look, you go back to his timing, go back to his combine, right? He ran a time that in a lot of cases kind of disqualifies a receiver. But I keep telling people all the time, sometimes you have to get past certain things. Maybe his biorhythms were off. Maybe he runs it a little bit faster later. But does he find ways to get open and make plays? Okay? This kid who's a rookie out of Miami, I don't know he's going to make it to Tennessee Titans. Xavier Restrepo, he ran 4.81 at the combine this year, and that killed him. He doesn't get drafted. But somehow he caught 200 passes in college. Okay? Anquan Bolden is maybe my favorite one, who I think was a 4.8 plus 40-yard dash guy and caught 100 balls as a rookie. Strength, agility, timing, route running. Sometimes we have to get past the stopwatch, and Jennings has proven that during his career that the stopwatch doesn't rule who he is as a player. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
And the conversation is made more fascinating to me by the fact that Kyle Shanahan's been able to do more with lesser at receiver and certainly running back. How much of the Shanahan factor plays into the stalemate insofar as, maybe Kyle Shanahan thinks that he can find the next Juwan Jennings in his system?
Kyle Shanahan, I'm not speaking for him. I'm speaking I'm speaking as an observational person of him. In my mind, Kyle Shanahan always believes he can find someone else. He always believes he can find another player to do and scheme for and create. He always believes that whoever he steps in and puts out on the field, he'll find a way to make them better that day. And the truth of the matter is his track record says he can and has. That's what it comes down to. Very few people are we going to talk about, I think, can scheme and call a game the way Kyle Shanahan can. I mean, there are times people in this league, right? Let's face it, guys. You know what it's like when we talk about people coming out of college, right? Quarterbacks who have to throw with better anticipation. How many times have we relayed the same story? Every one of us as broadcasters, when the quarterback gets to training camp in the NFL after being in college and doesn't throw the football, and the coach goes, son, why don't you throw the ball? Coach, he wasn't really open. Son, in this league, that is open. You got to find a way to put it in there, right? Because defensive backs are better, quicker, the windows are tighter, et cetera, et cetera. My point is, how many times have you watched a 49ers game and guys are wide open, like clearly, yards, no one around? That scheme is awfully effective, and that's why I think, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you're like, okay, I don't have everybody I want, but I'll find a way to make what I have better. And I always come back to years ago I was working for, I'm not going to say it, Mark, because it'll get you going on and break your streak. It was a different network, okay? And that's when 49ers weren't very good. But we had ball games where we're watching quarterbacks play, and you know where I'm going with this, right? And all of a sudden, they are viable. Were the 49ers winning games? No. But they were scaring the heck out of people. We had a game in Philadelphia, and who was it? Beathard. C.J. Beathard played. And all of a sudden, they're scaring the heck out of the Eagles. And you're saying, how the heck did they do that? I mean, Nick Mullins looked extremely viable. Are those guys threats to go to the Hall of Fame? No. Are they truly stars in the NFL? No. But in that system, if you do the things that he teaches you and you have the quick twitch and the reaction and all that, you can be viable in that system. He has always been able to do that. I've always been a big admirer of Kyle Shanahan and how he does things.
Charles Davis is with us here on Willard and Dibs. We are live at Splash at Thrive City on 95.7 The Game. Charles, is the wide receiver market, is it out of whack right now with how much these guys are getting paid?
I don't think so, because this is where we ring the bell. I always come back to the Jerry Glanville, the old man in black, right? Yo, you got to run the football, make sure you set a tone and have some kind of identity. But when it's time to ring that bell, which is one of his favorite expressions, right? When it's time to ring that bell, you got to be able to throw the football. And that's where the game is. When I was younger, since I've already revealed my age, right, and where I am and what TV I was watching, because there are people listening and going, Mary Tyler Moore, what the hell are you talking about, right? Look, when I was younger, you ran around, the jersey you wore in your neighborhood had a running back's number on it. Okay? Who was your favorite runner? Because that runner was getting 20, 25 carries a game. He was a lead runner. There was no second runner, right? That guy was the dude. Kids coming out of Texas ran all wishbone stuff. The only time they caught the ball was when it was pitched in the air on an option pitch. Now, you go to the state of Texas, what are they giving us? Pitchers and catchers, wide receivers and quarterbacks. Runners, yeah. But you guys know where we are with runners. We keep talking about last year was the year of the runner. We brought the runner back into the game. How many of them really cashed in off of that? It's still throwing the football is the way that we get that ball going. It's the way that we create points. It's the way that we do things, how we hunt big plays. 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, impulse is like, we're going to throw it. We're going to throw it. It's just very hard to put a true ground and pound offense together with today's rules, CBA, how often you're in pads, all of those things. And I'll say it, if you're an offensive coordinator or a guy who calls plays, you don't get a ton of credit if your team runs people into oblivion. You're not known as a genius unless you're throwing it around.
Doesn't that then make Kyle Shanahan the exception to the rule? Because, as you know, they go 21 personnel, 2 backs and 1 tight end more than anyone, and they run it successfully, and now they have Brian Robinson. So is Shanahan zigging while the rest of the league zags?
Always has, though, when you think about it. The first Super Bowl year, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm guessing I'm in the neighborhood. The 2 playoff games before the Super Bowl, didn't 49ers run it like 8,000 times? Yeah. And Jimmy Garoppolo threw it 10 times or less in both games?
It definitely did in the NFC title game against Green Bay. I think he had 8 pass attempts. Yeah, I can't remember the week before.
I can't remember what it was before, but it wasn't much. I know Raheem Mostert just kept running into the goalpost. That's all I remember. So he's always been that, right? And remember where he came from on that. He came out of the womb watching Dad run the heck out of the football, watching his father create 1,000-yard runners out of guys you've never heard of before or since. Remember that? It seemed like every year they'd have a different guy, and a different guy would run for 1,000 yards because they had such an incredible scheme. They did such a great job with it, and they were willing to stick with it. Kyle has the best mix of it in the NFL in terms of having the patience and the willingness to stay with the run and create that, but not afraid to throw the football when necessary or be able to create the big plays off of the run game and throw it. So he's not zagging at this point. This is what he's always been. When he has great teams, we get to see it much more on display because they play the bigger games. We see him all the time getting to the playoffs, the whole deal. But he's always been like that.
Charles, last year was such a weird year, and everybody has their thoughts and reasons as to why a highly favored Niner team would go 6-11. What do you see this year in terms of a bounce back, in terms of the NFC West? What's your thought?
I just think a healthy Niners team is right back in the mix. It's funny because just a couple of years ago, the best division in football was probably the NFC West, right? We had 3 teams go to the playoffs. You know, we thought the Cardinals were on the rise. And as it turned out last year, the Cardinals led the division with, 4 or 5 games to go. Couldn't hold the division lead. At the end of it, Los Angeles won it. San Francisco had a ton of injuries, couldn't compete in that part of it. Seattle was right there with an opportunity. In fact, they're the ones who put the hit on Arizona and started them on their slide on out of it. So we're used to that out in the West, okay? I think the Rams' consistency at different times has probably surprised people, but I give them a ton of credit. Sean McVay, after we got through those couple of years of every year wondering, should I coach, should I not, what should I do, should I do this, should I do that? We haven't heard that in a while, have we? He's back, he's fully in, and boy, they do a nice job. Mike McDonald's team, they battled real hard, have a new quarterback to go. I just think the 49ers, with good health and getting Robert Saleh back as a defensive coordinator, is a big, big deal for this team. I think they're right in this mix. I really do. To me, the most interesting team and one to watch is Arizona. Because they're at this point now with Jonathan Gannon and his crew where people have liked the potential of Arizona. They've liked Jonathan Gannon and what he's done. Drew Petzig on offense as a coordinator, Nick Rawlis on defense. I'm on record as being fully in with those guys. I really, really like them. But at the end of the day, it's a true results-based league. They can't just be, hey, they're on the rise, they're making it. It has to come to fruition. And I feel like there's a lot of pressure in their area to be a playoff team. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come out of the gate and play.
Yeah, the West is feeling somewhat wide open. You mentioned Robert Saleh. They only bring back 6 defensive starters for a team that was 29th in points allowed. How big of an impact can one man, in this case Robert Saleh, make on a very young defense?
I think he can make a huge difference because that's how he worked his way up through the system and became a head coach, developing guys, seeing something in them that other people didn't see, maybe putting them in spots that people didn't anticipate. Fred Warner would be Exhibit A, right? The guy was a nickel safety in college. They turned him into a middle linebacker. He's going to waltz in and wear a gold jacket one day, all right? In New York, he did that. Remember his first, I think one of their early drafts, they drafted like 2 or 3 safeties with the idea that 2 of them at least were going to be moved to linebacker. And it worked out pretty well last year, Jamie Sherwood, and he ended up playing awfully well for them. I just use that as examples of seeing players, seeing something that maybe other people didn't see, and developing and honing that skill. I just think there's going to be a bunch of guys chomping at the bit to play for him and to play well. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see the 49ers defense play maybe better than what projections are in terms of, who's back, big-time names, things of that nature.
All right, Charles, before you go, I want to ask you, when I say, hey, what'd you think of the news of the day? Does your mind go to Shedeur Sanders made the Browns or Travis Kelce's marrying Taylor Swift?
Shedeur Sanders making the Browns, to me, was a fait accompli. I mean, when they kept talking about keeping 4 quarterbacks, I actually called a friend of mine who's a former GM in the league. I said, you ever keep 4 quarterbacks? He's like, no. He's like, no. He said, that means there's something in the works somewhere. They're going to move somebody. And we talked our way through it. And I just said, okay, if I say to you, there's no way to get rid of the 2 rookies because next year they have 2 first-round picks, right? They've acquired a second first-round pick. It's supposed to be a huge quarterback year coming out of college football. You start with Flacco, but if somehow you're 1-3, I said, to me, you got to play the 2 youngsters and see what you have, don't you? And he agreed with me. He said, to me, that's how I would see it. And I said, Kenny Pickett's odd man out somehow, some way. He gets traded, off he goes. Obviously, the news of the day was the engagement because I was at my favorite sandwich shop and news hit my phone. I kid you not. I'm in a sandwich shop that's not a sports sandwich shop. And you know what happened? The buzz happened. All of a sudden, people were like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. They're engaged. They're engaged. Those 2 have crossed over from sports and entertainment to simply cultural zeitgeist.
Charles, I shared the story on air earlier today. I did something I shouldn't do because she was in school, but my 16-year-old daughter, I texted her, and all I said was, I assume you heard the news? And she just said, yes. We didn't even need to say what it was.
You didn't say what it was.
She knew exactly what I was talking about right away.
My dad taught for 40-something years. He got out before cell phones became a real thing. I could see him. Right now. He's somewhere. He's in New York State, just like sensing what you just said. Like, yeah, parent texted the kid in the middle of class. That's just great.
About a tight end marrying a pop star.
About a tight end married a superstar.
It's bad parenting. There's no two ways about it. I'm guilty.
Hey, by the way, you're not alone, okay?
Exactly.
Because if my kids were still in school, I might have driven over there and said, "Hey, did you guys hear?"
Right.
I was about to text my 3-year-old, but I remembered she doesn't have a phone yet, Charles.
Oh, she doesn't? You're waiting.
And guess what? You just made the case for her to get one at 3. Like, how do I miss this news, Dad? If I had a phone, I wouldn't have missed it.
That's right, Charles.
Charles, you're the best, man. Thank you so much, as always.
Appreciate you guys very much. You take care of yourselves. Have a great season.
Okay, indeed.
Enjoy watching him on CBS this year.
CBS, that's right. Charles Davis, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. We did it. Charles Davis.
I'm proud of you, bro.
On CBS.
You did it.
I
you did the darn thing.
I work hard, kept my head down.
Yeah.
Really focused.
Took 1 cent at a time.
Yeah, feels good to execute. It really does.
That's great.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right. Been a lot of talk about all the roster stuff. We're live at Splash at Thrive City, the fantasy draft that we kind of helped set up along with Splash at Thrive City last week is reportedly going to begin here in 18 minutes. So we'll have that. But also, forget the roster for a moment. One of the Niner reporters sent out a tweet today that caught my eye, and I went, oh, come on, y'all. We got to change the way we're thinking about this season. I'll explain. We'll unveil. All of that is coming up next on Willard Dibs.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out, because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall, like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale starts tomorrow. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Toyota's national sales event is on, with great deals happening now through Labor Day, like on the rugged, versatile 2025 Tacoma, or score low 1.99% APR on the 2025 Tundra, built to haul, tow, and handle your to-do list. And don't miss the all-new 2025 4Runner, fearless on the trail and in traffic. Hurry in for Toyota's national sales event before these deals are gone for good. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offers end 9/2/25.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-334-1155. 800-334-1155. Again, that's 800-334-1155.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally. I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing. What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas. NYC. That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, there's certain things in our lives.
That's singing.
That we're all fans of.
Yep.
Like certain things kind of trigger us, positive and negative.
No doubt.
I'll tell you one thing that triggers me in a positive way.
Okay.
And it's when people just go all in with their effort. Like your results are your results, but you know me.
Yep.
Process. So when you go all in with your effort, I am impressed. So I don't even know. Jody, can you hear me? Hey, everybody make some noise. The whole group, make some noise. Come on, make some noise.
That's a group.
Dude, it is 4 o'clock on a Tuesday, and y'all live in the South Bay, and we're in Mission Rock, and you're here.
Yep.
So congratulations on your independent wealth, number one. And also, wow, look at this group. They're
it's a great group.
And it's still growing. There's more on the way, apparently.
And it's not even 4. So not only do they make the effort, process versus results, I'm a results guy, and the result is they're here 10 minutes early.
They're early.
In their VIP area. And, you've got a ton of listeners. We got Jerry Rice over there. Happy that Jerry was able to make it.
Absolutely.
So, they're about to yak in on their draft.
Dude.
And no better place to do it than live with Willie and Dibby.
Yeah, no doubt. So this is going to be fun. They're starting to get ready. Some more are going to be on their way. I think that they've done a little bob and weave. Like Lucas asked him, how long has this league been together? And Jody's like, well, we kind of, I think in a way it sounded to me like he was like, we kind of started to build this league.
Right.
Actually, after I won the prize, maybe, you're out, you're in, because you can go, or whatever it may be. But so bunch of people here, which we're excited to see. Hell of an effort, and we'll be eating their food shortly. We can't wait.
Yeah, exactly. Save some for us because we'll be over there during the break, and that's just kind of the way that goes.
Yeah, you see the way my mind works, Tim. It's like, they're all here, which the first thought is, oh crap, they might actually eat all of the food. There's a lot of them, but then again, I have a good seat, and I figure they seem nice, and I'm going to help myself here pretty soon. So let's get the party started.
Let's do it. Let's get it started. And once you get into this point where fantasy drafts are popping off, and I know ours is next week.
Next Wednesday
night. We got the Red and Gold Summit, which is groundbreaking, and nice to know that we're the ones who've been doing it for a long time, and we absolutely rock those things. But you start with every day, you clip closer and closer and closer, and we are now 9 days away from real football.
From an actual game. 9 days from an actual game, 12 days away from a 49er game.
7 hours.
And the roster is ready to go, except for the roster is not fully ready to go. If you're just tuning in, know the Juwan Jennings drama has not been figured out. The Niners kept 5 receivers. Only 2 of them are technically healthy, so more moves are clearly on the way as they continue to try to work through this thing, ... whatever it is. We still don't even really have definition of what's going on, but it's pretty easy to tell that the Niners, A, need to do some things wide receiver-wise, but also, B, I think in a way they feel pretty good about what it is they're at least about to do, because surprisingly, a lot of the in emergency break glass options they had, they got rid of them. They didn't keep Russell Gage. They didn't keep Robbie Chosen. And so maybe they're going to bring those guys back if they make the practice squad. We'll see how that all works. Maybe the Jennings situation is in better shape than we think it is. That's all still TBD.
Right, and we're not to the point yet where you're desperate to have him come in. You were right to say that, okay, practice tomorrow, the cuts have been made, now you're the group. And, if this was a high school team, and as a coach, I've gone through cuts where the next day, first day of practice, you get everyone together and you say, all right, this is the group. This is what we're going with. Tough conversations yesterday. Here's our team. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to rock it. We're going to practice here. We're going to practice there. We're going to go out and have a year. And so I don't know if Shanahan will bring all the fellas together in that same fashion, but starting tomorrow, you're the group. And I know with injuries and PUP list and suspensions, there's still going to be a bit of a revolving door, but by and large, tomorrow, you're the guys. And we have faith in you. And, if you're, Colby, the 7th round rookie offensive lineman, you made the team,
You made it. You made
all right,
it.
Connor Colby.
Yeah.
Come block somebody.
Congrats. Yeah, he's in. So here's what I saw, though, earlier today, and it came from our friend Cam Inman, who covers the 49ers so well. And this is when I want to grab all of this fear, because this is kind of the way we fan. Most fans, especially if it's sports radio, you kind of wake up thinking what's wrong. You know what I mean? You wake up thinking, all right, the wide receiver room, what the hell's going on there? What about the injuries on the offensive line? And are these young defensive linemen going to actually produce? These are my fears. Well, what if we did this from the other side? And I hear a lot of people say, look, it is a transition year. You can't expect too much from the 49ers. You expect some.
Sure.
but you can't go over the top. Like, I'm out on this idea that the Niners are a big favorite this year. And then Cam wrote something that we have talked about a little bit, but to see it in print, it hit me. It straight hit me. I'd like to read to you because all of the teams on the Niners schedule have now officially named their starting quarterback.
For week 1, yeah.
The last one to do it was the New Orleans Saints, who just announced it earlier today. So, I'm going to read you the list.
Okay.
And you tell me what goes through your mind when I say it. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the list. Sam Darnold, Spencer Rattler, Kyler Murray, Trevor Lawrence, Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Michael Penix, Russell Wilson, Bryce Young, Joe Flacco, Cam Ward, Daniel Jones, Caleb Williams. As far as week 1 is concerned, those are the starting quarterbacks for the teams the Niners will play this year. And I would like to flatly ask each and every one of you, especially those of you who have struck some sort of a negative chord with regard to the Niners' chances this year, listen to that list.
Oh, yeah.
And someone explain to me, other than injury to major players, what on earth could your reasoning possibly be for thinking that the 49ers will not be a playoff team this year? I would love to hear someone pitch this to me and explain to me, again, other than major injury. I don't want to hear Brock or Christian might get hurt. Other than that aspect, how on earth can you look at that list and tell me that your expectations are not high for the San Francisco 49ers?
They should be high. Just a couple things. First and foremost, as you're rattling those names off, one thing really struck me. How many of those quarterbacks they're going to face were the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft?
Ooh, that's fun. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You got it.
4, 5.
Yep, keep going.
6.
Keep going.
Really?
7.
7?
Caleb Williams.
No, I got Caleb Williams.
Cam Ward.
Yeah, I got Cam Ward.
Bryce Young.
That's
Trevor
3.
Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
Calamari.
Oh, my eyes went over Bryce Young.
Baker Mayfield.
Sure.
And then you go all the way back to Matthew Stafford in 09.
By the way, it's half of the quarterbacks.
Correct.
Number 1 overall
pick. So just
pick.
Hearing that list, I was like, man, that's a lot of not only first-rounders, but number 1 overall. And the counterpoint to what could possibly go wrong is the defense last year. And I know Salah's in, and I mentioned this to Charles Davis.
Yep.
29th in points per game allowed. Hideous. They only had 2 takeaways over the last 9 games, which is you can't survive when you're doing that defensively. And this is the other capper, Mark. Red zone defense last year, 31st out of 32. So if the defense is not a lot better, you could find your way into losing some of these games against teams that you should beat.
Well, of course, I'm not suggesting they're going to go 17-0.
I know.
And some of these quarterbacks that I just mentioned are not bad players. Stafford's a wonderful player if he's healthy. Baker Mayfield.
Kyler Murray's problematic for you.
He's problematic, right? And yes, Baker Mayfield, this is a good player. Russell Wilson used to be, but he's capable. And we don't know who Cam Ward is going to be. And Caleb Williams has a new coach, and he might be better. And Sam Darnold was dangerous last year. Like, I can do all of that. But, listen to that list when you say it all at once. And again, notice that the Josh Allens of the world, the Burrows, the Mahomes, the Jalen Hurts, on we could go, even to the Jared Goffs and the Lamar Jacksons and the Justin Herberts, and we can go on and on.
Sure.
None of them are on the 49ers schedule. So
I was looking at the Mike Sando quarterback tiers.
Yep.
They play 1 game, actually 2 games against a tier 1, Matthew Stafford, if the back holds out. And they play 2 games against quarterbacks in tier 2. The rest of your games, your other 14 are tier 3 and below.
Well, and some of these young guys are allowed to be good just because they're not in the tier. Like Cam Ward might be amazing. I don't know.
Could be.
Right?
Caleb Williams should be better.
He should
Everyone's
be better.
telling us that he'll be better.
Bryce Young was nice at the end of the year last year. But I think overall you get the idea. So that's truly where my mind's at, and we'd love to take some calls on that right now, just as a test case. 888-957-9570. If you don't think the 49ers are a playoff team this year, give me one reason that's not,
injury.
Christian McCaffrey could get hurt. Take that off the board, because that's a big who knows. That's a feather blowing in the wind. But outside of that, when I counter with that list, if you've got any respect for Robert Saleh whatsoever, you think this is a playoff team. I'd love, and I'm going to be open-minded here, but I'd love to hear somebody pitch to us the idea that expectations should be tempered for this team when that's who they're playing. Give me a break.
Right. I mean,
give me a break.
I don't think that it should be tempered, and I've been on record saying I would go over the 10.5. I think there's 11 wins in this schedule, even if you sustain some injuries. And, even if McCaffrey misses a month, you now have Brian Robinson Jr., who is more than competent. He's a guy who could step in. Basically, he's kind of Jordan Mason. You would expect that sort of productivity if he gets opportunity. The interesting thing to me, Mark, is the timing of the offseason. January, you bring back Robert Saleh, and then in April in the draft, you use your first 5 picks on defensive players. So if you think that Robert Saleh had a voice in that room, you're absolutely right. So Saleh gets hired, and then you take 5 defensive players first in your draft.
Yep.
So that tells me Saleh liked certain players, and the team went forward trying to make this defense better. So if you believe in Saleh and their ability to find defensive talent, then absolutely they should be better.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and in this particular case, coming to you live from Splash at Thrive City, where Jody and the gang are getting ready for their fantasy draft. They are on the scene, maybe a few more going to work their way in, and then the draft will unfold, and so we'll start to get a little bit of a vibe of what a draft looks like, feels like, who's going higher than we thought, who's going lower than we thought. Just one example, but it's kind of fun to see that, almost use it like your own mock draft, if you will. So that's all going on right now. Willard and Dibs live, and again, 888-957-9570. What if you take that other perspective? What does that do for your expectations of the 49ers this year? And I have a huge amount of respect for Robert Saleh, and he's not going to keep this thing vanilla by any stretch. And so, sure, I know there will be injuries. I know there will be players who right now are question marks, and maybe they will underperform. I know everyone's excited about Marquise Siegel, but who knows what happens when the lights come on. I don't know. I'm not suggesting they're going to win all the games, but explain to me how they're going to lose most of them. Explain to me how they're going to lose most of the games to these quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's not about most of them, but if you want to just go ahead and play the schedule game, worst case scenario, injuries aside, you're opening up against Seattle on the road, never easy.
Correct.
And Sam Darnold coming off a great year, and the Seahawks with a great defensive-minded head coach. That game feels to me without Jawan Jennings, maybe he plays, and who knows what the receivers are going to be like. That game feels like a Jake Moody special. It's a losable game in the opener against Seattle. I think that game is more likely to be 17-16 than it is 31-30.
Yeah, you're probably right. And then, but the very next week you get to go play Spencer Rattler. Give me a break.
Oh, yeah. He's likely to get rattled at home. He's the Rattler. That's a 2.
Kyler Murray after that, Trevor Lawrence, Matthew Stafford again. I'm not saying, and then Baker Mayfield. I'm not saying these are incapable players, but there's nobody who is going to come in and just carve you up if your defense is, worth a salt. Again, I still want to trumpet that as much as possible. When people go through all of the reasons why things went south for the 49ers last year, you'll hear most people go, well, injuries, Mark. It was injuries. Sure, you're not wrong, and some of those injuries were on the defensive side of the ball, so if that's your point, I get it, although when people talk about injuries, they're not usually talking about defense. They're talking about McCaffrey, they're talking about the wide receivers, that's what they're usually talking about, Trent Williams. But that team went 6-11 last year because, as you just pointed out, their defense was patently awful. they were not bad. They were terrible.
Right.
They were brutally awful, and they were still in games that we often felt, man, you had that. You had that sucker there at the end. At least 3 or 4 games where you're like, dude, you just coughed that up. And that was with a defense that was performing at a bottom of the league level. If Saleh can get this even just into the top half of the league, I think the 49ers are going to have a wonderful season.
And I think that it's going to come down to how they do in the second half, and I'm going to borrow from Guru and throw out a Maggie Seaver growing pains, because when you're going to start and rely on this many, young players, it might be a November, December where the defense really starts to take hold. And to that point, you've got the Panthers and the Browns, you've got the Titans, the Colts, and the Bears all in the back third of your schedule. So you're talking about the schedule, and, Seattle on the road early is tough. You mentioned Rattler, fine. Arizona's beaten you twice in a row.
Sure.
And, the Jaguars should be better, but, not better enough to win.
Yeah.
Short week against the Rams. The Rams are going to be very difficult. Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and that offense is going to test you now. So when you get through that first 6, you might be 3-3. And at that point, obviously, no time to panic, but I think that the first 6 games are a lot tougher than the last 6.
Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara here on Willard and Dibs live at Splash at Thrive City. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Going off of your question, Willard and Dibs, barring injuries aside and everything, the one area I think that could just be questionable for me is the receiver play. For me, you're obviously getting Ayuk back after week 6, but again, how is he going to be after 6 weeks? And also, how comfortable and how fresh is he going to be? And if you remember last season, when he was coming back, he did not have the greatest time before. He did not have the greatest play before he got hurt either. So that's one part for me. How is Juwan Jennings going to feel? How fresh is he going to be? Not really playing at all during the preseason amid the calf strain or the contract situation. So you're really left with just Kittle, Ricky Pearsall, and you're out DeMarcus Robinson for 3 weeks also now. So really for me, it's the wide receiver section that's really questionable for me that could lead to a potential bad season. Among that, you guys, you also kind of said it, Dibs. What's going to happen with the Moody situation? How many times has it come down where a point or 3 points has really made a difference in the game where we could have won it? So those are my 2 areas, guys. And last thing I wanted to say is can't wait to see you guys on the 4th over at King's Fish House. So looking forward to meeting you guys finally.
Mike, can't wait to see you there. Yeah, it's going to be a big night next Thursday night. We're looking forward to it. Mike, you bring up legit concerns. I'm certainly not trying to make a point that the Niners are concern-free. I'm just talking about how do you then blend that with what you're going to see as the larger scale of their schedule. If you want to have concerns about the wide receiver slot, who doesn't? Everybody does, but I also think that's largely a concern early rather than late. This could go a bunch of different ways, but I've said this a bunch of times. If you do get some level of health as you get deeper into the season, I'm very comfortable with the group.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of depth there, actually, but that comes once you get into the season. If you're concerned about it early, I get it, but I don't think the first 3 weeks of the season, those are not going to crater your entire year. It's not enough for me to say, oh, yeah, the Niners might not be good this year.
Agreed, and I just look at the first 3, the games that DeMarcus Robinson will miss with the suspension now becoming official pre-1 o'clock, so he's out until week 4. I think that the game at Seattle is going to be a lot of 2 tight ends, a lot of 2 running backs, and it's going to be a lot of smash mouth in both directions. Seattle's got a good running game, and the Niners are going to try to impose their will. At the Saints in week 2, if not having Ayuk and maybe Juwan, and we don't know about Juwan, but you should be able to beat them with Gage and Chosen and Pearsall and whoever else you want to roll out to beat the Saints. You were funny earlier on our show thread. You just sent a picture of a tank.
Yeah.
And I was like, at first I was like, all right, and then I was like, oh, he's implying that the Saints are tanking.
Yes, correct. They would like Arch Manning to be their quarterback next year.
Well, he's not going to be their quarterback.
Probably not.
He's going to say no thank you. His grandpa's been through it. His grandpa was there, and he got the tar beat out of him when he was a Saint back in the 70s.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
It was, but it was just interesting because I don't think the Saints are tanking. I just think they're terrible. So, and it's a fine line between the two.
Yeah, I mean, the tanking. Like, again, I think at a certain point you're smart in this league when you don't have a clear answer at quarterback and you're not in love with options that you have in the draft. Then kick the can down the road. Don't force it. Don't be like, let's go get Aaron Rodgers. No. Give us Spencer Rattler and give yourself a shot at the first or second or third pick next year where you could actually get someone that you can build around. So it's not a tank. It's more just like, willfully losing.
Sure, we'll get you next time.
Yeah.
Interesting about that because the Jags, the Week 4 opponent, they don't have their first-round pick next year. They traded it to Cleveland to move up to pick up Travis Hunter.
Yep.
So, the Jags are all in on their quarterback. That's Week 4. Robinson back for that. And so I'm with you. If you get to, let's just call it Week 10. If Ayuk is ready after Week 6 or 7, but it takes him a couple weeks to ramp up, you get to Week 10, Jawan's settled his contract. Pearsall's now in the heart of a first real NFL year, and you've got
DeMarcus Robinson, and then there's questions of maybe
Cowing or Watkins.
They really like Watkins. Maybe he's able to do some things.
But you've got that depth that you're talking about, and it had me thinking a little bit about the Giants' rotation this year, where you had all this depth, and then you traded 2 starters. I mean, Jordan Hicks, adios pelota, and Kyle Harrison immediately into AAA, but then you had some injuries in your rotation, and now all of a sudden your position of strength was now a position of weakness.
Absolutely.
So you don't want to do that if you're the Niners at receiver, is all I'm saying.
No doubt. I agree with that completely. All right, hey guys, when are you actually starting the draft? What time are you actually going to start making picks?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Okay, save some food for us now. Go easy. Everybody's you're going crazy over there now. Okay, all right, there it is.
And he's got the Ali Down Goes Frazier t-shirt. That is one of the greatest t-shirts I've ever seen.
It's an impressive group here early on. We're liking it early.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We're loving it early.
That's a strong t-shirt, Jody.
It is funny.
It is. All right, beautiful. We're having fun.
Pre-Ali, I apologize.
Splash at Thrive City. Hey, remember the game that I mentioned I wanted to play with you guys? Hey, Lucas, you're going to need to get on the air. Lucas, you're going to need to get a headset. Not right now. Coming up next, let's play Kevin Durant's favorite phrase. Who are you? Who are you? Yeah, who are you?
That was good.
Yeah, we're going to play. The roster is out, and there are some players that I think we need to get to know. I've compiled a list, 5 players, 5 questions in each, and you and Lucas and Grandy, since we don't actually have buzzers, you can just yell buzzer.
We yell your name.
Yeah, or whatever.
Yeah.
And the first one I hear, if you've got a guess.
Dibs.
However, this is going to be a little bit of a guillotine game. I'll explain the rules.
Sounds like fun.
I'll explain the rules. Coming up next, and if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Do it for the other shows as well. Morning Roast had Baldinger on today. He was great. You can check that out. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
This Game Day Traffic Report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Game Day traffic on 280 northbound is slow after Cesar Chavez to King Street. 101 northbound is very slow after 280 to Interstate 80. Interstate 80 is slow in both directions between 101 and the Bay Bridge.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Football is back. Niners. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. This is incredible. Watch your local NFL game live all season long. And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
In San Francisco today, partially sunny skies with a high of 70 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy.
Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm pulling my prep. I have to turn away from you now because because I got all the answers here on my screen.
I'm not going to cheat. It doesn't mean that much to me. Is there a prize for winning?
Yeah.
Do I get to invite 14 friends and get free food at Splash?
No, we are handing out chicken sliders to the winners.
Whoa, all right.
Yeah, Grandy, yours will be to go. Grandy is back at the station. Dibby and I and Lucas and obviously Tim on the wheels here are all on the scene at Splash at Thrive City. And now, each break, I'm going over there. I'm learning more about these human beings.
I am too.
And these are high quality human beings over here. Okay, they not only did they all get here at 4:00 on a Tuesday, they just attacked the food table, and the nachos are gone, and the salad has not been touched.
Okay.
And I'm like, these are my people.
Yeah, no doubt.
Look at these people over here. But the salad, I don't want them to tell you, it's delicious.
Yeah.
But nobody, right? We're doing a fantasy draft, and I feel like I'm almost looking into their eyes. I'm judging them a little bit. I think they feel like they'll be judged. Like if you sit down and you're like, all right, I got the 9th pick, and then you're like, and you just pick lettuce in your mouth.
Kale.
It's just different, right? That's an out of the box thing to do.
Yeah, Homer Simpson famously had a song that he created when Lisa Simpson went vegetarian. You don't make friends with salad. And then they broke into a conga line with Marge and Bart and even
it's true.
Snowball 2, the cat, I think at the time, jumped in.
Yeah. So
and Santa's little helper, the dog, of course. You don't make friends with salad.
I like that.
Yeah, it was catchy.
The night could go that way, by the way, with this group. They're in. They're in for fun. I also asked, I'm like, so who's got the first pick? And I got like 8 blank stares.
Oh.
And I looked at all of them and I go, oh, you haven't even done it yet, have you? And they're like, nope.
Yeah.
These crazy people are just going to get a draft order and then bang, go.
Isn't that how ours goes? Like,
release the hounds.
You do the draft order like an hour before?
Yeah, but not this year.
Exactly. I'm pushing the morning show to actually do the lottery on Tuesday morning.
All right.
So we have about 24 hours to prep.
That'd be fun.
Okay.
Just real quick, I was asking the guys, hey, why are some over at that table and some over here? And the one guy says, oh, that guy's a Raider fan. And I said, which one? And he says, the one with the tats. And I was like,
you should have looked at you and been like, which one do you think?
Well, and I said, I don't want, I'm not out here trying to profile.
Over here.
But I'm like, he's like, the one with the tats. Yeah. I said, that's gold. Yeah.
The one who's been here since 1 o'clock.
Totally.
Anyway.
The guy with the eye patch.
Exactly. All right, so we're having fun with that. And then in a few, we're going to get to a game that I just decided to create for today. Who are you? And that is basically looking at the Niners. Who are you? Thank you, Kevin. So we got the new Niner roster, and I want to help all of our listeners get to know some of these Niners. And so, yes, I'll clue you in, like Christian McCaffrey's not on the list.
Gotcha.
These are, some people who maybe you need a little help getting to know. And so all 3 of you, Grandy, Lucas, Dibs, you participate in this. I'll guide you through 5 players, 5 questions. Can you guess who the player is? And then we will see who is the champion of the 49er roster between the 3 of you.
And you mentioned guillotine mode, which scares me a little bit, but I think I have an idea what that means.
What I mean by that, and you guys, I want to give you a little power in this. If you don't want to do it this way, you don't have to. But my deal is if you do make an incorrect guess, you're out on that player.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're out.
And if all 3 of us get out, then we're all back in.
Correct.
Reverse guillotine mode.
Exactly.
You get your head sewn back on, and we're back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like one of those guillotines that actually is like the guillotines that the magicians use. Food down. Food down. Wow. What just happened? Is everybody okay? Wow, that was dramatic. It looks like we're all right. Okay, so anyway, we'll do that in a little bit. But let's go to Chris in Fremont, who wants to give another whirl at telling us that the Niners won't be good this year. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So my reasoning for thinking that they're not going to be a possible playoff team is they are not even the best team in their own division. They were 1-5 last year against the NFC West, only one win. They've lost two key guys on defense with Hufanga and Greenlaw, and they're really not better offensively. Like, if Christian McCaffrey is healthy, of course that makes them better, but they're depleted at receiver. The teams around them are getting better, and even if they're not the best team in their division, they're still losing to teams like they are not the best team in their division. So that's all I had, guys.
Yeah, Chris, here's how I'd answer that, because I can't just categorically say you're wrong, but I can come back with this. Like, I feel like you're making this year too much about last year. It's a new year. So the fact that they went 1-5 against the NFC West last year, I find irrelevant. By the way, most Niner fans will tell you right away they can think of one game against all three of those other division teams where it's like, dude, you had that game. That game was over. You had it in the fourth quarter, and you blew it. And yes, that's part of the NFL, but
it's also a little circumstantial because you played Arizona the last week of the year, and you gave up 47 points, and you didn't even care about the game.
You weren't trying, yeah. So like,
it still counts the loss, but it's contextual.
I just don't think last year's got anything to do with this year. And saying that you lost key players such as Dre Greenlaw, he barely played last year. Talanoa Hufanga, he barely played last year. So you didn't lose key players off of last year's roster. However, what I keep saying to people when they go, man, the defense got worse, I'm like, how could it? I would like almost everyone not named Fred and Nick to be gone off of last year's team. Lenore, Renardo Green, there are others. Sure. But no, I think this upgraded defensive coordinator cannot be understated. I think they've got better players on defense just because of the fact that they have made some changes. Sure, there are question marks. Young guys, we'll see if they produce. But last year, to me, has got nothing to do with this year. And as far as the offense, he said that they haven't gotten appreciably better. Then he sort of brings up McCaffrey, and so I'm like, well, yeah, they did if they've got a healthy McCaffrey. And B, I don't think the offense was a problem last year. They were good enough.
It wasn't a problem, but it wasn't great.
They weren't great, but they were good enough. They were good enough to win football games if paired with a defense that was producing something.
Well, the problems with the offense last year is that they were quite poor in the red zone. They were middle of the pack, so when you got down there, you didn't get touchdowns a lot of the time. McCaffrey missed 13 games. The bright spots in the offense, and I was sharing some of this on our show thread, you look at the last 2 years, the Niners lead the NFL in yards per play. That's just a simple yards per play. Last year they were fourth in yards per play. Even though they went 6-11 and they only scored 23 points a game, they were able to move the ball at an elite level. And the Brock Purdy stats are even crazier. He's number one in pass yards per attempt over the last 2 years. And that includes, last year where you had to throw it a lot more, and the year before where you ran it a ton. He's third in passer rating and so many other metrics. I don't want to bombard you with numbers, but Aaron Schatz, who is one of the experts, and he's the creator of DVOA, a true elite analytic, he called him the best bad team in the history of DVOA, and that's off of last year.
And Greg Cosell went through every Brock Purdy drop back and told you I walked away thinking, wow, what a really good player.
Right.
So there's context to all of this, but that's my thing. Like again, I can't say that any opinion on what the Niners are about to do is wrong. I just think that all that thought process was, well, this is what they did last year. Well, that was last year.
Right.
This is a different team. Totally different scenario, different health, different teams on the schedule, different everything.
Yeah. No Debo and no Jordan Mason, and Aaron Banks, your left guard, got an absolute ton of money. And I was looking earlier, and he actually is getting the start in Green Bay at left guard. Yes.
Yeah, no, Jalen Moore is the one who's not.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you have an offensive line that should be better than last year just by the fact that Trent Williams is going to be out there. And again, if you have an injury to the quarterback, well, all bets are off. And even if you lose Kittle or Fred Warner or Trent Williams, these are guys who, if you lose them for a long stretch of time, well, everything has to get recalibrated a little bit.
All right, y'all ready?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. Grandy, let's get a little accoutrement if possible here. Let's play Who Are You?
Who are you?
With the Niners brand spanking new roster that has now been released as of today. Here are the rules. There will be Dibs, there will be Lucas, there will be Grandy. Dibs, you propose that you guys just yell out the word Mark as your buzzer.
Lucas.
Or your own name.
Correct.
Okay. Whatever I hear first, you can yell
Mark.
whatever.
I can yell Mark.
Yeah, he can yell Mark. Thank you.
With a C.
What'd you think I was? So say Mark. Anyway, bottom line is, first thing I hear, we go to that player. But if you guess incorrectly, you are out for the rest of that player.
Guillotine.
Until everybody's out, and then we can circle back in. There will be 5 clues for each player. You may buzz in whenever you want. Player number 1.
Number 1.
I was born in Ohio and went to college in the state. Okay, on to clue number 2. I am entering my 5th year in the league. Okay, I will wear a number north of the number 50.
Huh.
That's a noise.
It's not my name. My name's not.
All right. Clue number 4. I have 11,200 followers on Instagram.
That's random.
Well, take whatever you want from that. I have 11,000, not that many for an NFL player. I have 11,200 followers on Instagram.
Lucas.
Okay, let's go live to Lucas.
Does he share a similar name to my? Do I get questions?
You don't get to answer.
Luke Farrell, tight end.
Lucas takes a 1-0 lead. Luke Farrell,
come on,
tight end, the blocking tight end, leaving Jacksonville. The last clue I was going to say, I scored 4 times in college, but have yet to score in the pros.
4 times in college,
4 times, brother.
Yeah, had a long-term girlfriend,
I don't know if it was a different game each time.
Gotcha.
But anyway, yes, Lucas
nice,
is up.
Lucas
so much better than Grandy.
Dibs 0.
Yes.
Grandy 0. We go on to player number 2. All right. I am from Oregon.
Who are you?
On to clue number 2. I played 3 positions in high school. None of them are the position I will play for the Niners.
Dibs.
Dan Dibley.
Jordan James.
Guillotine.
Wow.
Damn. Cuckoosh.
Clue number 3 for Lucas and Grandy.
I'm not guessing, so Dibs can't have his head back.
That's hurt.
I played Division III in college.
Oh.
I played
D3.
at a Division III college. Clue number 4. In order to put on weight in college, I had a daily habit of consuming a protein shake consisting of 7 scrambled eggs, a tub of cottage cheese, quick grits, peanut butter, bananas, and Gatorade.
Randy.
Let's go live to Grandy for this guess.
Is this Ben Barch?
Point for Mark Grandy.
Okay.
Grandy ties up Lucas. The last clue was my first name and last name start with the same letter. So, there it is.
I would have gone Connor Colby. Am I right?
Lucas and Grandy have a point, and then there's Dibber Claus, who's still trying.
Yeah.
All right. Player number 3.
You're doing great, Dibs.
I am from Alabama and went to school in the South, but not Alabama.
Oh, tricky.
Clue number 2. I tore a ligament in my wrist last year. Clue number 3. The Niners are my 3rd career team. Clue number 4. In college, I was on the Bednarik and Nagurski Award watch lists?
Dibs.
Let's go to Dan Dibley.
Connor Colby.
Okay, the Bednarik and Nagurski awards are. Anyway,
he wasn't on them apparently. Nor did he hurt his wrist.
Guillotine for Dan Dibley. We go to clue number 5.
Schmidt.
I am one of only a few current 49ers with a Super Bowl ring.
Oh.
5 seconds.
I know this one now. Too bad I got no head.
5 seconds, and Dibs gets to come back into the game. All right.
Dibs.
I will open it back up, and now I'm just going to make clues up off the top of my head.
Dibs.
All right. You want to do another guess?
The headless Dibs.
Dibs.
Sky Moore.
Guillotine. You're back up. Yes, he does, but it's not.
Mother, father.
Sky Moore. All right. Back to, again,
this game.
Just making up clues as I go. The Niners traded for me this offseason.
Grandy.
Dibs.
Grandy.
Who is Bryce Huff?
Point. Mark Grandy takes a 2-1 lead.
Jeopardy. Who is? Say it with your chest.
Whatever. Grandy's got 2. Lucas has got 1. Grandy now playing for the win already here in round 4.
How many rounds? 5 rounds?
5 rounds.
I've got 2.
You've got 0.
Guillotine.
Yes, you do.
Actually 3.
I love your. I told you I love effort. You're putting in a big effort.
Thank you.
All right.
Process, not results, right?
2 for Grandy, 1 for Lucas, and then there's the Dibbers.
Oh,
all right. Player number 4. I played college football at 2 different universities, both in the same state.
Okay.
Clue 2. I'm only 24 years old. Clue number 3. I'm known for a huge hit on Jaden Daniels while we were both in college. Clue number 4. I wasn't Mr. Irrelevant, but I was close. Clue number 5. I've already recovered 2 fumbles in my short career.
Lucas.
Let's go live to Lucas.
D. Winters.
Guillotine for Lucas.
Effort, though.
Good effort.
Thank you.
Dibs and Grandy still in the game.
Dibs.
Dibs.
Need this to stay alive.
Let's
in this
go,
game.
Dibs.
Tatum Bethune.
Point. Dan Dibley.
Let's go.
Huge.
Let's go, Splash.
On the board, and the championship is still open.
Call it a comeback.
To all 3 of you.
Come on now.
As we go to player number 5. If you're just joining us, this is Who Are You?
Who are you?
We're going through the Niners' new roster. 5 players, not big names, 5 players, 5 clues for each.
It's a lot more fun now.
Grandy has 2.
You have life.
Lucas has 1. Dibley has 1. I haven't even thought of a tiebreaker, but it looks like there's probably going to be one. Unless you win here, Grandy. Let's find out.
No, me and you.
To our
Anybody
final
but Grandy.
Player number 5. I was once suspended for a game in college for undisclosed reasons.
Huh?
My draft profile said I was, quote, able to contort and adjust body mid-air. Clue number 3. Like many great Niners, I was a 5th-round draft pick.
Lucas.
Jordan
Watkins.
Guillotine.
Oh, I thought you had it.
So,
great guess.
Lucas stands by as we go to clue number 4.
Come on, Dibs.
I have 2 career sacks of Jaden Daniels, but they happened in the pros, not in college. Clue number 5. This will be the first time in my career I play for a team outside of the Big Apple. Okay. No guesses yet. We can start doing this on the fly.
Grandy's scared, I think.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. All right. So the clues are all on the table. Let me repeat them. I was once suspended for a game in college for undisclosed reasons.
Dibs.
Draft profile said I'm able to contort and adjust my body midair.
Dipper clause?
Like great Niners, I was a 5th-round pick.
Dan Dibley.
I have 2 career sacks of Jaden Daniels, but they both happened in the pros.
Nostradamus.
This will be the first time in my career I play for a team outside of the Big Apple. Let's go to Dan Dibley for this guess.
Bryce Huff.
Guillotine.
Oh,
so, Grandy, I now just lay it out to you. You have a free guess for the championship.
Oh, boy.
You may guess away as you please. However, because of the nature, I will not add more clues unless you are wrong.
All right. Is it Jason Pinnock?
Ladies and gentlemen.
No, don't do it. The Weeknd?
Just like a knockout tournament, we have ourselves a champion, and that champion is Mark Grandy.
Wildly unpopular champ.
That was amazing.
Good job, Grandy.
Yeah, Jason Pinnock, who played only for the Jets and the Giants prior to this year.
Pinnock.
Come on, Dibs.
Well, I thought you were going to have that one for sure. Pinnock.
Bryce Huff, 2 out of the 5 answers.
I mean, you never know with this guy, right? And I'd forgotten he was already
That would have been amazing. If I started, I'm like, yeah, let's repeat players. I don't.
And he played for the Eagles. I knew he played for the Jets. That's why. Yeah, you hate to see him on the Eagles.
Yep. Super Bowl ring. He has a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah. Good job, Grandy.
Super Bowl.
Congrats.
Anyways,
I was by myself in the studio with the internet.
Isn't it? It's 3 Niners who have a Super Bowl ring, right? Or did we think of any others? DeMarcus Robinson, Sky Moore, and Bryce Huff. Is that right? Are those the only ones?
I think that's it.
Are we thinking of anyone else?
There is somebody else. Then I hope the buzzer comes for you. Because
all I said was he's one of a few.
Yeah,
that's all I said.
And I think you're right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember anybody else who might.
Okay, that was fun. Good job, boys.
Yeah,
Grandy, stop winning everything. Actually, I like that you win all of the things at our station that don't include cash prizes. In other words, it's not like you're going to win the fantasy league. You can win this, though.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, good job. We'll bring you Chicken Sando.
Okay, I'm in.
All right, sweet.
And I do want to give you, Lucas, homework between now and, I don't know, the end of the football season. Let's get a trophy. And let's get all the people who've won this league on there, and let's just have it be a thing.
We'll just take Grandy's first trophy that he won in the first knockout tournament.
Boom.
Okay,
We'll
perfect.
just vandalize it.
I like it. Yeah. Get a trophy with all the names of the past winners on there. Let me know when you need the spelling of my last name. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. The latest on Juwan Jennings. Looking at the schedule. Why are your expectations so low? We'll keep on chatting it out on Niner Cutdown Day, live at Splash at Thrive City. Plus Jody's draft is going to start here in 18 minutes. It is on Willard and Dibs.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the fans.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
This Labor Day, after doing it all, nothing resets you like a Lazy Boy recliner or kicking back on your Lazy Boy sofa. Taking you from workday to wind down with comfort that never quits. Don't miss the Labor Day sale with 30% off everything. Visit your local Lazy Boy today.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen pack. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Football is back, and we're getting some of the best matchups of the season in Week 1, where powerhouse programs will meet. A battle of tigers will take place when the #9 team in the country takes a road trip to meet the #4 team in Clemson. Another battle of top 10 teams will take place the same weekend when the #6 team heads into Miami to face off against #10. With new rosters and new coaches, anything could happen in the exciting opening weekend of college football. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get huge savings on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe hybrid models, or go all-electric and choose from America's best awarded EV lineup, like the breakthrough Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a great deal, only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Like, I just want to spend not a lot of time on this because it's going to bother you and you, Lucas. But I just want to bring to light, like the YouTube chat. Before that thing was even over, they're like, Grandy wins everything. He's going to win this. And then Grandy won this. And everyone's like, dude, like, Grandy is like, he's becoming the New England Patriots of little games that we play here at 95.7.
Yes and no. We've done higher or lower twice, and he won once, and Lucas
won another.
I guess that was an upset when Lucas beat him.
He didn't even make the finals. Didn't it go to extra? You and I went to like overtime or something like that. Yeah.
The really surprising one is the fact that he backed that thing up at the knockout. It's one thing to win a knockout tournament,
crazy. Like, I wish
and then you come back the next year and you win it again.
Dude, there's like 60 people in that line. Like, we're not talking
and
about.
And he went first,
right?
So you're vulnerable. Other than with the goo behind you, I'm out. Yeah.
There's two amazing things that happened at the second knockout tournament. One is that they had the same champion.
Yep.
And the other is that it happened to Goo again.
Right. And the third is that I got to do 7 minutes of radio with Evan Giddings, waiting for Guru to finish, and I'm out. And next thing you know, I'm off the air. I showed up. Evan and I were getting deep. Yeah. I was ready to really.
This is my time, so I get out of my seat.
I was looking at, I got takes, Evan. I had to go into speed round.
That was super fun. I can't wait to do it again next year. But anyway, yeah, congrats, Grandy, on your crown for Who Are You, which I guess we probably won't play again until next year. Although roster cutdown day has a little bit of a different vibe this time around because we have an official roster, and I don't think any of us think that this is actually the official roster. Like, yes, we see the strategy of what the Niners are doing, but you can tell right away that more changes are coming.
Yeah, they have to be coming because right now you've got 2 wide receivers on your active roster that are actually wide receivers, one of whom is Sky Moore, and there's a reason why Kansas City was, not eager to trade him, but open to the idea.
I don't think he was going to make the team.
Right, so the Niners went out and swapped their 7th for Kansas City 6th, or vice versa, their 6th for Kansas City 7th, and you brought in a guy who ideally would be a camp body, but Demarcus Robinson out for 3, Ayuk out for 6, maybe more. Juwan Jennings, ... could play week 1.
Question mark.
And could not play all year, or somewhere in between. And so because of that, you're right, the roster is not the roster. And it's a little bit like a fantasy football roster where the Niners have no punter. And sometimes you do a fantasy draft and you just don't draft a kicker, or maybe you don't draft a defense, and then you go on the waiver wire and you pick one up.
Figure it out later.
You figure it out later, and that's what the Niners are kind of doing with their punter situation.
Well, and Thomas Morstead already tweeted out, relax, which means he knows he's coming back. Yes, the Niners are buying a little bit more time, and that probably does have to do with Juwan and a couple other things. They're figuring out health, who's going to go on IR. It also allows the Niners to see who else might be available at the wide receiver position, because you get to see everybody else's cuts, and certain guys who are pretty accomplished in the league find their way onto the street. And so I do wonder if there's some interest there from the 49ers. 3 names that popped my eye today, and I know there are more, but Deontay Johnson 2 years ago was the Steelers' leading receiver. You also have Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Everybody knows him. He's been with the Packers, the Chiefs, and more. He got released by the Seahawks today. And then also former Raider Hunter Renfrow, who has good hands and is a reliable guy over the middle, kind of a slot receiver type. And he was with the Panthers this year and did not make the squad. So those are some examples. Don't know if those raise the Niners' eyebrows or not, but we'll see. We'll see over the next 24 to 48, I would imagine.
Yeah, and you got to see who clears waivers among those players who are actually on waivers. If you've been in the league for 4 or more years, you don't have to go through waivers, which is how Morstead, he gets cut. Yep. It's like, don't go to Aruba.
Right.
Go ahead and stay close. Keep your cleats nearby because you'll be back in a matter of just minutes. And if you look at the final roster, like they have 10 offensive linemen right now on their 53, and Matt Mayoko is kind of theorizing that Drew Moss, undrafted, he might be a guy who gets cut, and you get cut, and if it's after 3 or 4 days, well, everyone else has already picked up who they're going to pick up, so a guy like that can immediately go to the practice squad. And you look at the final 53, and there is some excess in there that you're going to see them, trim off, especially if they're able to go out and get another wide receiver.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to have to do something with that room, and so I get that that's a popular answer right now. We'll get back to the full Juwan situation and let you hear something that Charles Davis said right here at the top of the hour earlier in the show. he and I see the Jennings situation a little different. I'm not sure where you come down on it, but we'll talk that out in just a little bit. We are live at Splash at Thrive City. We gave away the opportunity to come have a private fantasy football draft here at Splash tonight. Our great listener, Jody in San Jose, was the winner. I couldn't be more impressed with his group because he's actually got a group. Again, I've never seen this many people who are available at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday, especially since most of them are in the South Bay. They made it all the way up to Mission Rock here in the city. They're here. They're ready. Their draft is starting in 6 minutes. Lucas is going to be our roving correspondent, and so every time he goes over there to get a slider, he will loop back and get an update on who's being picked and where, etc., as their draft gets started.
That way we can all get a little educated on just another piece of info about another draft. And, this one, be interesting to see how much of a Niner slant there is. I know there's at least a Raider fan in the group, but, you're in, I'm sure, multiple leagues of primarily Niner fans. And so those Niner players probably go earlier than they would in other drafts.
I will tell you, my high school draft over the weekend, I had the 9th pick, and I was thinking, boy, I wonder if CMC will get to me. Because in most drafts, that's kind of where he had been going, like somewhere late first, early second. Dude went off the board at 4.
Yeah.
4. That's what happens when you got a bunch of Niner fans in your draft.
Yeah, and this is not the cockamamie 2 quarterback one.
No. This is just a regular fantasy football draft.
Yeah, and McCaffrey's an interesting one, and the other one that I've been kind of poo-pooing is Saquon Barkley, but the more I think about Saquon Barkley and that offensive line, he doesn't automatically have to get hurt just because he had a monster amount of touches.
No.
And if you think about that offensive line, that coach, that mentality, they are going to run a ton. So if he stays healthy, he could have another monster year.
He's a top 4 running back pick and a top 6 fantasy pick no matter what. And you're not wrong. He might be number 1. But the other names that are in there from Bijan and then Jahmyr Gibbs, obviously Jamar Chase. Some people will elevate some of those other receivers, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley. Those are the people that are kind of going off the board in the top 7 or so. At my 9, I ended up with Malik Neighbors.
Oh, not bad.
Malik Neighbors of the New York Giants.
And in a 16-team league like we have, if you're picking, I don't know, like 11 or 12, you might think about Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson.
You certainly could. I mean,
if you're already,
everybody has
if
their
the first
approach.
10 picks, you've got wide receivers and running backs that are flying off the shelves, would you rather have RB7 or QB1?
Some people like to zag when people are zigging. Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway.
All right, so 888-957-9570. We're also throwing out there, we read the list of at least week 1 starting quarterbacks that the Niners are slated to face this year, and it leads us to the question of, like, dude, other than predicting an injury for the 49ers, like, how are you going to make the case that this is not a playoff team? I'm not even saying a division winner. I'm not saying a dominant team. But how are you going to look at that group of quarterbacks and think that the 49ers don't have optimism for this year? And so we've been taking some calls on that. Don on the freeway is next. Hey, Don, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
We got you, brother.
Oh, yeah, right on. Oh, I've been watching the Niners for years. I'm saying, the skill set. Skill set is a big deal. If those guys can't go out there and do Kyle Shanahan's plays, which is another thing, when they line up, everybody in our division knows his plays, man. It's going to be the coach. Got to come up with some new plays. You got to have the skill set and the anticipation of, is McCaffrey a step off? Is he a runner like he was? Is he fast? And special teams. That's why I think their year might suck. But for me, we'll see you in the Super Bowl, baby. Yeah.
Let's go. Thank you, Don. I mean, sure. Again, by no stretch of the imagination am I saying there aren't questions out there. Some of it does come from trust of certain coaches. I think the defense will be better to a certain degree just because Saleh is here. I love that the 49ers at least are trying to address their special teams. New coach has a great reputation. Brant Boyer, let's see exactly what he's able to do in this position. And I think he's going to take a lot less guff, if you will, than what we've seen in the past on special teams. So those are all totally fair question marks. But, he brings up one point that I think is interesting, and I'd like to at least try to debunk it a little bit, is this idea that, like, the league now knows what Kyle's doing, so they're ready for it. Does Kyle need to evolve a little bit? Everybody does every year, I believe.
Yeah.
And everybody needs to have, with new personnel, a good idea of how do I put this personnel in its best position to succeed. So, yes, there are tweaks and turns. But the idea that now, like, everyone's been watching Kyle and his dad for a long time, so now they all just know what's coming. Like, is the idea basically that just happened last year? Like, the family's been in the league for 2 generations, and just last year, suddenly they're like, oh, now I know what I'm doing. And actually, to me, it's more the other way. Half the league is off of the Shanahan tree, and they are also doing what they're doing. To me, that comes down to personnel. And last year, when you had no McCaffrey on the field, and you had a group of receivers that were having a hard time separating, and an offensive line that was having a hard time staying healthy and whatnot, that's what kind of threw the timing off. I don't think it's because everybody just suddenly knew exactly what was coming and they were a step ahead of Kyle Shanahan.
Well, if they were, then they would not have been able to get 6.2 yards per play, which was tied for second with Tampa and Detroit and the Niners. So Baltimore is at 6.8, and you got Lamar and Derrick Henry, and you got a really good offense and a great team. The Niners were tied for second. So you can't look at Shanahan's offense last year in totality and say, oh, that offense, they figured you out.
Yep.
They solved you. They were 8th in running the football without McCaffrey, without a lot of Trent Williams, and uneven play at center and guard, and Jordan Mason toting the rock. And, Juszczyk did not have a good year as the lead blocker, and yet you still were tied for second in yards per play. The problem with the offense last year was untimely misses by your kicker, red zone inefficiency, and inconsistent wide receiver play.
Yep.
I mean, Ayuk had about a quarter and a half of elite football. Deebo Samuel was more down than up on the year. Ricky Pearsall had gotten shot. So you can look at a number of different things, not excuses, but the numbers tell you that the Niners were better than their record indicated.
Yeah, and again, I know how our fan brains work, which is this is what we last saw, therefore that's kind of where we start when we come back, and it's just not accurate because
right. Especially in football.
All of these teams are totally different. All of them are totally different. We see surprises every year. I know people, for instance, will look at the NFC North right now, and they're like, well, the Lions are really good. Well, you've said, actually, I see maybe a drop-off there. I'll give you another one. Well, the Packers are really good. I got a bad feeling about the Packers this year. They look woefully bad, even in the little spots where the starters have been in, and they're very banged up, and they've got a different composition to that team. I don't think they're going to have a great year. Maybe it's just an okay year. The Vikings, a lot of people think, will just pick up where they left off. How can you think that? The next pass their quarterback throws will be his first NFL pass. And then there's Chicago with a whole new coaching staff and new players that they've got in skill spots. Rome Odunze, second year. Luther Burden at receiver. Colston Loveland, the really highly drafted tight end. There's all these things. I just think the composition is going to be completely different. So to look at last year and say this is the way any division looks, therefore that's where it starts this year, I don't see it that way. I think all of these divisions are going to look different.
It's especially that way in football, and if you take a look at the nature of last year, it was more than just injuries and personal tragedies. It was a schedule that was among the most difficult in terms of rest disadvantage, and back-to-back at Green Bay and Buffalo, and the schedule itself, tough opponents and a tough stack in terms of the order of those games. You're not going to have that this year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We are also coming to you live from Splash Thrive City. I'm looking right now over at our group that is hosting their fantasy draft here at Splash at Thrive City. Saturday, the faces are looking like they're getting a little bit more serious. People have filled their bellies. Now draft order is happening. People are burying themselves into their phones.
Yep.
Hardcore right now. They're grinding. I'm seeing smoke coming out of the room. We're going to get updates on that fantasy draft that is coming up. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on anything that we're diving into Niners-wise. But there's also this. And I had said earlier in the show, as we get to cut down day and you start to see significant name wide receivers become available on the market, and then you also see the 49ers fully not blink in this conversation with Juwan Jennings, where they're like, Russell Gage, you're cut. Robbie Chosen, you're cut. Like, we're not going to sit here and bolster and get ready for someone to not be there. We're going to continue to assume, same thing that Kyle said on Saturday, Juwan will be ready for week 1 because he ain't missing games. And I happen to know in the back of my mind what I'm not ready to tell you, which is that he's probably actually going to be healthy. He's going to be fine. When I hear that vibe, when I piece it all together, it tells me what I think we already kind of knew, which is that the Niners do have the leverage advantage on a 7th-round pick who has not made a ton of money in his career, who is trying to take advantage of the fact that he was WR1 last year, but let's be honest, he won't be again unless circumstances really twist his way. So I think the Niners have the leverage. However, Charles Davis of CBS comes on the show and seems to indicate the opposite. Take a listen to this.
Right now, you'd have to say things have tipped to his advantage because of everything that's going on at the position. People hurt, nothing solidified, what's happening there. It works for him because of that. The Super Bowl appearance does not hurt one bit. That lingers in the minds of the public and people who like the team. The other part of it is he is so darn reliable for a quarterback. You can go there and get completions, even though you say to yourself, I'm not sure how we do that.
Okay, that's Charles Davis's take. I understand where he's coming from, I really do. And he talks about the minds of the fans, and that is significant here because this fan base loves Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
He's been a great Niner.
He got a nickname.
Does it the right way. 3rd and Juwan, block downfield. You've pointed that out. He had a great game in the Super Bowl and a huge year last year. So all of those things are true. I still don't see him as somebody who will legitimately sit out football games. Where do you see it? Who's got the leverage right now in this moment? It's 5:06 on Tuesday night, August 26th.
The Niners have the leverage, and it's not 100% to 0, but I would say the Niners have a good 75%. So we can all sit here on cut-down day and look at the 53-man roster, and we can gasp at Cowing. He's going to miss games, and Watkins has got a high ankle, and if Jennings isn't there, it's going to be Sky Moore and Ricky Pearsall. Oh, my God, how are they going to do it? And 2 wide receivers. What if one gets hurt? You're going to go to 23 personnel, 3 tight ends, and 2 running backs, and, smash mouth football. We all can panic on this day, but when you take a step back, Robbie Chosen, cut, not waived. Russell Gage, cut, not waived, which means they're free to move about the country. Shout out Southwest. So if they were cut, Robbie Chosen might be chilling in Los Altos, waiting for a call to, hey, come on back and come to the practice squad, and, we're going to have you elevated for week 1. It's all good. You know the situation. So I do think that the fallback plan is in place. And the other piece that you're talking about that I agree with is Juwan Jennings. And what are you going to do, Juwan? Because looking at his contract, it is $1.5 million if he plays 50% of the snaps. Now that seems easy, but then you look at last year, and he played 63% of the snaps.
And that was as the leading wide receiver.
64% of all the snaps. So if he had last year, this year, there's $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Well, you miss a game, and then maybe you come back week 2, and you get that calf flares up, and then next thing you know, it's week 3, week 4, week 5, and you fall short of that one. And the other ones are 60 catches, $750,000, 600 yards, same amount, 6 touchdowns, same amount. You got to play to get the pay.
Yeah.
If these are your incentives, So if he doesn't get a new deal and he's bummed, well, there's $3.5 million sitting there for you to come out and just be you.
Yeah, you're playing kind of like what I think is too leveraged of a game of chicken for Jauan Jennings' taste. So in other words, the only other way to create more leverage, and I don't think Jauan wants this because he's a 49er, but the real leverage play doesn't actually come until the Niners go out, lose to Seattle, Brock Purdy gets picked twice, George Kittle's the only person who's open all day, and he's unable to connect with wide receivers, and that group looks woefully bad. Then Jauan's leverage goes up.
Yeah.
But that is a high-stakes game that I don't think Jauan is going to have the stomach for. Now, his Instagram post may suggest otherwise, but until I see it, I'm going to believe that that's all that is, which is just an Instagram post. I do not think most players, there are very few exceptions of where a player has made enough money, has enough name value, and has the gumption to literally look at a team and be like, no, I'm not showing up. I will not play. And maybe they can hide this behind the calf injury, but the Niners are clearly moving toward, with their words, not allowing Jauan to do that. So if you were to get to next week and Jauan is listed as questionable or something like that, I don't know that the 49ers would give him the grace of saying, yeah, that calf is still a little sticky right now. I think you may see the Niners admit, no, like he's not playing, so therefore we're going to move on. We're going to maybe put him on IR or whatever. That's not a good game for Jauan.
It's not good for the Niners either.
Emmitt Smith did that once, and he was able to win. A player of Micah Parsons might have the cachet to do this, but even Terry McLaurin, Trey Hendrickson, you're watching players who did get raises, but at the same time, deadlines spurred actions. They do not want to go into game week, and I have to think the same is true for Jauan.
Absolutely, especially when you look at those bonuses. And, 50% of snaps is easier said than done when, if you miss a game or two and then you come in and, like I was mentioning before, they do a lot of two receiver sets. And if he's still rounding into shape, he probably isn't going to get 65 snaps in a game.
No, it's going to be limited.
Right. It's going to be limited based on him getting back to 100%. And then guess what? You get to week 7 or 8, and here comes Brandon Ayuk. You get to week 4, here's Demarcus Robinson. There's going to be competition for playing time. If the Niners play the way Shanahan has been successful at playing, they're going to run it at least 50% of the time, which means a lot of two receiver sets, which means not a lot of time for a lot of receivers, let alone to get to 60 catches, 600 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, no doubt. And here's the other reason I sort of see it maybe a little bit different than Charles. And again, maybe this is a result of the echo chamber in which we live and work. But it feels to me like right now, the majority of Niner fans, maybe it's only a small majority, but the majority of Niner fans on this one currently sit on the Niners side, not Jauan's. I do not hear a drumbeat from 49er fans of pay this man. Niners, what are you doing? You got to have him. It does not sound at all like it did last year for Brandon Ayuk. And I know that's a higher leverage situation, but that was a receiver coming off of 1,300 yards and a Super Bowl appearance. Charles mentions, like, this fan base saw him have a great game in the Super Bowl. Yeah, people love Jauan, but not to the point where they feel like a year after signing a new deal, the Niners should offer him yet another deal. So I think what Charles is referring to there is, are the Niners feeling pressure because of the way their fan base feels? And he might be thinking yes, and I would argue no. I don't think the 49ers are feeling that pressure at all right now.
Not yet. And you go to Seattle, and Jake Moody accounts for all 9 of your points, and you lose 14-9. The defense looks good under Saleh. Purdy's able to move the ball some, but you didn't have much other than Kittle and McCaffrey. Ricky Pearsall, 6 catches for 61, fine, no touchdown. Sky Moore ran a couple of jet sweeps for 28, but other than that, you had nothing offensively, and you lose to Seattle 14-9. All of a sudden, that drumbeat gets louder about, dude, give him what he wants. We need third and Juwan.
I mean, you mentioned the name that to me is where I hear fans putting pressure on the organization right now. It has nothing to do with Juwan. It has to do with Jake. It has to do with Jake Moody.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot more talk right now from people saying, dude, what is it that you guys are all doing? Why are you in love with this guy? So we would love to hear from you here in this 5 o'clock hour. We'll keep talking out. Who has the leverage and who are you kind of hoping blinks here this week or next between Juwan Jennings and the team? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. We're talking out the Niner roster on Cutdown Day on 95.7 The Game, which is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I just wish to be someday a fly on the wall on how these things all play out, because the Niners now, if this is what I think it is, that is the third year in a row that they will take a key player all the way down to game week. Again, if they take Juwan into next week, and if this isn't an injury, this is the third year in a row that they are going to be taking something all the way to game week. It's a bad process. I'm not blaming them entirely. Some of it is on the players, but the bottom line is this is not the way you want it. Look around the league and look what happened yesterday. The Bengals said, all right, today's the day we're doing Trey Hendrickson. Right. Washington said, today's the day that we're going to do Terry McLaurin. The 49ers and Juwan, they looked at each other and went to bed.
Right. And Cook had the same thing happen in Buffalo, right? The running back where, Cook was able to get his money ahead of Cutdown Day. Yep. And so the majority of these situations, and Micah Parsons is different because it's Dallas and it's Jerry Jones, and that's just the way that's going to go. Jerry going straight to the agent, and the agent says, hit the pike.
Oh,
and
dude,
that whole thing is gotten so sideways, but that's just going to be the nature of it in Dallas. They've already made so many contractual mistakes that he's just costing himself tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. But this one's different because Juwan's not an A-lister. He's a solid B player for the Niners, and unfortunately, they don't have their other A-list guy, Brandon Ayuk. Like him or don't like him, they're paying him like he's a top 10 guy in the league, and he's not around. Pearsall is still mostly unproven, even though he popped at the end of last year. And beyond that, you've got no one. So to that extent, there is a little bit of leverage in Juwan's favor. But the one thing I said to Charles Davis when he joined us, and I firmly believe it, and you can call it arrogance if you want, it's Shanahan believing that he can get the most out of the least at the skill positions.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is the way I'm sort of arriving at thinking about this. All right, let's say you get to next week, you got no deal. All right, let's look at the two parties. Juwan, what are your options? What are you going to do?
You can either sit out or play for the contract you have.
All right, so now Niners. Juwan, he's still not going to sign. He's not going to practice. What are you going to do? You got a game this weekend. What are you going to do?
Well, you're going to figure out how you can designate him in a spot where you can fill his roster spot with one of these guys who is most likely going to be either on your practice squad or a street free agent.
Who is in better shape to handle said situation, Niners or Juwan?
I think it's the Niners.
I agree with you 100%.
Because Juwan is beholden to those incentives. That's where a lot of his money lies, and you got to play and catch it and get yards and score. And you can't do those things when you're on your couch or on the sideline eating popcorn.
Like when you get to Sunday in Seattle, this is what I'd argue, kind of how I look at it. What are the Niners looking for that day? They're looking for a win. What are their chances of doing that without Juwan? I think they still, pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know what the spread is right now at this hour. Who's favored?
The Niners.
The Niners. You're favored. You're favored right now. Could you find some other receivers? Like, is Marquez Valdez-Scantling on the team split wide in that game, and can you win that game? I believe yes. It's not for sure. It's going to. Seattle's defense, I think, is good. I don't know what Darnold's going to look like there, but they've got players. That's a tough place to win. But can the Niners get a win without Juwan? Sure, they could. Can Juwan win the game that he's playing if he sits out week 1? I'd argue almost assuredly no.
It depends on what happens. And I laid out the scenario before where the Niners lose 14-9 and the offense looks like they're just a good receiver away.
Right.
That would be the way that he would get some more of that leverage.
He would get some discussion. He would get some angry fans kind of calling us, and they would be right. Like it'd be a bad look, but it still doesn't tell me that the Niners are going to blink, because they could very well sit down in a boardroom together and be like, we'll beat New Orleans this week.
2 more weeks until DeMarcus comes back.
And every game that goes by, those incentives go away, and your positioning to be a free agent next year goes away. Don't forget, we're making this all about money.
Yeah.
And that's
all about this year.
That's the money this year. Juwan needs numbers to go out on the free agent market next year to achieve what he wants to achieve. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, who is in better shape if this goes as badly as it could? Nobody's in great shape, but the Niners are clearly in better shape than Juwan if we get to the idea of actually missing games.
Yeah, it's next man up, and the next man up probably won't be as good as Juwan, but you mentioned the Saints game in week 2. You're probably going to go into New Orleans and be, I would say, at least 9-point favorites.
Oh,
I
think
it might
be that high?
Oh, yeah.
On the road?
I think so.
I know what the Saints look like on paper, but spreads they'll move. Like, what if they come out and have a good game week 1?
It's possible. And if the Niners lay an egg and,
I hear you.
And they lose 14-9, sure. But I think all things created equal, they're going to be heavily favored with or without Juwan Jennings. So you get to that spot, and let's just say you go to Seattle and you win. And, whoever, if it's Gage or if it's Chosen or Pearsall has a great game.
Yeah, exactly.
All of a sudden now you're thinking, all right, Juwan, turns out we may not need you as much as we thought.
That's totally and see, that's what I don't think there's no way he and his agent, even Drew Rosenhaus, can have the stomach for that. That's a roll of the dice that you do not want to take. You sit there and play this game, play hardball. Niners go out, beat Seattle 27-17. Now what? Fan base will be lined up the next day being like, don't need you. 2 more weeks to DeMarcus, 4 more weeks to Brandon.
Right.
Don't need you. That's that's way too big of a risk for him, I believe.
Agreed. And I think the way that this is going to get resolved, it's one of 2 ways. Either he gets a new deal of some sort, some fresh money on the contract.
I like fresh money.
And that happens before before the end of the weekend. It would happen before we get to Monday morning. And the other thing that would happen is Juwan's just going to have to, pull himself up by his bootstraps and show up and play, or he shows up and it's my calf, it's still bugging me.
I mean, sure, that
way he still gets his money.
That could go that way, but at this point, with what's been said, that would surprise me.
Yes, but to what we're talking about, there's real money to be earned, and if you don't show up, then you don't get the game check. If you show up and you're hurt, air quotes,
sure,
2 fingers.
You get the game check, but you're not getting anything toward those incentives.
Correct.
You're not getting anything toward that free agent deal the next year.
Right, and I would imagine that once the season is close to starting game week, I don't know how much the Niners want to engage in contract talks at that point.
I mean, probably, not at all. Again,
normally you do that in the middle of the year if it's a guy you love and you're just, hey, we're going to give him, all this money mid-year.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't think, have we ever seen in the NFL a player of Juwan's stature, good player, but not a huge name, not a massive player, get to a position where they're skipping games? I mean,
pretty rare.
I would be shocked if that's the way it goes. And again, that's why it was such a powerful statement when Kyle Shanahan said, "Oh yeah, we expect him week 1. He should be good by then." The minute he said that, I'm like, oh boy, like Kyle's taking the injury out of play. He's taking your excuse away from you, dude.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he did.
And he's also letting the world know that kind of what you're just talking about, which is a player who's making that much, who has made that much, they're not just going to turn down 1/17 of, and I had it here before, his game check. His game check's not huge, but it's not nothing.
No, God.
It's a significant piece of the pie, and so you're not going to give that up. At the same time, when you have that Instagram post and you basically say, you'll be sorry for messing with me. And then if you got to go tail between the legs and you got to go back, and believe me, I've had situations where I've had to go back into situations where you know, you're either threatening to blow up the spot or you kind of blow it up, and then you look around and it's like, ooh, boy, I kind of, you know.
Back to work.
Get that apology ready.
Yep, for sure. I think a lot of us have been there. Gene in Oakland, let's go out to the phones. We'd love to hear from you here on Tuesday. We're out here at Splash at Thrive City. 888-957-9570 the number. Gene's on the line. Hey, Gene, what are you doing?
I'm going to pick up the pooch. Go to the dog park.
Boy.
So,
wait, you're going to pick up the pooch? Would you
Yeah.
leave the dog there, Gene? You're supposed to stay at the dog park with the dog.
No, the dog is at the house. I'm at the house now. I'm going to go get the dog.
Got it. Okay, you scared me for a minute. The dog, just so everyone knows, dog parks are not drop-off parties. But anyway, go ahead, Gene.
She's a good dog, but she gives you pause sometimes. Anyways.
Not pun intended.
Nice, Gene.
Pause. Well done.
Yeah, no pun intended. All right, anyways. Hey, listen, I'm afraid, I don't know, you guys or too many of us are maybe looking at this season, at least the beginning of the season, through rose-colored glasses, because I'm a little concerned. I mean, we are weak at the wide receiver position. You know, we've got a whole new defense, for Christ's sake. I mean, I love that Robert Sala is coming back, and you know, I was as soon as they let him go, I called and said, grab that guy. But you know, listen, we got a lot of guys that are going to have to learn the system or learn the game. You know, it's going to take a while for the defense to really start, you know, gelling and playing well. Meanwhile, you know, last year we had a lot of trouble with separation in our wide receiver core. We're going to have the same damn problem and worse in the beginning this year if Juwan's not on board. So, I mean, I think it's really important they try to reach a deal. And as far as, you know, what to pay him, well, yeah, don't pay him as a number one. But, I mean, if I haven't followed this that closely. I heard you was asking for, what, 20-plus? No, they don't want to give him that. But have we made an offer? Do we know that? And if so, how much? That's a question.
Yeah, Gene, thanks. Appreciate it. I have no information on what he's asking for or what has been offered or any of that. The more I think about this, I don't think, you know, here's another way to look at it, and I don't think a lot of people have thought about it this way yet. The Niners don't want Juwan to do this year what he did last year. That's not their plan. It may happen, but that's not their plan. And it wasn't their plan last year either. And then everything went sideways, and Ayuk got hurt, and all of a sudden Juwan needed to step forward. But this year, the plan, I'm sure, is to be more centered about, first of all, Christian McCaffrey, but second of all, Ricky Pearsall, and then each few weeks you're going to probably acquire a new receiver, Demarcus Robinson, and then Brandon Ayuk. Who knows who else steps forward? But the Niners, I would think, would not predict that Juwan's going to go for almost 1,000 yards this year. So they want to pay that player. Juwan wants last year's player to be paid, and I think that's sort of the argument. As far as separation for wide receivers, I'm a big believer that Christian McCaffrey's presence alone will create more separation for the receivers because it takes the defense's eyes in a completely different direction. And then as far as the defense, I'll tell you what, Gene mentioned a phrase that I'm really excited about. He said, I don't know about the defense. It's a whole new defense. And I'm like, great.
Yeah.
Like, do y'all understand what a good thing that is? They cannot be worse than they were last year.
If they are, then we're back to 6-11, and you know, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
And if you look at the starters they brought back from last year, they're primarily the guys that you would want to keep, like Renardo Green and Diamador Lenore and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And so you're going to intersperse some young guys, rookie, second year, third year. You bring back a coordinator who's been successful here. You're playing against a bottom-tier group of quarterbacks. As you mentioned earlier, that list of quarterbacks is not going to strike fear into you, unlike last year when you faced Mahomes and you faced Josh Allen on the road and you faced Green Bay they were coming off a bye and you weren't. And so last year your slate of quarterbacks was a lot tougher than it is this year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's keep going. Jake in Richmond. Hi, Jake. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I just wanted to touch on third and Juwan a little bit.
Let's do it.
So we know Juwan is a dog. He waited for his opportunity. When he needed to raise up, he became the wide receiver one, and he was a dog. We know what we got with Juwan. With Robbie Chosen, you're talking about Robbie Chosen, the Dennis Schroeder of the 49ers.
That's
the
amazing.
guy who
That's a 4.
lives in a U-Haul trailer because he doesn't know what team he's playing for the next season. We got Ricky Pearsall. We don't know what we have with Ricky Pearsall. We know Juwan is a dog. I don't know how much he's asking for, but we need to come to an agreement with Juwan. And as far as like Jake Moody, we cut Jake Moody. We're going for it on fourth down, and we're having Kyle Juszczyk kick the point afters. Let's go.
Hey, Jake, can I ask you a question before you go?
Yeah.
All right. I want you to pretend for the wide receiver room things go as well as they could possibly go in terms of health, production, separation, ability, all of those things. It is week 10 of the season. Talk to me about the wide receiver room. How does it look? Who's in there? What's the pecking order?
Kittle is wide receiver one.
Okay. And
hopefully we have a healthy Christian McCaffrey, and we have Juwan and Pearsall and Robbie Chosen, missing catches, the Dennis Schroeder that we're all, hoping that does something on the 49ers.
But Jake, what about Brandon Ayuk? What about Demarcus Robinson?
Ayuk's still up in the air. Who knows if he even plays? No one knows anything about Ayuk. We're hoping he does something. He didn't look good when he was playing. So Jennings is the wide receiver one. Pearsall, we're just going to be patient with him. And we got Kittle and McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr.
Jake, I'm a betting man, and I don't want to, if it's not of interest to you, I'm not trying to, draw a line in the sand. But anybody who wants action on Juwan Jennings not being this year's number one wide receiver for the 49ers, I'm taking it. I got action for anybody who wants to make that bet. Jake, thank you very much for calling.
Who bets that Juwan Jennings will be the number one?
He thinks Juwan is WR1, and I will bet anybody that is not the way this year plays out.
I don't really think that anyone's going to surpass George Kittle as wide receiver one.
Well, what if we even said just wide receiver one?
I think that
no tight ends.
Ricky Pearsall likely, and health is a big factor in bets like this. You can get caught up, but it's going to be Ricky Pearsall who gets more targets. If it's equal amount of games played, I think Pearsall gets more targets. And, Gene in Oakland was talking about separation, and they were dead last year in routes, separation in routes, and a lot of that is Deebo Samuel, not a great route runner. Ricky Pearsall missed a bunch of games. He's a good route runner. Juwan's a good route runner, but he makes so many tough catches that...
Yeah, he's a big physical guy that, makes him, he makes those catches when someone's draped on him.
So I think that this year, Shanahan would love it to be like 2023, where it was even targets. It was McCaffrey, Ayuk, Deebo, and Kittle, all within about 15 targets of each other. That's what he probably wants. And if it's Demarcus Robinson, 14 games, and it's Ricky Pearsall, 15 games, whatever, Juwan the same, Ayuk's only going to probably play 8 or 9, but in those games, you want to spread the ball around.
The reason I'm bringing this up is it sounds to me like a lot of Niner fans want to pay Juwan Jennings simply because you're freaked out about the month of September. And that's not the way to run a business. I get it. I share your concern with next week and week 2 and week 3. But I totally understand, again, why Juwan is asking, and I don't blame him, although I don't know what he's asking for. But I also totally understand if the 49ers are like, wait a minute. So, we just did a contract last year. we hear you. You had a great year. But now we're going to do a long-term extension, because that's one thing I hear. I don't know if Juwan wants a ton more money, but he wants something long-term. He wants to have some guarantees in life for his NFL salary. And I'm sure the Niners would love to have him. But if you're the Niners, are you going to do that right now, knowing that even just by mid-season, this wide receiver room could literally be at a spot where you've got to, I don't know, find a way to get someone to a practice squad or something because you almost have too many. And that sounds silly to say right now because they're so thin, but that's why I was asking the question of, let's assume health and things go well for these receivers. What exactly are you doing with your room with Brandon Ayuk in it at $30 million? Ricky Pearsall is a first-round draft pick who, by all accounts, they love. Demarcus Robinson is coming as a free agent. You now have Sky Moore here. You gave up a little bit of draft capital for him, and you've got two young receivers who you apparently really like in Jacob Cowing and Jordan Watkins. So you got all those guys, and then you're going to break off Jennings for something long-term? I don't even know if there's room for all of these guys on the roster.
There's not, and it would get you into a similar situation that you were in with Ayuk and Debo, where you and I talked about it all year. You can't really pay two guys that much money at receiver and then pay your quarterback. Well, spoiler alert, they've paid their quarterback, so you've got Ayuk making 30 average annual. And I do know that not after this year, but after next year, you have some outs. It's an out that's not totally going to hamstring your cap, but if Pearsall plays like a first-round pick this year and takes a step forward, you're going to want to keep him. Robinson got a 2-year deal, and if he's able to produce, he's not making that much.
Right.
Although next offseason, he'll, of course, come and ask for more money because, according to you, that's what everyone does.
They might. I mean, if he goes for 975 yards, you damn right he will.
Come knocking on the door because,
and they'll say no.
That's what we do.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, they'll say no.
Like they're saying no to Juwan Jennings.
Well, correct.
But your point is well made, where you've got young receivers who are cheaper, and if Juwan Jennings really wants, I don't know, 3 more years and $17 million a year, you're not getting it.
Look at the Jake Moody situation. Most of the fan base is done with this guy, and what are the Niners saying? We're not moving on. Why? Part of it is the fact that he was a third-round draft pick. Absolutely. You know what I mean? They walked out of camp 2 years ago, all the players and Kyle Shanahan, they're pulling Jed York aside going, you want to know who the best quarterback in our camp is? His name's Brock Purdy. Who are you starting? Well, Trey Lance. Why? Duh, because he was the 3rd pick in the draft. Same thing here. Juwan Jennings, I'm sorry, is not wide receiver 1.
7th round pick. They have 2
other players who are first rounders, and one of them's making $30 a year. They are not centering the future around Juwan. I share your stress about right now, but it would be a poor way to run a business for the 49ers to make a long-term commitment to someone that I promise you they do not see as the centerpiece of that room for the next 3 or 4 years.
Especially when they've already made that mistake. And they won't admit that Ayuk is a mistake, and I won't even say that it's definitively a mistake because he got hurt. But right now, 1 year into that deal, it's a mistake. It's not looking good. And because of that, you're not going to throw money at Juwan Jennings just because he had a great year. I think it's reasonable if he wants to ask for a little bit more and to make this $3.5 million in incentives, just make that guaranteed and give me another, $7 million for next year. Just give me the $3 million guaranteed, and then you can sign me for next year. And if you want to cut me after this year, you cut me. But at least he would get that funny money, he'd get that guaranteed, and then he could still be cut in the offseason.
Yeah, that I would support. But Barrow's kind of changed my thought on it a little bit with the conversation that we had on our show yesterday, because he referred to this as a long-term extension. What Juwan wants is a long-term extension. So when people are talking about, he wants 15 a year or he wants 20 a year, I'm like, do you mean that for this year or for next year? I don't know what he's asking for, but if he's asking for long-term and you're basing that ask off of last year's numbers, then he probably is asking for high teens. Probably is asking for 17 or 18 a year. The Niner room doesn't fit that. It just doesn't.
Right.
I love the guy too, and that's probably the conversation that's happening. And everybody takes that stuff personally, and you can get all bent out of shape about it, that you played well and put your heart out there and you want that extension, but they're running a business. And so to me, looking down the road, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. You already broke 30 off for one. You have another first-rounder who you love. They are projecting him to be really good. You're not going to do an extension with another one. It would be bad business.
Well, especially if you're going to base it off his numbers, because last year he had a career year without Ayuk and Debo up and down and Pearsall gunshot wound for a long time. And so his numbers were aided by the fact that you didn't have a lot of other receivers who were running around catching the football. I mean, you had Ronnie Bell with a huge drop, and you had a bunch of young, inexperienced guys, and so his numbers were inflated. It's not to say he's not a good player. He is a good player, but I don't think he's going to go for $975 this year.
Jody and his friends from the South Bay have gotten a lot less loud in the last 30 to 40 minutes. Before, it was jovial. It was a lot of talk about 95.7 the game and food. And everybody was getting to know each other and having a good time. Then it got quiet. It got serious. Lucas is our roving correspondent on today's fantasy draft here at Splash at Thrive City. I saw you just go over there and poke around a little bit. What'd you find?
Well, I found out that they're already on round 9.
Good Lord!
We're 38 minutes into the draft, and they're on round 9.
What are they doing, 20 seconds a pick?
I'm not sure.
Are there 12 librarians over there? It's dead quiet.
It does sound like about half the people are on auto draft.
Oh,
so
well,
whatever
okay.
that does for you, that helps it move along.
It along.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, number 1 overall, as is predictable around this time of year. And they offered up where Christian McCaffrey went. Our guy Jody had the 8th overall pick. He was hoping to get McCaffrey at 8. He was not available. He went around 5.
Yeah, I've learned that Bay Area-based drafts, Christian does not get to the 8th or 9th pick. I lost out on that too.
I also was wondering, how serious are we taking this? Who's in the league? Is this are we playing for a lot of money? I got the answers to most of these things. They offered up that they don't know what they're playing for in terms of first place. They are playing for last place punishment.
Okay.
So there was some sort of punishment committee, and they were worried about they're starting with what the last place will have to do in terms of punishment. They'll get to the first place prize later.
Okay.
Sensible.
But they haven't actually figured out what the last place punishment is either.
They have a committee.
They have some ideas.
What are we doing here?
They're in discussion.
They're thinking
the committee behind closed doors.
All right. I've loved everything about them until now. And it's not personal, but the bottom line
personal.
is no, there is an absolute cardinal rule that is being broken here. You do not draft without knowing what's going on. You don't. Well, you do not draft without knowing the rules of the league.
You're kind of missing the overarching vibe of the group and of the event.
I'm getting it, and I'm not liking it.
Well,
I like the vibe. I don't like it anymore.
Right.
These
liking
people
it
aren't
early.
serious.
Well, they're serious
They're just
enough to
over here
drive
farting around and having
60
chicken
miles
sandwiches
from the South Bay to be here. And yeah, you win a prize, and you're already in a league with a pre-set draft. So you, as the winner, you cobble together your group of friends from 2 different groups. You come together. And the important thing is the togetherness, Mark. It's not always about the Skrilla.
You do you, and they get to do them. I ain't getting in any draft. And by the way,
and you're already out here judging them. Where's your black robe and your gavel, Judy?
Mr. Hypocrisy, you're the one. You're the one that in the 95.7 draft every year loses his bananas in the middle of the draft.
Our commissioner runs it in a ramshackle fashion,
which is exactly what I'm saying.
No, their draft is above board, and just because
they don't even know what they're playing for.
They know that they're playing for the love of fantasy, and I'm getting the vibe that it's probably not $1,000 a team. It's probably like,
but maybe it will, and the 5th pick doesn't even know that. That's what I'm saying.
Sounds like you need to go have a word with them during this break.
What if he's drafted and then he finds out that this is out of his price range? This is stressful.
Yeah.
Then you have a team, and you're like, I can't afford it.
You know you're trying to avoid the punishment committee. That's for sure.
Give him a nice what for here in this break.
I'm going to go get him.
That's great for future listeners.
Yeah, I'm going in there and like, pause the draft. We got to talk.
Steiny's phone's down. Pause the draft.
We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil, check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Pause.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Stonyfield Organic Select yogurts with Prime through August 26th. Make back-to-school season a breeze with grab-and-go breakfasts. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Game Day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Man, y'all don't know the game, man. You ain't better than me. That don't have nothing to do with me. Oh, that's not fair.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not going to hide from it. I'm in fantasy mode. This is just right. This is how I am right now. That's what this week is. I don't care if it feels dorky. That's what it is. That's me being authentic. There's a draft every other night for the next week and a half.
Yeah. You're probably in too many fantasy leagues, but I won't judge you for that.
What is the total number, Willard?
5. But my sons are in multiple, and you have to hear about those and host those. Right, there's the 6th graders are getting together on Thursday night to draft. The dads will then leave that draft and go have their own. It's a lot.
He's in 6th grade now?
6th grade.
Oh, man.
He started middle school this last
Valley
week.
Middle?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yep.
Attaboy.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's been wonderful. I'm like, just get yourself to school. You're fine.
Totally, right?
Yeah. And I'm like, what's your schedule? It's like, today we go to 5th period, and then tomorrow we go to, I don't understand it anymore.
Schedule.
But I have no evidence that he's not been getting to all the classes, so great job, Jude. Right? But, okay. So I went and did some recon. And
recon, you went over there and just badgered the winner.
I didn't. I talked it out with him. I said, look, honestly, I walked right over to him. I said, where's Jody? And they brought me to Jody, and I said, Jody, I have some concerns. I have some concerns that y'all are drafting without knowing what you're playing for, because what happens if y'all decide what you're playing for, and then someone goes, I'm out. Like,
right.
That's too,
my team sucks. I'm not doing that.
Too rich for my blood. Well, Jody, for a minute, I thought I was playing checkers and he was playing chess, because he fired right back at me. He goes, well, here's my thought. Everybody leaves the draft loving their team. Don't you love your team when you leave the draft?
Yeah.
Usually. Now, I had one over the weekend where I was like, ugh, that didn't go well. But anyway, it usually everyone walks out of there like, I won. Right? And then you get those stupid draft grades emailed to you.
I had B+ last year.
Which is usually a death. Yeah. But you walk out of there with the draft grades, and you either like, ESPN doesn't know what they're talking about, or you're like, haha, I got an A, you all suck. Like, that's the way this whole thing goes. So he thinks, wait until everyone has their team, and then it kind of feels like they're more willing to bet on that team because they like their team. That was the first thought. And I said, okay, I'm now listening. I hear you.
Right.
But I'm still, Jody, like, what happens in this case where someone feels like they got over their skis a little bit? What happens if you're all playing for $5,000 And someone's like, no, that's not what I thought I signed up for. Jody looks at me and goes, don't worry, that will not be happening. A lot of the people are here today because they're in between jobs.
Well, there you go. There you go. That got awkward in a hurry. So,
well, that answered some of the other questions I had going into this. Listen, how many people are going to get here at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday from San Jose? And the answer is a lot.
Well, if you're in between jobs, then you carpool. And so,
apparently,
you call Jody and say, hey, Jody, 5 of us are going with you. And if you're coming from San Jose, no bridge toll, which is nice.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Somebody came from Newark, so you're dealing with one of those bridges unless you go down and around 237.
Might have swam. I don't know.
I think that's why they're maybe more focused on the last place punishment. If you're between jobs, you're more interested in watching somebody get humiliated as opposed to being out $100.
Jody promised me that the stakes would be low. The stakes would be low. But then I'm like, let me see your team, dog. Let me see what we're doing here. And remember, he had the 8th pick. He told me exactly what he told you, Lucas. He wanted Christian McCaffrey. That dream fell by the wayside. He was not able to make that happen. But instead, with the number 8 pick, he selected Nico Collins, wide receiver, Houston. Now, Lucas just made a little kind of a look like, good, but But anyway, apparently at number 17, still available, Puka Nacua. So that's his receiving core. And then he went with some of these young pups at running back. He got Omari and Hampton from the Los Angeles Chargers, tucking R.J. Harvey from the Broncos into a little flex spot down below.
You are too into this stuff.
I blinked at that. I took a visual snapshot of the thing. Patrick Mahomes is his quarterback, which, I don't like
Great
that
name
guy.
value.
Yeah,
Fantasy-wise, he doesn't always have the biggest years.
Patrick Mahomes. But it's a nice little squad. Nice little squad. Worthy of betting $20 or more on it, as far as I'm concerned.
Not bad.
Anyway,
I wonder if
we're
Mahomes,
fine. Our relationship is in good standing.
You got to figure Mahomes will be a groomsman in the Swift-Kelsey wedding.
Ooh.
I mean, Jason's got to be the best man.
Jason's the best man.
And then you start to go, I don't know how deep you go. My first marriage, I think we might have gone 6 deep. The best man, and then an additional 5.
Yeah.
Second marriage. And not a sit down.
What are you planning for your third?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll get back to you. I'll lean on you,
let me know.
expert of the hat trick.
Let me know when you need a little advice.
Yeah, and with your wife here, I probably shouldn't be so bombastic about that.
No, she's fine.
I know she is.